Chapter 1, The Deceptive Words of a Man. Believe me. I will take responsibility for you and make you the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. The man's resolute promise echoed in her ears as Tang Nuanning shook her head frantically. No. With a sudden force, the man overwhelmed her, and she screamed in agony before losing consciousness. When she awoke again, she found herself alone, yet the lingering atmosphere of intimacy remained palpable. Scattered tissues and disheveled clothing adorned the floor, betraying the chaos that had unfolded not long ago. Tang Nuanning bit her lip, gripping the bed sheet tightly, her vision gradually blurring. She was a married woman, and today she had come to the airport to meet her husband. Yet, before she could reunite with him, she had already lost her innocence. What was this? Was it infidelity within marriage? How was she to face her husband now? How could she confront the reality of her situation if she were to explain that she came to the airport to greet him, only to be dragged into a dark lounge amidst the chaos, where such disgraceful events transpired? Would he believe her? Would he accept her? Could their marriage possibly endure? Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She pondered what transgressions she might have committed in a past life for fate to treat her so cruelly. Deprived of parental love since childhood, her life had been a tumultuous journey. She had hoped to change her fate through education and had finally gained admission to her dream university, only to be pressured by her adoptive parents to marry. It was her sister, Tang Nuanning, who was meant to enter into an arranged marriage, yet due to the suitor's disability, the burden fell upon her instead. Her adoptive parents, unwilling to see their biological daughter suffer, but equally unable to refuse the enticing bride price, coerced her into taking her sister's place. From the moment they processed her withdrawal from school to the day of her engagement and marriage, not a single person sought her consent, not one person inquired whether she was willing. They acted unilaterally, obliterating her education and future. She had wept and lamented, yet ultimately acquiesced to the harsh realities of life. It is often said that a woman's marriage is a rebirth, a chance to escape a cold family environment. Since she was married, she resolved to be a good wife. For the past 2 years, Bo Yancheng had been abroad receiving treatment for his leg ailment, and she had remained alone in their home, dutifully, without harboring any other thoughts. This marriage, which she had sacrificed her education and future for, was her new beginning, and she cherished it deeply. But now, ding ding ding. Her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the housekeeper. Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat, filled with trepidation, her mind buzzed with disbelief. Bo Yancheng wanted a divorce? She was aware of his dissatisfaction with their marriage. He had been absent on their wedding day and had not shown up since. In the 2 years since their marriage, they had never even met, nor did they know what each other looked like. Yet, throughout these years, he had treated her well. Her needs were met without complaint, and when she fell ill, he would instruct the staff to take good care of her. Though separated by miles, she could still feel his concern. She believed that Bo Yancheng simply disdained family arrangements, not her. As long as she was a good wife, they could, like other loving couples, care for one another and navigate life together. Little did she know, "Madam, you need not be too distressed. The Sir has gifted you this villa, as well as 2 luxury cars, along with a substantial sum of money." The housekeeper spoke excitedly, but how could Tang Nuanning not feel despondent? She was utterly heartbroken. Her life had reached an abysmal low, but what right did she have to refuse the divorce? She had lost her innocence. She was no longer worthy of him. After ending the call, Tang Nuanning fought against her discomfort, dressed, and stumbled out of the airport. No sooner had she left than a fleet of black luxury cars appeared outside. A group of bodyguards clad in black emerged simultaneously, surrounding the airport. An assistant respectfully opened a car door, and Bo Yancheng stepped out. His hand-stitched leather shoes, expensive tailored suit, and limited edition watch were the hallmarks of a successful man. Tall and imposing, his rugged features exuded a formidable and aloof presence that sent shivers down the spine of those around him. The crowd gazed at him with a mix of awe and curiosity, cautiously observing his every move. Bo Yancheng paid no heed to anyone else as he strode toward the VIP lounge. Last night, he had consumed something unsavory and found himself pursued, culminating in the violation of an innocent girl's purity. That had been her first night. He had pledged then to take responsibility, vowing to make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Bo Yancheng, a man of his word. Before he could reach the lounge, his assistant Zhou Sheng hurried to catch up with him. Moreover, when the lady was intoxicated, she had spoken indiscreetly at a bar, declaring that you were unworthy of her, that marrying her was akin to. What was that? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Ha! Bo Yancheng pursed his lips, his expression darkening. It was not that he was heartless, it was simply that there existed no emotional connection between them. Divorce would be a blessing for her, a liberation. To compensate for her lost youth over the past 2 years, he had bestowed upon her numerous gifts, a luxurious home, expensive cars, and a check for 10 billion. Yet, it turned out she was an unfaithful woman who had stooped low. If that were the case, she was unworthy of his compensation. Void the previous divorce agreement. We shall draft a new one. She has transgressed in marriage. Let her leave with nothing. Understood. Bo Yancheng reached the lounge door, suppressing his fury, and adjusted his attire before pushing the door open. He would present himself in the gentlest and most respectable manner before her. In this life, as long as he had touched her, he would not let her go, but the room was empty, devoid of her presence. She had left. Bo Yancheng searched the entire airport to no avail, his brow furrowing. Send the word out no matter the means or cost, she must be found. He would fulfill his promise, he would make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Chapter 2, Ruined by Him. 6 years later, at the train station in Jin City.As, Tang Nuanning emerged from the train station with her 3 sons. She immediately attracted a wave of attention. Dressed simply and comfortably, her unadorned beauty was striking. Every smile and frown captivated onlookers. The children, soft and adorable, sported large, watery eyes peeking out from their masks, their long eyelashes fluttering, melting hearts effortlessly. Once again, the series of having children had been a ruse. Tang Nuanning paid little mind to the gazes of others as she stood at the station's exit, reflecting on the familiar yet somewhat alien surroundings, filled with myriad emotions. Years ago, Bo Yancheng's accusation of unfaithfulness had thrust her into the public eye. A month later, she discovered she was pregnant, solidifying Bo Yancheng's claims, and the ensuing rumors nearly drowned her. Her adoptive parents, ashamed of her disgrace, deemed her devoid of value and severed ties, casting her out into the world. She knew the child was the product of that stranger, and while she had contemplated abortion, the thought of losing her flesh and blood was too painful to bear. The child finding her as a mother is fate. No matter how arduous the journey, she should give birth and raise them. If fearful that her reputation might tarnish her child's future, she left the bustling city of Jin to live in the countryside. Living alone as a pregnant woman is indeed a daunting challenge. Securing employment is the foremost hurdle, as many employers shy away from hiring her due to her condition. Yet, she cannot afford to remain idle. Financial sustenance is imperative. She needs to eat, to visit the hospital for childbirth, and to prepare for expenses like formula and schooling for her child. Eventually, she managed to find a job at a restaurant, where her fear of being dismissed drove her to work harder than anyone else, never daring to take a day off. This relentless effort, however, led to malnutrition and excessive fatigue. In the 9th month of her pregnancy, her strength waned, and she collapsed on her way home from work. Strangely enough, when she regained consciousness, she found herself and her children deep in the mountains. To this day, she remains oblivious to the events that transpired. Who performed the cesarean section on her? Who transported her and the children to these mountains, and why were they brought here? They have resided in the mountains for 5 years. During these 5 years, they lived a life of ease, joy, and happiness, free from worries. However, as the children grew day by day, she was compelled to contemplate their education and future. The mountains, though idyllic, were devoid of anyone but their savior. Once that person is gone, only the children will remain. These children, who have struggled to come into this world, deserve more than a muddled existence. They ought to witness the splendid beauty of life. Thus, after much contemplation, she made the decision to bid farewell to her benefactor and descend the mountain with her children. She had not intended to return to Jin. The memories of her past experiences from 6 years ago still lingered. However, when she went to register her children, she was shocked to discover that she was still legally married. Confusion enveloped her. She had clearly signed the divorce papers back then. Unable to fathom the sequence of events, new challenges emerged, for due to her married status, the father's name Bo Yancheng would automatically appear in the registration. The Bo family is affluent, and Bo Yancheng has no affection for her. He would certainly not embrace the role of a father. Thus, before registering her children, she must first finalize her divorce. Her purpose for returning to Jin was to seek a divorce from Bo Yancheng. She harbored no resentment towards him. She was the one who had wronged him first. His accusation of her being unfaithful was undeniably true. If she were to harbor any grievance, it would be against that wild man who stole her innocence. That fateful night. They say a man's words can be deceitful, and that holds true. Back then, that wild man proclaimed he would make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Yet, what was the outcome? She was left utterly devastated. Reflecting on those injustices, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. "Mommy, I need to pee." Her youngest suddenly tugged at her shirt, shyly speaking up. Indeed, the past had thrown her life into disarray, but in return, she had gained these children, which made it all worthwhile. These 3 children are her pride. The eldest is a little gentleman, often quiet but exuding the aura of a protective older brother, displaying both high emotional and intellectual intelligence. His every action reflects a leader's demeanor. In stark contrast, the second and third children are lively and mischievous, with a singular obsession, fighting. Their interests and dreams revolve solely around combat, aspiring to be the fiercest fighters, undefeated in the world. The youngest, on the other hand, is a sensitive little soul, naturally timid, with intelligence that doesn't quite match his siblings, yet he possesses a nurturing spirit, showing culinary talent at a tender age, creating exceptionally delicious meals. Moreover, he has a flair for fashion. The perfume she currently uses was personally crafted by him. With just a few fruits or a bouquet of flowers, he can concoct a unique fragrance, an alluring blend of floral and fruity notes, refreshing and natural. Additionally, he exhibits remarkable design talent, effortlessly sketching clothing and jewelry blueprints. Tang Nuanning has often mused that whoever marries her youngest will undoubtedly be blissful. Gazing at her youngest with a tender smile, Tang Nuanning said, "All right, mommy will take you." Eldest and second, do you want to go to the restroom? Both the eldest and second shook their heads in unison, replying, "No." "Then you two wait here for mommy and your brother. Don't run off, I'll take the youngest to the restroom." "Okay." Tang Nuanning held the youngest's hand as they made their way to the restroom. Upon reaching the door, she knelt down to instruct him, "You go to the men's room, and mommy will go to the women's room. If you finish first, wait here for mommy." "Mom." The youngest nodded obediently and scurried into the men's room. Tang Nuanning smiled as she watched him disappear before turning toward the women's room. Soon enough, the youngest emerged, dutifully waiting outside the restroom for Tang Nuanning. Suddenly, a group of bodyguards clad in black surrounded a glamorous woman striding toward them. The woman, adorned with oversized sunglasses and vivid lipstick, was shouting angrily at those nearby. Shen Zhaoyue's loud voice drew the attention of many, causing them to frown. Her manager nodded repeatedly, attempting to placate her, while the bodyguards forcefully cleared the way, commanding, "Step aside. Keep your distance." The youngest, bewildered, had no time to evade and was roughly shoved aside. He fell onto the ground, the impact painful, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he remained silent. "Whose child is this? Get lost!" Shen Zhaoyue snapped coldly. Seeing the commotion, the youngest was frightened, sitting on the ground with his mouth covered, tear-filled eyes gazing up at Shen Zhaoyue, too afraid to move. Shen Zhaoyue frowned, and upon noticing the youngest, she was reminded of a painful thorn in her heart. This thorn was the same size as the child before her. Her teeth clenched in anger, she retorted, "I told you to get lost, yet you sit there. Do you not understand that blocking someone's path is wrong? How did your parents raise you? No manners, no upbringing." After delivering her scathing words, Shen Zhaoyue harshly kicked the youngest with her high-heeled shoe and continued on her way. With a loud wail, the youngest burst into tears. "Mommy, brother, it hurts." Wu Tang Nuanning had not yet exited the restroom when the eldest and second rushed over upon hearing the commotion, quickly asking, "What happened, little brother? What's wrong?" Seeing his brothers, the youngest cried even harder, his small shoulders heaving, barely able to articulate, That ant kicked me. Brother, it hurts." Upon hearing this, the second brother instantly fumed. How dare someone bully his little brother, treating him like he was nothing? "Brother, keep an eye on him. I'm going to settle this," the second brother declared, bolting away into the crowd. Chapter 3, I want to slap him away. De Bao, unable to intervene in time, could only lift the little Sanbao with a heart full of concern. Asking his elder brother where it hurt. "Here and here," the little Sanbao sobbed, pointing to his backside and calf. Tang Dabo rolled up Sanbao's pants and cast a glance, astonished. On Sanbao's fair and delicate calf, there appeared a conspicuous large bruise, a striking shade of bluish-purple. Tang Dabo clenched his small fist, seething with rage. Initially, he had wished to prevent his younger brother from stirring up trouble. But it appeared that not only would he not deter him, he would even encourage him. How dare anyone bully Sanbao? Did they believe there was no one to back him up? "It's all right, Sanbao. Let me blow on it, and the pain will fade away." Sanbao nodded, feeling aggrieved. Meanwhile, Tang Erbo had already chased after Shen Zhaoyue as she exited the train station. Upon seeing her about to get into a car, he rushed forward to block her path. His expression fierce and adorable. "Ugly woman, who gave you the audacity to bully my brother?" "Ugly woman?" Shen Zhaoyue furrowed her brows, directing a fierce glare at Tang Erbo, wishing she could slap him away. However, considering the presence of Bo Yancheng in the car, she felt compelled to maintain a favorable impression in front of him, demonstrating her fondness for children. Thus, she shot several secretive glares at Tang Erbo and, in a hushed yet menacing tone, retorted, "Who are you calling ugly?" "I'm talking about you. Not only are you ugly, but you're also old. You're bad. Ugly, old, and wicked, there's no salvation for you." After Tang Erbo finished speaking, he took out a small sharp knife from his pocket and began to circle around the luxury car. Observing the large scratches appearing on the sleek black surface, Shen Zhaoyue widened her eyes in disbelief. "You little rascal, stop right now. Do you even know whose car this is? Are you out of your mind?" As she spoke, She rushed to intervene, but Tang Nuanning dodged her grasp, and she chased after him. The two of them danced around the luxury vehicle, resembling a playful monkey in a frenzy. Bo Yancheng sat inside the car, having come specifically to pick up Xin Zhaoyue. Upon witnessing the commotion, he furrowed his brows and instructed Zhou Shang, "Go check it out." Understood. Just as Zhou Shang was about to open the car door, a sudden series of loud bangs echoed. Bang! 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 With a tremendous jolt, the car sank abruptly. Ah! Xin Zhaoyue's scream pierced the air. Bo Yancheng's expression tightened as he pushed the car door open and stepped outside. The scene before him was alarming. The four wheels had detached from the vehicle, billowing smoke as they rolled away. The luxury car lay lifeless on the ground, akin to a defeated beast. Before Xin Zhaoyue stood a small boy, no taller than his waist, wearing a mask and posturing with bravado. "I may be new here today, but I won't hold it against you just yet. However, if you dare to bully my brother again, I shall not be so lenient," he declared, puffing out his chest. "Ugly. Old. Bad." Bo Yancheng was taken aback. At such a tender age, he referred to himself as young master. What audacity! And to think he didn't even consider this a serious matter. If he were to truly get serious, the destruction he could wreak would be unimaginable. Whose mischievous child was this, causing such havoc with such arrogance? Oblivious to the formidable presence he had provoked, the little rascal turned on his heel and strutted away, only to have his collar suddenly seized, lifting him off the ground. Tang Nuanning frowned, kicking his legs and shouting, "Who? Let go of me, quickly!" Bo Yan's face was shrouded in gloom as he spun Tang Nuanning around, forcing him to face him. "Whose young master are you?" His tone was neither warm nor cold, yet it carried an unsettling chill. "I." The masked Tang Nuanning's words faltered as he was taken aback. "Oh my. This uncle resembles both me and my elder brother so closely. He was, in essence, a larger version of them. Could it be that he was their negligent father, who had only contributed to their existence without providing for them? But wasn't their father deceased? Their mother had once mentioned that their father had met an untimely demise due to illness at a young age. It must merely be a coincidence of appearance." Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment, his long eyelashes fluttering as he stated with a hint of defiance, "Considering that you bear a resemblance to my father, I shall grant you a reprieve. Now, kindly set me down at once, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. I assure you, when I am angered, I can be quite formidable." He then turned to Bo Yancheng, exclaiming with exaggerated admiration and pulling a comical face, "So, are you afraid?" The atmosphere around Bo Yancheng grew even more frigid, his brows furrowing with displeasure. Such youthful audacity, he thought. Were it not for the striking resemblance between this little rascal and his son, Shenbao, which softened his heart slightly, he would have already contacted the authorities. "Do you realize that your actions today have transgressed the law? It was that ugly old woman who provoked me first." Suddenly called out, Xin Zhaoyue interjected. "Who is old, ugly, or wicked?" Bo Yancheng responded coldly, "Regardless of the circumstances, your behavior is unacceptable." Tang Nuanning furrowed his brow, questioning, "You are not my father. So what right do you have to control me? Who are you?" Bo Yan, visibly displeased, inquired, "Where are your parents?" He chose not to stoop to the level of a child, yet he could not overlook the involvement of the child's guardians. Furthermore, the four wheels, still emitting smoke, or a striking resemblance to those destroyed by precision explosives. Could a mere child truly manipulate explosives? Or was there a more sinister plot afoot, exploiting the innocence of a child for ulterior motives? For the sake of caution, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. Upon hearing that parents were to be contacted, Tang Nuanning felt a slight panic. All mischievous children are alike, they all dread the summons of their parents. Tang Nuanning is no exception, he fears neither heaven nor earth, and even dares to address the king of hell as brother. However, there is one person he truly fears, his mother. She never resorts to violence, and he is not afraid of being punished by her, but he is terrified of causing her sorrow and distress. Tang Nuanning had shed his earlier arrogance, pouting as he declared, "If you wish to find someone, go seek my father. My mother is busy and cannot spare a moment for you." Where is your father? Ah. My father resides in hell, specifically the 18th level of hell. You should hurry and find him there. Bo Yancheng remains silent. At that moment, Shen Zhaoyue seized the opportunity to interject. This unruly child is utterly undisciplined. Ah Chen, he is essentially cursing you to hell. Just look at his ragged attire. It is evident he hails from a poor family. Poverty breeds miscreants, devoid of manners. Ha! Am I the one lacking in manners? You, an adult, are bullying a mere 5-year-old. How has your mother raised you? Tang Nuanning retorted defiantly. You call me an adult? I am merely 28 this year. Shen Zhaoyue exclaimed. Exasperated. Really? I couldn't tell at all, I assumed you were 88. You silence yourself. If you provoke me further, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your parents. As soon as Tang Nuanning finished speaking, his smartwatch suddenly rang. It was a call from his beloved mother. She must have emerged from the bathroom and, not seeing him, grew anxious. Tang Nuanning could not bear to see his beloved mother anxious. He turned to Bo Yancheng and said, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave and not join you in your play. Farewell. After Tang Nuanning completed his swift maneuver, he kicked his calf, raised his small hand, and emerged from his coat as if executing a masterful escape. The coat is a gift for you. No need for thanks. With that, the little rascal dashed away, his diminutive figure vanishing amidst the throng. Bo Yancheng, gazing at the empty coat in his hands, felt his expression darken further. Investigate the child's background and bring his parents here. Furthermore, ascertain how those 4 wheels met their explosive fate. Zhou Shang promptly summoned the bodyguards to proceed towards the train station. Bo Yancheng turned to Shen Zhaoyue, visibly displeased. Why did he claim you bullied his younger brother? Shen Zhaoyue, adopting an innocent demeanor, replied, How could I possibly bully a child? His brother mistook me for a wealthy individual and attempted to extort me. You may verify this with my agent. This child, at such a tender age, had already mastered the art of deception. It was evident that his parents were not of reputable character. Indeed, children raised in impoverished and harsh environments often become cunning. If you ask me, there is no need to meet his parents, just imprison the entire family and impose a life sentence to vent your frustrations. Bo Yancheng shot her a cold glance, his eyes reflecting discontent, and chose not to engage further. Chapter 4, He is the child's father. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had reunited with Tang Nuanning. Bao, where have you been? Mommy has been searching for you for quite some time. Upon observing his mother's demeanor, Tang Nuanning discerned that she, in her blissful ignorance, remained unaware of the recent events. With a playful glint in his eyes and a cheerful smile, he reassured her, Oh, dear mother, fret not. My curiosity led me to explore beyond our abode. And what a lively scene it is here. Indeed, this is one of the most bustling metropolises in our country. However, amidst the throngs of people, one must exercise caution and refrain from wandering aimlessly. What if, heaven forbid, you were to fall prey to human traffickers? What then would become of you and your brothers? Tang Nuanning patted his little chest and declared, Rest assured, Mommy, if human traffickers were to encounter me, they should be the ones worried. He added with a cheeky grin, Do they not see who my mother is? How could someone as clever as I be abducted? You really have a sharp tongue, Tang Nuanning chided playfully. Though her expression was devoid of any sternness, her eyes brimming with affection, Tang Nuanning was apprehensive that the wicked woman from earlier might truly arrive, potentially inciting anger in his mother. Tang Nuanning smiled, All right, my dears, I shall take you to enjoy some delicious food right now. The 3 little ones nodded in unison. The eldest, taking the opportunity, grabbed the handle of Tang Nuanning's suitcase and said, Mommy, allow me to assist you. Tang Nuanning swiftly took away Tang Nuanning's backpack. Believing that a woman's responsibility is to be beautiful and charming, while the laborious tasks should be entrusted to men, little Sanbao also extended his small hand, saying, Mommy, let me assist you, for Sanbao has been supporting you for quite some time. Tang Nuanning resembled a cherished little princess, her face radiating joy as she held the small hands of Sanbao, leading them away from the train station. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes nearby observed them with profound significance. Though the individual appeared to be smiling, the grin was as ghastly as a specter, chilling and terrifying. Finding it inconvenient to drag their luggage while seeking sustenance, Tang Nuanning opted to secure a modest inn close to the train station. As she had yet to commence her employment and possessed limited funds, she could not afford a luxurious hotel. Her intention was to first finalize her divorce from Bo Yancheng, ensuring the children's household registrations were in order, and then depart from Jincheng with her children. Ultimately, she aspired to settle in a charming city with perpetual spring and subsequently seek employment. "Mommy, are we staying here today?" inquired Tang Daba. Tang Nuanning was aware that her eldest son had a penchant for cleanliness and would likely disapprove of this environment, so she gently reassured him. Saying, Tang Dabao pondered over the several billion under his name, feeling a twinge of helplessness. His mother, though endearing in many ways, possessed a certain naivety. 2 years prior, he approached her with the first substantial earnings from his endeavors, 100,000 yuan. Upon seeing the amount, she was utterly flabbergasted. Unable to fathom how a mere child could amass such wealth. She suspected it was a newfangled scam orchestrated by human traffickers, believing they had lured him with a decoy of money to abduct him instead. Subsequently, he earned his second fortune, a staggering 1 million. However, after much deliberation, he hesitated to share this news with her, fearing she might spiral into unfounded anxieties. As his earnings continued to swell, the money remained dormant in the bank, with no opportunity to spend it. Upon descending the mountain and noticing his mother's empty pockets, he discreetly instructed Bao to gift her 5,000 yuan, claiming it was a lucky win from a raffle at the small supermarket at the foot of the mountain. Tang Daba looked at his silly darling mother, and with a gentle sigh in his heart, he affectionately said, "Mommy, do not overthink. I was merely asking out of curiosity. I harbor no disdain for this place. As long as I can be with you, I would find joy no matter where we reside." Tang Nuanning lifted the corners of her lips in a smile. "My dear Daba, rest assured that I will diligently work hard in the future to lead you towards a prosperous life as soon as possible." "Yes. Go, Mommy. You are the best," cheered Bo and Sanbao, offering their encouragement. Tang Nuanning's smile deepened a few degrees. "All right, let's go. We will first stow away the luggage and then take you out for a meal." MHM. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Tang Nuanning mistakenly believed it was a hotel staff member. Upon opening the door, there was an incident? Take it away. Before Tang Nuanning could finish her words, at the command of the leading man in black, 2 men immediately rushed forward and seized her. Tang Nuanning was filled with panic. "Who are you? What do you want? Let me go. You, woo-woo." Tang Nuanning was forcibly taken away from the small inn, her mouth covered. Soon, she found herself in an office building, where Bo Yancheng resided. He was a quintessential workaholic, with interests solely focused on his career, aside from his son. After dropping Shinjiaoyu at home, he promptly came to inspect this location, intent on acquiring the entire building. As Bo Yancheng reviewed documents in his office, Zhou Sheng knocked and entered. "Brother Chen, we have clarified everything. The 4 tires were destroyed using micro-explosives, but the child's identity is quite ordinary. He lost his father at a young age and has lived with his mother and 2 brothers in a mountain village. They just arrived in Jin City today, and there were no irregularities with the family. Our team has already brought the child's mother to the conference room." Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow at the mention of micro-explosives. He set down the documents and made his way to the conference room, with Zhou Sheng following closely. He understood that the explosives had only targeted the tires without harming the vehicle or its occupants, indicating a high level of precision. A child would lack such capability, suggesting that there was someone behind the boy. In recent years, far too many had wished for Bo Yancheng's demise, compelling him to remain vigilant. Inside the conference room, Tang Nuanning was still dazed, unaware of the unfolding events. Her heart raced, pounding in her chest as anxiety consumed her. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" With a creak, the conference room door swung open. Bo Yancheng entered, radiating an air of authority, resembling a regal figure. His imposing height of nearly 2 meters made him stand out, and Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in disbelief. She held her breath. astonished to see that this man bore an uncanny resemblance to her children. Could he be their father? Was he the man who had ruined her life years ago? The realization twisted her brow in frustration, and her fists clenched involuntarily. Her blood pressure surged, and her breathing became erratic. Accidental pregnancy had tarnished her reputation, subjecting her to scorn and derogatory labels. From her mother's perspective, she was fortunate to have 3 angelic children, yet the suffering she endured back then was unbearable. All attributed to that reckless man. Chapter 5, No Happiness, Money Comes First. Bo Yancheng regarded Tang Nuanning, a flicker of something unusual crossing his gaze. It was not merely her striking beauty, rather, there was an inexplicable familiarity about her, as if they had crossed paths before. However, despite his scrutiny, he could not recall where he had seen her. With a stern expression, he took a seat at the conference table. Noticing Tang Nuanning's unwavering glare, akin to that of a foe, he frowned. Her child had damaged his vehicle, and rather than seeking forgiveness, she dared to look at him with such defiance. Though small in stature, her audacity matched that of her son. "Why did you instigate your child to ruin my car?" Bo Yancheng's first words were accusatory, placing the blame squarely on Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning clenched her fists and kicked at him, her entire body trembling with emotion. Upon hearing his words, she furrowed her brow. Did he truly not recognize her? Had he failed to see her face clearly that night, or was he feigning ignorance? Uncertain whether the man before her was indeed that brutish figure, Tang Nuanning refrained from acting impulsively. She endeavored to rein in her emotions and tentatively inquired, "Do you not recognize me?" "No." "No recognition? Do you believe I ought to know you?" Tang Nuanning. However, he claimed not to recognize her. And he did not appear to be lying. Moreover, his voice was distinctly different from that of the brutish man. Tang Nuanning stared at Bo Yancheng for a moment, refraining from an outburst. After all, many people share a similar appearance. She steadied her mind, furrowing her brows, and sought to address the immediate issue. "If you do not recognize me, why have you detained me? Your actions are illegal." Bo Yancheng's countenance darkened, and Zhou Sheng interjected. "My boss has already stated that it is because your child has damaged his vehicle." "What?" Tang Nuanning exclaimed in disbelief. "You must be mistaken. We have just arrived in Tianjin today. How could my child have had the opportunity to damage your car? Show her the surveillance footage." Bo Yancheng impatiently interrupted her. The large screen in the conference room flickered to life, displaying the events that had transpired at the train station. Although Tang Bo was masked, Tang Nuanning recognized him instantly. While she could not discern how the 4 tires had been damaged, the scratches on the vehicle were undoubtedly caused by her son, Tang Bo. "This. I am sorry, I was unaware of this matter. The child in the video is indeed my son, but he is well behaved. He would never harm your car without reason. There must be an explanation." Bo Yancheng continued to scrutinize her expression, noting her apparent sincerity. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Are you aware that your child plays with explosives?" "Explosives? Impossible. He is far too young to engage with such dangerous items." Yet, it was indeed he who used precise explosives to destroy those 4 tires. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in an instant, and soon after, she furrowed her brows tightly, hastily explaining. "I understand. You have misunderstood. That is not explosives, it is merely small fireworks. My younger sibling enjoys crafting fireworks alongside our great-grandfather. When we arrived in Jin City, our great-grandfather gifted him some. I am truly sorry. Had I known of its potential danger, I would never have allowed him to bring it along." Tang Nuanning spoke with utmost sincerity, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Bo Yancheng gazed at her for a moment, convinced by her words. Fireworks and explosives operate on the same principle. Fireworks can indeed be lethal, and many seasoned artisans in the countryside possess formidable skills. Furthermore, Zhou Sheng had already investigated, revealing that their family of 4 was unremarkable and unlikely to possess the means to inflict harm upon him. It was merely his own overthinking. Bo Yancheng lowered his guard and subsequently lost interest in Tang Nuanning. He turned to Zhou Sheng and instructed, "You handle this." He then focused on his phone. Disregarding Tang Nuanning, Zhou Sheng produced the compensation agreement he had prepared in advance. Miss Tang, since you acknowledge the child is yours and the evidence is irrefutable, it is time to settle the matter financially. While it is indeed unfortunate for a woman to raise a child alone, this does not absolve her of responsibility. Bo Yancheng is not a philanthropist. He cannot simply overlook the destruction of a vehicle worth millions. The failure to educate a child properly falls on the parent. And this is the consequence of a mother's shortcomings. Tang Nuanning's expression was grave, although she believed that Bo would not cause destruction without reason. Deliberately damaging someone else's vehicle was indeed wrong on Bo's part. Tang Nuanning sheepishly inquired, "How much does he want?" 50 million. What? Tang Nuanning's voice soared several octaves in astonishment. 50 million? Why doesn't he just resort to robbery? Zhou Shang interjected. If you do not wish to settle this privately, then report it to the authorities. Bo Yancheng had already lost his temper. Tang Nuanning hurriedly exclaimed. We cannot alert the authorities. The evidence is irrefutable, and Bo is in the wrong. If we call the police, they will undoubtedly apprehend me as the guardian. If I end up in prison, what will happen to the children? So, that car is valued at 50 million? Indeed, that is the current market value of that vehicle. Tang Nuanning took the receipt handed over by Zhou Shang and glanced at it, her lips twitching. I am not unwilling to settle privately. I can pay compensation, but I truly do not have that much money. Could you possibly reduce the amount? Zhou Shang did not dare to make a decision and turned to look at Bo Yancheng. Bo Yancheng cast a cold glance at Tang Nuanning and asked in a frosty tone, "How much can you afford to pay?" Tang Nuanning hesitated. 5,000. Is that acceptable? Bo Yancheng responded with silence. Zhou Shang interjected, 50 million, 5,000, that's a direct omission of 4 zeros. Call the police. Let them handle this. Bo Yancheng stood up and departed, clearly unwilling to squander any more time on Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning, in a state of panic, hurriedly called out to him. Wait a moment. However, Bo Yan remained indifferent, his stride unceasing. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth, steeling herself. If you wish for me to pay, then first, undress. Strip. Remove your coat and shirt, strip completely. Bo Yancheng, Zhou Shang and the others. There are countless women who tempt their CEO, but she is the first to so boldly demand him to undress upon their initial encounter. Moreover, she does so in front of so many witnesses. This woman is not only strikingly beautiful but also remarkably audacious. Bo Yancheng tightly pursed his thin lips. His expression darkened foreboding as he glared at Tang Nuanning, enunciating each word. Do you realize what you are saying? Tang Nuanning was startled by the murderous intent in his eyes, swallowing hard as she mustered the courage to say, if you desire money, you must first remove your clothes. 50 million was an amount she could never procure, yet she could not afford to languish in prison. Thus, she sought to ascertain whether he was indeed that wild man from years ago. If he were, she would leverage that fateful night to offset the sum. He had once vowed to her that he would make her the most esteemed and blissful woman in the world. She did not crave the happiness he offered. She merely wished to resolve this predicament. As for the children, he remained oblivious to the fact that she had borne his offspring and would not contest her for them, at least for the time being. Once she divorced Bo Yancheng, she would swiftly abscond with the children from Jinchang, disappearing into the ether, ensuring he could not trace her. Chapter 6. Did she abandon her husband and children? It was evident that Bo Yancheng had misconstrued her intentions, believing that Tang Nuanning was brazenly flirting with him in public. Shameless. Incomprehensible. Tang Nuanning widened her eyes, realizing he had misunderstood her intentions. She hurriedly explained, You've misinterpreted my intentions, I merely wished to ascertain whether there are any bite marks on your shoulder. Years ago, she had fainted from pain, only to be roused from her unconsciousness by the same agony. In a moment of utter desperation, she had bitten down fiercely on his shoulder, refusing to relent. Such a forceful bite would undoubtedly leave a scar on a normal person. If there were indeed bite marks upon his shoulder, it would signify that he was the wild man she had once known. However, before she could complete her sentence, Bo Yancheng's phone suddenly rang. He answered it, and without knowing what was said on the other end, his expression shifted dramatically. After hanging up, Bo Yancheng hurriedly departed. His calm demeanor shattered, his eyes filled with agitation. Zhou Shang, witnessing this, instantly understood that something must have gone awry with the young master. In this world, the only things capable of unsettling their master were the young master himself and that woman from 6 years past. The young master was Bo Yancheng's own son. As for that woman, she was the mother of his child, whom Bo Yancheng had been unable to locate. Zhou Shang's expression also altered, and he hastily followed, inquiring, "Brother Chen, how shall we handle Miss Tang?" Tang Nuanning was terrified and, without taking the time to verify his identity, hurried to catch up with him. "You cannot hand me over to the police. I have 3 children at home, and they are without a father. If I am taken away, no one will care for them. I acknowledge that my child made a mistake by scratching your car. I am truly sorry. However, my child is only 5 years old, and they cannot possibly live without their mother." Bo Yancheng cast a glance at Tang Nuanning, fully aware of the plight of children without a mother. Much like his own Xinxiao, compassion stirred within Bo Yancheng, yet he had no intention of letting her go so easily. He decided to confine her here for the time being and address the matter later. Tang Nuanning was in a state of panic. "You cannot confine me here. My child is still waiting for me at the small inn. Suddenly, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, secured with an external lock. Tang Nuanning's eyes were reddened with anxiety. She had not even grabbed her phone. The children were still at the small inn. What if they encountered a villain? "Let me out. You are unlawfully detaining me. Release me immediately." Regardless of her shouts, no one paid her any heed. In the most luxurious residence of Jin City, the #1 mansion, Bo Yancheng hurried home, still clad in his clothes and shoes, making a beeline for the children's room on the 2nd floor, with the butler, Yang Bo, hastily following behind. The old butler spoke urgently. Young master was fine until this afternoon when Miss Shen suddenly arrived. She brought gifts and went upstairs to see him. After their conversation, young master became inexplicably irate and even hurt Miss Shen. A shadow crossed Bo Yancheng's face as he quickened his pace. Did he injure himself? It's unclear. Young master won't allow us to approach. Crash. Bang. The sounds of items being thrown echoed from inside the room as Bo Yancheng reached his son's door. Tension gripped him further. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. A vase flew toward him, and he swiftly sidestepped, watching it soar past his ear and tumble down the staircase, shattering into pieces on the ground below. Yang Bo stood frozen at the doorway, his face pale with fear. Unfazed by the chaos, Bo Yancheng entered the room, his composure steady as he approached his furious son. "Shen Bao, what has you upset again?" Shen Zongshan clenched his fists tightly, his brows knitted in distress, his chest rising and falling with each breath. His face was a mask of fury. Reflecting Bo Yancheng's own demeanor, their energies eerily similar, it was evident he was his father's son. Bo Yancheng took a cautious step closer, attempting to embrace his son. But Shen Bao rejected him, standing 2 meters away with a piercing gaze. "Are you getting married?" Bo Yancheng was taken aback. "Who told you that?" Shen Bao remained silent, fixated on him. Bo Yancheng's thoughts turned to Xin Jiaoyue. "Did Xin Jiaoyue tell you?" Shen Bao's brow furrowed further. Bo Yancheng, his expression darkening, clarified. "Do not listen to her nonsense. I have no intention of finding you a stepmother. You know I have never given up on finding your biological mother." "Not marrying her?" "No." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." Upon hearing this, Shen Bao's expression softened slightly. "I don't like her." Bo Yancheng replied, "Neither do I." Shen Bao's lips moved. "Is there any news about my mommy?" "Not at the moment, but rest assured, as soon as there is any news, I will inform you first." Bo Yancheng felt a tumult of emotions towards that woman. She had once been his salvation, indirectly saving his life, and he felt gratitude toward her. Being traditional in his beliefs, he thought of a single lifelong partner. Since they had shared an intimate bond, she was the only one for him. Thus, he yearned to find her, desire her, and live a harmonious life together. However, Shen Bao's sudden appearance made him feel both love and resentment. He had only ever been with her, and Shen Bao was undeniably their child, the fruit of their love. How could she abandon them? If Xin Jiaoyue had not accidentally discovered Shen Bao, he would have perished before their doorstep. She had left him, forsaking their child. What a cruel heart she possessed. As he watched Shinbao's emotions begin to cool, he approached, crouched down, and gently caressed his son's cheek, speaking softly, "Shinbao, I share your longing to find her. I wish she could appear before us right now, but some things cannot be forced. Just because we desire her does not mean she will return." It is hard to believe, but the two most affluent men in the world, each more solitary and pitiable than the other, had both been abandoned by the same woman. Shinbao furrowed his brows tightly. "Why did mommy not want you or me? Is it because you weren't good enough, or I wasn't?" Bo Yancheng shook his head. "She left when you were just born, how could it be your fault? You are a wonderful child. Then it must be your fault. Did you mistreat her and drive her away?" Bo Yancheng opened his mouth to refute but hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt. Although the circumstances of the past were complex, he had no opportunity to seek medical help, fearing for her life. Yet, she had indeed fought and resisted fiercely. He knew he had wronged her and sincerely wished to make amends, to live the rest of his life with her properly. "Shinbao, your mother and I experienced some unpleasantness, but trust me, I once promised her I would make her the happiest and most esteemed woman in the world. Yet, she vanished. You miss her, and so do I." Shinbao scrutinized Bo Yancheng for a moment before sulkingly turning away to sit by the window, gazing longingly toward the villa's entrance. He often sat there alone, hoping that one day his mommy would appear and he would be the first to notice. Bo Yancheng's heart ached as he watched his son's lonely silhouette. At moments like this, he could not help but harbor resentment. Where had that woman gone? Abandoning him and their child? Did her heart bear no pain? Chapter 7, asking her to return for the child. "Shinbao, please, go out. I want some quiet." Bo Yancheng, feeling helpless, could only retreat for the time being. The moment he stepped out of the room, his expression shifted. Just as he was about to inquire about Shin Jiaoyue's whereabouts, she appeared in the living room on the first floor, her eyes reddened. Seeing him emerge from Shinbao's room, Shin Jiaoyue hurried over, concern etched on her face. "Aiken, how's Shinbao now?" Bo Yancheng's demeanor was frosty. Yet he refrained from losing his temper on the spot. After all, Shin Jiaoyue was Shinbao's savior. He had once suspected the coincidence of Shin Jiaoyue discovering Shinbao. Did she hide Shinbao's biological mother to get closer to him? Then intentionally leave the child at his doorstep under the guise of rescuing him, hoping to earn his gratitude? But upon thorough investigation, he found that Shin Jiaoyue had indeed stumbled upon Shinbao by accident. Shinbao's mother's disappearance had no ties to Shin Jiaoyue. Thus, over the years, despite his dislike for Shin Jiaoyue, he treated her with respect. To compensate for Shinbao's lack of maternal affection, he never hindered Shin Jiaoyue from visiting, leading outsiders to believe he favored her. Rumors even circulated that Shin Jiaoyue was Shinbao's biological mother. Only those close to him knew the truth. His heart belonged solely to Shinbao's mother. He could never be with Shin Jiaoyue and had never given her any hope. Just as he had told his son. He did not like her. With a cold expression, Bo Yancheng descended the staircase, noticing the white bandage wrapped around Shin Jiaoyue's arm. He remarked, "I apologize. Shinbao hurt you." Shin Jiaoyue hastily exclaimed, "I am perfectly fine, my only concern is for Shinbao. What has happened to him? The moment he saw me today, he began to throw a tantrum. Is it because I have been away for so long filming? Has he grown distant from me?" Her expression was one of genuine concern for Shinbao, feigning ignorance of the underlying issues. Bo Yancheng cast a discerning glance at her. He was well aware that Shinbao's distress stemmed from her declaration to him that she intended to marry Bo Yancheng. He replied coldly, "No. He is merely missing his biological mother." At these words, Shin Jiaoyue clenched her fists in frustration. She understood that both Bo Yancheng and Shinbao were longing for the same woman, and jealousy gnawed at her insides. Years ago, after she had saved Shinbao in a dazed and confused state, her heart had soared with joy. Finally, she had an opportunity to draw closer to Bo Yancheng. When he sought to repay her kindness, she had suggested that growing up in a single-parent environment could be detrimental to a child's physical and mental well-being and expressed her hope to marry him. Even if it meant becoming his nominal wife, she would accept. However, Bo Yancheng had bluntly informed her that his legal wife had not divorced him. He remained married, and remarrying would constitute bigamy. Thus, marriage was off the table. He could only offer her other forms of compensation. This infuriated her. To be denied both love and status, how infuriating, how suffocating. The three individuals she loathed most in her life were Shen Bao's biological mother, Bo Yancheng's nominal wife, and Shen Bao himself. She harbored thoughts of eliminating all three of them. While Shen Jiaoyue felt resentment boiling within her, she outwardly wore a mask of self-reproach. It is all my fault, I have not provided enough maternal love for Shen Bao, which is why he yearns for his biological mother and has fallen ill. It is not your fault. It is entirely natural for a child to miss his mother. You are not his biological mother, and no matter how hard you try, you cannot provide the maternal affection he seeks, Bo Yancheng stated matter-of-factly, shattering her heart into 1,000 pieces. The truth of her not being Shen Bao's biological mother was a fact she could never change in her lifetime. Just as she was about to respond, Bo Yancheng interjected. Shen Bao is currently in a very fragile state. Unless there is an urgent matter, I would prefer you refrain from visiting my home. If you must come, please inform me in advance. Shen Jiaoyue's eyes widened in disbelief. Was she to be restricted from entering Bo Yancheng's home just because Shen Bao was upset? How was she any different from those women outside who coveted Bo Yancheng? No, no, no. Ah Chen, everything will be prioritized for Shen Bao, that is final. Bo Yancheng coldly concluded, issuing an expulsion order as punishment for her thoughtless words before Shen Bao. He had clearly stated that he would never marry her in this lifetime. Yet she dared to provoke Shen Bao. Furthermore, he had always preferred that Shen Jiaoyue stay away from his home. Shen Jiaoyue felt utterly stifled. But seeing Bo Yancheng genuinely angry, she dared not defy him at that moment and could only leave. Bo Yancheng then instructed the butler, should she come again? Do not allow her entry without notifying me first. Understood. Before long, Liu Bei rushed in hurriedly. Liu Bei was Bo Yancheng's brother and also a doctor. They discussed Shen Bao's condition. After hearing Bo Yancheng's account, Liu Bei advised against allowing Shen Jiaoyue near Shen Bao for the time being. He added, based on Shen Bao's behavior today, his bipolar disorder appears to have worsened, which does not bode well. He has been diligent about taking his medication, Bo Yancheng said irritably, lighting a cigarette. If he could find a solution, he wouldn't be troubled. Understanding the situation, Liu Bei sighed in resignation. If all else fails, you should consider hiring a child psychologist. An expert who can also act as a caregiver, someone who can be by Shen Bao's side consistently. As long as Shen Bao does not reject her, she can communicate with him and help him heal his emotional wounds. Even if healing is not achievable, she can at least monitor Shen Bao and prevent a deterioration of his condition, ensuring he has someone with him during his episodes. Bo Yancheng nodded. Do you have anyone suitable in mind? Not at the moment, but if you are open to a stranger residing in your home daily, I can look into it. Do not concern yourself with my feelings, my priority is Shen Bao. I would do anything for my son, even endure worse. Indeed. Suddenly, Bo Yancheng's phone rang. Sir, we have a situation. Miss Tang has escaped. Escaped? Yes, the fire alarm in the building went off unexpectedly, causing chaos as people rushed outside. And Miss Tang seized the opportunity to flee. To think we cannot even keep track of one woman, utterly useless. Bo Yancheng was already in a foul mood. And this news only intensified his anger as he vented his frustration. He tugged at his tie and demanded, why did the alarm go off? What caused it? Someone set off a smoke bomb in the basement, triggering the alarm, but we have yet to identify the perpetrator. The surveillance footage has also been tampered with. At this revelation, a cold glint flickered in Bo Yancheng's eyes. The use of a smoke bomb to aid an escape, coupled with the destruction of surveillance, indicated that she had someone backing her. He had almost dismissed his suspicions about her today, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Chapter 8, Divorce not long ago. The three little ones had finished washing up and emerged, only to find her missing, and the door ajar, causing them great concern. Tang Dabo reviewed the surveillance footage and, upon discovering that she had been abducted, hurriedly rushed to her rescue. Tang Nuanning was yet unaware that she had been rescued by her three sons. At this moment, she still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. When the alarm sounded, she rushed towards the door, and as she pushed it open, it yielded effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, she descended the stairs, only to behold her three sons awaiting her. Tang Nuanning steadied her mind and inquired, How is it that the three of you appeared there so unexpectedly? Tang Nuanning said, we discovered that mother was not at home. And upon hearing from the landlady downstairs that you had been taken away, we followed your location to search for you. Just as we arrived, you came downstairs. Mother? What exactly has happened? Tang Nuanning did not ponder for long. She turned her gaze towards Tang Bao, furrowing her brows. Bao, speak honestly to mommy. Why did you scratch someone else's car? Tang Bao blinked his eyes. Who are the despicable men and women that abducted you? What despicable men and women? Tang Bao, filled with indignation, thought to himself that had he known they would cause trouble afterward, he should not have let them off so easily at the train station during the day. Their propensity for mischief was evident, clearly deserving of a good thrashing. Mother, you need not concern yourself with this matter, allow your son to seek retribution. Upon finishing his words, Tang Bao clenched his small fist and prepared to venture outside. Tang Nuanning seized him, pressing him firmly into the chair, her expression grave. What transpired at the train station? Tang Bao pouted, realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon hearing this, Tang Nuanning's pupils trembled with shock. How could she remain oblivious to such an event? Tang Nuanning cradled the little Sanbao in her arms, inspecting the injuries upon his delicate frame. Upon noticing the lingering bruises that had yet to fade, her heart ached profoundly. With a voice thick with sorrow, she inquired if he was in great pain. The little Sanbao, ever obedient, sensed his mother's distress and promptly comforted her, assuring her that he felt no pain at all, that it had long since subsided. Do not be sad, mummy, he said, look, I can jump around. As he spoke, he leapt from her embrace and, before her eyes, bounded twice in a display of vitality, proving that he was indeed unscathed. Tang Nuanning gazed at her understanding little Sanbao, and unable to contain herself, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She reached out once more to embrace Sanbao tightly, gently caressing the back of his head, overwhelmed with sorrow. Among her three children, due to Sanbao's unique circumstances, she lavished upon him not only equal affection but also an extra measure of tenderness. I am so sorry, Sanbao. It is I, your mother, who has not cared for you adequately, causing you to endure hardships. Sanbao shook his head, insisting, no, that's not true. The aunt downstairs said that I look plump and healthy, which clearly shows that mommy has taken great care of me. Tang Nuanning held her little Sanbao tightly, embracing him for quite some time. She then opened the suitcase and took out the homemade ointment, applying it to the bruised areas. Following this, she delivered a lecture to Bao, praising him where it was due and admonishing him where necessary. For instance, she expressed that a real man should not instigate trouble, yet must also not shy away from it. It is commendable for an older brother to stand up for his younger sibling when he is bullied. However, it is inappropriate to take matters into his own hands, especially when he damages someone else's vehicle and fails to inform their mother. Furthermore, Tang Nuanning sternly emphasized the matter of fireworks and firecrackers, instructing Tang Bao that he must never play with them recklessly again. Little did she know that these were not mere fireworks, they were small bombs meticulously crafted by her very own son. In an effort to avoid inciting his mother's anger, Tang Bao nodded repeatedly, putting on an exceedingly obedient demeanor. As for the reason behind their change of residence, Tang Bao simply fabricated an excuse, which Tang Nuanning readily accepted. Subsequently, Tang Bao inquired whether they had caused any distress to their mother. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow at the thought of the 50 million. Wishing to spare her three children from worry, she fibbed, stating that there was nothing to concern themselves with, that the matter was behind them. Very well. You may play now. Mummy will just step into the restroom. Tang Nuanning went to the restroom, while the three little ones convened a clandestine meeting in the bedroom. Tang Bao remarked, the situation is not as simple as mother has portrayed, it is undoubtedly far from over. Otherwise, they would not have imprisoned her. Tang Bao clenched his small fist, asserting, they may think they can do as they please, but I refuse to stand idly by. Our beloved mummy deserves to be treated with respect. Brother, you and Sanbao stay home to keep mummy company, I shall confront them. They must learn the consequences of bullying our mummy. Tang Bao, resolute in his intentions, prepared to depart once more. However, Tang Bao restrained him, asserting, this time, you shall not go, I will take your place. You? Tang Nuanning replied, "Those scoundrels are accompanied by bodyguards. I fear you may not be able to contend with them." Tang Daba stared at his small tablet, his eyes filled with thoughts. After a few moments of silence, he slowly spoke. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning was oblivious to the fact that the three little ones had once again set their sights on Bo Yancheng. That night, she found herself unable to sleep, burdened by the thought of a 50 million compensation fee pressing heavily upon her. Even if her life were at stake, she could not possibly raise such an amount. The mere thought of the man's face sent her blood pressure soaring. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Daba and Erbo. This implied he might very well be the wild man from that day. Just thinking about it made her seethe with rage, wishing she could strangle him. Yet, lacking absolute certainty, she found herself at a loss for what to do. A sleepless night passed until the dawn of the next day, when Tang Nuanning finally devised a plan. Unable to conjure the 50 million for the time being and with the looming threat of the wild man snatching her child, she resolved to divorce Bo Yancheng and leave this place to seek a way to repay the debt. Thus, she rose, freshened up, left a note instructing the three little ones to stay inside and not run around, and then she stepped out. She took a taxi straight to Bo Yancheng's residence to seek a divorce. At the same time, chaos unfolded on Bo Yancheng's end. Early that morning, he received alarming news. The building he had inspected the previous day had been acquired overnight at a high price. Several plots of land he had his eyes on were snatched away. Additionally, numerous contracts awaiting signatures had all been intercepted. Preliminary estimates indicated that the losses for the Bo Group could reach billions. However, this was not what truly incensed Bo Yancheng. After all, he had ample funds, and losing billions was not a concern. What truly angered him was the unmistakable fact that someone was targeting him. Over the years, he had dominated the business arena. A mere stomp of his foot could send tremors throughout the economic sphere. No one dared to provoke him, let alone speak out against him. To his astonishment, even his best hackers could not identify the perpetrator. This left him fuming with nowhere to vent his frustration. With the boss in a foul mood, the employees bore the brunt of it, casting a shadow over the entire Bo Group. Zhou Sheng was bustling with activity, his phone nearly exploding with calls. Just as the situation remained unclear, all the computers in the Bo Group crashed, leaving the overwhelmed staff staring blankly at their screens, bewildered and helpless. Are the tech department all good for nothings? Bo Yancheng was furious. Zhou Sheng was sweating profusely, urgently pressing the tech team for answers. The tech team, on the verge of tears, was no ordinary group either, but today they had encountered a formidable opponent. Finally, after an arduous struggle, the computers rebooted. As the screens flickered to life, everyone was left dumbfounded. Chapter 9, President Bo, your wife seeks a divorce on the computer screen. Several large lines of text appeared. Today's events are merely a warning. Should you dare to bully the young lady again, I shall return. Mr. Bo, take care of yourself. The employees of the Bo Group were left in shock, questioning their surroundings, erupting into gossip. My goodness, was this computer malfunction orchestrated by someone? Who possessed the audacity to breach the Bo Group's system? Moreover, how dare they accuse President Bo of bullying a young lady? In the president's office, Bo Yancheng stared intently at his computer screen, his lips pursed tightly, his expression dark. Zhou Sheng sensed the atmosphere was about to explode. He mustered the courage to advise Bo Yancheng, Brother Chen, please calm down. To claim you bullied a young lady is unfounded. We all know your character. Where is that woman from yesterday? Bo Yancheng's voice was icy. Zhou Sheng paused, realizing he was referring to Tang Nuanning, and quickly replied. We have yet to locate her. Useless. Bo Yancheng's furious roar nearly shattered the ceiling. Zhou Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, trembling in fear. Being beside this man felt like being next to a tiger, a realization that was painfully clear in that moment. Bo Yancheng's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. He needed to find Tang Nuanning because he believed the young lady on the screen referred to her. He knew he was not a good man. But he had never bullied anyone, especially not women. His thoughts were consumed with the biological mother of Shenbao, and apart from her, he rarely interacted with women. Yet yesterday, he had indeed interacted with that woman and detained her. Furthermore, the hackers he employed were the best in the field, rarely experiencing defeat. But within a single day, they had failed twice. Business rivals and provocateurs eluded him, as did the woman named Tang Nuanning. He couldn't help but suspect they were all from the same faction targeting him. Bo Yancheng clenched his jaw and coldly declared, "Dig 3 feet into the ground. I will find her." "Yes, sir." Zhou Sheng promptly exited the president's office, eager to avoid Bo Yancheng's wrath. However, just as he relayed Bo Yancheng's orders, another issue arose. Zhou Sheng was taken aback. "Is it confirmed, madam?" "Yes, who would dare to lie to the master?" "It couldn't be wrong." "Who?" "Madam, your lawful wife." Bo Yancheng paused. Recalling he had a wife he had never met. "She seeks a divorce." Bo Yancheng was taken aback. After 6 years of silence, that wayward woman suddenly appeared to demand a divorce? He had no affection for her, but if he divorced her, what excuse would he have to placate Shen Zhaoyue? If she were a good woman, he would feel guilty exploiting her. Yet, she was not a virtuous person, using her would leave him untroubled. Zhou Sheng had known Bo Yancheng for many years and understood his intentions for not divorcing. Thus, he was not surprised and merely asked, "Should I convey your message to the madam? She may not believe it. Would you like to speak to her via video?" "Unnecessary. Why waste time on an inconsequential person?" Thus, Bo Yancheng outright refused, unaware that the very wife he dismissed was the woman he was so desperately seeking. Also, do not refer to her as madam in the future. There can only be one person worthy of that title, and no one else is deserving. Zhou Sheng understood that the person Bo Yancheng referred to was Xin Bao's biological mother. "I understand. How will she manage to take the child away?" Tang Nuanning, filled with discontent, attempted to reach Bo Yancheng several more times, yet to no avail. Dejected, she departed from Yujing Garden, her spirits utterly crushed. In this moment of despair, she realized that without leaving, she could not resolve her child's household registration, thus impeding their ability to enroll in school. Furthermore, her inability to depart hindered her from securing stable employment, and her financial resources were dwindling. Moreover, there lingered the unsettling presence of the man strikingly similar to her eldest and second child, alongside the burden of a 50 million debt. Tang Nuanning felt an increasing headache as she sought refuge beneath a patch of shade, contemplating her next course of action. At that moment, a child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, suddenly darted across the busy street as if possessed. The thoroughfare was teeming with vehicles, and chaos ensued. Brakes screeched, horns blared. Shouts erupted, and screams filled the air. Soon, the child's parents rushed into the fray, desperately attempting to retrieve their child, who resisted vehemently. He resembled a furious little beast, bellowing at his parents and passers-by alike. In a fit of rage, he raised his tiny fists and struck a nearby car. After assaulting the vehicle, he turned on himself, slapping his own face and scratching at his skin. His father, in a bid to restrain him, lifted him up, but the child retaliated fiercely, biting and shouting in a haunting, primal wail. Tang Nuanning gazed at the child, sensing that something was amiss, and swiftly rose to rush over. The child had already wriggled free from his father, who, in a fit of rage and anxiety, wore a crimson face, his fury reaching its zenith as he raised his hand to strike. Tang Nuanning quickly stopped him, urging everyone to remain calm and not act impulsively. As she spoke, she turned her attention to the child, crouching down to meet his gaze, arms outstretched in a gentle embrace. "Do not be afraid, come here, into Auntie's arms. I will protect you." The child regarded her with great caution. Tang Nuanning smiled and said, "I will not harm you, do not be afraid, come here." The boy stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly bent down, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it towards her. Tang Nuanning could not evade the blow. A stone struck her forehead, causing her to gasp in pain. The child's mother, witnessing the incident, felt a deep sense of remorse and could not help but shed tears. "I am so sorry, Mississippi. This child suffers from bipolar disorder and has had an episode. We are utterly helpless." Sob. "I understand, it's all right. What is his name?" "Fu Zixuan, his nickname is Xianxian," Tang Nuanning said. "You have frightened him. Please step aside, I will comfort him." The parents of the Fu family stared blankly at Tang Nuanning, ultimately conceding. They were utterly at a loss. Chapter 10, A Fire Within, Yearning for Confrontation. It is unclear what exactly Tang Nuanning communicated, but moments later, the little boy took the initiative to approach her. He tightly embraced her neck, burying his small face in her shoulder as he wept. Tang Nuanning cradled the child as she strolled towards a nearby park, eventually settling on the verdant grass to engage in conversation with the little one. Remarkably, after half an hour, the child fell asleep in her embrace. Witnessing this, the Fu family approached, utterly astonished. This child typically required sedatives to find solace during his episodes, yet here he was, tranquil without the need for medication. Tang Nuanning stated that bipolar disorder, commonly referred to as manic depressive illness, primarily stems from psychological issues. Medication can only serve as a supplementary remedy. It is essential to engage in heartfelt conversations and delve into the individual's mental realm. During episodes of illness, these individuals often experience profound insecurity triggered by external stimuli. Yelling at them is a grave mistake, as it not only fails to calm them but exacerbates their agitation and restlessness. Tang Nuanning spoke as she took out a pen and paper from her bag, jotting down the names of several traditional Chinese herbs. If you are at ease, you could prepare these remedies for him regularly, combining them with sweet stevia to encourage him to drink it. This should be beneficial for him. The child's parents hastily inquired. Are you a physician? Tang Nuanning awkwardly shook her head, saying, No, I do not possess a medical certificate, I've merely learned a little from my family. However, you can rest assured about this prescription, it is perfectly safe. After saying this, she entrusted the child to her parents and bid them farewell before departing. Not far away, Liu Bei observed the entire scene. He had driven by just moments ago and, noticing Fu Zixuan's unusual behavior, quickly parked the car and rushed over. Albeit arriving a moment later than Tang Nuanning, Xin Bao's symptoms mirrored those of Fu Zixuan. If she could soothe Fu Zixuan, she could surely comfort Shen Bao as well. She was strikingly beautiful, her smile particularly sweet and warm, embodying a healing presence. Perhaps Shen Bao would be able to accept her. Liu Bei thought, feeling a surge of excitement. He was acquainted with the Fu family, so he approached them for a brief exchange before inspecting the prescription Tang Nuanning had written. It consisted entirely of calming traditional Chinese herbs, with significantly fewer side effects compared to Western medicine. Evidently, she possessed knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Liu Bei's excitement heightened. Her understanding of traditional medicine would be of great assistance to Shen Bao. Suddenly, a black commercial vehicle halted beside Tang Nuanning, and several individuals emerged, forcefully dragging her into the car before speeding away. Damn it! Damn it! Liu Bei exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration despite his typically composed demeanor. He watched in shock as the black vehicle disappeared from sight and quickly dialed Bo Yancheng. Yancheng, you must hurry. I just discovered a woman who would be perfect for caring for Shen Bao, but a group of thugs has abducted her in broad daylight. You need to rescue her. Finding her may be our only hope for Shen Bao. Bo Yancheng inquired, what kind of woman? Very beautiful and gentle, slender and fair, with long hair and dimples when she smiles, exuding warmth. Get to the point. A remarkably beautiful woman. Bo Yancheng was left speechless. Provide the address. I'll have someone check the surveillance. Zhang Yuan Road. Just as Bo Yancheng ended the call, there was a knock on the car window. Sir, we've located her. Bo Yancheng glanced at Tang Nuanning through the window, then quickly looked again, frowning. Liu Bei had just mentioned that the woman had been abducted in the street. Could it be her? Unlikely, for she appeared anything but gentle. Tang Nuanning was taken aback upon seeing him. The sight of his face caused her blood pressure to surge uncontrollably. Initially infuriated by her unsuccessful attempt to divorce Bo Yancheng, her anger intensified, a fierce flame igniting within her. Why is it you again? What on earth do you want? Release me. I warn you. I haven't reported your actions from yesterday when you confined me. Do you believe I won't call the police right now? Let go of me. Release me. Tang Nuanning shouted fiercely, her small face flushed with anger. Bo Yancheng was puzzled by her audacity. Other women, upon encountering him, either trembled in fear or blushed with embarrassment. Yet here she was, bold and confrontational. He first instructed Zhou Sheng to seek out the gentle woman mentioned by Liu Bei. then ordered his men to usher Tang Nuanning into the car. As soon as Tang Nuanning obtained her freedom, she rushed to push the car door, eager to alight. However, she soon discovered that it would not budge. Frustration surged within her as she tugged fiercely at the door handle. Just as it seemed the handle might break under her relentless efforts, Bo Yan's cold voice pierced through the air. "Without my permission, you shall not leave." Tang Nuanning glared at him with a fierce intensity, her teeth clenched in fury. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the two children, making it nearly impossible for her not to associate him with that brutish man from 6 years ago. It is often said that an adult's breakdown can transpire in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Tang Nuanning's steadfast psychological fortitude crumbled to dust. Reflecting on the hardship she had endured over the years, coupled with the distressing events of the past few days, an inferno of rage surged within her, clouding her reason. She believed he was the very man who had wrought havoc upon her life. Without uttering a word, she lunged at him, fists poised to strike. The fire within her demanded confrontation. All the suffering she had borne, every indignity she had swallowed, were intricately tied to him. Bo Yancheng raised his hand to seize her wrist, astonishment etched upon his face. "You wish to strike me? I long to pummel you. I wish to see you dead," she retorted. This woman, has she grown up with the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? It was inconceivable. Even in his present position of immense power, no one had ever dared to openly threaten his life. Still reeling from disbelief, Bo Yancheng suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist. Tang Nuanning struggled to free herself from his grasp, resorting to sinking her teeth fiercely into his wrist, drawing blood in the process. With a dark expression, Bo Yan forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, "Are you a dog?" Tang Nuanning remained silent, refusing to grant him even a moment's response, and lunged at him once more. Today, she was fueled by an intense anger and yearned for confrontation. Bo Yancheng, with a darkened expression, restrained her once again, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind, or are you seeking death?" "I have indeed lost my mind. My madness is your doing, you might as well end my life directly. It is all your fault. You are to blame." Bo Yancheng struggled to comprehend her words. Realizing that intimidation was ineffective, he shifted to a warning: "If you continue this madness, what you owe me will not merely be 50 million, I could have the court impose a fine of 500 million. At the mere mention of money, Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback. Money was, apart from her 3 sons, the one thing she cherished most in this world. It was her Achilles heel. Having endured the hardships of financial struggle, she was acutely aware of the difficulties that accompany poverty, the arduousness of earning money, and the paramount importance of wealth. Tang Nuanning found herself successfully intimidated. With her large eyes wide open, she glared furiously at Bo Yancheng, yet she dared not make a move. Thus, her feelings of grievance deepened. The wild man stood right before her, yet she could neither strike nor scold him. Chapter 11: The woman I have been searching for is her. Within Tang Nuanning, an overwhelming fury and boundless grievance found no outlet for expression. With a choked sob, she cried out, "How can you be so cruel? Haven't you already inflicted enough suffering upon me? What do you truly desire? What are your intentions?" Observing her tears, Bo Yan was momentarily taken aback. A vivid image flashed through his mind, the scene of Shinbao's mother weeping beneath him that fateful night. The room had been shrouded in darkness, and he had not discerned her features clearly, his mind clouded by the effects of the drugs. He barely remembered her voice. Yet, when he kissed the corner of her eye, he felt the warmth of her tears. He could not fathom why the sight of this woman weeping would evoke memories of her, but in that fleeting moment, his heart softened, filled with compassion and sorrow. He even felt an urge to raise a hand to wipe her tears. But in the next instant, his brow furrowed once more. She could not possibly be her. Shinbao's biological mother was far gentler than this deranged woman before him. He had indeed been in a haze, yet he recalled her as a tender girl. As gentle as a cat devoid of temper, unlike the fierce creature before him, akin to a mother tiger. Bo Yan exhaled heavily. And when he turned his gaze back to Tang Nuanning, his expression morphed into one of impatience. "Silence. What gives you the right to dictate my actions? Who do you think you are? You have brought me such misery, does your conscience not ache? Not even a little? Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Are you even human?" Tang Nuanning felt a profound ache in her heart, her tears flowing more fiercely with each passing moment. She had hoped to erase the memories of her suffering, her hardships, and her grievances, but gazing upon his face made forgetting an impossibility. 6 years ago, he had betrayed her, and now, after 6 years, he returned to provoke her once more. Had she owed him something in a past life? Now, she found herself unable to divorce, unable to resolve her child's household registration, and tethered to Jean City, while inexplicably burdened with a debt of 50 million. What a wretched fate! Did the heavens possess no vision, targeting only her for torment? It was utterly unbearable, leaving her in deep despair. This was the first time since becoming a mother that Tang Nuanning had lost control in such a manner. Having given birth, she had emerged from her sorrow. Yet upon seeing Bo Yancheng today, she had spiraled into madness. Unbeknownst to him, she was the very person he had desperately sought. Yet he could not comprehend her words. He assumed her anguish stemmed from the sudden burden of a 50 million debt that had upended her life, leading her to resent him. Consequently, Bo Yancheng found her increasingly irksome. He had damaged another's vehicle without a hint of remorse, instead nurturing animosity, revealing a troubling mindset. Had it not been for the need to interrogate her, he would have already discarded her. You would do well to silence yourself, Bo Yancheng threatened darkly, his patience completely exhausted. Tang Nuanning resembled a frenzied little beast, fiercely growling at him as if poised to bite. Bo Yancheng bit down hard on his molars, warning. If you utter another cry, you shall never lay eyes on your child again in this lifetime. Tang Nuanning immediately slammed on the brakes. What did you just say? I dare you to test it. Tang Nuanning, in this world, the greatest challenge she faces is money. Yet, her Achilles heel lies in her child. Tang Nuanning instinctively clenched her lips tightly, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle any sound of her sobs. She stared at Bo Yancheng with a mix of frustration, anger, and fear. Tang Nuanning soon found herself at a disadvantage, her gaze diverting first. She composed herself, a wave of apprehension washing over her. What if he truly was that wild man? If she revealed the events of the past, what would happen if he sought to take her child? Given his current circumstances, he appeared to be doing quite well, a single vehicle of his valued in the tens of millions. Should he attempt to claim her child? She knew she would be unable to contend with him. In that moment, her impulsiveness nearly led to her exposure. Moreover, what if he merely bore a resemblance to that savage man? Her earlier display before him had been undeniably disrespectful. Tang Nuanning took a deep breath in secret to calm her emotions. After observing her regain her composure, Bo Yancheng finally spoke. Who rescued you? Where did you go after your rescue? And what is your true intention in approaching me? Are you after my wealth or my life? Tang Nuanning wore a bewildered expression. When did I ever express a desire to approach you? It was you who took the initiative to come and seize me yesterday. Then, the building suddenly caught fire. And in the ensuing chaos, I managed to escape. I had no intentions of coveting your wealth, nor coveting your life. Tang Nuanning paused as she spoke. If he were indeed that savage man, she would desire to end his life. Is that not so? Bo Yancheng inquired. Tang Nuanning pouted, muttering, I never intended to take your life. Do you truly believe that I would trust your words? What? You believe it or not, I am merely speaking the truth. Bo Yan's expression darkened ominously. Where did you stay last night? He had dispatched someone to search for her at a small inn, yet they were unable to locate her. The innkeeper claimed she had left without checking out. With his current capabilities, failing to find someone in Jean City suggested that the individual had successfully concealed their whereabouts. Such adept concealment could not be attributed to an ordinary person. Tang Nuanning was, of course, unaware that Tang Daba was tampering with the surveillance. She furrowed her brows and retorted, What business is it of yours where I reside? Bo Yan's expression turned icy, sending a jolt of fear through Tang Nuanning's heart. He was indeed quite intimidating when angered. In a moment of heated emotion, she had only sought to vent her frustrations, resembling a little tiger in her outburst. Now, having regained her composure, she realized the gravity of the situation and felt a sense of trepidation. Tang Nuanning retracted her neck, stating that it was a private matter and not convenient to disclose. Was it truly inconvenient to reveal, or was there an intention to conceal? Why would I deliberately hide anything? I owe you nothing. Just the thought of that 50 million left Tang Nuanning's words unspoken. Suddenly recalling something, she furiously took out her phone, locating a photograph to show to Bo Yancheng. I asked my son yesterday, and indeed, he damaged your car. However, look here. It was you who bullied him first. My second child merely retaliated by scratching your vehicle. Bo Yancheng glanced at the photo, his brow furrowing. In the image, a child's fair, tender leg was marred by a large bruise, a sight that was painful to behold. Tang Nuanning remarked, this injury was inflicted by your woman. It must be your wife. She is committing child abuse. I could file a lawsuit against her. Bo Yancheng remained silent. Tang Nuanning remarked. The train station is equipped with surveillance cameras. If you doubt this, you may verify it yourself. Bo Yancheng harbored no skepticism. He was well aware of Shen Zhaoyue's true nature. However, he pondered, what relevance did Shen Zhaoyue's transgressions hold for him? It was not me who inflicted the harm. Yet it was your son who wrecked my car. Tang Nuanning glared, momentarily at a loss for words. Every grievance has its origin, and even amidst the bonds of marriage, she could not place the burden of responsibility upon him. Furthermore, the injuries I bear were also inflicted by you, Bo Yancheng added. Tang Nuanning cast a glance at the bite mark on his wrist, instinctively recoiling, her confidence significantly diminished. Just as she pondered how to respond, Bo Yancheng shifted the conversation, asserting, if you wish to avoid imprisonment and prevent your child from losing their mother, it would be wise to speak candidly. Speak candidly about what? What is your true intent in approaching me? Who is orchestrating your actions? Tang Nuanning's grievances were palpable. I assure you, I had no intention of approaching you. Nor was I under anyone's instruction. Bo Yancheng clearly remained unconvinced. If you do not speak the truth, the consequences will be dire. I am speaking nothing but the truth. Tang Nuanning retorted. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. Zhou Shang. Hand her over to the police. Without my consent, she is not to be released. The car door was swiftly pulled open. Miss Tang, please step out of the vehicle, Zhou Shang requested. Chapter 12, Silence, Deafening. Tang Nuanning, in a fit of anger, exclaimed. I speak the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. What is it that you truly wish to hear? What do you desire me to say? I have no intention of approaching you, nor is there anyone directing me to do so. If it were possible, I would prefer to distance myself from you entirely. Wishing never to cross paths again. Bo Yan's expression darkened. If he claimed not to know me, then why the desire for such distance? Wishing for an eternity without our meeting? Do I harbor some grudge against you? Tang Nuanning realized she had let something slip. Her long eyelashes fluttered in a flurry as she attempted to deny it momentarily, exclaiming, I bear no animosity. Then what did you mean by your earlier words? He pressed. I find you quite unattractive, and therefore I wish to avoid your company. The sight of you reminds me of the king of hell. And I prefer to keep my distance. Bo Yancheng was left speechless. The car door stood ajar, and several bodyguards lingered by the vehicle, their expressions growing increasingly animated upon hearing her words. Although the outside world often referred to him as a living incarnation of the king of hell, she was the first to dare voice such sentiments in his presence. Moreover, she had the audacity to call him ugly. How amusing. Throw her into a cell. Let her go without food for 3 days. No one is to feed her without my permission. And she shall remain there until she is willing to speak before being released, Bo Yancheng declared, closing his eyes and refusing to cast another glance in her direction. The two bodyguards promptly ushered Tang Nuanning out of the car. Tang Nuanning's heart raced with anxiety. What would happen to her child if she were truly captured? In a moment of desperation, she blurted out, You scoundrel, you cannot take me away, I am the wife of Bo Yancheng. At that instant, Bo Yancheng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Tang Nuanning gasped, mustering her courage to speak, I am indeed the wife of Bo Yancheng. You may verify this if you wish. Are you familiar with the Bo family? They are the most prominent family in Jin City, possessing immense power. Although Bo Yancheng is disabled and does not enjoy favor within the Bo household, he is still a member of the family, and as his wife, I am considered somewhat of a beau as well.
To bully me is tantamount to bullying Bo Yancheng. To bully Bo Yancheng is equivalent to taking on the Bo family.
A family of such stature values its reputation dearly. Do you possess enough lives for the Bo family to settle the score? Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning observed his silence and continued, let me tell you, Bo Yancheng, he loves me deeply.
His affection for me is utterly consuming. Dare to harm me, and he will not spare you.
Bo Yancheng. The bodyguards. The silence at this moment was deafening. Standing right before her was Bo Yancheng, yet she claimed he loved her with an unquenchable passion. Anyone who heard her would deem this a fabrication.
A preposterous one at that.
Had she merely stated that she was his wife, Bo Yancheng might have entertained some belief. Now, he trusted not even a punctuation mark of her assertion. He pressed his lips together, his disdain palpable even to the blind.
Lacking the inclination to expose her deceit,
he averted his gaze and coldly commanded, take her away. Hey! You, ugh!
A bodyguard covered Tang Nuanning's mouth and dragged her from the car, escorting her to the police station.
Zhou Shang hurriedly approached with the surveillance video, instructing the bodyguards, wait a moment.
He entered the vehicle and lowered his voice, saying,
Brother Chen, we found the woman Dr. Lu mentioned. It turns out she is the Miss Tang we have been searching for. Look, she just managed to calm Fu Zishuan.
Bo Yancheng?
After taking the tablet and viewing it for a while, he glanced at Tang Nuanning outside the window, his expression becoming intricate. He had not anticipated that the woman Liu Bei urgently wanted him to find would be her.
Fu Zishuan was the beloved nephew of his good friend He Jingchen.
2 years ago, after being kidnapped, he suffered psychological trauma and bipolar disorder, exhibiting symptoms akin to Shen Bao's during episodes. The Fu family, much like him, had consulted numerous pediatric specialists, yet none could offer a solution.
To his astonishment, Tang Nuanning seemingly could. This woman.
Yet now, he found himself overthinking.
Was Fu Zishuan's situation a trap set by her to draw closer to him and Shen Bao, deliberately performing for his benefit? After all,
many events had transpired since her arrival. She was certainly not as simple as she appeared.
Bo Yancheng fell silent for a moment before coldly stating, first, release her.
I need to observe her further. If she is intentionally approaching me, allowing her to go this time will certainly lead her to find ways to present herself before me again. When I bring her before Shen Bao, it is imperative to ensure she harbors no ill intentions. Tang Nuanning suddenly found herself liberated, feeling somewhat dazed as she peered into the vehicle with suspicion.
Could it be that he had already acknowledged her as the wife of Bo Yancheng, thus instilling fear within him? It must be so. It seems that although Bo Yancheng is disabled and holds little favor within the Bo family, his name still carries weight.
After all, the Bo family is vast and prosperous, being the foremost aristocracy in Jincheng.
Tang Nuanning did not ponder deeply and hurriedly ran away.
In the shadows, a tall and ghostly figure of a man was observing her intently, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he muttered to himself, a splendid performance, a splendid performance. He. Bo Yancheng seemed to sense something amiss. He lowered the car window and glanced into the crowd, yet found nothing suspicious.
What's wrong, Chen Ge?
Nothing.
Let's go. Chapter 13, Chen Ge, something has happened to Miss Tang.
Her little warm-hearted boy, Xiao Sanbao, had already prepared lunch.
Golden eggs enveloped grains of rice,
filled with shrimp balls, ham, diced meat, carrots, and green beans.
It looked absolutely delectable. Mommy!
The children were her healing elixirs, no matter how sorrowful she felt. The sight of those little ones instantly lifted her spirits.
Tang Nuanning embraced this and kissed that, utterly overwhelmed with happiness. Has Mommy's matters been resolved? Asked De Bao.
Tang Nuanning shook her head, indicating that it was not yet resolved, and that they might need to remain in Jin City for a few more days.
Why had it not been accomplished?
The children were oblivious to the existence of Bo Yancheng. She preferred that the children remain unaware of past events. After all, they were merely children, and their responsibility was to grow up happily and healthily. The burdens of adulthood need not trouble them.
All right, my dear children.
You need not worry about my matters, they will be settled in due time.
Now, let us have our meal. After lunch,
the three little ones retired for their afternoon nap, while Tang Nuanning sat on the bed, counting her money. Altogether, her funds barely amounted to 10,000 yuan. How impoverished she felt. They needed to find accommodation and cover their daily expenses. Although her 3 sons were still young and did not eat much, they were in a growth phase and could not subsist solely on plain steamed buns. Fruits, vegetables, milk, eggs, seafood, and meat, none of these could be overlooked. Upon careful calculation, the expenses for a family of 4 were considerable. These few thousand yuan would not last long. With empty pockets, a sense of unease filled her heart. Tang Nuanning felt that she should first seek a part-time job, preferably one that offered daily wages. However, in this era that places great emphasis on educational qualifications and certificates, she found herself devoid of both, rendering her unable to pursue the job she desired. Sigh. Tang Nuanning lamented with a sense of helplessness. At moments like these, she couldn't help but feel disheartened. She had indeed gained admission to a prestigious university, yet the outcome was. Tang Nuanning scoured the internet but found nothing to her liking. Ultimately, she resolved to seek a position with a lucrative salary. After some consideration, she concluded that selling alcohol offered the most promising financial reward. The pay was enticing, 380 yuan per night, along with a 2% commission. Although she was not particularly fond of the environment, the allure of money led her to compromise her preferences. At precisely 7 in the evening, Tang Nuanning made her entrance at the Zuihuan bar. With its name translating to drunken joy, the establishment was a veritable treasury of indulgence in the city of Jin, renowned for its opulence. Patrons frequenting this venue were invariably affluent or of high social standing. In a mere hour and a half, Tang Nuanning had sold 3 bottles of wine, each priced between 10 to 20,000 yuan, resulting in a commission exceeding 1,000. In today's society, beyond educational qualifications and certifications, one's appearance also holds significant weight. With her striking beauty, enviable figure, melodious voice, and notably exquisite hands, she captivated those around her. Observing her as she conversed and poured wine was truly a delightful experience. Consequently, Tang Nuanning garnered considerable popularity within the bar. However, her exceptional beauty also attracted unwelcome attention. "Drink this bottle and consider the payment mine," declared Hai, the notorious lecherous uncle of Jiaoyue, infamous in the city for his lascivious pursuits and archetype of the unrefined. He was neither handsome nor skilled, yet he reveled in frivolity. Tang Nuanning was unfamiliar with him and paused at his words. "Am I supposed to drink it?" "Yes. You must drink it, not a single drop should remain." "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? This bottle of wine is for your consumption and it's quite expensive." "What I say is appropriate is appropriate. This bottle of wine costs 100,000. You drink it, and I will pay." As Hai spoke, he leered at Tang Nuanning, his gaze lewd and insistent. Tang Nuanning realized she was confronted by a rogue. Suppressing her impulse to strike, she forced a smile and said, "I truly apologize, but I took cold medicine earlier today, so I cannot consume alcohol." Upon hearing this, the older man became displeased and retorted, "Then take the wine away. We no longer desire it." Tang Nuanning was astonished. The establishment had a rule that once a bottle of wine was opened, it could not be returned. "Ah! Did I instruct you to open it? This wine was your own decision to uncork. If it cannot be returned, then the bill is yours to settle." Tang Nuanning suppressed her anger and said, "It is only because you instructed me to open this bottle that I dared to do so. There should be surveillance in this private room, we can always check the footage." Upon hearing her words, the others in the room burst into laughter. Realizing that this girl was not a frequent visitor. How could a bar possibly be equipped with cameras everywhere? What if one wished to engage in something more clandestine? Ha ha! Tang Nuanning clenched her fists, secretly gritting her teeth. Indeed, she had never set foot in such a place before, and thus was unaware of its intricacies. Someone spoke up, "Young lady, it is a blessing that President Shen has taken notice of you. If he offers you a drink, you should graciously accept it. Do not be ungrateful. Do you have any idea who President Shen is? The mere mention of his name would astound you. However, if you manage to please him, your fortunes may greatly improve in the future." Tang Nuanning discerned that the imposing figure before her held considerable status. Engaging in a confrontation would undoubtedly lead to her detriment. In the face of capital, the common folk are rendered insignificant. A stubborn resistance only results in defeat. This bottle of wine, valued at 100,000,
equates to the annual salary of many. Yet, the affluent can effortlessly indulge in several bottles in a single night. Thus, what could she possibly leverage against them? However,
if that 100,000 were to be attributed to her, it would be akin to a death sentence, as she possessed no means to recompense.
Tang Nuanning fell silent for a few moments, forcing a smile.
It was my fault, Mr. Shen.
It's rather noisy here, perhaps we should step outside for a private conversation?
Upon hearing this, Shanhai immediately perked up, chuckling softly as he rose to his feet.
Excellent.
Let us find a quieter spot for a more in-depth discussion.
Laughter erupted from the private room, encouraging them with remarks like, yes, yes, delve deeper, ha ha ha. The sinister laughter made Tang Nuanning feel nauseous.
Suppressing her disgust, she smiled and turned to leave.
As Bo Yancheng exited the elevator, he happened to glimpse Tang Nuanning slipping through the emergency exit.
Frowning, he watched intently. In the next moment, Shanhai burst from the private room, eagerly rushing towards the emergency exit, muttering, "My darling, I'm coming."
He.
Behind the bar's emergency exit lay a realm where stories unfolded. After all, the dim lighting and sparse crowd rendered it an ideal location for those impassioned souls seeking relief. I adore your type. From the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart was ensnared. Rest assured, I shall treat you well.
If you attend to my needs,
you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards. The words conjured vivid thoughts. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped Tang Nuanning's lips.
Zhou Shang's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Chen.
It seems Miss Tang is in trouble. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, reluctant to intervene, but considering Shen Bo, he decided to stride forward. What he witnessed next was utterly astonishing.
Chapter 14, Is Mr. Bo so inexpensive?
Shanhai lay on the ground, a black garbage bag over his head. Cradling his head and wailing in despair,
Tang Nuanning struck at him with punches and kicks. Although her strength was insufficient, akin to a scuffle between elementary school children,
Shanhai still cried out in pain. After all, she was wearing high heels. Shanhai appeared to be somewhat inebriated, lacking the energy to retaliate.
After a brief exchange,
Tang Nuanning took a few breaths, made a face at Shanhai, and then promptly collapsed to the ground. Shanhai groaned as he struggled to rise, removing the garbage bag from his head.
Who dares to strike me? Are they seeking death? Just wait and see what I shall do to you. Tang Nuanning groaned as she awoke, feigning bewilderment. President Shen, what transpired?
My head aches terribly, as though I have been struck.
I was attacked. Did you catch sight of the assailant?
No, I was rendered unconscious, she replied.
Damn it!
How dare someone sabotage my endeavors and assault me?
Fear not, my dear.
I shall summon assistance immediately to investigate and apprehend the culprit. I will ensure they pay dearly for this transgression. With a flurry of curses,
Shanhai reached for his phone, ready to rally help.
Tang Nuanning excused herself to the restroom, bearing an expression of palpable anxiety.
Yet, upon turning away, she transformed entirely.
Her face became a vivid canvas of emotions, clearly engaged in a torrent of invective within her mind. The language she employed was rather coarse.
Bo Yancheng. Zhou Shang? Is it truly possible to behave in such a manner? With a modicum of thought,
one could easily deduce the unfolding drama. Shanhai sought to intimidate her, and lacking the courage to confront him directly, she resorted to subterfuge.
It is a perplexing dilemma whether to commend her cunning or to marvel at her audacity.
Tang Nuanning emerged timidly from behind the safety door, her heart secretly rejoicing.
Suddenly,
she caught sight of two figures, causing her heart to skip a beat.
Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow and regarded her with an inscrutable expression.
Zhou Sheng smiled and greeted her. Miss Tang, it is a pleasure to see you again.
Tang Nuanning sensed that they had undoubtedly witnessed the earlier events.
She swallowed nervously. And before she could utter a word, a voice emerged from behind her. Shanhai.
Zhou Shang? Oh, you are here too. That's splendid.
Please, help me investigate.
I have just been ambushed. Due to Shen Zhaoyue's intervention on Shen Bao's behalf, the entire Shen family basked in the ensuing glory. Shen Hai, being familiar with Bo Yancheng, was also acquainted with Zhou Shang.
Positioned as he was, he could only see Zhou Shang, thus he sought his assistance.
Tang Nuanning's lips twitched uncontrollably,
her expression utterly captivating as she gazed at Zhou Shang in disbelief. They were acquainted.
Was this truly her misfortune? Observing Zhou Shang awaiting Bo Yancheng's words, she hastily approached.
Standing on tiptoe to whisper in Bo Yancheng's ear, "It was he who attempted to harass me, you mustn't speak out of turn."
Bo Yancheng,
averse to women encroaching upon his personal space, displayed a flicker of disdain in his eyes before darkening his countenance and shoving her away. Tang Nuanning believed he was unwilling to cooperate, so she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, clinging to him like an octopus, and impatiently exclaimed, "I merely came to take on a part-time job, never anticipating that he would take a liking to me.
He intends to humiliate me.
Which is why I was left with no choice.
I was merely acting in self-defense. Just think about your 50 million, if anything were to happen to me. You can forget about receiving a single cent." Bo Yancheng responded with a chilling tone. "Are you threatening me?" Startled, Tang Nuanning instinctively retracted her neck. Just as she was about to clarify, Shen Hai approached. "Oh? Ah Chen, you're here too."
Tang Nuanning was consumed by fear at the thought of Bo Yancheng exposing her, her heart raced in her throat. She was acutely aware that this man named Shen was a figure of great significance. If he were to uncover that she was the one who had assaulted him, her fate would be sealed this very night.
Tang Nuanning's eyes widened, and without hesitation, she leaned in and pressed her lips against Bo Yancheng's, silencing him completely. Bo Yancheng, Zhou Shang, Shen Hai?
Time seemed to stand still, and no one uttered a word. The silence was deafening. No one expected Tang Nuanning to take such a bold step. Tang Nuanning herself did not anticipate the sensation of her inexperienced and nervous lips brushing against Bo Yancheng's cool ones, her eyelashes fluttering gently as her heart raced. It was not the thrill of a kiss that stirred her, but rather the anxiety and awkwardness of the moment. The act of seeking comfort in another's embrace felt excruciatingly embarrassing. Moreover, she worried that despite kissing him, she could not silence him.
How could he allow a woman, other than Shen Bao's mother, to kiss him? Was this the long-awaited bloom of an iron tree that had remained barren for years?
Zhou Shang felt a surge of excitement within him. He could not remain as an unwelcome presence here, nor would he permit Shen Hai to be one either.
He had to create an opportunity for Bo Yancheng. Thus, Zhou Shang pulled Shen Hai away. "Mr. Shen, let us have a chat over here." "But wait, what about a Chang?"
As Shen walked away, Tang Nuanning finally felt her tense heart relax. She hurriedly released Bo Yancheng, her face flushed.
"Thank you for rescuing me."
Saying this, she resolutely retrieved a handful of money from her pocket, hesitated for a moment, and then stuffed it into Bo Yancheng's hand before fleeing in haste. Bo Yancheng watched her retreating figure, his brows furrowed in frustration. It was no exaggeration. This was the first time in 6 years he had engaged in such intimate contact with a woman. The familiar and delightful sensation flooded his mind, reminding him of that night 6 years ago. On that evening, her lips had been just as soft. Thus, he had not immediately pushed her away, permitting her to kiss him for so long.
"Ah Chang, do you know that woman who sells liquor?"
he asked darkly as he shoved the money back into Zhou Shang's hands and strode towards the private room, ignoring Shen Hai entirely. He had always treated Shen Hai with this dismissive attitude, considering him as inconsequential. Zhou Shang glanced at the bills in his hand, astonished.
250. Was this the hush money Tang Nuanning had given to Bo Yancheng? Or was it a tip after she had kissed him? Was a mere kiss and a bit of hush money only worth 250? Did this imply that Bo Yancheng perhaps wasn't valued as highly as one might think? Shen Hai, still anxious, noticed Bo Yancheng's displeasure and hesitated to pursue him, instead grasping Zhou Shang's arm and inquiring, "Does Yancheng know that woman? What is their relationship? How could she dare to kiss him? How could he allow it? He is clearly my yaya's man."
Zhou Shang, feeling irked by this, retorted, "Mr. Shen, you should understand the relationship between Bo Yancheng and Miss Shen well enough.
Some things are better left unsaid, should Bo Yancheng become displeased.
It could have dire consequences for you, Miss Shen, and the Shen family." Zhou Shang smiled politely and gently extricated himself from Shen Hai's grasp, making his exit.
Shanhai's expression darkened, ignoring the pain in his body as he pulled out his phone to call Shin Jiuyue. Yeah, something has happened. A major incident. Yancheng kissed another woman.
Inside the luxurious private room, the atmosphere was lively and bustling.
Upon seeing Bo Yancheng enter, everyone rose to greet him, Brother Chang. Bo Yancheng nodded, signaling them to continue their revelry. He walked directly to the center seat, sat down, crossed his long legs, and lit a cigarette. He Jiucheng noticed Bo Yancheng's foul mood and asked, "What's wrong? You rarely come out to have fun, why the sour face?" Bo Yancheng's thoughts were consumed by Tang Nuanning.
Her kiss had unsettled his mind.
Chapter 15, Fear not, my vitality is strong. Bo Yancheng did not elaborate but inquired, "How is Zishuan doing now?" Fu Zishuan was He Jiucheng's nephew.
He Jiucheng replied, "When I visited him at the hospital this afternoon, he was still asleep. My sister mentioned that he had another episode today, storming out of the hospital and causing a scene on the street. Fortunately, he encountered a girl who understood medicine, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire."
And Shen Bao? How has she been lately?
Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, same as usual. He Jiucheng reassured him. "Don't be too upset, Xiaobei said that the probability of miracles and psychological illnesses is quite high. They are still young, perhaps as they grow, they will overcome their afflictions."
Bo Yancheng inhaled deeply on his cigarette, not responding.
It was important to note that the conditions of Fu Zishuan and Shin Bao were different. Fu Zishuan had developed psychological issues following his abduction, while Shin Bao's trouble stemmed from an obsessive attachment to her mother.
Emotional wounds require emotional remedies. If Fu Zishuan can conquer his fears, he will naturally recover.
But Shin Bao's situation is more complex, if she never finds her biological mother in this lifetime. Her affliction may persist indefinitely, only worsening over time. Suddenly, He Jiucheng leaned closer, narrowing his eyes, the scent of a woman's perfume wafting from him.
"Have you been seeing someone?"
He Jiucheng was notorious for his flirtatious nature and was quite perceptive in such matters.
"Why do you smell of perfume?" "It's a pleasant fruity scent, distinctly feminine and unique. I've never encountered it before."
"It must be quite expensive. The woman who wears it is certainly not an ordinary one."
"Come on, who is she? Which wealthy young lady has finally succeeded in capturing your attention after all these years without success?" He Jiucheng knew Bo Yancheng well.
His heart had always belonged to Shin Bao's mother, remaining steadfastly loyal for years. Countless women had attempted to win his affection, yet none had succeeded. Even Shin Jiuyue had interacted with him more frequently but had never managed to get close.
Bo Yancheng's expression darkened.
Tang Nuanning stood on her tiptoes, one arm around him while the other tugged at his tie, kissing him, a scene that replayed incessantly in her mind. He Jiucheng observed his silence without pressing for answers. Merely stating, "Though your feelings for Shin Bao's mother are profound, to put it bluntly, it's uncertain whether that woman is even alive, let alone if she has remarried.
If she has a husband and children now, would you dare to disrupt their harmony?"
There are myriad ways to express gratitude.
It is unnecessary to offer oneself in such a manner.
You may have remained chaste for her, yet she could very well be nestled in another man's embrace.
Bo Yancheng shot him a cold glare.
He Jiucheng chuckled, "Do not be angry, I merely suggest that if..."
"Listen to my advice, one must seize the day. After all, you are a man who has tasted life. It's been 6 years since you've indulged, aren't you anxious?" Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. "Not as desperate as you."
He Jiucheng laughed, "I worry that your long abstinence may have left you in disrepair. Concern yourself with your own condition.
Using it too frequently might lead to deterioration." "Fear not, my health is robust."
Bo Yancheng shot him a disapproving glance just as his phone rang. It was the housekeeper.
"Anxious?"
"Sir, the young master refuses to eat dinner again. He hasn't had a bite all evening, and I fear for his health."
Bo Yancheng's voice turned cold. "Why won't he eat?"
"I do not know, the young master refuses to speak."
"I understand." Upon hanging up, Bo Yancheng extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and stood to leave. He Jiucheng inquired, "Shin Bao?" Bo Yancheng strode towards the exit,
prompting the others in the private room to cease their activities and see him off. He waved his hand, indicating for them to continue their revelry, and departed swiftly. A group gathered around He Jiucheng, asking, "Brother Chang, why did Shingu leave so soon?" The assembled were all familiar faces, aware of Shen Bao's situation. They sighed. Over the years, Shen Gu has been both father and mother. It has been quite challenging.
Who knows where Shen Bao's mother has gone? To forsake such an outstanding man, how foolish. He Jincheng raised an eyebrow. Who are you calling foolish? I think you are the one lacking sense.
Daring to speak of the woman who holds Yancheng's heart. Be cautious, he might just open a hole in your head and fill it with nonsense,
transforming you into a fool.
The individual who had spoken quickly realized his error and promptly reprimanded himself.
I shall refrain from such comments henceforth.
Good. Now that you are aware of her significance in Yancheng's life, refrain from speaking ill of her.
Enjoy yourselves, today, Yancheng is treating. So have a good time and do not hold back.
The private room buzzed with life once more as He Jincheng continued to smoke.
In truth,
he felt a pang of sympathy for Bo Yancheng. Though he thrived in his career, his emotional life was a chaotic mess.
Alas! Even heroes can falter at the hands of beauty. Why pursue the heart when one could simply enjoy the pleasures of the flesh?
Just look at how carefree he seems.
This thought should be noted by He Jincheng.
Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had already hailed a taxi and departed. Recalling the bold act of kissing him, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She had never envisioned herself taking such an initiative. During her university years, both Xia Tiantian and Nanwan labeled her a paragon of conservatism.
Had it not been to silence him, she would never have acted so impulsively. And to think she had spent 250 yuan, enough to buy 3 sets of autumn clothing for 3 children. Tang Nuanning was still lost in thought when a luxurious vehicle suddenly sped in front of them, obstructing their path.
2 men clad in black emerged from the car, forcibly dragging her out and heading towards the roadside.
Tang Nuanning, in a state of panic, struggled and cried out, "Who are you? Let me go! Let me go!"
She was brought to the bridge, where a dazzlingly dressed woman awaited her arrival.
Tang Nuanning regarded her with a sense of familiarity. However, obscured by a mask and sunglasses,
the woman remained unrecognizable. Just as she was about to inquire, the woman approached and struck her across the face, exclaiming, "You wretched creature!"
Tang Nuanning was momentarily stunned by the blow.
Restrained by 2 bodyguards, she was unable to retaliate and could only retort in anger, "Who are you?
What gives you the right to hit me?"
The shameless harlot, daring to entice my own people, clearly has a death wish. The woman retaliated with 2 more slaps.
Tang Nuanning's delicate face burned with pain as she erupted in fury. "You are the shameless woman. Are you out of your mind? Who have I seduced? Speak clearly."
Shen Jiaoyue raised her hand, gripping her chin tightly, casting a disdainful gaze upon her. Daring to entice yet refusing to acknowledge it, "You wretched creature.
I warn you.
Aiken is a man you could never aspire to, only I am worthy of him.
If you dare to pursue him again, I will end you.
Do not think that just because you are somewhat attractive, you can ascend to greatness. You too, ruin her face for me, it is repulsive to behold. Without this face,
what hope do you have of enticing Aiken?"
Tang Nuanning was taken aback as the man beside her brandished a dagger.
Was he truly intent on disfiguring her after assaulting someone? Such cruelty was utterly unacceptable.
She swiftly stomped on the toe of one of the men, seizing the moment of his agony to retrieve her canister of self-defense spray from her bag.
She unleashed a fierce spray towards the 2 men.
This self-defense spray was a formidable gift from Erbao, and it proved its worth. The 2 bodyguards winced in pain, desperately rubbing their stinging eyes.
Tang Nuanning's hands were freed as she seized Shen Jiaoyue by the collar.
With a series of resounding slaps, she vented her anger and warned, "I do not know you.
Nor do I know anyone named Aiken. Keep your distance, do not mistake me for an easy target. If you dare to trouble me again, I will report you to the authorities." Having spoken, she forcefully pushed Shen Jiaoyue aside and fled.
She ran with remarkable speed, swiftly crossing the street to the opposite side. Shen Jiaoyue, still clad in high heels, twisted her ankle upon impact, her face contorting in pain as she sat on the ground, wailing, "Someone make that wretched girl pay. If you don't deal with her, you might as well perish." The bodyguards, momentarily disregarding their discomfort, hastened to pursue Tang Nuanning. Just as they reached the other side,
a deep, ominous male voice commanded from behind, "Stop." Chapter 16, Temptation.
Both fell into unconsciousness. Tang Nuanning watched as Tang Nuanning hailed a taxi and departed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Were it not for his elder brother's admonition to discreetly protect their mother without revealing his identity unless absolutely necessary, he would have rushed forward in that moment. Who would dare to harm his beloved mother, Tang Nuanning? Surely, they must be courting death. After Tang Nuanning departed, Tang Nuanning turned to seek out Xin Zhaoyue. Xin Zhaoyue, having twisted her ankle, had yet to rise from the ground. Tang Nuanning bounded over with exuberance, calling out from a distance, "Auntie, make way, you're blocking the path." Xin Zhaoyue turned her head to see Tang Nuanning sprinting towards her at a velocity reminiscent of a 100-meter dash, resembling a miniature rocket. If he were to collide with her, it would surely be excruciating. You slow down. You reckless child, slow down. Tang Nuanning, in a sudden rush, collided with Xin Zhaoyue, sending her sprawling several meters away. Despite his small stature, he was a trained fighter with considerable strength. Tears welled up in Xin Zhaoyue's eyes as she exclaimed, "Who is this unruly child? Where are the parents?" Tang Nuanning approached with an air of pretense, exclaiming, "Oh dear. My apologies, madam. I failed to stop in time. Are you all right, dear lady? Allow me to assist you in getting up." Tang Nuanning feigned concern to approach Xin Zhaoyue, but inadvertently stepped on her injured hand. Xin Zhaoyue emitted a piercing cry, attempting to throw Tang Nuanning off her, only for him to land squarely atop her. By sheer misfortune, his small hand pressed down upon her sprained ankle. With a sickening crack, her bone snapped beneath the pressure. In that instant, Xin Zhaoyue succumbed to the pain and fainted. Tang Nuanning finally rose to his feet, brushed off his hands, and cast a disdainful glance at Xin Zhaoyue, letting out a cold huff. His mother had always said that women, the elderly, and children were vulnerable groups that should not be bullied. However, some women hardly deserved the title. Did he strike a woman? Certainly not. He contended with a female tyrant, a monstrous fiend, a scourge of society, a venomous scorpion. Spotting an approaching vehicle, Tang Nuanning stuck out his tongue at the unconscious Xin Zhaoyue and fled the scene. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had just arrived home. De Bao and San Bao had already received news from Tang Nuanning, realizing their mother had been wronged. Upon seeing the imprint of a hand on their mother's face, little San Bao could not contain his tears. Gently caressing his mother's swollen cheek, he felt a pang of heartache. "Mommy, it hurts, woo-woo." Tang Nuanning hurriedly embraced the little third treasure, soothingly assuring, "Mummy is not hurt, Mummy merely stumbled and twisted her foot. Mummy is perfectly fine, truly. It doesn't hurt at all." The little third treasure clung tightly to her neck, sobbing softly. Tang de Bao's eyes were red-rimmed as he observed his mother's reluctance to speak the truth. Understanding the situation, he refrained from pressing her for answers and instead fetched an ice pack to soothe Tang Nuanning's pain. Tang Nuanning did not see the second treasure and inquired, "Where is the second treasure?" Tang Nuanning did not dwell on the matter for long. She was acutely aware of the tempestuous nature of her second child. Fearing that he might become obstinate upon noticing the marks of a slap upon her face, she took a moment to soothe the third child before excusing herself to the bathroom under the pretext of freshening up. "Where is Mommy?" "She has gone to wash up." Tang Daba pulled Tang Nuanning into their room, closed the door, and whispered. Tang Nuanning was filled with indignation. The reasons eluded me, for I was distant from mother and could not discern their words. I only knew that a woman, flanked by bodyguards, had confronted mother and even struck her. "Did you not inquire about the specifics from mother?" She claimed to have stumbled, reluctant to elaborate, and we did not press her further. I have already avenged mother by delivering a sound thrashing to them. Tang Daba frowned, feeling an innate sense of unease towards the city's treatment of his mother. Since their arrival, she had never seemed truly happy. It was imperative to discern the purpose of her being here, and swiftly orchestrate their departure. However, what could be done if she remained tight-lipped? They would conduct a discreet investigation. During her outings, he would ensure her protection, vowing that she would no longer endure any harm. "Yes, her safety is in my hands," he affirmed. "By the way, Mom is working at a bar tonight," little Sanbao remarked, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "She must be earning our living expenses. I saw her searching for part-time work this afternoon."
Woe is me, the mention of money left Tang Daba feeling both helpless and heartbroken. At only 5 years old. If he were to tell his mother that he had saved a fortune in the bank, this oblivious mother of his would surely faint, possibly not regaining consciousness. Sighing, he pondered how to devise a means to provide her with some financial support. In the bathroom, Tang Nuanning stood beneath the shower, eyes closed, attempting to alleviate her mounting frustrations. She was acutely aware that she had never seduced any man and felt no guilt in her heart. Thus, she dismissed the incident with the woman today as a mere case of mistaken identity, refusing to dwell on it further. It was quite vexing to encounter such troubles. All she wanted was to serve drinks, yet she found herself confronted by a brutish man, and later, a deranged woman who had struck her several times without cause. What a stroke of bad luck! Once she had finished washing up, Tang Nuanning cast the ordeal aside. Little Sanbao had prepared a bowl of clear noodle soup for her, garnished with her favorite scallions and cilantro, accompanied by 2 poached eggs. Tang Nuan's heart was filled with warmth as she leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the cheek of her little Sanbao, the most tender-hearted of her children. Her precious little cotton-padded jacket. The child's delicate face turned rosy from the kiss, and the little one felt shy. However, upon noticing the palm print on Tang Nuan's face, the child felt a pang of concern, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mommy, can I sleep with you tonight? I want to be close to you," she implored. Hearing this, the elder siblings also turned their hopeful gazes towards Tang Nuan, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Tang Nuanning smiled. "Of course, we can sleep together tonight." "Yay! Later, I will tell Mommy jokes. I will give Mommy a massage. I will soothe Mommy to sleep." In the small room, laughter and joy filled the air, brimming with love and happiness. Yet, as she gazed at the 3 little ones, an inexplicable pang surged within Tang Nuanning's heart. A sensation akin to a piece of a complete heart being absent. This feeling was not unfamiliar. Every time the 4 of them gathered joyfully, her heart would ache subtly, as if something was amiss, though she could not discern what it was. It felt as though a child had been stolen away, a most peculiar sensation. Chapter 17, Shinbo misses Mommy. Meanwhile, in the mansion number 1, the vast villa was enveloped in a chilling silence. Bo Yancheng ascended the stairs holding the bowl of noodles he had prepared himself, while Shinbao remained by the window, gazing longingly towards the door. The small figure appeared forlorn and desolate. Bo Yancheng's heart ached as he approached. "Shinbao, please eat your noodles." Shinbao did not respond, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Bo Yancheng placed the bowl on the small table before him. "If you do not eat, Mommy will be sad." A flicker of light returned to Shinbao's hollow eyes as he asked, "Do you think Mommy will know?" "Yes, a mother and child share a bond. She will know what you think. If you do not eat, she will know." "What if I miss her? Will she know that too?" "She will." "Does she not like me?" Shinbao asked sadly. Bo Yancheng quickly shook his head in denial. "No, she loves you dearly." Suppressing his own sorrow, Bo Yancheng gently patted Shinbao's small head. "She may be caught up in something and unable to come for the time being." "You mean she is in danger?" Bo Yancheng swiftly grasped him. "Shinbao, where are you going?" "I must find Mommy." "She is in danger. I need to save her." "Shinbao, please do not think such things. She is not in danger." "Let me go. I must find Mommy. She must have been captured by bad people. I have to save her. Let me go, let me go. No one can hurt my Mommy. Shinbao." It was late, and Bo Yancheng dared not let him leave. He tightly held Shinbao's arm. "Calm down." Yet Shinbao did not calm down. He became frenzied, biting down hard on Bo Yancheng's wrist. Instinctively, Bo Yancheng released him, and Shinbao dashed towards the door. Bo Yancheng quickly blocked the entrance. Shinbao, realizing he could not escape, became even more agitated. He began to throw things around the room, the ornaments, the bedding, the clock on the bedside table, the clothes in the wardrobe, including the bowl of noodles Bo Yancheng had just brought. He threw and smashed everything in sight. Unsatisfied, he picked up a fork from the floor and jabbed it at his own wrist. Bo Yancheng was terrified and swiftly embraced him. "Shinbao." Shinbao struggled violently, trying to break free. When he could not, he began to scream, each cry more furious than the last. Tremors coursed through his body, his teeth grinding audibly.
After a prolonged struggle, Shen Bao suddenly fainted.
Bo Yancheng's pupils dilated. Shen Bao.
He quickly scooped him up and rushed downstairs. The old butler was startled upon seeing them.
Sir, what happened to the young master?
Call Liu Bei, prepare the car, we need to go to the hospital, quickly. After a tumultuous half-hour at the hospital, Shen Bao's condition finally stabilized. Liu Bei was drenched in cold sweat. It's fine now, thankfully, you brought him in early.
Bo Yancheng sat by the bedside,
gazing at Shen Bao's pallid face, his heart aching as if being pierced.
Liu Bei remarked, Shen Bao's condition is worsening. If this continues, it will not end well.
Yancheng,
are you sure you do not want to let Miss Tang try?
I believe she might be more reliable. Perhaps she can resolve Shen Bao's emotional turmoil. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. Let us wait a little longer, arrange for someone else to care for Shen Bao. I am still investigating and cannot take risks. Shen Bao was his lifeline, and he would not permit anyone with a hint of danger to approach him. The ambiguities surrounding Tang Nuanning are numerous, and he hesitates to place his trust in her.
Liu Bei remains oblivious to what Bo Yancheng is truly waiting for.
He refrains from probing further and can only nod in resignation. By the way, Shen Jiaoyu is also in the hospital, her arms and legs injured quite severely.
With a broken leg.
It is rumored that she was assaulted.
No sooner had Liu Bei spoken than Bo Yancheng's phone rang.
It was a call from Shen Jiaoyu. Listening to her feigned concern, Bo Yancheng felt a surge of irritation and, suppressing his frustration, replied, I am fine now.
There's no need for you to come over. Focus on your recovery. Oh, so you know I was injured? Could you come and see me?
A flicker of annoyance crossed Bo Yancheng's eyes, yet he acquiesced. I will visit shortly.
After ending the call,
he gave Liu Bei a few instructions before rising to see Shen Jiaoyu. Upon his arrival, Shen Jiaoyu's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks.
Ah Chen. How is Shen Bao? I am truly worried about him.
Ignoring her tears, Bo Yancheng took a seat and replied, You need not concern yourself with Shen Bao. Just take care of yourself.
Wiping her tears, Shen Jiaoyu asked, Ah Chen, do you have feelings for that woman? Which woman?
The one who kissed you at the bar today.
Bo Yancheng frowned.
Shen Jiaoyu, with reddened eyes, continued. You previously would not allow any woman to come near you, let alone kiss you. No one besides me was ever permitted to stand by your side. Yet today, you allowed her to kiss you. The fleeting moment when Tang Nuanning kissed him flashed through Bo Yancheng's mind.
His brows furrowing as his voice turned icy. It was an accident. Chapter 18, Tang Nuanning, I am a money lover, and I take pride in it. An accident?
Upon hearing this, Shen Jiaoyu immediately felt a weight lift from her heart. It seemed her suspicions were correct. Bo Yancheng harbored no affection for her, but rather, she had been the one attempting to seduce him. Truly, she was a fox spirit, unaware of her own limits. Shen Jiaoyu began her performance. Claiming Tang Nuanning had misunderstood their relationship, leading to an altercation where she had nearly disfigured her.
Woe is me. Shen Jiaoyu twisted the truth.
Intent on leaving a negative impression of Tang Nuanning in Bo Yancheng's mind, while simultaneously seeking his sympathy.
Ideally, Bo Yancheng would take action against that wretched woman.
Despite the immense favor she believed she had bestowed upon Bo Yancheng, she had yet to share a kiss with him. What right did that vile woman have? Where were your bodyguards?
They did nothing as she attacked you? Bo Yancheng inquired.
My bodyguards were injured by her people, she replied. She brought 2 large trucks of individuals, indiscriminately assaulting me. Had it not been for a kind-hearted stranger who called the police, my face could have been ruined.
Ah Chen, you must stand up for me. Bo Yancheng remained silent. Ah Chen, I'm terrified.
I truly fear she will come after me again. You allowed her to kiss you, leading her to believe you have feelings for her, and now she is growing arrogant.
Ah Chen, do you think I could possibly move in with you?
If I stay there, she wouldn't dare bully me, and I could also spend time with Shen Bao. Shen Jiaoyu's scheming was so blatant that even distant readers engrossed in a novel could hear the clattering of her calculations.
Yet, Bo Yancheng's response was unexpected. No need, since it was her misunderstanding that caused her to trouble you. Just clarify the misunderstanding. Zhou Shang.
Spread the word that Miss Shen Jiaoyu and I are merely friends, not a couple. Let everyone keep their tongues in check and refrain from spreading rumors.
What? Shen Zhaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief.
She merely sought to seize the opportunity to move into Bo Yancheng's residence, not to have him distance himself from her.
Now,
many were uncertain about her true relationship with Bo Yancheng, treating her with unusual courtesy.
What would happen if they discovered she was not his girlfriend? Hurry.
No need for that, Chen.
You need not. It has already been clarified.
You need not worry about her causing trouble due to misunderstandings.
Focus on recovering in the hospital. With that, Bo Yancheng turned and departed.
Shen Zhaoyu watched him leave, her frustration boiling over, infuriated.
Enraged. Mad. Because of Tang Nuanning, she had suffered injuries, broken bones, and ended up severing her ties with Bo Yancheng? Ah!
Shen Zhaoyu screamed in fury, "Wretched woman!
Wretched woman, wretched woman!
I will not let you escape." As soon as Bo Yancheng exited Shen Zhaoyu's hospital room, he turned to Zhou Shang and asked,
"Have you uncovered the truth?"
His inquiry was prompted by the involvement of Tang Nuanning. He sought to investigate her,
rather than concern himself with Shen Zhaoyu's affairs. Miss Tang resisted, delivering a swift kick to Miss Shen, seizing the opportunity to flee.
The bodyguard pursued her, but she managed to injure him with her pepper spray before hailing a taxi to escape.
Strangely, an unknown individual later appeared,
ruthlessly assaulting the bodyguard and subsequently shattering Miss Shen's ankle.
Who could it be?
Zhou Shang shook his head, admitting there was no information available.
However,
the bodyguard suggested that it was likely the work of Miss Shen's detractors.
Miss Shen had a poor reputation in the entertainment industry.
With colleagues and fans alike harboring grievances against her, she had made many enemies. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, and after a moment of silence, he expressed his frustration,
questioning why Shen Zhaoyu repeatedly lied to him, treating him as a fool.
Zhou Shang recognized Bo Yancheng's anger and nodded in understanding.
Upon returning to Shen Bao's hospital room,
the fury in Bo Yancheng's eyes dissipated, replaced by tenderness, compassion, and helplessness. The little one remained in slumber, and Bo Yancheng gently caressed his small face.
"Mummy,"
Shen Bao murmured in his dreams, deepening Bo Yancheng's sense of affection. The figure of Tang Nuanning suddenly flashed in his mind. The image of her kissing him appeared before his eyes.
Bo Yancheng's hand, which was caressing Shen Bao's cheek, abruptly froze.
Shen Zhaoyu's words rang true. Over the years, no woman had been permitted to approach him, let alone kiss him. Yet, Tang Nuanning not only embraced him but also kissed him.
When she cried,
his instinct was to feel heartache. When she kissed him, his first reaction was not to push her away, but to think of Shen Bao's mother.
What did this imply? Could she be the woman from years ago?
Bo Yancheng's brow furrowed, and his heart skipped a beat.
But if she were indeed Shen Bao's biological mother, why did she not reveal herself directly?
He had promised to treat her well, if she approached him with an ulterior motive.
Wouldn't it have been better to simply acknowledge their connection? Or perhaps,
he was merely yearning for her so intensely that upon encountering a woman with whom he felt a connection, he instinctively assumed she was her?
Seated beside the hospital bed, Bo Yancheng's thoughts spiraled.
Ultimately, he took out his phone and called Zhou Shang, instructing him to bring Tang Nuanning over.
Now. Yes.
Regardless of the truth, find her.
And we shall conduct a paternity test.
If she truly is Shen Bao's mother.
Bo Yancheng's throat tightened.
If she is not Shen Bao's mother. He frowned, contemplating the peril she would face for daring to kiss him. Zhou Shang promptly set out to locate Tang Nuanning. Unable to find her whereabouts, he went to the bar to inquire. The duty manager informed him that there was no one named Tang Nuanning on the list of part-time staff for the night. Zhou Shang presented a photo of Tang Nuanning to the manager, who suddenly realized.
Ah, it's her. But she did not register as Tang Nuanning. Look. She signed in under a different name.
Zhou Shang and his colleagues exchanged glances, speechless. Clearly, she was a materialistic person.
Do you have her address?
Yes.
But it may not be accurate.
Here, take a look. Zhou Shang glanced at the register but still instructed someone to investigate.
Unsurprisingly, the address turned out to be false.
Frustration mounted as Zhou Shang reported, "Brother Chen, Miss Tang has gone missing again. We searched everywhere and found no trace of her.
The Fu family is also searching.
It seems Fu Zixuan has been crying for his beautiful sister since waking up, indicating that they are more anxious than we are.
Bo Yancheng's displeasure grew. Did you not inquire at the bar?
We did, but Miss Tang used a pseudonym and false address there.
Look, this is her own registration. At first glance, Bo Yancheng admired her handwriting, elegant and beautiful. Upon a second glance, he looked at Zhou Shang. Is Tang wealthy? Zhou Shang couldn't help but laugh.
It's clear that Miss Tang is quite the gold digger.
Bo Yancheng pressed his lips together, opting not to engage in continuing the search.
Chapter 19. Hormones begin to stir. The following morning, Tang Nuanning awoke early.
Little did she know she had become the object of someone's scrutiny. When would this marriage finally end? There seemed to be no hope in sight. Alas! Tang Nuanning sighed in exasperation, feeling rather vexed.
With ample time at her disposal, she reclined on her bed, scrolling through her phone, hoping to uncover any trace of Bo Yancheng.
Instead, she stumbled upon the Fu family's missing person notice.
The Fu family, unable to locate her, had resorted to publicizing their plea online. Various media outlets and television stations broadcasted the information, seemingly fearful that she might overlook it. Fortunately, the notice did not include her photograph nor mention her name. It merely recounted the events of the previous day in a succinct manner. As long as she saw it, she would understand that they were searching for her. Tang Nuanning sat up, her gaze fixed upon the missing person notice, lost in contemplation. Though she had no ties to the Fu family, she felt reluctant to disregard the matter. Yet, the thought of that tempestuous child stirred a sense of concern within her.
Mental illness is indeed a formidable affliction.
While it may merely manifest as silence or volatility at times, the fear lies in its potential to escalate into self-harm. Many children grappling with severe psychological disorders ultimately succumb to the tragedy of suicide. During her 5 years of secluded life in the mountains, devoid of social interactions and with an abundance of leisure time, she devoted herself to learning. Aware that her child would grow up in a single-parent household, she diligently studied a plethora of literature on child education and psychology. In the realm of special education, the only thing she lacked was a certification. Her capabilities, however, were well established.
Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to visit the hospital. As a mother herself, she could not bear to stand idly by in the face of suffering. She considered it an opportunity to accrue blessings for her own child. Tang Nuanning rose early and made her way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the 3 little ones. After completing her morning routine and leaving a note, she stepped out. To her surprise, upon reaching the hospital entrance, she encountered Shanhai. Recalling her actions from the previous night, a sense of unease washed over her, prompting her to consider feigning ignorance. However, Shanhai obstructed her path, exclaiming, "Ah, is this not the affluent Miss Tang? What a coincidence that we meet again."
The moment he laid eyes on Tang Nuanning, his primal instincts surged forth. He unabashedly revealed his sordid desires, casting a lascivious gaze over her.
Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows, adhering to the philosophy that it is better to avoid unnecessary complications.
She endeavored to be polite, saying, "I am visiting a friend and am pressed for time,
so I must take my leave."
Tang Nuanning sought an excuse to leave, yet Shanhai refused to let her go.
"What could possibly be more enjoyable than spending time with me? Last night, our encounter ended before it even began. Today, you must make it up to me. Come. I shall take you out for some fun."
Shanhai's hands began to wander, igniting Tang Nuanning's anger.
"What are you trying to do?"
"I am not well acquainted with you, so keep your distance." S words fell, and signaled to his bodyguards with a glance.
Immediately, 2 bodyguards rushed forward,
leaving her no opportunity to cry for help, forcibly ushering her into the car.
"You reap what you sow. If she wishes to challenge me," Humph muttered as he dialed.
At that moment, was still lying in her hospital bed. Upon hearing that had come to the hospital, she became infuriated.
She believed that her injuries were inexorably linked to,
had distanced himself from her, and she deemed its fault. Furthermore, the 50 million he had withdrawn was also a consequence of, blamed for all her misfortunes, cursing,
"That wretched woman! Instead of hiding, she dares to roam about. Does she not fear that I shall send someone to eliminate her?" Remarked.
"I heard is also in the hospital."
Do you think she might be seeking him out? Upon hearing this, S eyes widened in indignation. That shameless hussy. How dare she attempt to seduce?
He has clearly stated he dislikes her, yet she still clings to him. How utterly disgraceful.
Uncle.
Take her away and teach her a lesson.
First, mar her beauty, then have someone tarnish her purity.
Once you've had your fill, sell her off to. Ensuring I never have to see her again in this lifetime, S eyes gleamed upon hearing this. He had anticipated its words.
Should he mistreat? He could always place the blame on later.
After all, was savior, no matter her actions, would never hold her accountable.
Rest well. Leave her to me.
Assured before hanging up and turning toward the car. As the car door swung open, struggled to peek out, crying for help, help.
Help!
The commotion at the hospital entrance drew attention, as onlookers turned their heads. Sighed, noting the whispers among the crowd, a good man without a good wife. How could such a beautiful girl marry him? Ah, it must be the allure of wealth at play.
With a scoff, entered the car.
Once the door was shut, S cries for help could no longer be heard.
Gazed at, feeling an unsettling desire. Marring her beauty was out of the question. Such a lovely face would be a tragedy to ruin.
He envisioned keeping her as his plaything, and once he grew tired of her, he would sell her. A beauty remains a beauty, even when angered, exuding an irresistible charm. I shall take good care of you, he thought.
Without a moment's hesitation, slapped him across the face.
Was taken aback, then retaliated with a slap of his own, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, how dare you strike me?
You are utterly lawless. I shall deal with you right now."
As he spoke, he began to unfasten his belt and unzipped his pants, clearly intent on taking immediate action.
Tang Nuanning,
filled with indignation and fury, had encountered repugnance before, but never had she witnessed such abhorrent behavior. Gritting her teeth, she fixed her gaze upon Shanhai. Her silver needles already poised within her sleeves, ready to transform him into a eunuch at any moment. Though she lacked wealth, power, and status,
her ability for self-defense was undeniable.
Over the years spent in the mountains, she had honed her skills significantly. Shanhai, however, paid no heed to her warnings.
Unbuckling his belt and allowing both it and his undergarments to slip down. Tang Nuanning was infuriated and was about to take action when the driver suddenly slammed on the brakes.
Shanhai was propelled forward with a swift motion. With a dull thud, he crashed into the windshield.
Ouch! Shanhai exclaimed, seething with rage. Do you even know how to drive? Don't you realize I have important matters to attend to? Idiot!
As Shanhai cursed, he attempted to rise. But his sudden movement caused his head to collide violently with the steering wheel, rendering him unconscious on the spot. The driver called out, "Sir, wake up! Up ahead!" Directly in their path, a luxurious black car was blocking them completely.
Chapter 20, What does it mean to use force?
Zhou Sheng intended to hastily exit the vehicle to rescue Tang Nuanning, but upon seeing Shanhai had already lost consciousness, he composed himself. Through the windshield, he spotted Shanhai in disarray and couldn't help but comment to Bo Yancheng, "This Shanhai is truly incorrigible. I am reluctant to admit any association with him, what a disgrace." Bo Yancheng lifted his eyelashes to glance outside, his voice cold. "If he enjoys being undressed so much, let him run 3 laps around Jin City without a stitch of clothing."
Zhou Shang's lips twitched at the thought, running naked in this frigid weather? Quite the provocation. He deserved it. A real man should never bully a woman. What kind of skill is it to use force?
Zhou Sheng exited the vehicle to assist Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning had just swung open the car door and leaped out, her impatience urging her to run.
Suddenly,
she caught sight of Zhou Sheng, and she froze momentarily. Having just disembarked from Shanhai's vehicle, she was once again compelled to board Bo Yancheng's car.
Tang Nuanning did not take a seat in the back, instead, she directly occupied the passenger seat.
She wished to avoid sitting alongside Bo Yan, for he irritated her.
Moreover,
she harbored a sense of trepidation towards him. Her debt was but one reason, more significantly. It was his propensity to confine her at a moment's notice that instilled fear within her. At this moment, Zhou Sheng had yet to enter the vehicle,
leaving just the two of them inside, in an unsettling silence.
Tang Nuanning sat in the passenger seat, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Her spine taut with tension as her mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. This man sought her out undoubtedly for financial reasons, yet she was devoid of any monetary means.
What would she do if he came to collect a debt? Moreover, did he not already know that she was the wife of Bo Yancheng? How could he still dare to approach her? Was he not afraid of the Bo family? Did he truly comprehend that Bo Yancheng had no affection for her whatsoever?
Tang Nuanning's lips twitched slightly, her heart racing. The enemy remained still, and so did she. As Bo Yan began to speak, Tang Nuanning chose to remain silent. She could distinctly feel someone's gaze fixed upon her, unwavering since she had entered the vehicle.
Tang Nuanning felt a prickling unease under his unwavering gaze, restless and agitated.
At this moment, she even yearned for him to utter a single word. Whether it be to threaten or to plead, just say something.
Zhou Shang,
having arranged for Shanhai's embarrassing predicament, got into the car and said to Bo Yancheng, "Dr. Liu just called. He mentioned that Fu Zixuan has regained consciousness, but his condition is dire. He hopes that once we locate Miss Tang, we can promptly take her to the hospital."
Tang Nuanning's attention was instantly diverted.
She hurriedly turned to Zhou Shang and said, "The child is having an episode, do not provoke him."
"Yes. He is currently in the hospital, surrounded by doctors and nurses. However, the child is yearning for you, crying and searching for you. Please take me to the hospital at once."
Zhou Shang glanced at Bo Yancheng, and upon receiving a nod from him, he started the car.
During the journey, Bo Yancheng remained silent, yet his gaze never wavered from Tang Nuanning for even a moment. Tang Nuanning sensed that today he was behaving unusually.
It was one thing not to speak, but even the way he looked at her had changed. In their previous encounters, his gaze had been sharp and indifferent,
devoid of any warmth.
Yet today, she could not quite articulate what was different, but it was unmistakably the feeling, yes, a feeling that was distinct.
Tang Nuanning was perplexed, unsure whether it was her own heightened sensitivity due to Shanhai's behavior or if someone was indeed acting unusually today. Regardless,
with a heart full of trepidation, she hastily pushed open the car door and rushed towards the hospital. Her motives were twofold: she yearned to see Fu Zixuan as soon as possible, and she feared being ensnared by him, desiring to extricate herself from his grasp swiftly. Bo Yancheng observed her slender silhouette, his deep-set eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light as he too exited the vehicle. Zhou Shang found himself bewildered.
Bo Yancheng had been searching for Tang Nuanning since the previous night, undoubtedly not for the purpose of treating Fu Zixuan, yet upon finally locating her today, he had said nothing and taken no action. Moreover, the way he gazed at Tang Nuanning was utterly unfathomable. One thing, however,
was certain: his demeanor around her was markedly less hostile.
Zhou Shang mused. Could it be that his master had come to a realization and was contemplating a change of heart? Tang Nuanning's gentle kiss captured his heart. In truth, Zhou Shang was quite eager for his dear brother to relinquish his pursuit of Shenbao's biological mother. After all, 6 years had elapsed without a trace,
and the likelihood of finding her was exceedingly slim.
Moreover, even if they were to locate her, what if she had already married inborn children? Given Bo Yancheng's disposition,
he would never compel her to divorce. Zhou Shang had followed Bo Yancheng for many years. The fact that he addressed him as Chen Gu,
rather than the master-servant term Yi, testified to the depth of their bond.
Their friendship was forged in the fires of loyalty, akin to that of brothers.
Thus Zhou Shang genuinely wished for Bo Yancheng's happiness. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had arrived at Fu Zixuan's hospital room, having been absent for just a day. The child's complexion was alarmingly pale.
He neither shouted nor cried, his eyes shut tight, trembling all over, murmuring incoherently, rendering his words unintelligible.
Mr. and Mrs. Fu,
along with a cadre of doctors clad in white coats, were gathered in the room. Several doctors were frantically examining the medical records, while Mrs. Fu wept inconsolably.
Tang Nuanning,
disregarding the pleasantries, hurried forward to assess Fu Zixuan's condition.
Bo Yancheng also followed, his gaze inscrutably observing Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning first took Fu Zixuan's pulse.
Before she could utter a word, Fu Zixuan suddenly awoke with a loud cry, exclaiming, "Ah, ah, ah."
Tang Nuanning turned her gaze towards Mrs. Fu and said,
"I need to be alone with him, please step outside."
Mr. Fu, trusting her implicitly, promptly asked everyone to leave.
Once the door was closed, the outside world could no longer perceive the unfolding events within, only the anguished cries of Fu Zixuan could be heard.
The Fu family felt a surge of anxiety.
The matriarch spoke up. I have heard she is not a doctor and lacks any medical certification.
How can you entrust Zixuan to her when you are not even familiar with her? Mrs. Fu wept inconsolably, while Mr. Fu sighed heavily. What other choice do we have?
We have already consulted every available expert, none of whom could provide a remedy.
If this continues, Zixuan will surely face dire consequences. It is better to let her try.
In truth, it was a case of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, a desperate gamble.
Bo Yan furrowed his brow, burdened with his own thoughts.
His mindset mirrored that of Mr. Fu. They had exhausted all avenues for medical assistance, yet Shen Bao's condition showed no signs of improvement. If there were even a glimmer of hope, he would certainly explore it. Had it not been for the previous incidents, he would have already allowed Tang Nuanning to approach Shen Bao.
After a little over half an hour, the door finally opened. Tang Nuanning stood at the doorway,
stating that he had regained his composure and expressed a desire for noodles due to hunger.
The crowd reacted in astonishment.
Mrs. Fu was the first to respond. Hastily rushing into the hospital room where Fu Zixuan sat quietly on the bed, gazing at her with innocent eyes.
"Mummy, I'm hungry," he said. "Mrs.
Fu was so overwhelmed with emotion that she nearly let out a scream, fearing it would startle her son, quickly covering her mouth.
Fu Zixuan repeated, "Mummy, I'm hungry. I want to eat noodles."
Tears of joy welled up in Mrs. Fu's eyes as she exclaimed, all right.
I will make you noodles myself. Tell me, what kind of noodles do you wish for? Tomato and egg, 2 eggs, is that all right?" With tears streaming down her face, Mrs. Fu replied, yes. 2 eggs. I will make it right away. My dear wants tomato and egg noodles.
Someone, quickly go and purchase the freshest tomatoes and eggs available. Mr. Fu was equally astonished.
Xian, do you know who I am? Daddy. Ha!
Mr. Fu exhaled a breath of relief, his chest rising and falling with emotion.
Xian, say it again. Daddy.
The Fu family rejoiced as if celebrating the new year, all gathered around Fu Zixuan.
Tang Nuanning silently exhaled, feeling happy for them. Suddenly,
her wrist was tightly grasped by someone.
Chapter 21, The First Encounter Between Mother and Child. Tang Nuanning was taken aback, as Bo Yan, with a dark expression, did not allow her a moment to react.
He forcefully pulled her into the adjacent empty room. Pressing her against the door, he executed a wall slam.
Gazing down intensely at her, Tang Nuanning pressed her back against the door, wishing to retreat, yet finding no path to do so.
She could only brace her spine. Her eyes filled with vigilance as she gazed at Bo Yancheng.
"What do you intend to do?" she stammered. Was he finally about to erupt? Was a storm impending? Was he going to demand money from her? Bo Yancheng remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her, his expression a tapestry of complexity.
He was uncertain whether the woman before him was indeed the one he had desperately sought. This ambiguity left him at a loss, unsure of how to engage with her or even what words to utter. Tang Nuanning was perplexed. She had already noticed his unusual behavior in the car. And at this moment, she was even more certain that his gaze upon her had indeed transformed. Though still icy, it now bore a hint of warmth. Observing his silence, Tang Nuanning cleared her throat and inquired, "What do you want with me? Are you not afraid that Bo Yancheng will cause you trouble?" Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning, seeing that Bo Yancheng's efforts were futile, remarked, "Are you planning to ask me for money?" I have no money. Besides, it was clearly you who first bullied my Sanbao. Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning spoke again, "Bo Yancheng." He remained silent, which made Tang Nuanning uneasy. "Are you not here to demand money? Is it that you wish to avenge that old man surnamed Shen?" "I have already informed you that he was the one who acted improperly towards me. I was merely defending myself." Bo Yancheng continued to be mute. And Tang Nuanning's irritation grew. "What on earth do you intend to do? Could you not utter a single word?" Bo Yancheng's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. As Tang Nuanning was about to speak, Bo Yancheng abruptly raised his hand. Tang Nuanning initially thought he was going to strike her and instinctively recoiled, feeling a sharp pain on her head akin to the sting of an ant. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, shielding her head with both hands in accusation.
Bo Yancheng cast her a complex glance before turning and leaving. Tang Nuanning wore a questioning expression.
Bo Yancheng approached the entrance and instructed Zhou Sheng to keep a vigilant eye on her, ensuring she neither escaped nor faced any distress. He personally handed over the hair samples of Tang Nuanning and Shenbao to Liu Bei for identification, urging for swift results.
Liu Bei, unaware of the identities of the samples, hesitated and remarked that the results would take at least until the following day.
Yes, you shall handle it personally,
Bo Yancheng affirmed.
As Liu Bei entered the laboratory with the samples, chaos erupted over at Shenbao's side.
Upon awakening, he spotted a female nurse by his bedside and suddenly went into a frenzy.
He yanked out the intravenous needle, hurled equipment from the bedside table, and even used the needle to inflict wounds upon his own face and arms.
When Bo Yancheng and Liu Bei arrived, the room was in disarray.
Shenbao was in a wild state, smashing and throwing things, while the nurse trembled in fear, huddled in a corner, weeping. Bo Yancheng was alarmed by the sight of Shenbao's bloodied figure, his heart racing.
"Shenbao! Don't come any closer!"
he shouted, panic welling up within him. "If you all approach, I will jump." Shenbao stood at the window, his small brows furrowed, glaring at Bo Yancheng with clenched fists, his breath erratic and labored. It was unclear where he had been injured, his face and hands smeared with blood, his eyes bloodshot. Bo Yancheng was thoroughly distressed, frozen in place.
"Shenbao! Please remain calm."
Shenbao remained silent, merely glaring at him from the window.
Pediatric specialists from the hospital rushed in, crowding the doorway, hesitant to advance.
Liu Bei quietly inquired of the young nurse, who sobbed, "I don't know either.
I was by his side all along. When he awoke,
I quickly asked if he was thirsty, but he said nothing, just stared at me for a while before suddenly becoming agitated."
Shenbao coldly interjected. "I have stated before, I only want my mommy with me." "Shenbao, let me explain."
"She is merely a nurse we arranged for you with your Uncle Liu."
"I have said it before, I want no one but mommy."
"I do not need any other woman by my side, I want mommy."
"I want mommy." "Ah-ha!" Shenbao cried out like a frenzied creature, wailing as he attempted to leap out the window.
Bo Yancheng dashed forward and grasped him tightly. Liu Bei and the other doctors and nurses quickly rushed to administer a sedative.
After half a minute, Shenbao finally calmed down.
The pediatric specialist began to dress Shenbao's wounds, while Liu Bei stood beside Bo Yancheng and remarked, "Shenbao's condition is deteriorating, Yancheng. Perhaps we should call Miss Tang to come and see him. Compare Zishuan's situation with Shenbao's."
Bo Yancheng, still shaken by the earlier incident, took several deep breaths to steady himself.
After glancing at Shenbao, he retrieved his phone and called for Tang Nuanning to come to Shenbao's hospital room. Tang Nuanning was in a state of turmoil, inexplicably confined once again by Bo Yancheng, leaving her in a state of panic. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Zhou Sheng, in a fit of impatience, announced that he would take her to see Shenbao for medical attention.
Tang Nuanning inquired, "Who is Shenbao?"
"He is the young master of our family, and his condition is quite similar to that of Fu Zishuan. He also suffers from mania."
Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow. "His child?"
"You should hurry over and take a look. Shenbao nearly jumped off the building today." Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly followed Zhou Sheng to see Shenbao.
Bo Yancheng was still by the bedside,
and after casting a fleeting glance at him, Tang Nuanning shifted her attention to Shenbao. However, upon laying eyes on him, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Shenbao was wrapped in bandages, his face obscured, and his eyes tightly shut.
Though she could not discern his features, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her.
Witnessing the myriad of injuries adorning his fragile form tightened her heart with anguish. Approaching the bedside, Tang Nuanning gently took the little one's pulse. But as her hand met Shenbao's tiny hand, an overwhelming wave of sorrow surged through her heart. Her nostrils flared with emotion, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Tang Nuanning lifted her hand to touch the corner of her eye, astonished. She was bewildered as to why she was crying. It was peculiar and inexplicable. When treating Fu Zishuan, she had not felt such intense emotions. Beep, beep, beep. The monitoring device on the bedside table suddenly emitted an alarm, indicating that Shenbao's heartbeat was racing uncontrollably.
Tang Nuanning's heart began to race, thump thump thump.
Tang Nuanning quickly wiped away her tears, striving to regain control over her emotions, and calmly began to check Shenbao's pulse. After a considerable amount of time, she finally spoke. His condition is quite dire.
He has already slipped into a state of slumber, yet his heartbeat remains alarmingly rapid.
It appears he is not in a deep sleep, desperately struggling to awaken.
Liu Bei remarked,
the situation was too urgent earlier, so we administered a sedative. It has only been a short while since its administration.
I estimate that the effects of the medication have yet to fully manifest.
Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow and took out a silver needle, intending to administer acupuncture.
Bo Yancheng seized her wrist with a vigilant gaze, demanding, "What are you doing?" Chapter 22, It's Just a Divorce. His eyes were bloodshot, emanating an intimidating aura,
causing Tang Nuanning to shudder slightly. She clarified, I am going to perform acupuncture on him to induce deep sleep. He is in immense pain, his body craves rest. Yet his mind is resisting. It is a battle between himself and his own will, and such intense struggle is detrimental to his health, posing a significant risk. Bo Yancheng scrutinized Tang Nuanning for a moment, observing that she did not appear to be lying, before finally releasing his grip.
Tang Nuanning let out a quiet sigh and hastily threaded the needle.
Soon, Shen Bao's heartbeat returned to normal.
Liu Bei exhaled in relief,
grateful that the heartbeat had finally stabilized. Tang Nuanning put away the silver needles, stating that they could only wait for him to awaken to assess his condition. I have heard that his situation is quite similar to that of Fu Zixuan, both suffering from bipolar disorder.
Fu Zixuan's affliction stemmed from a traumatic kidnapping in his childhood. While this boy?
His obsession with his mother has led to an excessive longing.
Tang Nuanning was perplexed.
She wondered about the excessive longing for her mother.
But what about her mother? Liu Bei could only shrug his shoulders in resignation.
He turned to glance at Bo Yancheng before stating, she is not here. Tang Nuanning instinctively assumed that she was no longer alive and inquired about the time of her mother's passing.
Before Liu Bei could respond, Bo Yancheng interjected fiercely. Who told you that his mother has passed away? She is alive and well. Healthier than anyone. Bo Yancheng's abrupt outburst startled Tang Nuanning.
She glared at him in displeasure,
wanting to retort but ultimately restraining herself.
Bo Yancheng, realizing he had unjustly unleashed his temper upon her, moved his lips but uttered no sound, seemingly at a loss for words as he lowered his gaze toward Shen Bao. Liu Bei swiftly intervened to smooth things over, explaining, she is not deceased. She simply vanished after giving birth to Shen Bao, and her whereabouts remain uncertain.
She is alive. Bo Yancheng interjected without lifting his head. Liu Bei could only concur, yes. Yes, she is alive, very much so.
Acknowledging that discussing the matter further in front of Bo Yancheng was impossible, he led Tang Nuanning into the corridor and elaborated. The situation is as follows. Shen Bao's mother disappeared after giving birth, and for these years, the two of them have been searching for her. They both miss her dearly. You can see that not only the child but even the father harbors a deep yearning for that woman, an unwavering obsession.
Tang Nuanning could not help but cast a glance into the hospital room, where Bo Yan sat solemnly by the bedside, tightly holding Shen Bao's small hand, his eyes brimming with concern. She had never anticipated that this man could indeed be a devoted husband and a caring father. Thus, Shen Bao's ailment stemmed from an overwhelming longing for his mother? Indeed, the root of the illness lay here. Tang Nuanning glanced once more at the hospital room.
For reasons unknown, upon seeing the small figure on the bed, a wave of sorrow washed over her, tugging at her heartstrings.
After a moment's pause, she turned to Liu Bei and said, if we truly cannot locate his biological mother, we must devise a means to divert his attention. Perhaps by finding a substitute, be it a person or an event. Liu Bei sighed deeply in response.
We once arranged for him to have a pretend mother. But it wasn't long before he saw through the ruse, leading to quite an uproar. It was from that incident that his condition worsened significantly, and since then,
we have been hesitant to attempt anything similar.
Approaching the matter through people has proven ineffective, and even more so with events. Aside from the quest for his mother, he shows no interest in anything else. His time is consumed by sleep and thoughts of her.
Tang Nuan felt a pang of sympathy. Has he not attended school? No.
Given his condition, it is impossible for him to enroll normally.
Have you ventured into his mental realm? Liu Bei shook his head,
indicating there had been no opportunity.
What about hypnosis?
Attempts were made, yet none proved successful.
Tang Nuanning, Liu Bei remarked, "Shen Bao is unlike other children. He possesses an extraordinary intelligence. One cannot regard him as an ordinary child.
His intellect, sensitivity, and heightened vigilance set him apart."
Tang Nuanning glanced once more into the hospital room and pondered for a moment before speaking.
"I understand the purpose of your summons, but I am not a physician. I have merely acquired some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine from my family and have taken the liberty of reading a few books on child psychology in my spare time. Therefore, I urge you not to place excessive expectations upon me.
My ability to comfort Fu Zixuan was merely a stroke of luck.
I shall attempt to converse with him upon his awakening, to see if I can delve into the depths of his inner world and discover a breakthrough."
Liu Bei promptly interjected, "Yes, indeed. We are immensely grateful for any assistance you can provide."
"Rest assured, Aiken will ensure that your efforts are not in vain. You may present your conditions to him, there is nothing he cannot accomplish in Jin City."
Tang Nuanning pondered. Could he assist her in hastening her divorce from Bo Yancheng? Chen? Bo Yancheng?
How coincidental that both their names contained the character Chen. Tang Nuanning was about to inquire his name when her phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number.
Tang Nuanning stepped aside to answer the call. "Hello. Are you seeking a divorce from Bo Yancheng?" How do you know? Who are you?" "Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that Bo Yancheng is currently in Jin City."
"He is not on a business trip, he has deceived you. If you wish to confront him regarding the divorce, you may go to his home or his office to find him." With that, the caller abruptly ended the conversation.
Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in astonishment as she pondered the unexpected circumstances of Bo Yan's business trip.
Tang Nuan's heart raced as she hurriedly turned and dashed towards the elevator, neglecting to ponder the identity of the person she intended to call.
Liu Bei quickly caught up with her, inquiring, "Miss Tang, is something the matter?"
As Tang Nuanning pressed the elevator button, she remarked, "I have urgent matters to attend to."
"Do you require our assistance?" came the inquiry. "No, it's a personal matter."
Concerned about Shen Bao potentially awakening unexpectedly, Liu Bei feared they would be unable to manage the situation, which could lead to dire consequences. He could not guarantee that Tang Nuanning would be able to soothe Shen Bao, yet she remained the only glimmer of hope. Thus,
he sought to keep Tang Nuanning from leaving. Tang Nuanning understood his intention and explained, "Please take note of my phone number. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. I am currently in a hurry to attend to an urgent matter." Tang Nuanning hurriedly provided her phone number.
She held a favorable impression of Liu Bei, who had always spoken to her with utmost courtesy. Suddenly remembering something, she added, "I will send you a prescription shortly. If he wakes up unexpectedly and you cannot control him, give it to him, it will be effective."
"Yes, thank you immensely."
Liu Bei stored her number and watched as Tang Nuanning entered the elevator, allowing her to depart.
Chapter 23 Tang Nuanning, do not compel me to activate harassment mode.
Bo Yancheng sat beside the hospital bed, accompanying Shen Bao, his small hand tightly grasped in Bo Yancheng's.
Liu Bei comforted him, "Do not worry too much. At least for now, there are no major issues." Bo Yancheng's Adam's apple moved slightly as he scanned the room for Tang Nuanning, inquiring, "Where is she?"
"She had to leave due to urgent matters."
Bo Yancheng raised his eyebrows, "Left?"
"Yes, she mentioned that she had pressing business to attend to."
Bo Yancheng frowned.
Liu Bei remarked, "She is a free individual, we cannot confine her.
Moreover, we still need her assistance.
If we imprison her, it would be tantamount to severing our ties."
"If that were to happen, would you truly trust her with Shen Bao?"
Had this been a few days prior, Bo Yancheng would have dismissed it, uninterested.
Yet now, he was uncertain whether Tang Nuanning was indeed Shen Bao's biological mother, and whether she could aid Shen Bao in overcoming his psychological shadows. Thus, his emotions were quite complex.
"I'll step outside for a smoke."
Bo Yancheng rose and left the ward.
Liu Bei watched him in surprise. Typically, at this hour, Bo Yancheng would remain by Shen Bao's side, never straying, even for a cigarette. Today, it seemed he was genuinely troubled.
Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Tang Nuanning quickly hailed a taxi headed for Yujinjiwan.
Once inside, she steadied her nerves and composed a prescription to send to Liu Bei. She then attempted to call the messenger but was unable to connect.
Resolutely, she dialed Bo Yancheng's subordinate. Upon hearing that Bo Yancheng was still on a business trip abroad, Tang Nuanning's expression darkened. "Stop lying, I know he is currently in Jincheng." Realizing her claim left the other party speechless, she understood the information was indeed accurate. Tang Nuanning felt a twinge of anger. It was merely a divorce, why the need to avoid her? Was he afraid she might claim a share of the assets? Ha! Inform him that I am en route to Yujing Garden. If he wishes to escape my incessant entanglement, he should go to Yujing Garden and sign the divorce papers. Should he choose not to, I shall commence my harassment tactics from this moment forth. Furthermore, make it clear that I harbor no ulterior motives, I simply desire a divorce. I shall not take a single cent from him, I will leave empty-handed. Once the divorce is finalized, I will vanish from his sight and will no longer disrupt his life. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows in frustration. How could he deceive her? This person truly. Soon, Bo Yancheng received the news. Standing in the smoking area at the end of the corridor, he felt irritable. Who informed her that I am still in Jincheng? Zhou Shang replied, she didn't specify, only that if you refuse to divorce, she will initiate her harassment tactics. She reiterated that she solely wishes to divorce and has no other intentions, promising to leave without taking a single penny. She also mentioned that after the divorce, she would disappear from your sight and would no longer disturb your life. Bo Yancheng was displeased. Is she threatening me? Zhou Sheng hesitated before asking. What shall we do now? If you don't proceed with the divorce, might she truly begin her harassment? Or could she misconstrue your feelings for her? Upon her arrival at Yujing Garden, Tang Nuanning was welcomed into the residence by a newly appointed maid responsible for its care. This maid was unfamiliar with Tang Nuanning, as the previous staff who had attended to her had long since been replaced. It was only after receiving notification that she felt justified in granting her entry. The maid courteously served Tang Nuanning a cup of tea, to which she graciously replied, "Thank you." Tang Nuanning took the teacup and placed it on the low table, surveying the room's decor. It remained unchanged since the day she departed. Almost as if time had stood still. Yet, she had transformed. She had lived here for 3 years, once the lady of the house, but now she was nothing. She had once envisioned a lifetime in this place, even dreaming of a future where she would bask in the company of her and Bo Yancheng's children. Alas! Life is but a play, mocking our existence. After that, he never returned. As the car came to a halt, Bo Yancheng opened the door and stepped out. No sooner had his feet touched the ground than his phone rang, an incoming call from Liu Bei. Yancheng, Uncle Shen is at the hospital and wishes to see you. It was undoubtedly about the 15 million investment. Bo Yancheng replied coldly, instructing him to inform Shen that he was currently unavailable, while also reminding him not to be solely preoccupied with making money, but to take some time to care for his daughter. Shen Zhaoyue had greatly benefited him. Yet he would not indulge her indefinitely. After hanging up, Bo Yancheng strolled towards the main building. The maid informed him, "Sir, Madam is waiting for you inside." Understood. At last, he was to see her. 2 years of marriage, 6 years apart, a total of 8 years. They had maintained a marital relationship for 8 years. Yet she had never laid eyes on him. Whether he showed disdain or humiliated her today, she would say nothing more than to plead for a divorce. However, just as Bo Yancheng reached the entrance, his phone rang again. It was Xinjiang. Frowning, he answered, but before he could speak, Shen Zhaoyue's voice came through. "A Chang? Did you withdraw your investment from the Shen family because of me? My father said I upset you, I'm so scared. I never meant to make you angry. You know I like you. After I saved Shen Bao, I expressed my desire to marry you, but your marital status prevented that. I truly like you, I genuinely want to marry you, and I never wished to upset you. What did I do wrong? You can tell me directly." Bo Yancheng, feeling irritated, interrupted her, "I detest lies in my presence. Your pleas are futile, you should reflect on your actions." He abruptly ended the call. The maid approached to open the door, but Bo Yancheng suddenly said, "Wait a moment." Shen Zhaoyue's call had sparked a thought in him. If he divorced today and tomorrow's results revealed that Tang Nuanning was not Shen Bao's biological mother, he would revert to singlehood. What if Shen Zhaoyue then pressured him into marriage? He would not indulge her, yet he had indeed once stated that had he not been married, he would have married her. A gentleman's word is his bond. If he were to regain his single status, how would he respond to Shin Jiayue's potential marriage demands? This marriage could not end now.
He would wait until the paternity test results of Shin Bao and Tang Nuanning came in tomorrow before making any decisions. He would inform her that he had urgent matters to attend to, and thus, the divorce was postponed for the time being.
I will contact you tomorrow, Bo Yancheng stated, turning and walking away once more.
Tang Nuanning heard the sound of an engine in the courtyard, puzzled as to why the vehicle was starting up again.
Oh no! He was about to flee at the last moment. Tang Nuanning abruptly stood up and hastily made her way outside. Chapter 24, The Three Little Ones, Is He Really Daddy? A maid entered, stating, Miss Tang.
The sir has asked me to inform you that he has matters to attend to today, so the divorce will be postponed.
He mentioned he would reach out to you tomorrow. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows. Was that just now Bo Yancheng?
Yes, it is, sir. Tang Nuanning hurriedly chased after him, still able to see the silhouette of Bo Yancheng's car.
She called out as she ran, Hey! Stop! Bo Yancheng, you stop!
Yet the black luxury vehicle glided away like a great dragon, swiftly distancing itself from her.
By the time she reached the entrance of the villa,
the taillights were no longer visible.
Tang Nuanning was exhaling in frustration. What on earth is going on?
It's merely a matter of signing a document.
There are no disputes over property. Why is this so cumbersome?
Even if he had pressing matters, he could certainly complete the signature before leaving.
Tang Nuanning was truly exasperated.
She was on the verge of successfully finalizing her divorce, only to face yet another setback.
Was it fate that conspired against her? Or was there some malevolent spell tied to this wretched marriage?
Must she endure trials akin to those of Tang Seng on his pilgrimage to the West,
facing countless adversities to attain her freedom?
The newly arrived maid, a kind-hearted soul, noticed her distress and offered words of comfort. Miss Tang, the gentleman has assured that he will reach out to you tomorrow.
Please do not fret, just hold on a little longer. Tang Nuanning exhaled deeply.
Let us wait another day, and then another, as long as he can agree to the divorce, that will suffice.
At last, she received a definitive answer.
Declining the maid's assistance, Tang Nuanning departed from Yujinjuan and placed a call to Liu Bei to inquire about Shin Bao's well-being. She was quite concerned about the child.
Meanwhile,
the three little ones were convening a small meeting at home. They felt that this city was unkind to their mother, who also harbored a dislike for it. Thus they sought to expedite matters for her. Consequently, they discreetly conducted an investigation and unexpectedly unearthed the events of the past. The Tang family coerced Tang Nuanning into dropping out of school to marry Bo Yancheng.
Bo Yancheng publicly accused her of infidelity,
tarnishing her reputation and subjecting her to public scorn. Meanwhile, the Tang family, embarrassed by her disgrace, severed ties with her and cast her out of their home.
Ultimately, Tang Nuanning, pregnant and without options, departed from Jin City to lead a solitary life in the countryside. Throughout her pregnancy, she toiled relentlessly,
enduring hardship without a single day of respite. In her quest to save money, she subsisted on meager rations, often consuming only steamed buns with plain water, occasionally accompanied by pickled vegetables. Even a single egg felt like an extravagance, and there were days when she could barely manage a single meal. She also had to endure the disdainful glances and gossip of those around her. As her due date approached, she collapsed on her way home from work. In truth, Bo Yancheng had previously dispatched individuals to investigate, yet they uncovered nothing. This was not due to the incompetence of his associates, but rather, after Tang Nuanning brought the children down the mountain, her savior, concerned that her past might disrupt her current life, sealed away those memories and arranged an alternative identity for her. To others, her background appeared unremarkable. She was simply a widow living in a mountain village with her children. However, Tang Debao's ability to uncover her true identity stemmed from the fact that he had been personally trained by the very savior who had rescued her, thus enabling him to successfully bypass the system. The three little ones were deeply distressed for Tang Nuanning, their hearts aching with sorrow. The youngest, Sanbao, wept the most bitterly, exclaiming, Mummy! Mummy is so pitiable, woo-woo. Tang Erbao choked with emotion and declared, No, I cannot allow my mother to endure these injustices in vain.
I shall avenge her. The Tang family and the Bo family, is it? I will obliterate their homes this very moment.
Tang Debao's eyes were also filled with red. Yet he retained his composure. He intercepted Bao and reasoned that since their mother chose not to speak, it indicated her desire for them to remain unaware. Therefore, they should remain calm for the time being. There would be ample opportunities for vengeance in the future.
Tang Bao clenched his small fists tightly. Yet I can no longer endure it. How could such a wonderful person as our mother be subjected to such bullying?
In the past, she was all alone and vulnerable,
left to suffer at the hands of others.
But now that we three are by her side, we cannot allow her to be mistreated any longer. Even if it means enduring hardship ourselves, we must do it for her sake. Those grievances, even if we leave Jincheng, will eventually be avenged.
The current focus is on Bo Yancheng.
Little Sanbao agreed with his elder brother's sentiment, wiping away his tears before asking softly.
Is it because he loves our mother that he refuses to divorce?
It cannot be. If he truly loved her, he would not have hurt her all those years ago. He does not love our mother. Upon hearing this, Tang Bao felt a surge of anger. Mother does not even cherish his affections.
She is beautiful and gentle, deserving of a far better man. He, Bo Yancheng, is unworthy of our mother. Little Sanbao sniffled and inquired, is he our father?
Regardless of whether he is or not, I shall never accept him.
Little Sanbao nodded vigorously, neither will I.
Tang Daba stared intently at the photograph of Bo Yancheng, noting the striking resemblance he bore to them.
Being their mother's husband, there was a 99% likelihood that he was indeed their father. But so what?
They could not bring themselves to like someone who did not hold affection for their mother. Indeed, regardless of whether he was their father or not, they rejected him. Growing up without experiencing paternal love diminished their desire for it.
What child does not yearn for a father?
When they first discovered the possibility of Bo Yancheng being their father, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet, when faced with the choice between their mother and him, they unhesitatingly chose their mother. Such is the nature of children, they gravitate towards those who treat them well and cling to those who care for them the most.
Tang Dabo suggested that they remain calm and composed.
He proposed that since their mother did not mention her past, they should refrain from inquiring about it and pretend to be oblivious. Now that their mother is aware of Bo Yancheng's presence in Jin City, she will undoubtedly seek to divorce him. Once the divorce is finalized, they would take their mother away from there. After settling in another city, they would commence their quest for vengeance on behalf of their mother.
However, he pondered, what if he refuses to divorce her? Tang Daba frowned,
suggesting that they should force him to separate from mommy. They feigned ignorance and nestled into Tang Nuanning's embrace, seeking comfort.
Tang Nuanning noticed nothing amiss.
Her face radiated maternal affection as she gazed upon them. It was only upon seeing them that she comprehended why she had developed such profound feelings for the child named Shenbao during her time in the hospital. At that moment, she had likely been reminded of Bao and Bao, for Shenbao bore an uncanny resemblance to them, strikingly similar in their features.
Mommy, has everything been settled today?
Regarding the divorce,
Tang Nuanning shrugged helplessly, responding with a negative. The three little ones frowned in unison, asking, why?
The person had something to attend to and mentioned that they would arrange another meeting tomorrow. The three little ones remained silent, contemplating. Tang Nuanning bestowed a gentle kiss upon each of them, reassuring them with a smile, no need to dwell on it, we shall arrange it for tomorrow.
There is no rush.
Observing Tang Nuanning's cheerful demeanor, the three little ones refrained from further discussion. Throughout the afternoon, they devoted their efforts to bringing joy to her heart. In their eyes, their mother was akin to a cherished princess. Those who bore ill will towards her were of no concern, they adored her. Their beloved mother deserved all the affection they could offer.
Chapter 25, He, Bo Yancheng, would certainly not sire any other sons.
The following morning, Tang Nuanning awoke early. She first checked her phone, noting that Bo Yancheng had not attempted to contact her. Rather than feeling anxious, she remained composed, as it was still quite early, just past 6 o'clock. Nevertheless, to ensure clarity, she decided to place a call to the Yujing garden.
A definitive answer would suffice. If it were to be in the afternoon, so be it. Tang Nuanning freshened up and left a note for the three little ones before stepping out.
With some free time in the morning, she wished to seize the opportunity to meet her two close friends. After the incident years ago, which had led to her friends Xiaotiantian and Nanwan, facing public backlash on her behalf, including anonymous gifts of wreaths and deceased animals, they had stood by her side.
Now,
seeing that her own troubles had finally settled, she felt emboldened to meet them. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning cheerfully sought to reconnect with her friends, while on the other side,
Bo Yancheng's surroundings were enveloped in an icy chill.
He was battling monsters, facing multiple foes at once.
The Bo family, a formidable group,
had come to the hospital to see Shen Bao, primarily to ascertain how much longer he could survive. Bo Yancheng barred them from approaching Shen Bao's room, refusing them even a single step closer. The eldest of the Bo family expressed his discontent, stating, "Bo Yancheng, we hurried here through the freezing snow upon hearing that Shen Bao was hospitalized.
You may not feel gratitude, but why deny us entry? What is your intention?" Without even glancing at her, Bo Yancheng directly addressed his grandfather, Bo Changshan, asking, "What do you wish to discuss?
Please be forthright and do not waste our time."
The Bo family has concern for Shen Bao? Unlikely. Bo Changshan, leaning on his cane, furrowed his brow at the remark.
He had 4 children, 3 daughters and 1 son. The youngest being Bo Huizhong, Bo Yancheng's father. Many years ago, Bo Huizhong and his wife met with an untimely death abroad, leaving only Bo Yancheng and Shen Bao in the 4th branch, a meager lineage. Now that Bo Yancheng held significant power, the other branches eyed them with envy,
scheming to seize control. Dressed in a traditional suit and with hands resting on his cane, Bo Changshan solemnly inquired, "What is Shen Bao's current condition? Is it the same as before? Have all the specialists you consulted not brought about any improvement?"
"None," replied Bo Yancheng curtly.
"None?
Shen Bao is the only heir of the Bo lineage. This cannot continue."
The eldest remarked, "Indeed.
This situation cannot persist. Shen Bao is the sole male of his generation,
the rightful heir to the Bo family. But if he remains in this state, how can he inherit the Bo group? Should we entrust a frail child with its management? Moreover, will he even reach?"
Bo Changshan shot a sharp glance at the eldest, who hesitated to continue. Impatiently, Bo Yancheng stared at his grandfather, asserting, "You need not concern yourself with Shen Bao, my patience is limited.
Please get to the point."
Bo Changshan frowned, contemplating for a moment before speaking.
"In recent years,
your business ventures have been consistently profitable.
How could you suddenly lose a deal?"
"I am human, not a deity. Business inherently comes with gains and losses."
Bo Changshan eyed him suspiciously. "Who is taking your business? Is it someone from Jincheng?"
Understanding his grandfather's intentions, Bo Yancheng met his gaze, his expression inscrutable.
"Grandfather,
you are aging, you need not worry about business matters.
I will handle everything." Bo Changshan frowned again. The 1st branch is becoming increasingly agitated. "Bo Yancheng,
although you currently manage the company, do not forget that it was your grandfather who founded the Bo Group, and he has the right to inquire about its affairs." Bo Yancheng lifted an eyelid, retorting, "Then perhaps you have forgotten that the Bo Group your grandfather established has long since faded."
"The current Bo Group is entirely of my making. The Bo Group founded by Bo Changshan was a publicly listed company that had long since declined into obscurity. In contrast,
the Bo Group established by Bo Yancheng was thriving, a true commercial empire. No matter how you present it, your grandfather remains the founder of the Bo Group."
The eldest insisted. "And so? It is evident that the founder holds more authority."
"If your grandfather were to pass, the group would rightfully be yours, however."
"Since he is still living, so you wish for me to step aside? To relinquish the Bo Group willingly? To cast me out and divide the Bo Group among yourselves?"
The eldest was momentarily silenced.
Bo Yancheng's expression turned cold. "You are thinking too far ahead." A flicker of displeasure crossed Bo Changshan's features as he replied, "Do not heed your eldest aunt's foolish outbursts.
I may indeed be aging and wish to avoid such burdens, however, you are my only grandson and must manage the company. But with such significant losses, you must provide an explanation not just to the Bo family, but to the shareholders as well."
Bo Yancheng replied nonchalantly, "I have already provided an explanation." "What was it?" "Business competition."
The others were left speechless.
Upon leaving the hospital, the eldest began to complain,
asserting that while he was indeed the only root of the Bo family, a root that disregarded the family's interests was of little use. Xin Bao was also the sole successor of the next generation, yet he was a frail child.
Would he truly be able to inherit the Bo group? To speak candidly, would Xin Bao even reach the age of 18? What if he were to succumb to his ailments? The Bo family had always practiced single inheritance. Bo Yancheng was unlikely to have another son.
The bloodline's continuation was vital, yet it must also consider the realities at hand. If Xin Bao were to pass,
what would become of the Bo family?
Bo Changshan, dark-faced, reprimanded, "Watch what you say, misfortune arises from careless words.
Control your tongue,
or the first branch will soon encounter great troubles."
Bo Changshan angrily departed in his car.
The eldest,
unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "Did I say anything wrong?"
The reality is that Xin Bao is on the brink of death, and Bo Yancheng will not have another son.
The Bo family can no longer prioritize bloodline over all else. The second eldest interjected, "One cannot say it that way, perhaps in a couple of years. Yancheng will come to terms with things, remarry, and possibly have a son. You dream on."
The Bo family has practiced single inheritance for generations, no deity can change that. I foresee that Xin Bao's death will leave Bo Yancheng with nothing to boast about.
What does the old master have to say about bloodline inheritance now? The eldest coldly scoffed as he departed. Chapter 26, all await Xin Bao's demise. The second eldest squinted slightly, her eyes glinting with calculation. Upon entering her car, she asked the driver, "Have you gathered sufficient information?"
Indeed, it turns out that young Master Xin Bao's condition is quite serious. He nearly jumped off a building in despair.
Suicide?
Yes, the doctor mentioned that children with psychological disorders often meet such tragic ends if not treated effectively.
A flicker of excitement crossed the second eldest's eyes.
The driver continued, "Madam, young Master Xin Bao may not have many days left, and with the Bo family's tradition of single inheritance. Even if young Master Yancheng were to remarry, he would likely not have another son."
The second eldest, a cunning individual,
had long been plotting for the presidency of the Bo group. Although she presented herself as a modest mother of one, amicable to all, she was, in truth,
the most devious.
She had secretly placed her son in the care of others, nurturing him in secrecy, all to spring a surprise when the time was right. Now was not the moment. She would bide her time, waiting until Xin Bao's condition worsened before making her move. This uncertainty surrounding psychological disorders is profound.
Even physicians admit their inability to ascertain definitive outcomes. However, it is rumored that the situation will only deteriorate further. The recent suicide attempt serves as a mere precursor, with more attempts likely to follow.
A cold smile graces the lips of Bo Yancheng as he mutters, "I refuse to believe that Bo Yancheng will always arrive in time to save him.
Once he is gone, our opportunity will present itself." Meanwhile, Bo Changshan is not idle.
Upon entering his vehicle, he inquires of his confidant regarding Xin Bao's doctor.
The prognosis is grim, with symptoms of suicidal tendencies already manifesting today. Suicidal? Indeed.
Bo Changshan furrows his brow. The severity of Xin Bao's illness is of little consequence. What matters is ensuring his survival.
Should anything happen to him, the first, second, and third households will surely be thrown into chaos. Concern for Xin Bao?
Nonsense, it is merely a strategy to suppress the other factions.
This way, he can focus solely on dealing with Bo Yancheng.
It is imperative to uncover the individual who managed to seize billions from Yancheng and breach his security system.
For this person is no ordinary adversary. Finding him may very well restrain Yancheng.
Bo Changshan, akin to an ancient emperor, refuses to relinquish his power until the very end. His pursuit of authority has reached a near-obsessive level.
Yet, Bo Yancheng's strength has kept him under pressure for years.
Only upon hearing of someone who infiltrated Yancheng's security and made off with vast sums did he glimpse a chance for resurgence.
This individual is his salvation. And he must be located. His confidant states, "Our operatives have been investigating, but there are no leads."
It appears that young Master Yancheng has also failed to uncover any information. The adversary is highly skilled.
Bo Changshan's expression darkens as he exhales sharply. Of course. He is skilled, otherwise, would he dare to challenge Yancheng?
He narrows his eyes in contemplation.
Instructing his confidant to reach out to the #1 supporter of Ning Baobei on the dark web. No matter the price, fulfill his demands.
as long as he assists in identifying this individual. The confidant expresses concern, for this person is notoriously elusive and does not operate based on monetary incentives. His willingness to accept tasks is dictated solely by his whims. Number 1 supporter of Ning Baobei is a luminary in the hacking world. 2 years prior, he emerged suddenly, breaching a foreign military hangar in under a minute, gaining instant notoriety. Despite a legion of hackers attempting to uncover his identity, they found nothing, only to have their own secrets revealed. Since then, no one has dared to challenge him, firmly securing his position at the top of the hacker charts, a classic case of rising to prominence immediately upon debut. Bo Yancheng ponders. The mention of Ning Baobei's number 1 supporter indicates his importance to me. Perhaps I should initiate contact through Ning Baobei? He furrows his brow, contemplating that he must eventually show himself to accept tasks. As long as he is willing to take our job, he may set any conditions he desires. If he can assist, he will undoubtedly uncover the identity of that individual. So, think of a way. Indeed. We have discovered a woman named Tang Nuanning, who has recently had considerable interaction with young Master Yancheng. She is knowledgeable in child psychology, and young Master Yancheng may enlist her help for Shenbao's treatment, as she has stabilized the condition of the young master of the Fu family. Bo Yancheng's eyes narrow. Have you investigated her background? Yes, here it is. She appears to be an ordinary woman, having given birth to 3 sons. Her husband has passed, and she lives alone with her children in a mountain village. She only recently arrived in Jin City. Bo Yancheng studies the information for a moment. Arrange a meeting with her. Understood. At the hospital, Zhou Sheng informs Bo Yancheng. The old master and the others have departed. Privately, they have been investigating the individual who breached our security system, seemingly in search of potential allies. Bo Yancheng snorts derisively, eyes filled with disdain. He bears the blood of the Bo family, yet he holds a profound enmity towards them. If not for the multitude of unresolved matters, he would have severed ties with that clan long ago. Yancheng, Liu Bei approaches with an envelope. Bo Yancheng recognizes its contents immediately. It is the paternity test result between Tang Nuanning and Shenbao. What does it say? See for yourself. Liu Bei hands the envelope to Bo Yancheng, urging him to inspect its contents. Holding the envelope, Bo Yancheng's expression turns serious. After a moment's hesitation, he opens it, extracting the test results. Chapter 27. This man is quicker to turn against others than to turn a page of a book. No blood relation. Gazing at the report, Bo Yancheng's expression is a tumult of emotions. He cannot articulate his feelings. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, if Tang Nuanning were indeed Shenbao's biological mother, she would have no reason to lie. From any angle, acknowledging him would maximize her benefits. Nevertheless, Bo Yancheng feels compelled to ask, did you conduct the test personally? Yes. I didn't even let my assistant assist. Bo Yancheng furrows his brow, remaining silent. Liu Bei is perplexed. Whose paternity test is this? I suspect it belongs to Miss Tang and Shenbao. Liu Bei's eyes widen in shock. Does Yancheng suspect that Miss Tang is Shenbao's mother? My goodness. Why would he entertain such a notion? They do not resemble each other. Liu Bei is further astounded. Miss Tang even kissed him? Zhou Sheng nods knowingly. He has not yet rejected her. Is it possible that a cold heart could soften? I sense potential here. We should treat Miss Tang well. She might save Brother Chen and become the matriarch of our family. Just as Zhou Sheng finishes speaking, his phone rings. A bodyguard reports, Brother Sheng. We have located Miss Tang, she is with Bo Yancheng. Zhou Sheng is taken aback. With whom? Bo Yancheng. Zhou Sheng feels a chill run down his spine. Just as he suggested she might become the matriarch, she is now associating with the enemy. After hanging up, Zhou Sheng quietly informs Bo Yancheng, Brother Chen. Miss Tang is meeting Bo Yancheng at a CAF, and he has given her 100,000 yuan. Bo Yancheng's expression darkens, his eyes blazing with fury. Half an hour later, Tang Nuanning arrives unannounced. Unaware of the paternity test or the tangled history between Bo Yancheng and the Bo family, She only finds Bo Yancheng's sudden change of demeanor perplexing. Now, his gaze towards her is even colder than when they first met. Tang Nuanning did not delve into the peculiar emotions he exhibited. Instead, she candidly stated, "Today, a tall, slender elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair approached me and mentioned your son, Shenbao. Before he departed, he insisted on giving me 100,000 yuan. Observing your resemblance, I surmise he must be your grandfather. I am unable to reach him, thus I must trouble you to assist me in returning this money." She acknowledged her penchant for wealth, yet maintained that a gentleman acquires riches through righteous means. She would not accept every monetary offering indiscriminately. She believed in earning her keep.
Bo Yancheng understood she was referring to Bo Changshan and regarded her with a gaze that revealed his uncertainty.
He had not anticipated that she would proactively come forward regarding this matter with Bo Changshan.
"You cannot reach him? You do not recognize him?" "Indeed.
Otherwise I would not have entrusted you with the task of returning the money."
Bo Yancheng remained speechless. Tang Nuanning observed his skepticism, rendered speechless. "I have no connection with him. If I knew him, why would I conceal it from you?" She inquired, "What did he say to you?"
"He asked if I had treated Shenbao, to which I replied in the negative. Then he questioned whether I was a child psychology expert. And I affirmed that I was not. Subsequently, he mentioned that if you were to compensate me, he would pay double, expressing a desire to engage in a transaction. Yet he was unwilling to disclose the specifics of this deal."
Bo Yan furrowed his brow. Tang Nuanning remarked, "If you wish to delve deeper,
feel free to inquire with him.
I, too, am rather perplexed. Regardless, I have already handed you the money, should any issues arise in the future. Do not seek me out." Just then, Liu Bei entered.
To safeguard herself,
Tang Nuanning requested Liu Bei to record a video as evidence of her having given the money to Bo Yancheng.
Bo Yancheng regarded her with a face full of skepticism. Suspecting that she was in cahoots with Bo Changshan, Tang Nuanning paid no heed to his thoughts. Having parted with her money brought her a sense of peace. She cast another glance at Shenbao, who lay on the hospital bed, and reached out her hand. Observing this, Bo Yancheng immediately seized her wrist.
His voice icy as he questioned, "What do you think you are doing?" Chapter 28, Whose divorce is so joyous? Tang Nuanning was startled. I just want to take his pulse, is that not permissible?" Bo Yancheng glared at her with a dark expression. Liu Bei quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Thank you, Miss Tang. Ah Chen, let her be."
After glaring at her for a considerable time, Bo Yancheng finally relented and released his grip.
Tang Nuanning was exasperated.
Were it not for her compassion for the child, she would not have meddled in affairs that did not concern her. Truly, it was akin to a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize the kindness of a good person.
Tang Nuanning silently cursed, yet still diligently took Shenbao's pulse. Judging solely by the pulse, there appeared to be no significant issues.
His current condition was quite stable. Once he awakened, it was imperative not to provoke him again. Furthermore, from this day forth, he should not be left alone. This attempt at self-harm was merely the beginning. There would undoubtedly be many more to come.
Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment before retrieving a small vial from her bag.
She explained that should he fall ill again, and the sedatives prove ineffective, he could take one of these pills to temporarily stabilize his emotions.
Liu Bei promptly took the vial, opened it, and discovered that it contained herbal pills crafted from traditional Chinese medicine. What could this be?
Tang Nuanning refrained from disclosing that she had concocted the remedy herself, instead fabricating an excuse that she had obtained it from an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, claiming its efficacy was remarkable. Should anyone harbor doubts, she encouraged them to consult an old doctor to verify its ingredients. Liu Bei promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." She replied with a wave of her hand, "You're welcome. I likely 1T change my phone number after I leave. If the child encounters any issues,
feel free to call me. I shall certainly assist if I can." Deep Bao's features bore a striking resemblance to those of De Bao and Air Bao,
a testament to fate, and she felt compelled to offer her help.
Moreover, she owed a substantial debt to a certain individual, though her heart resented the obligation.
She acknowledged that she was indeed indebted. Presently, she lacked the means to repay, and aiding his child would grant her a sense of inner peace.
Liu Bei was taken aback. "Are you leaving?"
Bo Yancheng also exhibited a hint of surprise, casting a glance in her direction.
Tang Nuanning nodded and said, "Yes.
I am here in Jin City for business. I will be able to complete my tasks by this afternoon, and once I am finished, I shall depart."
Tang Nuanning was brimming with confidence, certain that she would successfully annul the troublesome marriage by afternoon.
"Where are you taking the child?"
Liu Bei inquired. Tang Nuanning instinctively cast a glance at Bo Yancheng, unwilling to disclose their location in his presence. She simply replied, "I haven't made up my mind yet.
For now, I plan to take the children out for a stroll and decide later."
Liu Bei pressed on, "So you don't have a permanent residence at the moment?"
"Well, we've been living in the countryside, but I intend for the children to attend school in the city.
However, I have yet to choose which city to settle in." "Really going?" Bo Yancheng suddenly inquired.
"Yes, do you have any objections?"
What kind of tone was that? Bo Yancheng scoffed coldly.
When Tang Nuanning met his gaze, it felt as though she were deliberately fabricating lies to elicit his plea for her to stay.
Infuriated, she declared,
"You need not look down upon me, I shall leave whenever I choose. If I ever present myself before you again, I shall be like a dog."
With that, she stormed off in a huff. After departing from the hospital, Tang Nuanning mentally sent her regards to Bo Yancheng's ancestors. Subsequently,
she promptly called Yu Jinjuan to inquire about the status of Bo Yancheng's divorce. Tang Nuanning politely expressed her gratitude by saying, "You've worked hard," and continued, "I will first queue at the Civil Affairs Bureau, later, he can come directly there."
"There is no need to sign any divorce agreement, we shall simply obtain the certificate."
After hanging up the phone, Tang Nuanning hailed a taxi and made her way to the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Upon arrival,
she cheerfully approached the divorce window to wait in line. Her demeanor caused the staff at the window to momentarily doubt whether she was in the right place.
Who is so jubilant about a divorce?
Observing those around her, each person wore expressions of frustration, while she appeared as if she were on the verge of getting married.
Radiating an unusual joy,
Tang Nuanning remained undeterred by the peculiar gazes of those around her as she stood in line, envisioning a bright future ahead.
Following her divorce,
she would finally be able to register her children, and subsequently settle down in a charming little city, where spring reigned throughout the year. She would diligently pursue her career, and her children would attend school as normal. Life would finally fall into a harmonious rhythm.
A family of 4, blissfully content.
Lost in dreams of a splendid life post-divorce, an unmistakable joy illuminated Tang Nuanning's face. However, as beautiful as her imaginings were, reality proved equally harsh.
Bo Yancheng delivered a staggering blow.
She could hardly believe that a member of the esteemed Bo family would so brazenly go back on their word.
The divorce, it seemed, was no longer an option.
Moreover, this disheartening revelation came only after she had endured over 2 hours of waiting in line.
She was utterly infuriated, seething with rage.
The thought of confronting Bo Yancheng in that moment was almost unbearable. To renege on one's word, to be so deceitful, beneath contempt, even unworthy of a dog.
Tang Nuanning actually held a considerable respect for Bo Yancheng.
Years ago, when he accused her of infidelity and disregarding her marital vows, she bore no resentment towards him. Yet today, she could not help but berate him in her heart, feeling utterly exasperated. They had agreed to part ways, but he now seemed unwilling to follow through.
Was this not a case of sheer bullying?
Tang Nuanning stormed out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, her earlier joy replaced by a seething anger.
Hailing a cab, she snapped, "Driver, could you please tell me which is closer, the Bo family ancestral home or the Bo group?"
The driver glanced at her before checking the navigation,
confirming that the ancestral home was indeed nearer. "Then take me to the Bo family ancestral home."
The only places she associated with Bo Yancheng were those two. She was determined to confront him and demand an explanation for his refusal to divorce despite his evident lack of love.
However, as she neared the ancestral home, doubt crept in. During their clandestine marriage, even the Bo family had never seen her. Would barging in now jeopardize their secret? Would this lead Bo Yancheng to resist the divorce even more? After much deliberation, Tang Nuanning instructed the driver to turn back.
She had already spent over 100 on taxi fares, and yet, the divorce remained unfinalized, infuriating.
Nonetheless,
her melancholic mood was swiftly dispelled by the sounds of laughter emanating from inside the house.
"Come on, you guys, tell me, is your godmother beautiful?" Tian prompted. The three little ones chimed in unison, beautiful. Ha ha ha. Now tell me, is your godmother adorable? Adorable. Is she a fairy? She is a fairy. The joyous laughter of Tian nearly lifted the roof off the house. Tang Nuanning could not help but laugh. Today, upon learning that she had given birth to the child and raised them alone for 5 years, Tian wept for quite a while. Although Tian was still a single young lady, she understood the difficulties of raising a child, especially as a single mother, which made her heart ache for her friend. While feeling compassion for her friend, Tian also found herself quite enamored with the children. Thus, when she received a call from Bo Yancheng, she eagerly accepted the invitation and rushed to see the children. Tang Nuanning opened the door and entered the room. The three little ones, upon catching sight of her, immediately scrambled to their feet and, resembling three playful little tigers, rushed towards her, calling out, "Mummy! Mummy! Mummy!" Tang Nuanning responded repeatedly, bestowing affectionate kisses here and there, ensuring that each person received a sweet token of her affection. Tian was utterly thrilled. The three little ones were simply adorable, and on top of that, they were remarkably handsome. Her fondness for them knew no bounds. Tang Nuanning smiled and said, "You should hurry and have a few of your own." Tang Nuanning remarked, "Uncle and aunt, you have only this precious daughter, and both of you are eagerly anticipating a grandson. Sooner or later, you will have to bear children." Tang Nuanning smiled helplessly and inquired, "What would you like to eat tonight?" "I've decided on Jinping Restaurant, it's my treat." "Are we really going there?" "It's rather expensive. A place that isn't worthy of my three treasures' beauty is indeed too modest. Consider it a family gathering. Once they partake in my lavish feast, they shall be like my own children. I've already reserved a private room, so stop hesitating and hurry up. Get ready and let us go." Tang Nuanning felt a pang of sympathy for Qian, yet she did not wish to dampen the spirits of those around her. Relenting, she addressed the three little ones, saying, "Why don't you go change your clothes? We are off to enjoy a sumptuous meal with your godmother." "Yay, yay, yay! We're going to have a feast." The three little ones were overjoyed. "Congratulations on freeing yourself from that scoundrel. Hurry and show me your divorce certificate." Tang Nuanning, with her bitter melon-like face, did not manage to get a divorce. "What? Shoo, the children are unaware of my impending separation." Tian, filled with urgency, lowered her voice to inquire, "Did someone stand you up?" "Put. What on earth is he thinking? He clearly doesn't harbor any feelings for you. Yet he clings to you relentlessly. Could it be that he intends to exact revenge in this twisted manner? If that is indeed the case, it is utterly perverse." Tang Nuanning could not fathom why Bo Yancheng was unwilling to divorce her. Logically, if Bo Yancheng despised her so deeply, he would naturally wish to distance himself entirely and sever all ties. Yet, astonishingly, he was evading her and refusing to part ways. It was indeed a perplexing situation. A grand enigma. "I believe he is merely tormenting you. Tell me who he is, and I shall have my parents advocate for you." Tian's parents were both esteemed university professors, renowned in their fields, with students flourishing across various industries and an extensive network. Although the Xia family was not part of the elite class in Jin City, they commanded significant respect. Had they not maintained a low profile, they would undoubtedly be a prominent presence in the city. As it stood, Tian's parents were indeed influential figures in their domain. Generally, seeking their assistance would surely yield favorable outcomes. However, Tian remained oblivious to the fact that her husband was Bo Yancheng. Years ago, even the Tang family was unaware that the suitor arriving with an exorbitant betrothal gift was from the Bo family. It was only after her marriage that she discovered her husband was indeed a member of the Bo family, named Bo Yancheng. She had heard that due to Bo Yancheng's ill fortune, the Bo family sought to counteract his fate by selecting Tang Xin based on his birth date and time. When the Bo family proposed, they did not disclose their identity, merely offering a lavish betrothal gift and mentioning that the prospective bride was disabled, hoping to have Tang Xin marry to bring him good fortune. Upon hearing that her suitor was disabled, Tang Xin immediately expressed her unwillingness, lamenting and cursing vehemently, declaring that if she were to be married off to him, she would rather choose death. However, the Tang family was reluctant to part with the exorbitant betrothal gifts, which led to the arrangement of her substitute marriage.
The Tang family feared the exposure of her arranged marriage and compelled her to sign a confidentiality agreement.
She reluctantly acquiesced, considering it a repayment of the 20 years of nurture bestowed by the Tang family.
These circumstances were unknown to Xia Tiantian and Nan Wan. They were only aware that she had been excelling in her studies before abruptly dropping out to marry. After 2 years of marriage, her husband unleashed a storm of accusations, claiming she had been unfaithful and disregarded her marital duties.
Chapter 30: The Illegitimate Child of Bo Yancheng?
Please refrain from concerning yourself with my divorce. If I truly find myself in dire straits, I shall seek assistance from my uncle and aunt.
After all, this matter pertains to the Bo family,
and Tang Nuanning wishes to keep the Xia family uninvolved.
Xia Tiantian sighed. Very well, but if you encounter any difficulties, you must inform me.
While I may lack the means to assist you, my parents are certainly capable.
Tang Nuanning did not speak, and Xia Tiantian chose not to press her.
A friendship marked by a sense of propriety allows for greater comfort. It neither clings excessively nor creates distance. As long as you require assistance, I shall always be present.
Tang Nuanning nodded with a sense of relief. Sigh. Do you think you might have destroyed the temple of matchmaking in your past life?
Perhaps that is why the god of love treats you this way in this life?
All around you are nothing but scoundrels. What a disgraceful husband.
And the father of your child is equally laughable, Zuishianshan remarked.
Tang Nuanning chuckled and said, Not at all. My 3 treasures are all fine young gentlemen.
Just as they were conversing, the 3 little ones emerged from the house. The eldest, dressed in a well-fitted small suit and polished leather shoes, sported a bow tie and a lapel pin, resembling a miniature version of a CEO. The second child donned a stylish athletic outfit, complete with black sports pants, a black hoodie, and a matching cap, adorned with an intricately embroidered dragon, exuding the essence of a streetwise young prince, undeniably the most dashing child in the world. The youngest wore a trendy pleated skirt, paired with a white, androgynous traditional-style shirt, accentuated by a bow tie at the collar, embodying the spirit of a classical young gentleman. With a graceful demeanor akin to jade, he appeared as a refined young lad.
Xia Tiantian was left in awe, nearly drooling, exclaiming, Oh my goodness, I feel like crying. Tang Nuanning found it amusing and playfully nudged her, exclaiming, What are you doing? Xia Tiantian feigned a sob, saying,
I never expected that this little rascal could look so handsome, oh dear. She insisted, No, I must take photos for a group shot. I want to set my social media ablaze. I aspire to be the most dazzling star in tonight's online circle.
With that, she whipped out her phone, snapping a flurry of pictures.
Though the images only captured the child's eyes, her social media exploded with excitement. Unsurprisingly, she became the focal point of attention among her peers.
He's my son.
She responded to inquiries about his origins.
Where did you find him? Where did you pick him up?
I won't tell you, she teased.
Gift me one. That won't do. She retorted playfully, then I might just have to snatch him away. Quickly, tell me, what color do they prefer for their sacks? Xia Tiantian laughed heartily. Tang Nuanning was concerned that she might burst into laughter.
She felt both helpless and amused by this outrageous display of showing off her child.
However, joy is always fleeting.
Tang Nuanning could never have anticipated that merely today, she had declared in the hospital that should she appear before him again, she would be akin to a dog. Yet, this evening, fate conspired to bring them together in the most unexpected manner. At 7 o'clock, a group of individuals arrived punctually at the Jinping restaurant, the most venerable, distinctive, upscale, and indeed the priciest establishment in Jincheng, a gem of the Bo family conglomerate. Numerous celebrities, national leaders, and foreign dignitaries frequent this locale when visiting the city. Upon their entrance, they became the center of attention. Despite donning masks, their captivating visages could not be concealed. Most striking among them was Tang Nuanning, whose natural beauty, enhanced by years of nurturing in the mountains, rendered her skin fair and radiant, exuding an ethereal charm. The adage that a region nourishes its people rings true. The maiden, nurtured by the mountains and crystalline springs, possessed a purity and grace reminiscent of a celestial being. The term beautiful scarcely encapsulates her allure. The trio of young ones were equally eye-catching, a charming little gentleman, A youthful prince of sports, and a darling of the fashion world. The attentive staff could not restrain their admiration as they showered compliments upon them.
Upon reaching the top floor, an attendant guided them to their private room.
Once the door was closed, the youngsters eagerly removed their masks, pressing themselves against the floor-to-ceiling windows to gaze outside, exclaiming in wonder at the breathtaking spectacle before them.
Tang Nuanning had previously advised them to wear masks when outside,
citing the poor air quality due to winter smog in the northern regions.
The underlying concern, however, was to prevent their father from discovering their whereabouts.
Unexpectedly, despite all precautions, the waitress recognized Bo Yancheng. Upon seeing the faces of the three little ones, the waitress's smile instantly froze, her eyes wide with astonishment.
They. Chapter 31, The Business Legend, Bo Yancheng. What's the matter? Tang Nuanning inquired.
The waitress, taken aback, swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss for words.
Among these three children,
two bore an uncanny resemblance to their boss, Bo Yancheng. They were practically miniature versions of him.
Yet, Bo Yancheng was dining in the adjacent room. If these were indeed his children, why was he not accompanying them?
Furthermore, it was rumored that Mr. Bo had only one son.
Could it be that these two were his illegitimate children?
The waitress pondered, her expression becoming increasingly dramatic.
However, she dared not inquire too deeply into Bo Yancheng's personal affairs.
Working at the Jincheng Hotel required a discerning eye. I apologize, your little treasures are simply too stunning.
This is the first time I've encountered such beautiful children. And I couldn't contain my emotions, she said. Xia Tian and Tang Nuanning felt their doubts dissipate. Most first-time encounters with the three little ones elicited similar reactions. Do you need me to introduce the menu? The waitress asked.
No, we'll take a look first, Tang Nuanning replied. Very well, each dish comes with a detailed description. Here, you can press this button to connect with the service department, and we will attend to your needs, the waitress said with a smile as she turned to leave.
Tang Nuanning immediately remarked, dining here is already quite extravagant, why did you book a scenic room? Xia Tian cheerfully responded.
This is the first time I'm treating my sons to a meal, so of course, we must choose the best place. If those two most expensive private rooms hadn't been reserved so early, I would have booked them.
Extravagant, it makes me uneasy, Tang Nuanning replied.
There's no need for concern, I have the means.
Dining won't impoverish me.
Just look at how much Jincheng has changed.
Tang Nuanning could not resist rising from her seat, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze upon the entirety of Jin City.
The nightscape of Jin City was breathtaking, with towering skyscrapers adorned with twinkling lights and bustling traffic,
all reflecting the city's vibrant prosperity. In the past, she had felt like an integral part of the city. Now, although her love for it remained unwavering,
she recognized that she no longer belonged here.
That building appears to be newly constructed, doesn't it? I don't recall it being there before. Which one? The tallest one,
with a spherical domatop, resembling a luminous pearl.
Ah, that one is the new office building of the Bo family group.
It was completed 2 years ago and reportedly cost billions, making it the most extravagant and luxurious office structure in all of Asia.
Tang Nuanning was taken aback. The Bo family?
Indeed, the year of your incident, the Bo family also faced calamity.
The Bo group encountered catastrophic misfortune, nearly leading to bankruptcy. Subsequently,
the elder of the Bo family relinquished his position, and the eldest grandson, Bo Yan, was entrusted with the heavy responsibility, shouldering the entirety of the Bo group and ascending to the role of its president.
Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in astonishment. Bo Yancheng is the current president of the Bo group? This is common knowledge, are you not aware of it? Tang Nuanning was unaware that,
having lived in seclusion in the mountains for years, she had paid little attention to her illustrious yet elusive husband.
Was he not once the least favored? Moreover,
he bore the burden of a disability. It was said that he was indeed neglected, and certainly, he was disabled.
Yet, what of his lack of favor?
The Bo family had long been a lineage of single heirs, and he was the sole grandson.
Although the Bo family's grandsons bore their maternal surname,
they were not truly Bo family members. In aristocratic circles, lineage and bloodline were of utmost importance. Furthermore, Bo Yancheng was an exceptionally formidable individual.
He epitomized resilience in the face of adversity.
While fate may have deprived him of the ability to walk, it bestowed upon him an extraordinary intellect. When he was called upon in a moment of crisis, he transformed the Bo Group from a company on the brink of bankruptcy into a commercial titan, increasing its market value by over 100-fold. He became a veritable legend in the business world. In a remarkable ascent, Bo Yancheng emerged as the wealthiest man globally, consistently holding the top position on the billionaire list for several years.
Chapter 32: Accidentally Becoming the Wealthy Lady Tang Nuanning. In an instant, she found herself transformed into the wife of a billionaire. One would expect that anyone else would be overjoyed by such a turn of fate. Yet, she could only weep.
The higher Bo Yancheng's status and the greater his power, the more futile her attempts to confront him became.
With his immense influence, should he refuse to divorce her, what could she possibly do?
Initially, she had contemplated a strategy of courtesy before conflict. If he remained obstinate, she would resort to relentless pursuit.
However, now, after hearing from Tian, she felt utterly daunted. Oh heavens, if only they would cease their torment. It would be merciful to end her life instead.
Seeing Tang Nuanning suddenly wearing a face of despair, Tian mistakenly assumed she was merely shocked by the astounding news regarding Bo Yancheng and did not dwell on it further.
She remarked, although Bo Yancheng, like your husband,
has his own disabilities, discussions surrounding him could last for 3 days and nights without end. Let us put it this way, despite his never having made an appearance in public, and the world being unaware of his true appearance, legends of him abound throughout the realm. At a young age, he firmly holds a position on the rich list. When disaster strikes, he readily donates billions. His extravagance is genuine, and his ruthlessness is equally formidable. He has been known to swallow 3 publicly listed companies in a mere 3 days,
causing the CEOs of those firms to collectively leap from buildings. The tales are endless, truly endless. However, he is a prodigy, far removed from our ordinary lives.
So do not fear upon hearing news of him. We do not provoke him, and he does not know us, so there is no need for concern.
Yet, Tang Nuanning felt only deeper despair. How could he not recognize her? After all, she was his wife. Moreover, she was the one who had cheated during marriage, completely infuriating him, leading to his demand that she leave with nothing. Their connection was not only profound, but she had also deeply offended him. Life seemed utterly unbearable. Tang Nuanning,
anxious that Tian and the 3 little ones might perceive her peculiar behavior and mar their delightful spirits, sought an excuse to step outside.
Tian inquired, "Are you heading to the restroom? There's one in this room, you know, behind the hidden door." Tang replied, "I'd prefer to go outside." "There should be one out there, right?"
"Indeed, there is," came the response.
"Well then, you all order without me. I can eat anything, I'm not picky."
Upon finishing her words, Tang Nuanning hurriedly exited the private room. She made her way to the restroom, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, on the verge of tears. Initially, she had contemplated blocking the door to the company in an attempt to coerce Bo Yancheng into divorce, but now it seemed futile. He stood atop the pinnacle of success while she languished in the depths of despair. The disparity between them was insurmountable. How could she possibly contend with such a vast difference? Tang Nuanning felt that Tian's words held truth. She must have angered the deity of marriage in her past life, which explained the tumultuous nature of her current marital journey.
Reluctant to wed yet compelled to do so,
yearning for divorce while her partner steadfastly refused, she truly felt as if misfortune had taken residence in her life, akin to a cursed bear of bad luck.
Just then,
a voice, somewhat familiar, echoed from behind her, calling out Tang Yuqian. She turned to see Shanhai.
Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat.
The moment Shanhai laid eyes on her, his eyes widened in surprise.
"It truly is you. What a coincidence we have here, ha ha."
Observing the malicious glint in his gaze, Tang Nuanning instinctively sought to evade him. However, Shanhai seized her arm and, with a smirk, inquired,
"Why are you running away? Are you afraid your brother will devour you? I assure you, I would never harm you."
Who in this circle does not know that Shanhai is the epitome of chivalry, especially towards a beautiful girl like you, heh. The stench of alcohol wafted towards her, and Tang Nuanning was nearly overwhelmed by his repulsiveness. No wonder he dared to act recklessly in a place like the Jinping Hotel, he was intoxicated. She contemplated seizing the hand sanitizer from the sink and hurling it at his head, but hesitated, fearing the cost of such an expensive item.
Instead,
she forcefully wrenched her arm free from Shanhai's grasp and reprimanded him. "Mr. Shan, please maintain your decorum."
decorum? Ha! You, a mere barmaid, dare lecture me on propriety? Selling drinks is not the same as selling oneself. What is wrong with it?
To me, it is all the same, both are merely for someone's pleasure. Last time you were fortunate enough to escape, but this time, your luck has run out. As he spoke, Shanhai extended his lecherous hand,
attempting to embrace Tang Nuanning.
Tang Nuanning quickly took a few steps back and exclaimed, "If you dare to act recklessly again, I will summon help."
Summon help? Go ahead, let's see who dares to stop me. If I don't take you down tonight, I might as well eat dirt.
As Shanhai spoke, he lunged towards Tang Nuanning.
However, he slipped and ended up in an intimate encounter with the floor.
Shanhai grimaced in pain, cursing under his breath.
Seeing this, Tang Nuanning seized the opportunity to dash towards the bathroom exit.
Shanhai swiftly rose from the ground and hurled a bottle of hand sanitizer at the back of Tang Nuanning's head. The hand sanitizer was encased in an exquisite white porcelain bottle. Had Tang Nuanning not dodged in time, her skull could have been severely injured. Gazing at the shattered porcelain pieces scattered on the floor, Tang Nuanning stood frozen in shock, breathless as she turned to look at Shanhai. Shanhai was not only lecherous but also possessed a violent disposition.
If you dare to run again, I swear I'll make you pay dearly for it. I refuse to believe I cannot deal with you.
His frustration mounted with each failed attempt to claim Tang Nuanning, a relentless yearning stirring within him. The more elusive she became, the stronger his desire grew. Shanhai approached with fury etched across his face, regarding Tang Nuanning as if she were his prey.
Utterly determined to claim her, Tang Nuanning hastily ran.
She intended to seek help from the hotel staff, but to her dismay, there was not a soul to be found in the corridor. Tang Nuanning hesitated to retreat to her private room,
fearing it might implicate Xia Tian and the three little ones.
Just then, the door to another private room swung open unexpectedly.
Tang Nuanning plunged in without a moment's hesitation, slamming the door shut behind her with a resounding thud.
She leaned against the door, breathless, exclaiming, "Help!
Someone is committing a crime." The lively atmosphere of the private room fell silent in an instant due to her abrupt entrance.
The gazes of the onlookers shifted from surprise to shock, and then deepened into a more profound understanding.
Tang Nuanning possesses an exquisite beauty, her demeanor a rare gem.
Nurtured by the mountains for many years, she appears as pure and flawless as a pristine jade.
Unblemished by the corruption of society,
she evokes an instinctive desire to protect her. Seated at the head of the table, Bo Yancheng was smoking when he caught sight of Tang Nuanning. A flicker of derision crossing his gaze. He had come merely for a meal, yet she had reappeared, despite her earlier declarations of departure.
Chapter 33, Tang Nuanning, Am I Spoiled by Favoritism?
He Jingcheng, sitting beside Bo Yancheng, narrowed his eyes at the sight of Tang Nuanning.
A quintessential playboy. He immediately took a fancy to her. Without a glance at Bo Yancheng's expression, he rose and approached her, inquiring, "What troubles you, my lady?" Xin Ming and Shang Yu also stood, but before they could utter a word, He Jingcheng waved them down, saying, "You two sit." With such unappealing looks, there's no need to frighten anyone.
Xin Ming and Shang Yu exchanged glances, realizing He Jingcheng had clearly set his sights on Tang Nuanning, leaving the others to silently express their regret.
Though all were affluent young masters, none could rival He Jingcheng in winning a woman's heart. He Jingcheng,
renowned in Jin City for his frivolous pursuits, had courted more women than most had grains of rice.
Not only was he wealthy,
but he also boasted exceptional attributes, standing at 6 feet 3 inches, with a slim waist, broad shoulders, and long legs.
Remarkably handsome, yet undeniably masculine.
He shared Bo Yancheng's passion for fitness, appearing lean but athletic. Such a striking figure would be irresistible to any woman.
The others, recognizing their limitations, conceded Tang Nuanning to He Jingcheng.
However, as He Jingcheng approached her, he abruptly halted.
He scrutinized Tang Nuanning for a few moments before glancing at Bo Yancheng, his expression laden with intrigue. The unique fruity aroma lingered, reminiscent of Bo Yancheng's scent from their last encounter. This woman was clearly entwined with him. Intriguing. Though a notorious playboy, He Jingcheng adhered to a code: one must not covet a friend's wife. "Fear not, little Chen Chen is here, he will surely protect you." Quickly now, Your dish has arrived. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow and shot him a fierce glare.
He Jincheng reclined in his chair, a playful smile on his lips,
relishing the unfolding drama.
The others wore expressions of bemusement, witnessing the spectacle before them. At this moment, Tang Nuanning also noticed Bo Yancheng. His presence surprised her. She never anticipated encountering him in this private room. This infuriating twist of fate left her utterly speechless.
Just this afternoon,
she had told him that if she were to appear before him again, she would consider herself a dog. Yet, here she was, facing him once more that very evening.
How utterly awkward.
The embarrassment was so profound that one could practically construct a villa with the sheer discomfort of it.
Tang Nuanning's delicate face flushed a deep crimson.
Her fair complexion, when tinged with such color, resembled the blooming of peach blossoms upon her visage. To the eyes of others, she was truly stunning.
He Jincheng, with a mischievous glint, nudged Bo Yancheng and teased, "What are you waiting for? Show some concern for her. Look, she's blushing." Onlookers chimed in, "Brother Chen, aren't you going to make an introduction? Such beauty, is she your sister-in-law?"
One exclaimed, while another rose to offer his seat, beckoning Tang Nuanning, sister-in-law.
"Please come and sit." Tang Nuanning felt a flurry of nerves and embarrassment, at a loss for how to respond to the remark. Her large,
sparkling eyes fluttered as her breath became disordered, rendering her a picture of dazed innocence that was utterly charming.
The onlookers were envious of Bo Yancheng,
who seemed to have found such a strikingly beautiful companion. Yet, unexpectedly, Bo Yancheng let out a cold laugh, questioning her presence with a hint of derision. Reclining in his seat, cigarette poised delicately between his fingers, he exuded a languid demeanor, yet his gaze was filled with scorn.
Tang Nuanning. She wished she could find a crevice to hide in.
With a flushed face, she stammered, "The plan has changed."
"Ha!" Tang Nuanning bit her lip in frustration. "What the hell?"
"To hell with you." She was merely speaking the truth. Bo Yancheng had stood her up. With the marriage unresolved, how could she possibly move on? Tang Nuanning, unable to contain her frustration, declared, "Jincheng is not your home. I may come and go as I please, and you have no authority over my decisions." Her expression, tone, and words to the onlookers, it unmistakably appeared as an act of playful petulance, exuding an unmistakable air of entitlement. A group of spectators erupted in laughter, teasingly exclaiming, "Oh, Xingu, you have no say in this."
"Ha ha ha, Xingu, can you handle this?" He Jincheng added fuel to the fire, jesting, "Can Xingu really do anything? Why ask him? You should be inquiring of your little sister-in-law instead." Tang Nuanning,
at the age of 26, possesses a youthful visage that makes her appear akin to a college student just in her early 20s, clearly younger than her peers.
Onlooker number 4 turned to Tang Nuanning and inquired, "Dear sister-in-law, do share with us the truth, how is Xingu faring?" Onlooker number 5 added,
"Xingu is quite the fitness enthusiast, and at this vigorous age, he must be active several times a night."
"Is he up to the task? Are you foolish? You're honestly asking the sister-in-law?" Another chimed in.
"Just look at her, she is embarrassed by your question. Sister-in-law, pay no heed to him, he is quite the dimwit." Each utterance of sister-in-law nearly made Tang Nuanning choke with indignation. Their jesting only served to ignite her frustration.
"Enough of your nonsensical chatter. I am not well acquainted with him."
He Jincheng interjected, "Listen here, Aiken, she claims not to know you well.
Ignoring you is her way of evading responsibility. Are you truly lacking in ability? Failing to attend to her needs?"
His words revealed a clear dissatisfaction.
Tang Nuanning pursed her lips and glared at He Jincheng. How could such a handsome man possess such a mouth? And what of the person beside him? Has he forgotten how to speak? Don't feign ignorance. Utter a word. Tang Nuanning's tone was fierce.
Bo Yancheng casually flicked the ash from his cigarette and obediently uttered a single word, "Scram."
The crowd? Bo Yancheng's sudden icy demeanor silenced the laughter in the private room. Tang Nuanning felt a surge of embarrassment, her cheeks flushed with crimson.
Gritting her teeth, she turned on her heel and exited the scene.
Relying on him for salvation was out of the question. If it came to it,
she would rather face the consequences with Shin Haiyu.
Bah!
That lecherous Shin Hai was not worth her desperation. She possessed the capability to ensure his lineage ceased today.
Chapter 34, Tang Nuanning, I shall rid the world of its scourge.
Shanhai had been wandering the corridor for quite some time, making a call to instruct his bodyguards to review the surveillance footage in search of Tang Nuanning's whereabouts. Suddenly, upon spotting her, a grin spread across his face. There was no need for surveillance, he had found her.
Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth and took off running, leading him toward the corner.
She feared that Xia Tiantian and the three little ones would be frightened if they witnessed this scene. She intended to guide him into a secluded spot to deliver a couple of swift strikes, ridding the world of a menace.
However, just as she reached the turn, she was confronted by Shanhai's bodyguards.
Shanhai, panting heavily, rushed over and seized a handful of Tang Nuanning's hair, cursing furiously, "You wretched creature!
Are you still trying to escape?"
Felt a sharp pain and instinctively kicked out. Unable to reach Shanhai, she placed her foot on the tip of his shoe. Shanhai immediately yelped in anger, seizing her by the neck and thrusting her against the wall with a fierce grip, as if he wished to strangle her.
Two bodyguards stood nearby, observing the scene with indifference. "Find an empty room, I intend to take her here." The bodyguards nodded and departed. "You wretched woman! You should consider it a privilege that I have set my sights on you. In Jin City, whatever I desire is within my grasp. Let us see how you intend to escape today."
Tang Nuanning struggled to breathe, her face flushed a deep crimson.
"Scoundrel! Your time is over."
Tang Nuanning had resolutely decided to rid the world of its troubles, but just as she revealed her silver needle, a chilling voice interrupted, "What are you doing?" Tang Nuanning turned her gaze towards the sound and beheld a familiar face, Lin Dong. Lin Dong was the husband of her close friend Nan Wan and also her former senior.
Nan Wan, being the only daughter of the Nan family, was raised in an affluent household, with her father being a renowned entrepreneur in Jin City.
The Nans were well off, and Nan Wan epitomized the archetype of a wealthy heiress. She was not only strikingly beautiful and possessed exceptional qualities, but also demonstrated a commendable work ethic while acting, bolstered by the support of the entire Nan group.
Consequently,
she had risen to prominence in the entertainment industry, becoming a household name and a leading star 3 years ago. In stark contrast, Lin Dong hailed from humble beginnings. A quintessential Phoenix man born into a rural family beset by poverty, where the sheer number of siblings made even basic sustenance a challenge. However, fate intertwined their paths when they met in university. They fell in love at first sight and married immediately upon graduation. Lin Dong ascended to the status of son-in-law of the Nan family, experiencing a remarkable elevation in his social standing. His journey exemplified the transformative power of education.
As Lin Dong hurried over, he was taken aback upon spotting Tang Nuanning, exclaiming, "Nuanning?"
Tang Nuanning slowly retracted her silver needles,
casting an awkward and somewhat flustered glance at him.
Lin Dong forcefully pried Shanhai's hand away, shielding Tang Nuanning behind him.
"Master Shen, what are you doing?" Shanhai, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Who are you?"
"I am Lin Dong, the general manager of the Nan Group."
"The Nan Group? Oh. So you are the man who married into the Nan family, the one living off others."
Lin Dong furrowed his brow, a flicker of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Suppressing his anger, he replied, "You must be intoxicated. Do me a favor and let her go."
"She is my junior. Do you expect me to show you any courtesy? Who do you think you are? I wouldn't even give your father-in-law any respect. Now, be gone."
Shanhai attempted to shove Lin Dong aside but found himself unable to push him away. Instead, he felt Lin Dong's grip tighten around his wrist.
Lin Dong,
towering over him by a significant margin, firmly grasped his wrist. With a furrowed brow, he articulated each word deliberately, "Master Shun.
While you may choose to disregard the Nan family's dignity, will you extend even a modicum of respect to the Bo family? This is the Jinping Hotel, a property of the Bo family. By causing a ruckus here, you are tarnishing their reputation and disrespecting them. Do you think the Bo family would take kindly to this?"
"Especially Mr. Bo, I have heard he detests disturbances on his territory." Upon hearing this, Shanhai's inebriation faded considerably. He fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening as he warned Lin Dong, "Just you wait." With that, he turned to Tang Nuanning, adding, "And you, just wait as well."
As Shanhai stormed off, the tension in Tang Nuanning finally dissipated, and she breathed heavily. Lin Dong looked at her with deep concern. "Are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?"
Tang Nuanning shook her head, stating that she would be fine after a brief moment. Lin Dong hurried to the nearby self-service beverage cabinet and retrieved a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap and offering it to her, suggesting she take a few sips to regain her composure. "Thank you," Tang Nuanning replied, drinking several gulps.
"How do you feel? Are you certain you don't need to go to the hospital?"
"No, I'm fine," she assured him. Lin Dong allowed her a moment to gather herself before inquiring. Xiao mentioned that Nanwan has been involved in a highly confidential production, having signed a non-disclosure agreement that prohibits her from contacting anyone outside the crew. She has been out of touch for over a year. As he spoke of Nanwan filming abroad, a fleeting expression of peculiarity crossed Lin Dong's eyes.
Chapter 35, Can One Not Be Provoked, Yet Still Avoid?
Before Tang Nuanning could discern any unusual signs, Lin Dong's demeanor returned to normal, and he shifted the conversation. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows, recalling her previous encounter at the bar where she was targeted by him. Upon meeting her, he immediately. Lin Dong understood in an instant, his brow creasing as he remarked that Shanghai was notoriously known in Jincheng as a lecherous man, idling away his days in debauchery. Were it not for the influence of his brother, President Shen, he would have been dealt with long ago.
Is the Shen family truly powerful? Indeed. They rank among the foremost aristocratic families in Jincheng.
I am familiar with the Bo family, but I have not heard of the Shen family. The Shen family has only risen to prominence in recent years, largely due to the connection between their heiress and Bo
Yanchen's girlfriend.
Realizing that Bo Yancheng had publicly severed ties, he swiftly altered his statement, asserting that the Shen family's daughter maintained a close relationship with the Bo family, thus elevating the entire Shen clan's status. This connection also instilled a measure of caution in others towards Shanghai. No wonder he exudes such arrogance. Individuals like him are not to be trifled with. It is best to keep our distance.
Thank you for your help today. You're welcome. But how did you find yourself in such a predicament as selling drinks at a bar? I am currently unemployed and took on a part-time job.
I only worked one night, and unfortunately, I encountered him that very evening. Lin Dong remarked, "The bar is not a suitable place for you."
Tang Nuanning smiled helplessly. Given her impoverished circumstances, what was there to discuss regarding suitability?
As long as it was lawful and ethical, earning money was all that mattered. Lin Dong inquired further.
Where have you been all these years?
We've been searching for you incessantly, nearly driven to madness.
We even reported your disappearance to the police, as we couldn't find any trace of you. Suddenly, Lin Dong's phone rang.
He glanced at it and said, "I apologize, I must take this call."
"Go ahead," she replied. Lin Dong stepped aside, answering the call. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was anxious. "Dongzi, have you arrived yet? President Bo is here, and you're still absent."
You have no idea how much effort I expended to establish this connection for you.
It's a rare opportunity to dine with President Bo. You must seize it and make a good impression. Hurry over.
Lin Dong glanced at Tang Nuanning, nodded, and replied, "I will be there shortly." Tang Nuanning possessed a keen sense of observation. Upon noticing his demeanor, she discerned that he was preoccupied with matters of importance. "You should attend to your business," she advised.
"We can converse at a later time."
Lin Dong, feeling a sense of resignation, acknowledged the relentless demands of social obligations in his line of work.
"I understand. You may go ahead," he replied. "By the way, what brings you here? Did you come with someone else?"
"This is the Jinping Hotel, where the expenses are particularly exorbitant. And it is not a venue frequented by just anyone." Tang Nuanning spoke candidly. "I arrived with Tian, who graciously treated me to a meal."
"Ah, that makes sense," I replied.
"You all enjoy your meal first. I must attend to some matters for a while.
Once I am done, I shall join you.
Please share your new phone number with me, and jot down mine as well."
Tang Nuanning nodded, and the two exchanged phone numbers and added each other on WeChat.
It was only then that Lin Dong parted ways with Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning steadied her mind and made her way to the restroom. She wished to tidy her appearance, not wanting to arouse any suspicion from Xia Tian and the three little ones. However, fate has its peculiarities. Just as she approached the restroom door, she spotted Bo Yancheng, who was smoking alone in the designated area. He stood before the railing, his posture impeccably straight. One hand tucked into his pocket while the other held a cigarette, taking occasional puffs. From her vantage point, she can only see his profile. His nose was elegantly high, his eyelashes long, and the contours of his face were distinctly defined. To be fair, he was quite handsome. It was evident that de Billionaire bore a striking resemblance to him.
Tang Nuanning did not wish to see him.
The mere sight of him filled her with irritation and vexation. She had no intention of visiting the restroom any longer and turned to leave. If she could not confront him, she would rather evade him. However, a voice emerged from behind her, declaring, "I detest when others attempt to play tricks before me."
Chapter 36, Bo Yancheng, do not overstep your bounds. Tang Nuanning stomped her foot,
questioning whether he was truly speaking to her or if she was merely experiencing an illusion. Just as she was about to continue on her way, she heard him say,
"My patience is quite limited.
If you intend to engage in a game of cat and mouse, spare yourself the trouble. It would be far better to be straightforward and devise a way to approach me."
"What, precisely, do you wish to obtain from me?" Tang Nuanning could now ascertain that it was not a mere auditory hallucination.
She glanced around, and the corridor contained only the two of them. His words were directed solely towards her.
Tang Nuanning could no longer endure the situation.
She turned around and strode towards Bo Yancheng, halting at a distance of 1 meter from him. Raising her gaze, she addressed him, "My patience is quite limited. I have explained numerous times that I have no intention of approaching you, nor have I ever contemplated getting to know you, let alone seeking anything from you. Do not flatter yourself." Bo Yancheng turned to look at her, his expression frigid enough to freeze an entire century. "Those who dare to play tricks in my presence shall not meet a favorable end." Although Tang Nuanning was startled by his expression, she steeled herself,
lifting her chin to meet his gaze, and declared, "I never intended to play games in front of you."
Aware that escape was futile, she felt compelled to confront him under the weight of his intimidation, lest she inadvertently affirm the unjust accusations he had imposed upon her.
"You have always harbored suspicions about me, and I wish to inquire, what exactly do you mean?"
They say those who indulge in vice often do so to their own detriment.
Is it your own delusions, or do you harbor some feelings for me? Bo Yancheng's countenance darkened. "What is there about you that would provoke any thoughts from me?"
"Very well, since I hold no value in your eyes, I kindly ask that you refrain from conjuring trouble for me in the future. We shall maintain our respective paths. I will tread my narrow bridge, and you may walk your sunlit road, with neither party interfering with the other."
"Is that agreeable? Which time has it not been you who sought me out first? Can you specify?" Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment and then declared, "If you won't speak, then I shall.
The first time was when you sent someone to abduct me from the hotel. Although it was ostensibly to question me about the incident with Bo scratching your car, it was ultimately you who sought me out first.
Had you not pursued me, I would have remained blissfully unaware of your existence.
The second occasion found me walking peacefully down the street, only to be seized once more by your orders. After which I was released. The third instance occurred when I was working at a bar and unexpectedly encountered you. Admittedly, it was I who initiated the interaction. But it was merely to silence you, as I wished to prevent you from exposing me in front of Shanghai.
The fourth time,
I was taken away by Shanghai right outside the hospital, and it was your sudden appearance that precipitated the ensuing events. The fifth instance was one where I sought you out willingly, prompted by your grandfather's unexpected visit, during which he uttered some rather peculiar statements and handed me a sum of 100,000 yuan. I went to the hospital to repay that debt, and besides that, I wished to check on Shenbao, who is the same age as my son, as I felt a pang of sympathy for him.
The sixth time,
which is this very instance, I inadvertently crossed into your line of sight. I swear to the heavens, it was not my intention to appear before you. I genuinely had no knowledge of your presence in that private room. Should I be lying before you, may the heavens strike me down with thunderbolts, and may I suffer a most wretched fate."
Bo Yan's expression darkened as he glared at Tang Nuanning, momentarily at a loss for words to counter her claims.
Tang Nuanning remarked, "Although you appear quite affluent and possess striking looks, you are not an irresistible charmer. Not everyone seeks to draw near to you with ulterior motives.
Regardless of others' intentions, I assure you mine are pure.
When I stated my intention to leave today, I genuinely meant it. However, I was let down this afternoon, and a matter that could have been settled remains unresolved. Which is why I must extend my stay in this city for a few more days. It is not a game of feigned withdrawal. I have no desire to settle here, my fondness for the city has waned. I intend to relocate with my child to another city, distancing ourselves from here and from you. Bo Yancheng responded, I have expressed all that I needed to convey. Whether you believe it or not, my stance remains unchanged. I never wished to know you, nor do I desire to. Tang Nuanning finished speaking and turned to leave. Her posture was upright, radiating an indomitable spirit. A frigid gaze bore into her from behind, yet she refused to lower her head or bend her back. Only after she rounded a corner, escaping Bo Yancheng's scrutiny, did she lean against the wall, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. To claim she was unafraid was merely self-deception. He was inherently cold, exuding an aura of authority even in silence, and his displeasure intensified this effect. When he fixed his gaze upon you, it felt as though a sharp sword was aimed directly at you, its blade mere millimeters from your eye. Unafraid? Impossible. Chapter 37, Want to climb into bed? Jincheng stood beside Bo Yancheng, lighting a cigarette, and with a grin, inquired, What exactly is the situation with that girl? There is no situation. If there is no situation, why didn't you come to her aid? Your behavior today is quite unusual. Though you may not be a paragon of virtue, your principles are undoubtedly intact. Moreover, that young lady was calling for help on your territory, indicating that trouble was afoot. Yet you turned a blind eye and even expelled her. If it were any other girl, you would have certainly sent Zhou Sheng to investigate the matter. Unusual behavior often conceals ulterior motives. Thus, I am convinced that there is indeed a connection between you and that girl. Moreover, look at it, she has barely left. And you emerged with a scowl to smoke. You appear visibly agitated. It is evident that she has affected your mood. Such a young lady, who can sway your emotions, is surely no ordinary woman. Are we not brothers? Are you keeping secrets from me? Do not forget, I am a master in the realm of romance. I possess profound insights into matters of the heart. Allow me to serve as your free emotional consultant, share your troubles with me, and I shall offer my advice. Bo Yancheng took a drag from his cigarette, responding with irritation, There is nothing worth discussing about a woman who seeks to play mind games. Tang Nuanning had made her intentions abundantly clear, yet he remained skeptical of her sincerity. What, does she wish to share your bed? Bo Yancheng shot a glare at Jincheng and resumed his cigarette. Jincheng chuckled, suggesting that desiring to share your bed is a commendable aspiration. Especially considering her beauty, you would not be at a loss. Just look at how the moment she entered, the eyes of everyone in the private room were transfixed. Their desires evident. Even the usually composed Shan Yu revealed his true nature, drooling unabashedly. The girl is pursuing you, consider it a stroke of fortune. Do not be oblivious to your blessings. Get lost. Do not take offense, I speak earnestly. If she were not so pleasing to the eye, I would certainly discourage you from yielding to her charms. However, she is indeed stunning, possessing both a remarkable figure and a lovely face, she is perfection incarnate. Had I not detected a unique fruity aroma emanating from her, this golden opportunity would not have been yours, I would have taken matters into my own hands. Bo Yancheng scoffed, Didn't you just start dating a young lady yesterday? And now you wish to change your affections? Jincheng, ever the gentleman, replied. As you said, that was merely yesterday. Bo Yancheng pursed his thin lips, casting a disdainful glance at him before continuing to smoke. Jincheng pressed on. You are no longer a youth, maintaining solitude in an empty room day after day, do you not feel lonely? Not lonely. When alone, he invariably thinks of Shenbao's birth mother, day and night, how could he feel loneliness? Without waiting for Jincheng to respond, Bo Yancheng continued. She has connections, her approach to me may not solely be for ulterior motives. Jincheng's expression grew serious, narrowing his charming eyes as he inquired. What do you mean? Is someone attempting to employ the allure of beauty to their advantage? Indeed. Who? Those from the Bo family? Bo Yancheng frowned, unsure. But she had indeed met with Bo Changshan privately. Jincheng took a contemplative drag from his cigarette, questioning, Since you are aware her intentions may be different, why not dismiss her outright, rather than allowing her closer proximity? Bo Yancheng's countenance darkened further, she specializes in child psychology and can aid Shenbao's recovery. Zixuan had an episode a few days ago, and she was the one who assessed him. What? This revelation rendered He Jingcheng utterly serious. He was astonished. The beautiful sister Zixuan spoke of is her? Indeed. He Jingcheng exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Thank heavens I did not encounter her today due to your involvement, otherwise my sister would have undoubtedly taken drastic measures against me." Fu Zixuan's mother, Madame Fu, is He Jingcheng's elder sister. It is often said that one should discipline their younger siblings early, for as they grow, it becomes increasingly challenging. Madame Fu was not lenient when disciplining He Jingcheng in their youth, resulting in his current nervousness whenever he is in her presence. Yesterday, during his visit to his nephew, Madame Fu tearfully lamented, saying that after 3 years, she had finally heard Zixuan call her mama. She also praised Miss Tang, the one who saved Zixuan, extolling her beauty, gentleness, excellence, and perfection. At that moment, he casually remarked, "If she is that perfect, why not introduce us?" The result was a swift slap from Madame Fu, ringing in his ears, as she pointed at him fiercely, declaring, "If you dare entertain thoughts about Miss Tang, I will not hesitate to put you in your place. Do not even think about pursuing a virtuous young lady." Tang Nuanning is now regarded as the benefactor of the Fu family, and the entire household is filled with gratitude towards her. He Jingcheng, feeling a lingering apprehension, swallowed hard before speaking again. "Brother, today you have saved my life." Bo Yancheng replied with silence. He Jingcheng steadied his thoughts and continued, "What are your current thoughts? If she is indeed sent by the Bo family, we must remain cautious and prevent her from getting close to Xin Bao." "I understand. However, my sister mentioned that she possesses remarkable skills. If she truly has the ability, denying her access to Xin Bao could be detrimental to him." This is precisely the dilemma. While Bo Yancheng was reluctant to engage, he couldn't disregard Xin Bao's situation. He was determined not to miss any opportunity to heal Xin Bao, no matter how slim. Chapter 38. Bo Yancheng, have I wronged her? He Jingcheng inquired, "Did you not investigate her background?" "I did, but found no useful information." "That's reasonable. If she were indeed sent by the Bo family to infiltrate you, they would surely have manipulated her identity. Nonetheless, Xin Bao is the sole heir of the Bo family. Given Bo Changshan's emphasis on bloodlines, even if he disapproves of Xin Bao, he would never harm him. After all, if anything were to happen to Xin Bao, the Bo family would be thrown into chaos, unable to manage the ensuing turmoil. Thus, even if she approached Xin Bao, it wouldn't be to cause him harm." Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, considering He Jingcheng's reasoning. He Jingcheng continued, "Moreover, if she truly is sent by the Bo family, then Bo Changshan has played his cards well. If a common woman were to approach Bo Yancheng, he would not grant her the opportunity. Yet, her expertise in child psychology could aid Xin Bao's recovery, and for that reason alone, Bo Yancheng would not easily dismiss her. If she can indeed cure Xin Bao's affliction, he would willingly offer his life in exchange. In other words, as long as she conquers Xin Bao, there would be no need to confront Bo Yancheng. Bo Yancheng would be effortlessly undone by her influence." Noting Bo Yancheng's silence, He Jingcheng remarked, "However, merely because they met privately does not imply she has ties to Bo Changshan. Perhaps Bo Changshan sought her out solely for her knowledge of psychology. Or perhaps she is entirely unfamiliar with him." Bo Yancheng cast another glance at He Jingcheng. Due to the results of the identification, which revealed she was not Xin Bao's biological mother, his bias against her deepened. Thus, upon seeing her with Bo Changshan today, he assumed they were allies. Even if she had approached him to discuss their meeting, he remained skeptical. Upon further reflection, He Jingcheng's analysis did hold some merit. If she were truly sent by Bo Changshan, she would not have sought him out at the hospital for repayment and mentioned their meeting. Bo Yancheng pondered this. Dialing Zhouing. Regardless of the means, I need to know what Bo Changshan and Tang Nuanning discussed at the CAF today. After hanging up, Bo Yancheng lit another cigarette. In addition to this matter, Tang Nuanning's accusations against him also troubled him. She had gazed at him with unwavering determination, articulating each word with conviction, even swearing an oath. She was asserting her willingness to be held accountable for every word she spoke with her life. Could it be that he had truly misjudged her? Yet, setting aside her meeting with Bo Changshan, how could he explain the earlier incidents? How could he justify his actions of silencing her voice and bullying her? Besides her
Who else had he wronged? What are you thinking?
He Jincheng nudged him. Just then, his phone rang. It was Qin Ming calling.
After ending the call, he said to Bo Yancheng, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. The birthday boy is calling for us." Bo Yancheng silently exhaled, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray,
and followed He Jincheng to the private room. He Jincheng added, "There is something I need to mention beforehand.
My sister is quite fond of that girl.
If you wish to pursue anything with her, do so discreetly. Otherwise, my sister will surely cause a scene. She may not confront you directly but will create a ruckus with me, forcing me to distance myself from you, and that will jeopardize our brotherhood."
Bo Yancheng scoffed. "You've really achieved quite a bit. Ha, it's easy to speak when you're not a brother.
You have no idea how formidable a sister can be towards her brother." Qin Ming chuckled heartily, and everyone raised their glasses to celebrate his birthday. Bo Yancheng sat at the head of the table, remaining seated while raising his glass to clink with the table before downing the contents in one go. The guests were momentarily taken aback. They had expected him to take a sip, but now they too had to finish their drinks. The atmosphere at the dinner table was lively, and some wanted to toast Bo Yancheng, but He Jincheng, aware of his friend's sour mood, intervened, suggesting they focus their toasts on Qin Ming, the birthday boy. "If you don't get him drunk and toss him into the arms of a woman to break his virginity, you're not real men." The guests, recognizing He Jincheng's intention to shield Bo Yancheng from drinking, quickly turned their attention to Qin Ming. The crowd erupted in cheers, determined to ensure that he would lose his virginity tonight. Some even made suggestive jokes, laughing merrily. Bo Yancheng, unwilling to dampen their spirits, remained despite his own discontent. He lit another cigarette, leaning back in his chair, his gaze drifting to Lin Dong.
Earlier, he noticed Tang Nuanning conversing with Lin Dong,
and their familiarity suggested a deeper connection.
Lin Dong's gaze towards her was less than innocent.
Noticing he was being watched, Lin Dong hurriedly turned to Bo Yancheng,
seizing the opportunity to initiate conversation.
Approaching with a drink in hand, he smiled and said, "Mr. Bo, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Allow me to toast you." "You needn't drink, I will." Lin Dong downed his drink in one go, while Bo Yancheng remained unmoved, continuing to smoke. Lin Dong, of his standing,
was not worthy of sharing a drink with him.
If it weren't for Qin Ming's birthday celebration, their paths might never cross again.
The upper echelons of society are not easily accessible to all.
Chapter 39. Does Mommy hurt?
Qin Ming was a close brother to Bo Yancheng. Lin Dong was a friend of a friend brought along by Qin Ming. Lin Dong was aware of his own standing and, seeing that Bo Yancheng did not drink, felt momentarily awkward but quickly regained his composure. "I am Lin Dong, the current manager of the Nan Group.
I have long wished to meet you, Mr. Bo.
Today, I finally have the chance to introduce myself.
Here is my business card."
Lin Dong awkwardly produced his card and offered it to Bo Yancheng.
Bo Yancheng merely glanced at it without reaching out.
Lin Dong's face flushed with embarrassment as he pondered how to gracefully exit the situation.
Suddenly, Bo Yancheng raised his hand and accepted the card. Lin Dong was taken aback, then elated, secretly thrilled.
Bo Yancheng glanced at the card before placing it in his pocket,
raising his glass to clink with the table before drinking.
Lin Dong, overwhelmed with joy, quickly filled his own glass and drank 3 more in succession. Those present were all discerning individuals. Although it appeared they were entirely focused on Qin Ming, their gaze had never truly strayed from this vicinity. Upon accepting Lin Dong's business card and sharing a drink with him, Bo Yancheng immediately shifted his attention to Lin Dong.
Once Lin Dong departed from Bo Yancheng's side,
they swiftly surrounded him, some offering their business cards, others raising their glasses in camaraderie, rapidly forging connections as if they were long-lost brothers.
It was evident that, despite their prior unfamiliarity, they now embraced one another as kin. This was the power of Bo Yancheng.
He needed not utter a word to alter the course of another's destiny.
However, unbeknownst to them,
Bo Yancheng's favor towards Lin Dong stemmed from his desire to learn more about Tang Nuanning, who, by coincidence, was acquainted with Lin Dong. Although she endeavored to conceal her unease, De Bao perceptibly detected her distress.
"Mummy, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, why do you ask?" Tang Nuanning feigned nonchalance in her response.
Tang Dabo furrowed his brows as he gazed at her, his hair in disarray, and he noticed the injury on her hand. Tang Nuanning then realized the injury on her hand. It must have been caused by the shattered ceramic vase that Shanghai had broken not long ago. Tang Nuanning told a falsehood. She had just encountered an acquaintance and, in her excitement, accidentally knocked over the ceramic bottle of hand soap in the bathroom, causing the shards to cut her hand.
Little Sanbao hurriedly approached, asking, "Mommy, does it hurt?" "Not at all. If it did, Mommy would certainly be aware of it."
Sanbao then began to blow gently on her hand, wishing for a swift recovery.
Tang Nuanning smiled softly, murmuring her gratitude to Xiao Sanbao. With her head bowed,
Tang Daba noticed the marks on her neck, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he chose to remain silent.
Xia Tian, oblivious to the marks on her neck, only focused on the injury on Tang Nuanning's hand.
As she called for the waiter to fetch some alcohol and band-aids, she inquired,
"Who did you meet that left you so agitated? How could you be so careless?" Tang Nuanning inquired, "Lin Dong, have you unexpectedly encountered Xia Tian?" "Indeed.
He came here for a social engagement and fortuitously ran into me, so we chatted for a while. I wondered how you could linger outside for so long."
Only to discover it was due to an acquaintance. In recent years, Lin Dong has thrived remarkably, garnering a modicum of renown in Jin City. Uncle Nan, aging,
has shifted his focus away from the company, leaving the entire management of the Nan family in Lin Dong's capable hands.
Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it seems that Uncle Nan will soon pass the torch.
Lin Dong is exceptionally talented. His potential was evident even during our school days, which is why Wan Wan was drawn to him. Indeed, throughout the year and more of Wan Wan's absence, Lin Dong has dedicated himself to his career,
remaining untainted by scandal, which is quite a rarity.
I heard that an intern once took a liking to him and attempted to seduce him, which frightened Lin Dong so much that he dismissed her overnight and even penned a lengthy post for the company, declaring his marital status. This post was a heartfelt ode to Wan Wan, resembling an elaborate love letter, pure, elegant, and devoid of any crassness, captivating a legion of female admirers.
It is said that he prominently displayed their wedding photos in the office, on the back wall, atop his desk, on the tea table, and even as his computer's screensaver. Everywhere one looks are images of him and Wan Wan, a quintessential display of a devoted husband. Haha. Tang Nuanning smiled,
acknowledging that Wan Wan had not misjudged him, nor had her decision to marry him under immense pressure been in vain.
Indeed.
It was only when witnessing her with Lin Dong that I could perceive the beautiful aspects of marriage,
Xia Tian remarked, casting a glance at Tang Nuanning, her thoughts difficult to articulate.
Tang Nuanning understood what she intended to express and playfully remarked, "You cannot dismiss an entire forest simply because of a single inadequate sapling. Love, after all, is still a beautiful thing. The wise do not plunge into the depths of love, for only the resentful willingly succumb to degradation."
As they conversed,
a waiter approached, accompanied by a female doctor and 2 nurses.
Tang Nuanning was taken aback. There were doctors and nurses in the hotel?
She only had a minor scratch.
Did it warrant such a grand display?
Truly, this was the finest hotel in Tiancheng.
The service was impeccable. The doctor carefully attended to Tang Nuanning's wound and gently inquired if she had any other injuries. Tang Nuanning smiled and shook her head, indicating that there was nothing more.
Tang Daba looked at Tang Nuanning with a furrowed brow, as there were still bruises visible on her neck. The doctor offered a few instructions to Tang Nuanning before departing. Tang Nuanning sighed, remarking on the exorbitant prices, "No wonder it's so expensive, the service is exceptional." Indeed, in the service industry, quality service is paramount.
"We are here to indulge like princesses."
Truly, only with wealth can one assume the role of a princess. Without it, one merely becomes a Cinderella. Yet even Cinderella can rise to greatness. I believe in you, and I am certain you will become a wealthy woman in due time.
Tang Nuanning smiled radiantly,
her lips curving in joyous delight.
Tang Nuanning is enamored with wealth, Xia Tian is infatuated with youthful charm, and Nan Wan is devoted to her career. These are the defining traits of the 3.
Upon hearing this, Xia Tian immediately became starry-eyed, exclaiming, "Hurry up and become a wealthy woman, I can hardly wait." Observing her dreamy expression, Tang Nuanning cautioned, "Moderation is key, the children are still around.
We wouldn't want to lead them astray."
Xia Tian winked playfully at her before adopting a more serious demeanor.
"Where is the second treasure?" Tang Nuanning inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Tian replied,
"He is in the bathroom, taking care of business."
Tang Nuanning did not dwell on her thoughts for long. Meanwhile, Tang Erbo had already arrived at the entrance of Bo Yancheng's private room. Chapter 40, Bo Yancheng vs. Tang Erbo. He happened to catch sight of Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning conversing at the end of the corridor. He hid at a distance, unable to discern their words. Yet he could see that his mother's expression was quite displeasing. Thus, he surmised that this Bo Yancheng must be bullying his beloved mother. If he caused her discomfort, then he should not expect to be at ease himself. Consequently, the little fellow approached Bo Yancheng to seek retribution. He crouched by the door for a while, hearing the lively chatter within, accompanied by the jubilant utterance of happy birthday from the guests. With a disdainful huff, he thought to himself, someone is celebrating a birthday. How insufferable. From a distance, he spotted a waiter pushing a cake cart towards him, and Tang Erbo's dark eyes gleamed with mischief as he strode boldly towards the cart. Upon getting closer, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what a beautiful cake! I really want to eat it." The waiter, charmed by his adorableness, paused and smiled, saying, "Indeed. It is quite beautiful, but it is not for you to eat. It belongs to someone else, and it would be impolite to take what is not yours. If you wish to have some, you can ask your parents to speak to the waiter. The restaurant has other pastries available." Tang Erbo pouted with a look of regret, convinced that this must be the most delicious treat. "Oh? What is that on top? Is it a candle?" He extended his little finger, inquiring about the decoration atop the cake. The three waitstaff raised their heads in unison, and in that fleeting moment, Tang Erbo seized the opportunity to pull a small trinket from his pocket and discreetly slip it into the cake. "That is not a candle, it's merely a decoration." Oh. Then you should hurry and deliver the cake. We wouldn't want the birthday celebrant to be kept waiting. Indeed, the three attendants chuckled, pushing the cake along as they departed. Tang Erbo licked his fingers, savoring the sweetness. Earlier, while placing trinkets into the cake, he had slyly scooped up some cream. It was utterly delicious. What a pity! Tang Erbo mumbled to himself, watching as the waiter wheeled the cake inside, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Before long, a tremendous crash echoed through the private room, followed by piercing screams of terror. Tang Erbo was aware that his cunning scheme had succeeded. With a cold snort, he thrust his hands into his pockets and whistled as he made his way towards the restroom. At that moment, Xin Ming's cake exploded, showering the unsuspecting Bo Yancheng, who was closest to him in the center position. Bo Yancheng found himself covered in cake, his hair, face, and clothes were all adorned with remnants of the dessert, transforming him into a veritable cake figure. He gasped in disbelief, nearly losing his temper. He had never felt so humiliated, especially in front of so many witnesses. Amidst the confusion, Xin Ming was equally bewildered. After a long pause, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Who dares to play such a prank on me? You've won this time, but just wait until I find out who you are. When your birthday comes around, I'll make sure to deal with you." Xin Ming initially believed it to be a prank orchestrated by the people in the private room. The others also misinterpreted the situation, and the tense atmosphere quickly dissipated as laughter erupted. Bo Yancheng did not think too much of it, after all. It was customary for men to engage in a bit of mischief on their birthdays. Despite his irritation at the situation, he refrained from losing his temper, choosing instead to suppress his frustration as he headed toward the restroom. Finding the restroom and the private room occupied, he opted to step outside to use the restroom there. It was then that he encountered Tang Erbo. Tang Erbo, adorned with a mask, stood before the small toilet, fiddling with his trousers. The two exchanged glances, one large and one small. Bo Yancheng's brow furrowed slightly. Were it not for the vivid expressiveness of his eyes, he might have mistaken him for Shin Bao. His brows and eyes resembled those of Shin Bao strikingly. When Shin Bao donned a mask, he bore a similar appearance. However, Shin Bao's brow often knitted together, and he would not exhibit such a countenance when confronted with something astonishing. "Wow, a cake figure. It looks so delectable," Tang Erbo exclaimed as he ran towards him, oblivious to his surroundings, and seized a handful of cake to stuff into his mouth. The cake was undeniably delicious, and he was quite tempted. However, Bo Yancheng firmly grasped his wrist, preventing him from indulging. Tang Erbo desperately wished to consume the cake.
Yet his strength paled in comparison to that of Bo Yancheng. Observing the delectable cake tantalizingly close yet unattainable, the little one felt a wave of discontent wash over him.
You villain!
Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, choosing not to engage with Tang Erbao's grievances, as he stood before the sink, cleaning the remnants of cake from his person. Just as he finished washing his face, Tang Erbao suddenly looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Uncle.
Bo Yancheng turned his head.
And before he could respond, the child exclaimed, I need to pee, I can't hold it any longer.
You can go, Bo Yancheng replied. But I can't undo my zipper. Could you please help me?
Without waiting for a reaction from Bo Yancheng, Tang Erbao began to theatrically lament, Oh no! I can't hold it, I'm going to wet my pants. Whoa, uncle, please help me. Bo Yancheng frowned. He was not one to converse with strangers, even if they were mere children. However, he recognized a semblance of deep affection reminiscent of Shenbao in the little one's eyes, and thus, he refrained from refusal.
He took a few steps forward, crouched down, and assisted Tang Erbao with his zipper.
As soon as the zipper was undone, a sudden torrent of warmth erupted forth. Freshly released child's urine splattered across Bo Yancheng's face, body, hands, and shoes.
Bo Yancheng!
A flicker of triumphant mischief danced in Tang Erbao's eyes.
If you dare to bully my mommy, I shall drench you.
The little one felt a surge of joy within. Yet his exterior betrayed a palpable fear.
I'm sorry, uncle. I couldn't hold it back. You won't hit me, will you? Good people never strike children.
Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone entering, and with a dramatic cry, Tang Erbao exclaimed, It was not intentional.
Uncle!
I truly did not mean to urinate on your face and body.
Let me clean it up for you.
As he spoke, he reached for some used paper from the trash can. With a fierce glare, Bo Yancheng shot up, retreating several steps.
You! What's wrong, uncle? Don't you need my help to clean it? Not at all. Well then, if that's the case, I'll leave you to it. Oh. And don't forget to rinse your mouth, I think some of my urine might have flown into it. Bo Yancheng.
Zhou Sheng entered with new clothes, accompanied by He Jingcheng and Shangyu. The moment they stepped in, their eyes widened in shock. Before they could utter a word, Tang Erbao pitifully addressed them, I didn't mean for him to drink my urine, nor did I intend to urinate on his face.
I am a well-mannered child raised by good parents. The others. Chapter 41, Does he dare to strike my mommy?
As soon as Tang Erbao finished speaking, he exited the restroom, and the little one immediately donned a different expression, one brimming with uncontainable joy.
Erbao. When did you go out?
Initially, Tang Nuanning felt little concern about Tang Erbao's escapade. But the mere thought of that certain someone being present sent her heart racing to her throat. If they were to encounter that wild man,
would he not discover the child's existence? Tang Nuanning widened her eyes in disbelief. How could you run off on your own in such an unfamiliar place?
Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Erbao leaned closer and, with a playful peck, planted a kiss on her cheek. The little one chattered away while mischievously blinking at her. Tang Nuanning, the words of reprimand that she wished to utter were instantly swallowed back into her stomach.
Tang Erbao knows precisely how to handle her.
No longer scolding him, Tang Nuanning anxiously inquired, When you went out,
did you happen to encounter someone who bears a striking resemblance to you? Tang Erbao instantly knew who she was referring to.
Upon a chance encounter,
he inadvertently ruined their cake and even drenched him in urine.
Contemplating this, Tang Erbao feigned sincerity and lied, No, the only person who resembles me is my brother. And he hasn't left the private room.
Tang Nuanning finally felt reassured. She quietly exhaled, pinching Tang Erbao's little face.
From now on, no more acting hastily.
Whatever you wish to do, you must first communicate with the adults. Do you understand? I didn't hear you. Tang Erbao, with conflicting feelings, managed to appease Tang Nuanning and took a seat beside Tang Debao.
As the waiter entered to serve the dishes, and while Tang Nuanning was engaged in conversation with Xia Tian, Tang Erbao whispered to Tang Debao, Just now, I vented some of our mother's frustrations and splattered the scoundrel with a face full of disdain.
Tang Daba furrowed his brow slightly. After glancing at Tang Nuanning to ensure she was not paying attention, he whispered, Is it Bo Yancheng?
Yes.
Just now. I stepped out and saw Mommy chatting with that scoundrel Bo. She appeared quite displeased. He must have upset her again. Coincidentally, someone was delivering a birthday cake to his room, so I discreetly placed a small bomb inside the cake and caused it to explode. Then, while Bo was in the restroom washing his face, I seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation and successfully splashed him with urine. It was incredibly satisfying. Tang Daba frowned and turned to Tang Nuanning. Did Tang Yancheng inflict the injury on Mommy's neck? Did you witness him laying hands on her? No. I only saw them conversing together. Both appeared rather displeased. Mommy looked very unhappy, and he seemed quite menacing. He must have frightened our mother. Did he recognize you? No, I was wearing a mask. Then does he realize that you did it on purpose? Certainly not. They thought their cake was ruined by someone else's prank. Tang Dabo remained silent for a few moments before rising to head to the restroom. Once inside, he promptly locked the door and swiftly activated his modified smartwatch. To the casual observer, it appeared to be an ordinary children's phone watch, but within it lay extraordinary capabilities. He quickly infiltrated the restaurant's surveillance system, first copying the footage before meticulously erasing the recorded images. Aware of Bo Yancheng's formidable abilities, he understood the necessity of keeping Erbao's presence hidden from him. What's wrong, brother? Tang Erbao inquired quietly, sensing an anomaly. Tang Debao spoke in a low voice, suggesting they eat first and speak later in the evening. Xia Tian, unwilling to part with Tang Nuanning, insisted on sleeping together, repeatedly declaring that she would cling to her tonight. Tang Nuanning had many thoughts she wished to share with Xia Tian, and naturally, she did not want to part ways with her. Tonight, I must put you through a little inconvenience. We can only stay in this rented accommodation. Inconvenient? Not at all. The environment here is exquisite, it clearly exudes luxury. Suddenly broaching this topic, Daba felt a twinge of anxiety. This location was his selection, a high-end, private 2-bedroom homestay, costing 5 figures per night. However, he had informed Tang Nuanning that it was merely a little over 100 for the night. Tang Dabo hastily elucidated that this place was originally quite expensive. However, due to the landlady's particular fondness for them, she offered it to them at a significantly reduced rate, costing merely a little over 100 for the night. Upon hearing this, Xia Tiantian's eyes widened in astonishment. A little over 100? Impressive. Just see. We are indeed in an era where appearances matter. If it were me, I would be willing to stay here even for free. You three are clearly little lucky stars. Residing here will surely bring good fortune to this house, she chuckled. Tang Debao's lips twitched awkwardly as he forced a smile. Indeed, like attracts like. It seems that Mother's close friend is not particularly astute either. Mother, you and Godmother should rest soon, we too shall retire, as we are feeling weary. Yes. Do sleep early. All right, good night Mother, good night Godmother. Tang Debao swiftly powered on his computer, his expression grave. Upon witnessing this, Tang Erbao promptly approached, inquiring, what is it? Elder brother? Meanwhile, Tang Sanbao, with wide, sparkling eyes, also drew near, brimming with curiosity. Tang Debao spoke while operating. Today, I destroyed their surveillance footage at the restaurant to prevent Bo Yancheng from discovering you, and I also copied the restaurant's surveillance. Mother was injured today, and I want to see if it was Bo Yancheng's doing. Tang Erbao's eyes widened in alarm. Has Mommy been hurt? Where is she injured? All I see is that Mommy is unhappy. I didn't witness him laying a hand on her. Are you implying that Bo Zatsa struck Mommy? Tang Sanbao chimed in. Equally anxious, has someone hit Mommy? Who did it? Is Mommy in pain again? In contrast to the frantic inquiries of Tang Erbao and Tang Sanbao, Tang Debao's remained remarkably composed. Calm down, everyone. Mommy's injuries are not severe. Let us first review the surveillance footage, it may not necessarily be him. The three little ones huddled closely together, their heads touching as they gathered around the computer to examine the footage. Soon, they discovered the recording of Shanghai assaulting Tang Nuanning. Tang Erbao's anger flared up in an instant. How dare he strike my mother? Brother? Who is this old bald donkey? Little Sanbao watched the video of Tang Nuanning being choked, and tears streamed down his face in rage. What a wicked person! He is a true villain for bullying my mother. Woe is me, he is truly a great evildoer. Tang Dabao pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes glinting with ferocity. He did not respond immediately. Instead, his small hands flew across the keyboard for a moment, and soon, Shanhai's personal information appeared on the screen. The display was filled with sensational news about him. Chapter 42, Tang Erbao, no one can bully my mommy. Shanhai, the second elder of the Shin family, was a quintessential scoundrel. He was unattractive, lecherous, and incompetent. Relying on his connection as the biological uncle of the famous star Shin Zhaoyue to establish relationships with the Bo family, which allowed him to act with impunity in Jin City. Whenever he encountered a beautiful girl, he would attempt to drag her into some unsavory activity. If she resisted, he would resort to all manner of vile tactics to coerce her. He had never done a single good deed, but had committed every imaginable wrongdoing. Tang Erbao was infuriated. He couldn't believe that he was being protected by the despicable Bo Zatsa. It was no wonder his mother wanted to divorce him. If he could shield such a vile old scoundrel, he must be a wretched being himself. Bo Yancheng sneezed, having been harshly scolded by his own son. And then there was that woman, wasn't she the one who bullied little Sanbao at the airport? Birds of a feather indeed flocked together. This entire family was nothing but a nest of vermin. No, I cannot allow my mother to suffer in vain. I shall confront them at once to avenge her. Tang Erbao, resolute in his decision, turned around and set out to confront Shanhai. Tang Dabao called out to him, urging him to refrain from acting impulsively. How can I possibly hold back? Tang Erbao's eyes were filled with tears, for he felt an overwhelming sorrow for their mother. Look at how he treats our dear mother. Our beloved mother, who we cherish so delicately as if she might shatter in our hands, is being bullied by him. He even dares to grasp her by the neck. Why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? I should sever his claws right now. Tang Daba's brow furrowed deeply, realizing the connection between Shanhai and Bo Yan. I am unafraid of the Bo family. No one can bully my mother. It is not fear that grips me, but rather the concern that if this matter escalates, the events of my mother's past will be unearthed. Until I unravel the truth behind my mother's alleged infidelity during her marriage, reviving old wounds will only invite further scorn from those keyboard warriors online, ultimately causing my mother more pain. Though verbal spittle may not harm a person, it can drown them in despair. Otherwise, my mother would not have chosen to leave the city she cherished so dearly. Daba is reluctant to escalate the situation at present, as he has yet to clarify the intricate details of the past. Tang Erbao stamped his feet anxiously. What should we do? Are we simply going to stand by and watch this villain bully our mother without intervening? We cannot let go of the grievances from the past. And now that our mother is being mistreated, how can we remain indifferent? Of course, we must take action. I will avenge today's wrongs, trust me. I will not allow our mother to suffer in vain. Shanhai wished to shield Erbao from involvement. Erbao was far too impulsive, and his actions often escalated minor issues into significant troubles. The situation concerning Bo Yancheng and their mother had yet to be fully unraveled, and presently, Shanhai was under Bo Yancheng's protection. Should he confront Shanhai, it could easily provoke Bo Yancheng. For the past few days, he had been investigating the events of years gone by and discovered that after marrying their mother, Bo Yancheng had spent an extended period abroad. In the 2 years of their marriage, he had never met their mother. Moreover, during that time, he had treated her well, ensuring that her needs were met without fail. Yet, he suddenly accused her of infidelity and cast her out of the marriage, leaving her with nothing. There must be some misunderstanding in all of this. Furthermore, how could two individuals who had never met give birth to the three of them? Tang Dabao furrowed his brow, his small hands swiftly striking the keys on the keyboard. After a considerable amount of time, his hands suddenly came to a halt. I've figured it out, he exclaimed. What have you discovered? As the two conversed, he elaborated. When they were at the airport, they must not have seen each other clearly, and thus were unaware that they were entangled with one another. Consequently, misunderstandings arose. What? Tang Erbao and Xiao Sanbao gazed at Tang Dabao, their expressions conveying utter confusion, as they struggled to comprehend his words. Tang Dabao furrowed his brows and continued, thus.
Bo Yancheng amended the divorce agreement, and mother silently acquiesced to everything, for she was unaware that it was Bo Yancheng with whom she had engaged. She believed she had genuinely committed infidelity within her marriage, as she had no inkling of Bo Yancheng's appearance. He was merely her nominal husband.
Tang Nuanning, in a daze. You mean to say that mommy regards Bo Yancheng and our daddy as two different individuals, when in fact they are one and the same?
Yes, that's precisely the point. Similarly, Bo Yancheng is unaware that mommy is his nominal wife, and he certainly does not realize that it was mommy with whom he had relations that day. From his perspective, it would be accurate to claim that mommy has committed adultery within their marriage. However, given that they have both contributed to our existence,
how is it that they remain oblivious to each other's identities?
Perhaps it was during their encounter, shrouded in darkness, that they failed to discern one another. From the moment you detonated a precision bomb to obliterate Bo Yancheng's vehicle, you have already instilled in him a certain misconception.
He perceives mommy as a formidable individual,
intentionally seeking to assert her presence before him, driven by ulterior motives.
What? Is this not a form of narcissism on his part?
Typically, affluent individuals tend to contemplate matters more deeply than ordinary people.
Why is that?
Because the wealthier one becomes, the greater the potential dangers and adversaries surrounding them,
leading to heightened sensitivity. How do you know this? Tang Debo calmly remarked, "It is simply because I am a wealthy individual." Do you often feel sensitive? Suspecting that someone wishes to cause you harm? Not at all.
Why is that?
Because I am a discreet affluent person. Apart from you and Sanbao, no one else is aware of my wealth, thus there is no reason for anyone to wish me ill.
To others, I am merely a child. Tang Nuanning, no wonder mother often said that one should be modest. It turns out there is wisdom in her words.
The concealment of wealth is also a manifestation of humility. Tang Debo remarked, although mother may not possess a high IQ, she is a kind and upright person.
Her teachings are filled with wisdom that we ought to heed.
He pondered, so, should we still seek vengeance against Bo Yancheng?
Yes, regardless of the circumstances. He has caused mother pain, and that is unforgivable.
Tang Nuanning nodded vigorously in agreement.
He feared his elder brother might suddenly decide against avenging their mother. It mattered not to him, anyone who brought sorrow to their mother was to be held accountable. However, before embarking on their quest for revenge, they needed to unravel a significant question: why did Bo Yancheng, who clearly did not love their mother and was the one to propose the divorce,
now hesitate to go through with it?
This was indeed a matter worthy of thorough investigation.
Tang Nuanning muttered, regardless of the reason, since mommy wishes to divorce, shall we not simply pressure him into complying with her wishes?
He still sought to resolve the issue with force.
While that may be an option, it is certainly not the most prudent approach.
Before we fully comprehend the situation, we ought to refrain from such measures.
For now,
we must devise a strategy to dispel Bo Yancheng's misunderstandings regarding mommy, ensuring he does not persistently trouble her, which would only cause her distress.
Yes. How should we proceed? Tang Debo furrowed his brows, resembling a miniature adult. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, I have a solution. Chapter 43, Tang Debo, I am merely a baby. What solution?
Do not concern yourselves with that for now. Just trust my words and await the good news.
Tang Debo soothed Bo and Sanbao before tucking them in for the night.
He then returned to his keyboard, typing fervently. By a twist of fate, he stumbled upon Bo Changshan's inquiries on the dark web, seeking assistance in identifying the individual who had usurped Bo Yancheng's business and successfully breached his security system. Debo narrowed his eyes, pondering whether Bo Changshan was actually requesting him to investigate his own affairs.
How audacious! Was Bo Changshan attempting to amuse himself? What a bold notion!
Tang Debo is the elusive top-tier hacker, known for his ghostly presence, and the steadfast protector of Ningbao Bay. Initially, he intended to refuse outright. Yet upon discovering the intricate relationship between Bo Changshan and Bo Yancheng, he found himself in a state of indecision.
If Bo Changshan sought to employ him against Bo Yancheng, might he not also leverage Bo Changshan to counter Bo Yancheng? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Although forming a friendship with Bo Changshan was out of the question, exploiting the situation remained a viable option. I could be of assistance, but first,
Let us see if your terms can genuinely entice me. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tang Nuanning was unaware that her beloved sons had thoroughly investigated her affairs. She offered her own pajamas to the freshly washed Xia Tian. The garment was slightly snug, appearing a tad small. Xia Tian remarked, "You have borne 3 children, yet I am still heavier than you, it truly defies reason." Tang Nuanning chuckled. "What you possess is not fat, it is merely baby fat." Xia Tian epitomizes the plump little girl, a quintessential northern version of the southern potato. She is petite and delicate, exuding an adorable charm. As Xia Tian snuggled into her blankets, she lamented, "I simply cannot restrain my appetite, I cannot govern my cravings. Moreover, I have no desire to do so. My motto is, Xia Tian is a quintessential foodie who has little affection for exercise." Tang Nuanning also climbed into bed, chuckling. "With your insatiable appetite, you must treat our little Sanbao well, his culinary skills are truly delightful, and you are fortunate to have him around." Upon mentioning the little one, Xia Tian instantly perked up. "Oh, I know. Just yesterday, he showed me the photos on his phone. My goodness, they were incredibly appetizing. Not to mention, he can even make perfume. How is it possible for someone so young to be so talented? When it comes to fashion, he surely surpasses me." Tang Nuanning was acutely aware of her lack of fashion sense. Xia Tian inquired further, "It is often said that giving birth is akin to a trial for women. Was it painful for you when you brought them into the world?" Tang Nuanning shrugged her shoulders, revealing that she had never truly grasped the experience. She was even unaware of how the child had come into existence. Upon awakening, she found herself already delivered, thus missing the agony of childbirth and the opportunity to capture photographs of their first moments. Xia Tian, perplexed, remarked that if she had fainted after work, it would be customary for someone to rescue her and take her to a hospital, rather than abandoning her in the wilderness. Yet, if one were to suggest that she encountered ill intentions, it was rather peculiar. The individual neither harmed her nor the child, merely leaving them in the depths of the forest. It seemed as though they wished for her and the child to fend for themselves, though it did not quite align with malicious intent. If the goal had been to inflict harm, there would have been no necessity for her to endure childbirth, nor for the subsequent surgical stitching after the child was delivered. During a casual stroll today, while discussing the child's birth, Tang Nuanning inadvertently mentioned the wilderness. However, she refrained from disclosing details about her savior or their life in the forest, instead referring to a village at the foot of the mountain. Tang Nuanning found herself quite perplexed, as this question had been a persistent source of distress for her. The individual who had escorted her to the remote mountains did not appear to harbor malicious intentions, nor did it seem that they were genuinely assisting her. It was rather peculiar. Had that person left behind any clues at all? Tang Nuanning shook her head. "No. He never appeared again? No. How strange." Xia Tian pondered for a moment and then said, "What does it matter? If I can't understand it now, I shall not dwell on it. After all, the truth will eventually come to light." Tang Nuanning nodded. She shared the same sentiment. Many matters unfold in such a manner, one may ponder deeply yet remain perplexed, only to experience a sudden epiphany when the mind is at ease. Do not limit our conversation to my children. I wish to hear about you and Wan over the years, Xia Tian urged. As for me, I remain unchanged, just an ordinary person amidst ordinary events. However, the greatest source of my current distress is my mother. Can you believe that a woman of her intellect has taken to orchestrating marriage proposals? She is nearly transforming into a matchmaker, incessantly pressuring me. The sight of her alongside my aunt fills me with dread, every time I encounter them both. It feels as if the very heavens are about to collapse. Tang Nuanning couldn't help but laugh, surprised that teacher he would also pressure her about marriage. Ah! The teacher he of today is no longer the one you once knew. I suspect she has been influenced by my aunt. For not only does she wish for me to marry, but she also desires that I wed into a wealthy family. Honestly, with my average looks, mediocre physique, common education, and ordinary job, which affluent family would consider taking me in? Am I not deluding myself? After mercilessly critiquing her own situation, Xia Tian began to lament about her mother.
In the past, her mother would often become upset with her perceived lack of intelligence, even crying out of frustration,
constantly questioning how two high-achieving parents could produce such a seemingly foolish daughter.
At times, she even entertained the thought that I might not be her biological child. Had it not been for our striking resemblance, she might have taken me for a paternity test long ago. She would endlessly lament that two academic elites could yield one underachiever, calling it a case of positive yielding negative.
Had they not been older and busy with work?
They might have considered having another child for practice.
After I entered the workforce, her nagging ceased, but who would have imagined that it would be replaced with marriage pressure?
It seems all her high education has merely transformed her into a matchmaker.
Tang Nuanning smiled and remarked, "You have also graduated for several years. It is indeed the age to seek a partner. However, why should I?
I find immense comfort in my solitary existence.
I genuinely cherish my current lifestyle,
which encompasses a fulfilling job, a vibrant social life, and a circle that I adore. When I crave liveliness, I can indulge in it. When I desire tranquility,
I can retreat into silence.
I have the freedom to embark on spontaneous journeys, and when I wish to remain cocooned in my bed for an entire day, I am not subjected to judgment. With a monthly salary of 4,500, I can sustain myself comfortably and indulge in whatever I desire.
Should I marry? Oh,
I might find myself responsible for another, and then I would scarcely have the funds for even a bag of chips. What a terrifying thought."
Xia Tiantian's perspective is not entirely baseless.
Marriage can indeed be a double-edged sword. A good husband may elevate one's life, while a scoundrel would lead one to tears. The crux of the matter is that discerning a man's true nature takes time.
Chapter 44, Is Tang Nuanning truly impoverished?
While such sentiments resonate, the elderly often caution against delaying marriage and parenthood in youth, lest one be filled with regret in later years. Xia Tiantian, however, remains carefree, declaring, "Life is fleeting. One must seize joy in the present. My life is mine, and as long as I am happy, that suffices. Moreover, can matters of the heart be coerced? I am not averse to marriage, it is simply that my Prince Charming has yet to make his appearance. When he does, there will be no need for prodding. I shall eagerly proclaim my desire to wed."
Xia Tiantian then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What about you?
What are your thoughts?
Will you seek a partner in the future?"
Tang Nuanning shook her head, expressing, "I have endured the hardships of marriage and do not wish to seek it again.
Besides,
I already have a child, and even as I grow older, I shall not feel lonely."
Xia Tiantian moved closer to her, grinning cheerfully, "What's yours is mine.
From this day forth, I too have a child. As I age, I shall not feel lonely either.
If I remain single,
I shall cling to you and the little ones in my old age." No sooner had Xia Tiantian spoken than her stomach began to rumble. "It seems it is time for my late-night snack," she declared.
"You glutton, I shall prepare it for you." "No need for that. It is too late. I will order takeout. I'll check if the little ones are asleep. If they aren't, I'll order more."
The little ones had already drifted off to sleep,
and Xia Tiantian ordered skewers and drinks. The two of them indulged in food and laughter in the bedroom, reminiscent of their days in the university dormitory.
Bo Yancheng had approached Tang Nuanning after hearing of her intention to treat Shen Bao's bipolar disorder.
Tang Nuanning was not lying, she truly did not know Bo Yancheng.
Their encounter at the bar that day was purely coincidental. He had someone inquire at the bar, discovering that Tang Nuanning had signed up to work there for the afternoon, while he had spontaneously decided to visit the bar that night to find He Jingcheng. Therefore, prior to Tang Nuanning's decision to sell drinks, she had no inkling that he would be at the bar. In both instances, he had misunderstood her intentions.
However, the smoke bomb incident in the basement,
aimed at rescuing someone, had left him unable to locate her. The disruption to his business and the breach of his security system, accompanied by a warning letter accusing him of bullying a young lady, remained unresolved.
Could it be that the young lady referred to was not Tang Nuanning?
Bullying a young lady, he had bullied not only Tang Nuanning but also his wife, whom he had never met. He had been leveraging their marital connection to deal with Shen Jiaoyue, and now that the woman was seeking a divorce, he had stubbornly refused to comply.
Was the individual undermining his business acting on her behalf? Bo Yan's expression darkened as he disregarded the time, retrieving his phone to call Yu Jingyuan, arranging to meet her the following day. He intended to personally assess whether there truly was someone formidable behind her. The next day,
Tang Nuanning was roused from her slumber by the ringing of her phone. It was Lin Dong calling. He explained that he had drunk too much the previous night, which was why he had not reached out, and inquired about her well-being, asking if Shanghai had troubled her again.
Tang Nuanning reassured him that everything was fine, urging him not to worry.
However, Lin Dong insisted on visiting her in person. After hanging up, Xia Tiantian inquired if Lin Dong was indeed coming over.
Yes, she replied.
He mentioned bringing Wan Wan along to see me.
Tang Nuanning smiled, as he himself had mentioned. The two close friends did not dwell on it,
for there were gentlemen visiting their home, prompting them to hastily rise and freshen up.
Tang Nuanning was unaware that Yu Jinjiwen had called her the previous night,
as her phone displayed no missed calls. Having indulged excessively in alcohol, thoughts of Yu Jinjiwen troubled her, and in a fit of frustration, she had blacklisted the number.
Now that the effects of the alcohol had worn off, she had completely forgotten about the blacklisting. Consequently, Yu Jinjiwen's call remained languishing in her blacklist. Half an hour later, Lin Dong arrived. Tang Nuanning stood at the doorway, warmly inviting him inside. Neither of them noticed that someone in the distance was capturing this moment with a camera. And soon, this photograph would come to the attention of Bo Yancheng.
Zhou Sheng informed Bo Yancheng that this was a photo taken as per his instructions.
Having followed Lin Dong closely,
it was no wonder they had been unable to locate Miss Tang's address earlier. She resided at the Wheatfield Inn. The son of the inn's proprietor was a hacker. Although not widely known, he was acquainted with several formidable hackers, and the inn's network security system was exceptionally robust. With such formidable security in place, one could surmise that the cost of staying there would not be trivial.
Bo Yancheng inquired, "Isn't she rather impoverished? Where does she find the means to reside in such a fine inn?" Zhou Sheng explained, "The innkeeper offers her special consideration.
She only pays a little over 100 yuan per night."
Oh? Bo Yancheng mused, Miss Tang's 3 sons are quite favored by the innkeeper.
Had it not been for concerns regarding Miss Tang's feelings, she would not have been charged a single penny.
Bo Yancheng regarded him with skepticism. Zhou Sheng insisted, "It's true. If you don't believe me, you may ask her yourself."
Unbeknownst to Bo Yancheng, all of this had been meticulously arranged by Tang Daba, and he did not ponder further.
He then asked, "Have you ascertained the nature of Lin Dong's relationship with Tang Nuanning?" Chapter 45, Bo Yancheng, have I truly misunderstood her? Indeed.
We have discovered that she and Lin Dong's wife, Nan Wan, are close friends and university classmates. Lin Dong is her senior.
The three share a deep familiarity and strong bond.
We have also unearthed Miss Tang's personal information. It turns out she previously lived in Jin City. Miss Tang is an adopted daughter of the Tang family, often overlooked during her childhood.
However, she persevered,
achieving remarkable academic excellence and securing admission to Tianjin University with scores exceeding 100.
Her performance in university was equally commendable.
Teachers and peers alike praised her for her kindness, gentleness, and diligence. Had she not abruptly dropped out to marry, a bright future would have awaited her.
After her marriage,
she was embroiled in a scandal concerning her private life, culminating in infidelity that her husband discovered, leading to their divorce, leaving her with nothing.
Subsequently,
she vanished without a trace for 6 long years. In pondering this, Bo Yancheng suddenly recalled his wife, whom he had never met. Yet, Tang Nuanning could not be the one, as she was already divorced, while he had yet to finalize his own separation.
Moreover, their names were dissimilar. Uncertain.
Zhou Sheng shook his head. After a moment of silence, Bo Yancheng inquired whether there was any inappropriate relationship between Lin Dong and Tang Nuanning.
Zhou Sheng, taken aback,
responded that such a notion was unlikely. Lin Dong was known to have a strong relationship with his wife and was regarded as a good husband.
Bo Yancheng's lips twitched,
shifting the topic to whether Lin Dong had any connections with Bo Changshan. Zhou Sheng reported that nothing had been uncovered. But Lin Dong had been attempting to approach Bo Yancheng due to business matters.
Last night, during Qin Shao's birthday celebration,
Lin Dong had made efforts to get close to him, utilizing various connections. A flicker of disdain crossed Bo Yancheng's eyes.
Zhou Sheng continued, questioning if Bo Yancheng suspected a collaboration between Lin Dong and Bo Changshan.
However, Zhou Sheng deemed it unlikely, noting that their combined assets amounted to less than 10 billion. While previous competitors in their business had wielded resources in the tens of billions. As a son-in-law of the Nan family, Lin Dong had little personal wealth. Despite the family's significant stature and the popularity of Nan Wan, a leading star, Lin Dong served as the general manager of Nan Group, functioning primarily as a subordinate.
With real decision-making power resting with Nan, Bo Yancheng instructed Zhou Sheng to explore potential projects for collaboration with Lin Dong,
extending an opportunity based on his relationship with Tang Nuanning. Although his suspicions regarding her had lessened, he had not entirely dismissed her potential involvement. He wished for her to care for Shenbao while he sought to understand her background, paying close attention to those surrounding her.
Bo Yancheng then recalled Professor Xia's only daughter.
Zhou Sheng confirmed that he had investigated and discovered that Miss Tang, Miss Xia, and Miss Nan had formed a tight-knit trio during their school years. Bo Yancheng held profound respect for Professor Xia and his wife, being experts in ancient culture, a field that intrigued him. He had visited them numerous times and was aware of their only daughter, though he had never met her or learned her name.
He was astonished to find out that Tang Nuanning was friends with Professor Xia's daughter.
Zhou Sheng assured Bo Yancheng that there was no need to worry about Miss Xia's safety, as she and Miss Tang were true friends. Following the revelation of Tang Nuanning's infidelity, those who knew her had scorned her, except for Miss Xia and Miss Nan, who defended her against the critics.
This led to them facing online harassment, but the Nan family's wealth allowed them to mitigate the situation, ensuring that Miss Tang's scandal was soon forgotten. Bo Yancheng decided to investigate what Tang Nuanning had been up to during her years in the countryside.
Once a model student, he wondered if she had changed.
People can indeed transform.
He thought of his wife and asked if there had been any contact with Yujing Garden. Zhou Sheng reported that the phone remained unanswered. Understanding Bo Yancheng's concerns, he reassured him that recent events likely had no connection to her, if the person targeting their business were acting on her behalf. They would have retaliated after Bo Yancheng's refusal to divorce, yet days had passed without further incident.
Bo Yancheng found Zhou Sheng's reasoning compelling. However, if neither Tang Nuanning nor his wife was responsible, then who was the young lady they referenced?
At that moment, Liu Beikai arrived at the hospital for work. Bo Yancheng instructed Zhou Sheng to care for him, stating he would leave, and if anything arose, to contact him. Liu Beikai reminded him that he had spent the night watching over Shenbao, to which Bo Yancheng nonchalantly replied with an before instructing Zhou Sheng to head to the company. He was either preoccupied with Shenbao or work, tirelessly toiling day and night. Upon arriving at the company, Bo Yancheng prepared to turn on his computer, which automatically booted up. A line of large text appeared on the screen. Before he could fully comprehend it, Zhou Sheng rushed in, exclaiming that someone had invested 50 billion into their new project. This was a strategic move by Tang Daba to clear any misunderstandings concerning Tang Nuanning. Zhou Sheng, astonished at the revelation, wondered if this meant they had misjudged Tang Nuanning. Chapter 46, Who is her husband? Meanwhile, Bo Changshan was equally ecstatic. Had he truly made contact? Yes. He indicated a willingness to assist but wished to first review their conditions. Furthermore, it was reported that the individual had publicly apologized to the eldest young master, claiming that his previous remarks about the young master bullying a young lady were a misunderstanding and, to prove his sincerity, had invested 50 billion into the young master's new project. 50 billion. Bo Changshan was stunned. This was a wealthy individual with substantial capital. Yet, he questioned whether, given the apology and overtures, this person would be willing to collaborate with them. Exhaling deeply, Bo Changshan mused that this was not merely an overture but a recognition of Bo Yancheng's pursuit of him, indicating a proactive willingness to negotiate. With wealth and capability, this individual could prove to be an invaluable ally. His abilities would not be inferior to Bo Yancheng's. If they could locate him and present sufficient terms, cooperation would be assured. However, the number one supporter of Ning Baobei demanded sincerity. What could they offer? If it were financial compensation, what amount would suffice? He seemed disinterested in money. If he valued it, he would have stated a figure. Bo Changshan furrowed his brow, suspecting the individual might already know of the leverage he held. His confidant was taken aback, alarmed by the notion of such secrecy. How could he possibly be aware? Do not forget his profession, he is an elite hacker. What secret could possibly elude him? Do you mean to say that he desires that object? After a moment of silence, Bo Yancheng instructed, contact him. If he can locate the person I seek, I shall bestow that item upon him.
Ah,
my lord, that is unwise. For years, the young master has been in pursuit of that object.
If he were to discover this, the consequences would be dire. Proceed discreetly, he must remain unaware.
Seeing his confidant's bewilderment, Bo Yancheng continued, that object is indeed precious, yet I cannot take it with me in death.
At my age, how much longer can I expect to live?
Rather than hoarding that item, it is wiser to leverage it for a brighter future.
My sole ambition now is to reclaim my former position, everything else holds little significance for me.
Understood, I shall take care of it immediately.
The wheat field inn. You went out of your way to purchase breakfast from Jinping Hotel? And you bought such a variety? Tian exclaimed. How could it not be delicious when a single bun costs 800 yuan? Tang Nuanning was astonished. How much?
Tian gestured with her tiny hand, 800.
Is it really that expensive? I know it's hard to fathom. Bo Yancheng is quite the moneymaker. A quintessential representative of capitalism. The Jinping Hotel is one of Bo Yancheng's enterprises. Tang Nuanning's expression shifted slightly, as the mention of her husband lingered in the air.
Lin Dong purchased 6 buns, each priced at 800, along with 3 portions of nutritious porridge and a selection of over 10 side dishes. This extravagant breakfast amounted to nearly 10,000.
Tang Nuanning, with a calm demeanor, said to Lin Dong, you have truly gone out of your way.
Lin Dong replied, we are friends, there is no need for such formality.
Please, take a seat and enjoy, it will soon cool. You haven't eaten either, have you? Let us dine together. Very well.
The 3 conversed as they ate, discussing Nan Wan and the life of Tang Nuanning over the years. Lin Dong gazed at her, his eyes filled with profound concern. Upon hearing that Tang Nuanning was still not divorced and that her husband had been avoiding her, Lin Dong furrowed his brow.
If it is convenient, could you tell me who he is? I shall help you confront him.
If there are no feelings left, it is best to part ways swiftly. Tian also turned her gaze towards Tang Nuanning, still unaware of the true nature of that scoundrel of a husband.
Tang Nuanning shook her head,
insisting that they need not worry, as she would manage the situation herself. Not to mention their concealed marriage, bound by a confidentiality agreement that prohibited any external disclosure.
Primarily,
given Bo Yancheng's current influence, she could not allow Tian and Lin Dong to seek him out.
Should Bo Yancheng take offense, retaliation against them would be inevitable. She could not let them become collateral damage.
Observing Tang Nuanning's reluctance to divulge any information, Tian and Lin Dong refrained from pressing further. Lin Dong shifted the conversation, reassuring her that, regardless of the troubles encountered in Jincheng, she could always reach out to him without hesitation.
After a brief exchange, Lin Dong took his leave.
He made a phone call, instructing, please investigate who Tang Nuanning's husband is. If you cannot uncover it, inquire with the Tang family.
Expedite the search. I shall reward you with 100,000 once you discover the truth. Also, have you completed the tasks I assigned you last night?
Yes. Ensure you leave no trace. We cannot afford to be caught, or it will spell doom for both of us.
Understood.
After terminating the call, Lin Dong leaned back in his chair, his brow furrowed,
contemplating the quaint inn before him.
He had not anticipated Tang Nuanning's reappearance, nor did he foresee that she had not divorced.
Most astonishingly,
she had chosen to carry her child to term, and it was a set of triplets. After a considerable pause, Lin Dong exhaled slowly, starting his vehicle to depart. While driving, he called the Jinping Hotel, requesting 3 servings of children's breakfast to be delivered to Building 1 of the Night.As, specifying the most expensive option available. Chapter 47, I'll take matters into my own hands, he doesn't deserve it. Just as Lin Dong left, the 3 little ones stirred awake. The youngest, noticing the clock on the bedside table, gasped in shock, oh no, it's past 10.
Mommy and godmother must be starving.
The little one threw off the covers and dashed out of bed in pajamas.
The eldest and second child followed suit. Mommy and godmother have already eaten. And uncle brought us breakfast. Upon hearing this, the eldest and second child echoed in unison, which uncle? I don't know. Without attending to their morning routine,
the eldest and second child hurried to inquire with Tang Nuanning, intrigued by the sudden appearance of a man near their seemingly foolish mother. Tang Nuanning smiled as she explained that he was the husband of another one of her godmothers and also her mother as senior. Upon learning that they had come to Tanchang, he came to visit and brought breakfast alone.
Only then did the eldest and second child feel reassured.
Lin Dong bore several labels: born into poverty, son-in-law of a wealthy family, aspiring youth, elite in the business realm, dependent husband, and the universe's finest spouse. The eldest child did not notice anything amiss, which allowed him to shut down his computer and proceed to wash up.
Regardless of his profession,
as long as he posed no harm to their mother, that was sufficient. In the living room, Xia Tiantian suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, Shanhai has received his comeuppance."
Upon hearing Shanhai's name, Tang Nuanning curiously leaned in and asked, what happened to him? Yet, due to his connections with Bo Yancheng,
no one dared to confront him.
Now, a nameless hero had emerged.
Last night, Tang Nuanning heard Lin Dong speak of the relationship between Shanhai and Bo Yancheng,
piquing her curiosity. Who possesses such audacity to act ruthlessly against Shanhai? Do they not fear the repercussions from Bo Yancheng on Shanhai's behalf? Simultaneously,
as she gazed upon the disheveled photographs of Shanhai circulating online, a hint of schadenfreude crept in.
Serves him right. It is merely retribution.
She harbors no compassionate heart akin to that of a saint. It is impossible for her to wish well for Shanhai after the way he treated her. Xia Tiantian's loud voice caught Tang Debao's attention.
Indeed, ignorance can be startling. Upon investigation, the revelations were shocking. He had yet to make his move. Yet someone had acted swiftly. Brother, was it you? Tang Erbo inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Tang Debao shook his head, saying, "It wasn't me. I have yet to make a move." Then who could it be? I do not know. He has offended so many people.
Every individual he has harmed or bullied could be a suspect. Regardless of who it may be, he remains a great hero in my heart, ridding the world of evil.
Indeed. After breakfast, Xia Tiantian suggested taking the three little ones out for shopping and a movie.
The five of them joyfully set out together. Tang Nuanning had completely disregarded the matter concerning Shanhai. However, the ripples caused by this incident were anything but trivial. Shanhai was merely a contemptible and even loathsome figure, yet he was a member of the Shin family, representing the entire clan.
The Shin family, in turn, was backed by Bo Yancheng. Thus, striking at Shanhai was tantamount to slapping Bo Yancheng in the face. In this world, the audacity to offend Bo Yancheng was astounding.
And as a result, the internet erupted with speculation about which fool dared to provoke him.
Those acquainted with Bo Yancheng understood his stance towards Shanhai.
Shin Jiaodue was a savior to Shin Bao, and he was grateful to her, extending a measure of care towards the Shin family, albeit only in business matters.
As for Shanhai, to put it bluntly, Bo Yancheng did not regard him as a person. Otherwise,
he would not have allowed him to embarrass himself by running naked in the streets last time.
He Jingqing called, "Was it you?" Bo Yancheng stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, surveying the entirety of Jincheng. "Why not ask your sister?" Upon receiving news of Shanhai's predicament, he had an inkling that it might be linked to Tang Nuanning. Now, owing to Fu Zixuan, the Fu family was quite grateful to Tang Nuanning for taking vengeance on Shanhai, which was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. He Jingcheng replied, "It wasn't them. My sister just called, asking if it was you.
She said if it was, I should thank you on her behalf for standing up for Miss Tang."
"I'm not that idle." "Then it's a bit peculiar. Over the years,
many have wished to do away with Shanhai and refrained from acting on it for your sake. Now that he is suddenly in trouble, the circle suspects he has offended you, and you've taken matters into your own hands."
"Taken matters into my own hands? He is not worthy." "Indeed." After hanging up,
Zhou Sheng approached. "Brother Chen, I just found out that the assailant targeting Shanhai was a professional hitman. The order came from the dark web, specifically requesting that only Shanhai be castrated, not killed. Orders from the dark web are exceedingly difficult to trace back to the origin." Bo Yancheng took a drag from his cigarette, unconcerned about Shanhai's situation. After all, he had offended so many, and there were numerous who wished him harm.
Zhou Sheng continued, "The Yu Jing Yuan called as well, saying they made contact with Madam This time, she reached out to them, inquiring when you would be free to divorce. Upon hearing mention of his wife, Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow in annoyance. Tell her that if she doesn't want to create trouble for herself, she should refrain from bothering me. I will contact her when I wish to divorce. He no longer harbored doubts about her, and naturally did not wish to meet her. His desire to see her yesterday stemmed from his belief that the person who had attempted to usurp his business was the young girl he had heard about. Now that the individual had clarified it was a misunderstanding, she, like Tang Nuanning, was no longer a suspect. Suddenly recalling Tang Nuanning, a flicker of change crossed Bo Yancheng's expression. What is Tang Nuanning doing? Oh, I heard she went shopping with Miss Xia and the child. Bo Yancheng did not respond. Zhou Sheng added, today's schedule includes an inspection at Wancheng. Are we still going? Yes, proceed with the planned itinerary. Wancheng was a chain mall under the Bo Group.
Each year, Bo Yancheng would make time to visit, often incognito, as part of his work.
Coincidentally, Tang Nuanning was also at Wancheng at that moment.
Chapter 48, an offense too great to bear when Tang Nuanning received news from Yujing Yuan.
She was still out shopping, nearly beside herself with rage. What did he mean by saying he would divorce when he felt like it? Did that imply that as long as he did not wish to divorce, the marriage would remain intact? Ah, how infuriating.
Tang Nuanning placed her hands on her waist and pressed her forehead, cursing inwardly. It was only upon arriving at the shopping mall that she thought to call Yujing Yuan to inquire about the divorce.
To her dismay,
she discovered that she had blocked his number. When she learned that Bo Yancheng had reached out to her last night and even proposed a meeting for today, she was overwhelmed with excitement. However, she did not anticipate the subsequent twist of fate. She was uncertain if Bo Yancheng was upset due to their lack of communication the previous night. All she knew was that she was thoroughly vexed with herself. Perhaps, had she answered the call last night, she would have already collected her divorce certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau today. Alas, alcohol truly complicates matters. And this is no trivial issue. Given the current situation, it felt as though she had irrevocably closed off her path of persistence. Especially after he had just warned her that any harassment would bear consequences. Speaking calmly to him was futile. Clinging desperately was equally unproductive. So, what course of action could she take to finalize the divorce? This journey toward separation was proving to be more arduous than Tang Seng's quest for sacred texts. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the arcade as Xia Sanbao let out a sharp cry. He had been shoved off a small motorcycle by a young boy and landed unceremoniously on the ground. The mischievous boy made a face at Xia Sanbao, then hopped onto the motorcycle that had originally belonged to him, claiming it with brazen enthusiasm.
Tang Nuanning, this little firecracker, was not to be coddled.
With a forceful shove,
he was sent sprawling to the ground. How dare he? Who gave you the audacity to strike my brother? Tang Nuanning was fierce,
causing the little boy to burst into tears immediately.
Mommy, he hit me, boo-hoo.
A nearby noblewoman hurried over, scooping him into her arms.
Oh dear. My precious one, where did you fall? Where does it hurt? My bottom hurts, boo-hoo.
The noblewoman, filled with both concern and fury, pointed at Tang Nuanning and scolded, You little wretch, how dare you strike my son?
Do you wish to meet your demise? Tang Nuanning tilted his small head defiantly, exclaiming,
You're the little rascal, and your entire family is a bunch of little rascals.
You dare to insult me? Just watch how I will teach you a lesson today.
The noblewoman shoved the small boy into the nanny's arms and raised her hand to strike Nuanning, only to have her wrist grasped firmly by Tang Nuanning.
Tang Nuanning cradled the little third treasure in one arm, while firmly grasping the other. What are you doing? She exclaimed. What am I doing? He pushed my son. Are you blind? You are a parent, aren't you? How do you educate your child? There is no sense of propriety whatsoever. This place is for everyone.
The recreational activities here are communal.
On what grounds does he prevent my son from playing? Tang Nuanning was infuriated. Who initiated this push?
My son was playing peacefully when your child pushed him down.
Who, then, is the ill-mannered one?
The wealthy woman's face flushed with anger.
Do you know who I am to speak to me in such a manner?
I need not know your identity.
I am aware that we are all novices in this role of parenthood.
I have no obligation to indulge you, I am not your parents.
Your son initiated the push against mine,
the fault lies with you, not us. Dare to lay a finger on my child, and see what happens.
Tang Nuanning pushed her away with a forceful shove.
The noblewoman, clad in high heels, stumbled precariously, nearly losing her balance, but was fortunately steadied by her nanny.
Dare to strike me? I'll make sure you regret it, you wretched creature. Who is the wretched one here? You are the truly despicable one. Do you think that a little wealth makes you superior?
Go ahead and try to lay a hand on me, I shall not back down, retorted Tang Nuanning.
The noblewoman,
realizing that both Tang Nuanning and Tian were not easily intimidated, fumed, you shall pay for this. With her threats lingering in the air, she departed with her son and nanny in tow.
Tang Nuanning quickly inquired of the little third treasure, are you hurt?
The little third treasure shook his head while crying.
I'm scared.
Unlike his elder siblings, the little third treasure was naturally timid, with a soft disposition, and was particularly prone to tears.
It's all right. No need to be afraid. Mommy and your godmother have already driven away the bad people. Does your bottom still hurt?
Yes.
Let mommy give it a gentle rub.
Tian comforted him, little third treasure, there is a place over there that sells milkshakes, sweet and delightful.
Would you like your godmother to take you to buy one?
The little fellow blinked his eyes, feeling somewhat tempted, but when Tian reached out to hold him,
he clung tightly to Tang Nuanning's neck, unwilling to let go.
Although he understood that Tian was one of his own, the brevity of their acquaintance led him to rely more on Tang Nuanning, especially after having felt wronged, he was even more reluctant to part from her.
Tian, feeling helpless, suggested, how about you wait here with mommy while your godmother goes to get you some?
The little third treasure nestled in Tang Nuanning's embrace,
nodding with intermittent sobs. Observing that the elder siblings were also wearing frowns, Tian took one by each hand and coaxed them to go buy milkshakes.
Tang Nuanning cradled the little third treasure in the resting area, gently soothing him. Just as she had calmed the child, the aristocratic woman suddenly charged over once more. Accompanying her were several haughty women, each adorned in designer attire, clutching luxury handbags, and strutting in heels that towered a dozen centimeters high, their appearances strikingly glamorous.
Recognizing their imposing demeanor, Tang Nuanning understood that their intentions were far from benevolent.
She held the little third treasure tightly in her arms,
casting a fierce glare at the approaching women. Chapter 49, Brother Chen, a hero to the rescue?
As the group of women drew closer, they regarded Tang Nuanning and the little third treasure with disdainful expressions.
Is this really them? One scoffed.
The little third treasure trembled in fear, yet boldly proclaimed,
Don't bully my mommy.
The women crossed their arms, scrutinizing the child for a moment, their eyes betraying an undeniable astonishment.
The little third treasure's beauty was indeed extraordinary, easily rivaling the most stunning figures within the entertainment industry. Unlike his older siblings, he exuded a distinctly different aura.
While the elder siblings appeared more robust, the little third treasure radiated a softer charm. In a historical context, he would embody the delicate young scholar, characterized by his striking good looks,
an existence that would elicit admiration even from women.
After staring at the little third treasure for a considerable time, one of the women finally hissed, "You little brat! Go away! Be careful, or I shall give you a slap." The little third treasure, frightened and breathless, remained steadfast, for although timid, he was determined to protect his beloved mommy. She was his most cherished person, and he would not allow anyone to mistreat her. Tang Nuanning was deeply moved as she shielded the little sanbao behind her, her gaze fixed upon the affluent woman who had appeared earlier.
What do you intend to do? What are your intentions? Allow me to enlighten you on the consequences of crossing me.
Beside her stood a young lady in her early 20s, who bore a striking resemblance to her, inquiring, "Sister, is it this mother-daughter pair that has wronged you in Shaolu?" The wealthy woman accused, indeed, it was they. Shaolu was enjoying a ride on the motorcycle when my son forcefully pushed him off, resulting in the bruises on his knee. Not only did they refuse to acknowledge their wrongdoing, but they also offered no apology, typical of uncouth country folk, lacking in manners and upbringing. The young lady, named Su Han, possessed a visage that was refreshingly exquisite, yet her eyes sparkled with venom.
casting a glare at Tang Nuanning.
She remained silent for a moment before retrieving her phone to make a call, her voice dripping with feigned sweetness. Jing Chang, please come to the Wancheng Mall at once.
My sister and I have been wronged, sob.
Once the call ended, she swiftly altered her expression, directing her gaze at Tang Nuanning.
Your fate is sealed. Tang Nuanning realized she had encountered a scheming individual.
As adults, there was no need for deceitful words, it was evident that your child had pushed my child first.
Everyone was watching. The onlookers exchanged glances, too fearful to speak. Coincidentally, Bo Yancheng was inspecting the area.
He stood at the back of the crowd, masked,
gazing at Tang Nuanning with a complex expression. Zhou Shang remarked, "It's Miss Tang, what a coincidence. I knew she was out shopping with Miss Xia. But I didn't expect her to be here. It seems she is in some trouble, should we go over and check? Are you hoping to be a hero and save the damsel?" Zhou Shang was taken aback.
He indeed wished for Bo Yancheng to play the hero. Ever since Tang Nuanning had kissed Bo Yancheng, Zhou Shang felt that this girl had potential.
After all these years,
she was the only one who had dared to kiss him. If she could help Bo Yancheng forget the mother of his child and return to a normal life,
Tang Nuanning would be revered among their circle.
They felt pity for Bo Yancheng, not wanting him to suffer a lifetime for a woman whose fate was uncertain.
Do you have feelings for her? Bo Yancheng suddenly inquired, catching Zhou Shang off guard. Brother Chen, that's not a joke to make. If you do like her, I can speak to you about it. Zhou Shang's lips twitched. Brother Chen, you might as well just end me. Someone was being overly magnanimous.
Yet Zhou Shan was nearly beside himself.
Are you trying to find a way out for yourself? After misunderstanding her before, now that the misunderstanding is cleared, you wish to show goodwill. Seeking peace is fine, but your reasoning is utterly inadequate.
He intended to poke fun at the idea of Tang Nuanning and Bo Yancheng being together, as he harbored no ill intentions towards Tang Nuanning.
Don't act recklessly, I truly do not have feelings for her. I might have been a bit enthusiastic, but that was solely because of you.
Zhou Shang's lips moved, understanding that Bo Yancheng held no feelings for Tang Nuanning at present, so he refrained from saying more, simply adding,
hasn't she stabilized Fu Zixuan's condition?
I believe she could assist our Shen Bao. Bo Yancheng narrowed his eyes and cast a glance at him, choosing not to respond further.
Tang Nuanning's side has erupted into a cacophony, with several women clamoring arrogantly. What's wrong with pushing your son?
The fact that we Haven T forcibly ejected him from the amusement park is already a gesture of leniency.
Another woman chimes in. If it weren't for the desire to let Xiaolu experience the life of an ordinary person, do you think you would have been granted entry today?
You and your daughter ought to kneel in gratitude, thankful that Xiaolu did not demand an exclusive venue. One woman warns, in the future, when you consider engaging in a dispute, take a moment to assess the identity of your opponent. That bruise on Xiaolu is worth more than all your family's assets combined, and still not sufficient. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows, glaring at them. It was evident to her that, like the aristocrat among them, these women were equally unreasonable and devoid of any refinement.
One of the women, with an air of arrogance,
proclaimed, hurry and kneel before Sisterly, bow 3 times, and then give yourself 10 resounding slaps, perhaps Sisterly might consider forgiving you.
Tang Nuanning spoke coldly. What if I am unwilling? Unwilling?
Then it seems you prefer to toast rather than face the consequences.
Tang Nuanning shot a glare at them, swiftly retrieving her phone to call the authorities.
Sensing her intent, one of them seized her phone and hurled it to the ground.
You truly are insane if you think you can call the police. Do you have any idea whom you have offended today?
Little Li's uncle is none other than the illustrious Mr. He of Jincheng. If the police arrive, it is you who will be apprehended. The woman attempted to crush the phone underfoot, but Tang Nuanning forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, "You lunatic." Chapter 50, A Spectacle Awaits.
Tang Nuanning cursed under her breath as she bent down to retrieve her phone.
Just as she grasped it in her hand, her hair was suddenly seized by someone, who yanked it back with force, causing her to wince in pain.
We haven't even struck you yet, and you've already resorted to violence.
Truly deserving of a lesson.
You wretched woman!
Several women shouted angrily as they collectively rushed to confront her. Tang Nuanning was infuriated, had she not wished to avoid trouble. she would have certainly administered a few sharp jabs to each of them. She stepped forcefully onto the toes of the woman who had been grasping her hair, causing her to instantly release her hold with a yelp of pain. Ouch, my foot! Woe is me! Even without resorting to needles, these women were no match for her. It is often said that motherhood instills strength. Since becoming a mother, she had shed her former image of a soft and yielding individual. Moreover, after years spent in the mountains, engaging in the rigorous daily tasks of foraging for herbs and chopping wood, her physique had become remarkably robust. These greenhouse-raised blossoms were certainly no rivals to her. Despite their numerical advantage, they had not gained the upper hand. Observing the scene, Su-han furrowed her brow and shifted her gaze to the little third treasure. She approached and, with a swift kick, sent the little one tumbling down. How dare you compete with our Shaolo for toys? You deserve a lesson. Little third treasure was terrified and began to cry, Mummy, Mummy, woo. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Nuanning, filled with fury, delivered several resounding slaps and fierce kicks, bringing the entire group of women to the ground. She rushed over and seized Su-han, administering a few sharp slaps to her face. Subsequently, she forcefully pushed her away, before scooping up her little treasure. Do not be afraid, my darling, Mama is here, she reassured. The little one clung tightly to Tang Nuanning's neck, whimpering, Mama, Mama. Tang Nuanning was soothing the little third treasure, while the other women were not idle either. Upon seeing Su-han fall, they hurried over to assist her. Han. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Did it hurt? At present, Su-han was in a romantic relationship with Heicheng, thereby establishing herself as the most esteemed woman among the sisterhood. Although it was common knowledge that Heicheng was a notorious flirt, changing girlfriends more frequently than one changes attire, it remained a mystery why so many women fervently vied for his affection. Moreover, despite his numerous ex-girlfriends, none had ever emerged to malign him. This could be attributed to two reasons. First, while Heicheng was indeed a philanderer, he adhered to a principle of exclusivity in his romantic endeavors, never engaging in overlapping relationships. Secondly, the allure of wealth played a significant role. Every woman who had been involved with Heicheng not only reaped tangible benefits but also experienced a substantial elevation in her own worth. Furthermore, Heicheng was renowned for lavishing affection on his girlfriends, treating them like royalty throughout their courtship. Thus, even if Su-han were to part ways with Heicheng in the future, she would still enjoy the elevated status of being one of his former partners, significantly enhancing her social standing. What is more, she was currently still in a relationship with him. Regarding today's incident, if Su-han were to pout and express her displeasure in front of Heicheng, he could effortlessly ensure that Tang Nuanning faced severe consequences. Consequently, upon hearing that Su-han's little nephew had been bullied, the women rushed to confront Tang Nuanning, eager to defend Su-han. In their minds, it was as if they were prepared to publicly annihilate Tang Nuanning and her child. With Su-han present, they believed Heicheng would ensure their safety. As Su-han twisted her ankle and fell to the ground, she covered her face, glaring furiously at Tang Nuanning. How dare you hit me? Tang Nuanning held the little sanbao tightly in her arms, her face contorted with fury. We are all adults here. If you have grievances, direct them at me. What kind of cowardice is it to bully a child? I thought you were merely an ordinary green tea, but your malice is truly astonishing. You even strike a child. You are not worthy of being called human. I warn you, do not dare to challenge a mother's limits. Anyone who lays a finger on my child will face my wrath. Tang Nuanning was truly infuriated. It was one thing to quarrel or even fight with those women, but when it came to her child, that was her absolute bottom line. The group of women had also witnessed Tang Nuanning's formidable fighting spirit and dared not approach her recklessly. They urged Su-han to continue calling he shall, insisting that he come and deal with her, claiming she truly wished for her own demise, daring to strike even her. Yes, summon he shall, they insisted. Su-han bit her lip and shot a fierce glare at Tang Nuanning before picking up her phone to call Heicheng. Once the call connected, she cried out, Heicheng, I've been attacked. Hurry and come, woo-woo. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow upon witnessing the situation. She was acutely aware that the person they intended to summon undoubtedly held a significant status. The ensuing circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for her.
Tang Nuanning immediately picked up her phone to call the police.
As a member of a marginalized group, she felt utterly powerless in the face of authority. The only support she could rely on was the police. Zhou Sheng stood at the back of the crowd,
initially admiring Tang Nuanning's fierce determination as she effortlessly confronted multiple adversaries.
Moments later, he reflected on her qualities as a devoted mother, fiercely protecting her child. They had called for help, summoning He Xiao, likely accompanied by his new girlfriend. During their courtship, He Xiao was notoriously submissive to his partners, which led Zhou Sheng to speculate that today might not end favorably for Miss Tang. After expressing his thoughts, Zhou Sheng turned to Bo Yancheng, considering that given her tenacity in defending her child, they could not remain idle. She was indeed a commendable mother.
Moreover, it was possible that she could assist them with Xin Bao. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in contemplation. Tang Nuanning's tender embrace of the little treasure indeed stirred his emotions.
If Xin Bao could be cherished in such a manner by his mother, how blissful he would be. Observing that Bo Yancheng remained silent, Zhou Sheng speculated that he was indifferent to the matter. Just as Zhou Sheng was about to make a phone call, Bo Yancheng interjected.
No need to investigate further.
The identity of the wrongdoer was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had grown increasingly impatient with Su Han and her group of women.
Particularly,
Su Han's act of physically reprimanding the child was sufficient grounds for a harsh judgment in his eyes.
No investigation? Shall we speak with young Master He first? Zhou Sheng inquired. No need. Bo Yancheng retorted. Did you not mention seeing He Jinglian earlier?
He Jinglian, the biological sister of He Jingcheng and the mother of Fu Zixuan.
Known as Madame Fu.
Indeed, I did see her, but we were wearing masks, so she likely did not recognize us.
Have someone inform her that Tang Nuanning is being bullied here.
Zhou Sheng paused, then an idea sparked in his mind, his eyes lighting up.
Brother Chen, you truly excel at dealing with such matters. Bo Yancheng, with a grim expression, remarked, Jingcheng's eyesight seems to be deteriorating, he can choose any woman.
He ought to have his sister help him see things more clearly. Zhou Sheng silently scoffed, thinking, this is not about clearing his vision.
It's akin to applying eye drops. Tang Nuanning is indeed a benefactor of the Fu family, yet she has been bullied by He Jingcheng's girlfriend. What actions will Madame Fu take?
If they intervene, it would merely amount to punishing those women, but if He Jinglian takes action, He Jingcheng will not escape either.
A spectacle is about to unfold. Chapter 51, The suppression from the bloodline of a biological sister. Before long, Madame Fu arrived.
She was selecting clothes for Fu Zixuan when she heard that Tang Nuanning was also present and had been mistreated. She hurried over.
Miss Tang. Madame Fu? Madame Fu. Taken aback, exclaimed, is it truly you?
I thought I had mistaken someone else when I saw your silhouette just now.
What has transpired? Tang Nuanning felt somewhat awkward after having an unpleasant encounter with them.
Upon hearing this, Mrs. Fu frowned, casting an unhappy glance at Su Han and her companions. Among those present, only Su Han was aware of Mrs. Fu's true identity, leaving her trembling in fear.
The others, unfamiliar with Mrs. Fu, perceived her as a noblewoman. Yet emboldened by Su Han's connection to He Jingcheng, they boldly exclaimed, What? Are you the little vixen's savior? Let me tell you. Even if the King of Heaven were to come today, it wouldn't matter, this little vixen is doomed. Upon hearing this,
Su Han's pupils dilated in shock as she quickly pulled her friends aside, urging, Stop, please don't say anything more.
What are you afraid of? So what if she is a wealthy matron? I refuse to believe that anyone in Jingcheng fears He Xiao. You are currently He Xiao's girlfriend. There's no need to fear them.
When Mrs. Fu heard the mention of her brother, she coldly scrutinized Su Han, her eyes brimming with derision.
You are He Jingcheng's current girlfriend? One of Su Han's companions immediately chimed in, Indeed. You should be scared. Let me tell you, our Henin is cherished by He Xiao. The apple of his eye. If you bully her, just wait and see how He Xiao will deal with you. The apple of his eye? Ha! I recall that his girlfriend didn't look like this yesterday morning. Did he change her in the afternoon or the evening?
The words carried a hint of mockery, prompting the woman who just spoke to erupt in anger.
Who are you mocking? It doesn't matter when the relationship was established, right now, Henin is He Xiao's girlfriend.
He Jinglian furrowed her brow, warning, try insulting her again.
I'll insult her, I will. Damn it. Su-han quickly stood up,
covering the woman's mouth as she smiled awkwardly at He Jinglian.
Sister.
Who is your sister?
My mother only bore me in Jingcheng.
I have no younger sister.
Don't try to get close to me.
Let her speak, let her say all she wants, once she's done, she won't need that tongue anymore.
My mother only bore me in Jingcheng? Everyone present was left in disbelief. Someone stuttered, "A little Han, what is she saying?" She is with He Xiao?
Su-han's face flushed as she bit her lip, clutching her clothes, appearing utterly aggrieved.
Sister, I'm sorry. My friend didn't know your identity.
Don't call me sister, it's disgusting.
Whether or not you know my identity is irrelevant. At such a young age,
you've learned to bully others by relying on connections. If you want to be considered part of the He family, you should first ask if the He family is willing. He Jinglian was not someone to be trifled with, and Su-han's group of women bowed their heads,
trembling in fear. Su-han's eyes were already red. Su-han.
He Jingcheng rushed in, clearly having hurried over after receiving a call from his little girlfriend, panting heavily. During their romance, he had indeed proven himself to be a devoted boyfriend. Spotting Su-han looking as if she had been wronged, he frowned and quickly approached her. Su-han immediately looked up, and upon seeing He Jingcheng, she felt even more wronged.
Jingcheng.
As soon as she opened her mouth, tears streamed down her cheeks,
full of distress.
He Jingcheng approached her with a dark expression, but before he could reach her, He Jinglian called out, "Stop." Only then did He Jingcheng realize his sister was also present.
He froze for a moment, then quickly smiled, "Sister, what are you doing here?" He openly acknowledged, "This is my girlfriend."
Your girlfriend?
Have you lost your mind or given away your senses? Collecting any stray dog or cat, are you? Are you gathering scrap? Let's speak calmly, why are you so angry?
Anger is harmful to your health, be careful not to age quickly.
Shut up. If Mom and Dad were here, they would be furious with you.
In our He family, we do not seek a daughter-in-law based on lineage. But she must possess a righteous character and kindness.
Just look at what you've brought home.
Before she even steps through the door,
her group of friends has already started insulting me. What will happen once she is inside? Will they physically attack me? I am not important.
What matters is the reputation of the He family.
If she already exhibits such arrogance now, what will happen once she is part of the family? Nonsense. You are the most important. Stop with the flattery. You're not a child anymore, I've advised you to find a suitable wife.
But you refuse and instead frolic around with these unsavory women.
Truly disappointing. Absolutely disappointing. He Jinglian, unable to contain her frustration, slapped He Jingcheng twice.
He Jingcheng felt embarrassed and wished for a hole to hide in, yet he could only placate her. At least give me some face, I am your brother after all.
If you weren't my brother, I would have had someone throw you into the river to drown. He Jingcheng's lips twitched. Can we just have a civil conversation? What's the matter? Did Su-han upset you?
Mrs. Fu ignored him and turned to Tang Nuanning. Miss Tang, please tell us what exactly happened.
Don't be afraid. With me here, you can speak freely.
It was only then that He Jingcheng noticed Tang Nuanning, narrowing his eyes slightly, a hint of something unusual flickering across his gaze. He then greeted her with a friendly smile. Miss Tang, what a coincidence, you are here as well. Tang Nuanning was taken aback to discover that the formidable support behind that group of women was none other than him. Though she had never met He Jingcheng, she was well aware of his existence. Just last night at the Jinping Hotel, in her attempt to evade Shanghai, she had inadvertently stumbled into a private room, where he and that wild man were present. The realization that they were acquainted caused Tang Nuanning to frown immediately, her disdain for He Jingcheng evident. He, noticing her discontent, narrowed his charming eyes and feigned innocence, saying, Miss Tang, please do not harbor such animosity towards me.
While Su-han is indeed my girlfriend,
I assure you I shall not show her favoritism, feel free to speak your mind. Madame Fu, observing her brother smiling at Tang Nuanning, interjected with a reprimand. You should keep your distance from Miss Tang, do not approach her indiscriminately, for she certainly does not hold you in high regard. He Jingcheng replied.
Surely, she is the only sister in the world who believes her brother unworthy of a married woman with a child, isn't she? Miss Tang, what do you think?
He Jinglian supported her.
Tang Nuanning steadied her mind and recounted the events that had transpired.
He Jinglei was infuriated. Revealing herself to be a petty individual who truly believed herself to be significant. With a sharp retort, she directed her ire at He Jingcheng,
accusing him of enabling her tyranny under the guise of authority. How do you intend to address this? If you do not provide Miss Tang with an explanation today, I shall take drastic measures.
Chapter 52. What I feel is not fear, but affection. He Jingcheng turned his gaze towards Su Han and her companions. He maintained a squint in his charming eyes, appearing harmless and amiable. Yet, the atmosphere around him had undeniably grown frigid.
Su Han and her friends were already terrified, standing anxiously to the side, trembling in fear.
He Jingcheng regarded Su Han with an unexpectedly gentle tone. Why don't you speak?
If you are innocent,
even if my sister were to strike me down, I would still protect you.
However, do not weave falsehoods. Su Han stubbornly denied the accusations,
insisting that it was not she who had lied. It was, in fact, her son who had pushed her sister's child and refused to apologize. All she sought was justice for her sister's child, yet she had not anticipated such ferocity from her. Surely there are surveillance cameras, let us review the footage. Tang Nuanning had no desire to watch her act and directly interrupted her. Upon hearing this, Su Han shivered noticeably and promptly changed her words, saying, I heard my sister say so. Sister, you tell her. She shifted the blame onto her elder sister, hoping to safeguard herself. The wealthy woman, terrified, cried out, It was my son who pushed her son first, but her son also pushed mine.
Wailing ensued.
He Jingcheng coldly snorted and called for security to escort them all to the police station, instructing the officers to educate them properly. The women were horrified at the prospect. He Jingcheng personally took them inside, making it clear that leaving would be difficult. They panicked, too frightened to plead with He Jingcheng, and turned to Su Han, begging. Han, quickly plead with young master He for us.
We cannot go to prison.
Han, help us, we only stood up for you today. Su Han was equally startled. She never anticipated He Jingcheng would take such action. Just as she was about to speak, He Jingcheng interjected. You won't need to sit in jail, consider it my compensation for your breakup.
Su Han's pupils trembled.
She had invested immense effort to get close to He Jingcheng.
Only to break up after a single day?
Jingcheng, listen to me, I was wrong in this matter. I shouldn't have taken my sister's word.
Can I apologize to Miss Tang? I love you, I don't want to break up.
She sobbed, seemingly apologizing yet distancing herself completely. He Jingcheng was displeased, warning. Clinging desperately is tiresome, don't make a fool of yourself.
If you persist, I might just send you in as well. Su Han fell to the ground like a deflated balloon. The cacophony of crying women ceased only after they were taken away, allowing them all to return to tranquility.
He Jingcheng proactively apologized to Tang Nuanning. I'm sorry, Miss Tang, I share some responsibility for today's incident.
Did the children get hurt? Should we go to the hospital? Before Tang Nuanning could respond,
He Jingcheng's sister, He Jinglian, interjected, Just leave, we don't need your concern. Go back to where you came from and don't obstruct our view. She was unwilling to allow He Jingcheng to flaunt himself in front of Tang Nuanning. She feared that He Jingcheng would become infatuated with Tang Nuanning and pursue her relentlessly. She was all too aware of her brother's character and genuinely appreciated Tang Nuanning, wishing to prevent her from falling into a pit of fire. In Madame Fu's eyes, whoever He Jingcheng fancied would bring misfortune to that young lady, except for those of dubious character. He Jingcheng thought to himself, what a true sister. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze inadvertently landed on someone who was watching the commotion from the second floor. Whom? He Jingcheng was taken aback and bid farewell to He Jinglian before seeking out Bo Yancheng. Upon meeting, he complained, why didn't you help me out beforehand? If you had handled it earlier, my sister wouldn't have had the chance to scold me. Bo Yancheng showed no hesitation, stating, It was I who brought your sister here, so she could open her eyes a bit. You? Ha! Are you deliberately stirring trouble to watch me make a fool of myself? Is that amusing to you? Quite amusing, actually, it's quite a sight.
You're not a brother. I'm your elder. Elder my foot. What do you mean? Just to protect that Miss Tang, you've taken it out on me too?
It has nothing to do with her. I simply found it displeasing to see Su Han hitting a child. Yancheng was unconvinced, asserting that if he truly had feelings for someone, he would say it directly. Being evasive was hardly manly.
Whether or not I'm manly, I at least don't fear women. Ha, spare me the sarcasm. You're unafraid because you don't have a sister. I have a sister who dotes on me. That's not fear, it's affection.
Though Jinglian often bickered with her brother, she genuinely cared for Yancheng, having nearly lost him several times throughout their lives. Thus, Yancheng felt a mix of fear and affection towards her.
Bo Yancheng rolled his eyes disdainfully, ignoring him. He cast his gaze downward at Tang Nuanning, then at the little one in her arms, deep in thought. Zhou Shang. Bo Yancheng murmured a few words softly, prompting Zhou Shang to respond, huh? Isn't that inappropriate? If you do this, Miss Tang will definitely be upset. Haven't you seen how protective she is of the child? Bo Yancheng retorted. If I say it's appropriate, then it is.
Zhou Shang replied helplessly, today, the one who breached our security system has already approached us, claiming it was a misunderstanding.
And even offered 50 billion. How can you still doubt Miss Tang? Bo Yancheng snapped, enough with the nonsense.
Zhou Shang lamented, he truly is unpredictable. If he continues to provoke Tang Nuanning, she will surely be furious.
What if he develops feelings for her later? That would be a disaster. Chapter 53, Bo Yancheng.
Prepare for the disaster of pursuing a wife. Below, Jinglian dismissed the onlookers and found a quiet place to converse with Tang Nuanning.
She regarded Tang Nuanning as a benefactor and a sister.
In Jincheng, both our families, the He's and the Fuss, hold a bit of status. If you encounter any troubles in the future, just let me know, I'll help you.
Thank you. Don't be so polite.
You have helped Zishuan repeatedly without accepting our rewards. If we can assist you, it eases our hearts. Upon mentioning this, Tang Nuanning felt helpless. She never expected a reward for helping Fu Zishuan, yet that day, Mr. Fu directly handed her a check for 1 million.
1 million.
That sum terrified her. Had they given her 3,000 or 5,000 as a token of gratitude, she might have accepted it given her dire financial situation. Knowing they were affluent while she was quite the opposite. But their initial offer was a staggering 1 million, which left her in shock.
Hence,
she dared not accept the money. To the Fu family, it was a significant favor. To her, it was merely a minor assistance, not worth such a sum.
Jinglian,
being emotional herself, shared many painful experiences from the years. Because of Fu Zishuan, her life had been nothing short of tragic.
As a mother, Tang Nuanning could empathize with her suffering.
The triplets were 5 years old this year, and during these 5 years, they had fallen ill numerous times. Each time they had a fever or cold, she was terrified, unable to sleep, always by their side. Until the children recovered, her heart was perpetually anxious. If you were to ask mothers around the world what they feared most, they would undoubtedly reply, the illness of their children.
Especially since Fu Zishuan's ailments were not ordinary. He could self-harm or even contemplate suicide. Hence, the hardships Jinglian endured over the years are evident.
Jinglian continued, you have no idea. After you spoke to him that day, he suddenly called me mommy, and I was on the verge of tears. Later, he said he wanted to eat the noodles I made.
And I.
As she recounted this with fervor, tears welled in her eyes. This sentiment is understood by all mothers.
Women understand women best.
And mothers can comprehend each other as struggles. After parting ways, the little one in her arms asked sweetly, Mommy,
are we going to the hospital to see Auntie's child later?
Jinglian had inquired earlier if they could visit Fu Zishuan again. But they were uncertain if he could be discharged, so they wanted her assistance in checking.
She promised Jinglian that she would go later in the day. Tang Nuanning remarked, Auntie's son is still resting, Mommy will visit him at the hospital this evening.
Yes, Mommy, please lend her a hand, this auntie is quite unfortunate. I believe her future will improve, she is a good person, and good people are rewarded.
Indeed, she is a wonderful aunt, we owe her our support today.
Therefore, we should continue to do good deeds, for we never know when we might find ourselves in need of assistance.
Performing daily acts of kindness accumulates virtue.
Helping others is akin to helping oneself.
Had she not aided Fu Zixuan that day, how would she have met He Jinglian? Consequently, there would be no talk of He Jinglian coming to our aid today. The little Sanbao nodded obediently,
declaring that Sanbao will heed mommy's words and aspire to be a benevolent person who helps others as they grow.
Tang Nuanning smiled as she pinched his little cheeks,
proclaiming that Sanbao was the most obedient.
Little Sanbao then remarked, "Auntie is sad because her son is unwell. From now on,
my brother and I will surely not fall ill and cause mommy any distress." Tang Nuanning, her heart is utterly soft. Although Sanbao may not be as clever as Daba or Erbao, and despite his differences with her, he truly loves her. Tang Bao did not explain to him that illness is beyond one's control. Instead, she simply stated that it was settled Sanbao and his brothers must remain healthy.
Always in good health. Indeed. Today's matter has been put behind them.
When they meet with their godmother and brothers later, they ought not to mention this incident. She did not wish for Xia Tiantian and Debao and Heir Bao to be upset over something that had already transpired. Little Sanbao furrowed his small brows and nodded reluctantly. He still wished to complain to his elder brothers, hoping they would devise a means to avenge their mother.
However,
upon his mother's insistence, he knew he could not complain. He had to heed her words and strive to be a well-behaved child.
Tang Nuanning smiled as she gently pinched Sanbao's little nose. "Sanbao, you are the most obedient. Mommy is going to the restroom, do you want to come?" "I don't want to." "Then how about you wait for mommy inside? I'm worried you might get lost." "No, it's embarrassing. I'll wait for mommy outside." "Alright then. Just don't run off."
Little Sanbao stood at the restroom door, waiting, while Tang Nuanning entered the ladies' room. Fortunately, she was able to defend herself against those women. Her face bore no marks, though her scalp throbbed slightly. After washing her face and tidying her hair, she appeared unperturbed.
Phew! Tang Nuanning exhaled into the mirror,
offering herself a smile. A smile can take 10 years off, life is still beautiful.
Keep going.
After bolstering her spirits, she stepped outside. However, a grave situation had arisen.
Chapter 54, Mr. Bo, you are finished. Sanbao was nowhere to be found. Sanbao?
The absence of the little one's figure caused Tang Nuanning's heart to leap.
Sanbao! Sanbao!
Her calls received no reply, and panic set in. She hurriedly approached nearby individuals.
"Excuse me, have you seen a little boy? He is about this tall, 5 years old.
Wearing a cream-colored sweater and black sports pants, quite delicate in appearance." As she spoke, she rifled through her phone,
searching for a photo of Sanbao to show the people in the mall.
"He looks like this, chubby-cheeked. He was just waiting at the restroom door."
Not seen. Not seen.
After an exhaustive search proved fruitless, Tang Nuanning was overwhelmed with fear, tears streaming down her face.
"Sanbao, where are you? Sanbao, woo-woo." While crying,
she dialed the police. Her first instinct was that those women were retaliating against her, that Sanbao had been kidnapped. Her second thought was that she had encountered human traffickers. Just as she was about to place the emergency call, a strange number flashed on her screen. Accidentally, she accepted the call, and a cold, unfamiliar male voice reached her ears.
"Your son is in my hands. If you want him to live, do as I say."
This voice was unfamiliar, sounding as if altered,
ominous and threatening.
Tang Nuan held her breath, her heart pounding fiercely.
"What are you saying?"
came the voice of the little Sanbao from the other end of the line.
"Let me go. You bad people. I want my mommy, whoa, I want my mommy." Tang Nuanning's heart leapt to her throat. "Sanbao. Mommy is here. Where are you, Sanbao? Sanbao."
"He is in our possession and is not in immediate danger to his life."
Tang Nuanning gasped, "Who are you? What do you intend to do? Please, do not harm my son."
Tang Nuanning trembled in fear, exclaiming, "I am not lying, I certainly am not lying." The man, growing impatient, reiterated,
"What is your purpose in repeatedly appearing beside a man? Man? Which man?" Tang Nuanning thought anxiously, suddenly recalling, "Are you referring to Shen Bao's father?" "Indeed. Tang Nuanning was on the verge of tears once more. It was him again.
I cannot comprehend why he continuously suspects my intentions in approaching him. Nor can I fathom why all of you harbor doubts about me. I assure you, I have not uttered a single falsehood. If I were to lie,
may I be doomed to an ill fate. I have no knowledge of his identity whatsoever. To this day,
all I know is that he is the father of Shenbao. I do not even know his name.
Woe is me. Tang Nuanning wept inconsolably.
At this moment, Zhou Shang felt a pang of compassion.
He gazed at Bo Yancheng and said, "Brother Chen. She does not seem to be acting, there might truly be some misunderstanding."
Bo Yancheng furrowed his brows, pressing further, "Are you certain?
If you dare to lie,
your son will truly perish." Her pursuit of divorce from Bo Yancheng was merely an attempt to expeditiously sever ties with him,
seeking to secure a stable environment for her children. That was her singular aim. Regardless of whether Shenbao's father was indeed that wayward man,
she had contemplated seeking him out, never intending to condemn or seek vengeance upon him, nor demanding any form of child support. Though she had harbored resentment and bitterness towards him, the birth of her children rendered those feelings negligible. Their arrival filled the void of hatred and grievances. She simply wished to lead a serene life with her children. "I am merely an ordinary single mother, desiring nothing more than a simple life with my child. I have not wronged anyone, nor do I owe anyone anything. Why do you constantly doubt me? If you refuse to believe anything I say, viewing me as nothing more than a wicked woman in your eyes, I implore you, do not harm my son. If you have grievances, direct them towards me. Please release him, he is but 5 years old, innocent of any wrongdoing. He is so lovely and so pitiable, he should not endure continuous suffering."
Woo-woo.
Tang Nuanning's affection for her youngest child surpasses the ordinary love a mother holds for her offspring, while she also cherishes her eldest and second child. Her feelings for the youngest are intertwined with a profound sense of pity and tenderness. She feels for him deeply. Bo Yancheng gazed at the nearly devastated woman on the surveillance screen, his brow furrowed in concern. Clutching her phone, she was in tears, her frail figure appearing alarmingly fragile,
trembling as though she might collapse at any moment. Was she being deceitful?
He observed her intently. A mother so deeply invested in her son would undoubtedly refrain from lying. This indicated that she had indeed not sought to draw close to him intentionally. Chapter 55, Tang Nuanning unleashed with a sudden thought.
Bo Yancheng inquired further, "If you had no intention of approaching him, what about Shenbao? Did your pursuit of Fu Zixuan stem from a desire to connect with Shenbao?" Tang Nuanning shook her head fervently, declaring, "My assistance to Fu Zixuan was purely coincidental.
I encountered him in a state of distress on the road, and instinctively,
I offered my help.
Subsequently, the Fu family issued a missing persons notice, and concerned for his well-being, I visited him in the hospital, which led to our connection. Prior to this, I had no knowledge of Shenbao's identity. It was only when Shenbao's father took the initiative to introduce me to him that I became aware of Shenbao's existence. Had it not been for his proactive approach, I would have remained oblivious to Shenbao altogether, let alone meet him. I speak the truth. There is no deceit in my words, and you may verify this."
Bo Yancheng regarded her with a look of annoyance. After a moment,
he impatiently instructed that she should go upstairs to fetch the child.
Zhou Shang quickly interjected,
"Your son is currently at the entrance of the game room on the 3rd floor, you can find him there." The phone call ended.
Tang Nuanning's eyes were red and swollen as she stumbled up to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the entrance of the arcade, she caught sight of little Sanbao.
Overcome with emotion, Tang Nuanning rushed forward and embraced little Sanbao, bursting into tears.
"Mommy! Mommy! Sanbao, you scared me to death.
I thought I had lost you. Oh, I'm so sorry, it's my fault, I didn't take good care of you."
"Are you hurt? Did they harm you?" Little Sanbao quickly shook his head. "A man suddenly picked me up.
I struggled fiercely, but he said he mistook me for someone else, that it was unintentional.
He told me you would come looking for me and asked me to wait here, not to run off." "What kind of man was he?"
"He was tall and slender.
Very kind, and even bought me candy.
But I remembered what Mommy said and didn't eat anything from a stranger, so I didn't take it."
"Good child, Sanbao.
You were so brave.
Were you scared?"
"Luckily, that man didn't hurt me, nor was he angry with me, he was very kind.
Tang Nuanning held Sanbao tightly,
her heart still haunted by lingering fears.
Tang Nuanning said, Sanbao and I are on the 3rd floor. How did you all end up on the 3rd floor?
In that case, we can take the express elevator directly to the 7th floor and meet at the entrance of the cinema there.
All right.
Tang Nuanning steadied her thoughts and spoke gently to Sanbao. Uncle didn't harm you, perhaps it was merely a case of mistaken identity.
Let us keep this matter from your elder brothers, shall we?
Concerned about the wild man involved, she wished to shield Debao and Erbao from any entanglement.
All right. Little Sanbao nodded obediently. Good child.
Just as Tang Nuanning was about to carry Sanbao upstairs, she suddenly caught sight of Jincheng. He was clad in a floral shirt and a white suit, with the top 2 buttons of his shirt deliberately undone, revealing a hint of collarbone and his chest.
Exuding an air of charming disrepute.
Coupled with his peach blossom eyes, which narrowed mischievously, he radiated an unmistakable allure of a dashing rogue.
Tang Nuanning harbored no fondness for such men.
Not merely a sense of aversion, but an intrinsic reluctance to engage with them, as she perceived them to be rather unrefined. In contrast to this type, she preferred individuals like Lin Dong and Liu Bei. Zhou Shang was also commendable, for his gaze was pure and sincere. As for Xin Bao's father, well, he was even less to her liking. One could tell from a glance that his previous life had been devoid of happiness, which accounted for his perpetually stern demeanor, as cold as ice. He resembled a walking freezer, chilling everything in his path.
However, out of respect for He Jinglian, Tang Nuanning refrained from showing any displeasure towards He Jincheng and merely inquired politely, Is there something you need?
He Jincheng squinted his eyes and replied with a grin, No need to be anxious, today's incident was orchestrated by my ex-girlfriend. I truly had no knowledge of it.
Look, I even took the noble route and sent them all to the police station, which proves I am not such a bad person, wouldn't you agree? Tang Nuanning.
He Jincheng added with a hint of pride, I am indeed a good person.
Tang Nuanning's lips twitched slightly.
It is rare to encounter a virtuous individual who speaks in such a manner. A respectable person would undoubtedly refrain from such expressions. His words, in fact, render him less than commendable in the eyes of others.
Tang Nuanning did not wish to engage in further conversation with him.
The matter from today had already been resolved.
Do you have anything else to discuss?
If not, goodbye, and I shall take my leave.
Well, I do have a few matters to address. Go on. Earlier,
Aiken was merely teasing you, no one has taken the child. Do not be afraid or overthink the situation, and there is certainly no need to involve the authorities.
Tang Nuanning, what do you mean?
Literally, the child was taken away by Aiken, he is just teasing you.
Tang Nuanning's breath has become erratic, how do you know?
I have been with him all along, yet I have reminded him not to frighten you so, but he does not heed my words.
Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. Why should I believe what you say? Do I appear to be lying? If you doubt me, you can always ask him. Look. He is currently in the private room of the CAF and hasn't left yet.
Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth and cast a glance at the CAF. Uttering not a single word before turning away, cradling her little treasure in her arms.
Rather than seeking out Bo Yancheng, she entered the elevator, ascending to the 7th floor to find Xia Tian. Mommy, are you unhappy? Her little one inquired cautiously.
No, it's just that when you suddenly disappeared earlier, I felt a bit worried and anxious, she replied, her entire body trembling with anger.
She knew it. She had always known.
All the questions revolved around that wild man.
And it was undoubtedly related to him. Tang Nuanning brought the little Sanbao to the 7th floor, where she entrusted him to Xia Tian. In a hushed tone, she said to Xia Tian, who, noticing her anxiety, quickly inquired, Is something wrong?
Yes, if there's an issue, just call, came the response.
Understood. With that, Tang Nuanning descended the stairs, while Xia Tian skillfully ushered the children into the cinema.
Tang Nuanning made a beeline for the CAF mentioned by He Jincheng and burst into the private room. Bo Yancheng and Zhou Shang were present, along with He Jincheng.
Tang Nuanning clenched her small fists, resembling a feisty little wildcat, and glared fiercely at Bo Yancheng. You were the one who took Sanbao and interrogated me over the phone just now? Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, while He Jincheng wore an expression of amusement.
Zhou Shang glanced at He Jincheng and instantly comprehended the situation. It was utterly absurd. Bo Yancheng had just endured a scolding from He Jinglian. And now he was swiftly seeking revenge. One could easily discern from his expression that he had informed Tang Nuanning about this matter. Earlier, he had claimed to be heading to the restroom. How truly treacherous of him, a so-called brother, to stab from behind. Zhou Sheng hastened to mediate. Miss Tang,
perhaps you should calm down. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Is that what it is? You dare to act without taking responsibility? Is that all the courage you possess?
Only capable of flaunting your power from the shadows, cowardly and despicable.
Bo Yancheng, his expression darkening, retorted. It was I who did it. So what? What do you intend to do about it?
Tang Nuanning observed his unabashed admission, which only served to inflame her anger further. Leaving her breathless, she clenched her fists, gasping, her gaze fixed intently on Bo Yancheng.
It's you. Very well, very well. Tang Nuanning trembled.
And suddenly she lunged at Bo Yancheng.
Chapter 56. Oh dear, Yancheng, have you been assaulted?
Bo Yancheng's eyes widened as he quickly seized Tang Nuanning's wrist.
However,
because he held a cigarette between his fingers with his other hand, he instinctively moved it aside, fearing it might burn her. Consequently, Tang Nuanning took advantage of the moment. With one wrist held by Bo Yancheng, she retaliated with her free hand, scratching, hitting, and even biting like a fierce tigress.
Zhou Sheng and He Jincheng were taken aback by this unexpected scene, staring in shock.
After several seconds, Zhou Sheng finally remembered to intervene. Miss Tang, calm down.
Let's discuss this rationally.
Mind your own business, this has nothing to do with you, He Jincheng interjected, pulling Zhou Sheng towards the exit.
What are you doing? Yancheng and Miss Tang.
It's their personal matter, it's best you don't meddle, He Jincheng replied.
After dragging Zhou Sheng out,
he kindly shut the door behind him and offered Zhou Sheng a cigarette, saying, Yancheng is a man, he is not afraid of women, and he can handle this. Don't worry, come, smoke with me. Zhou Sheng retorted, you're saying that, but if Yancheng calls Mrs. Fu to teach you a lesson, you'll use Miss Tang to retaliate against him. You're brothers, why be so petty?
You're being blatantly biased, He Jincheng shot back. Bo Yancheng is your brother. But I'm not?
Zhou Sheng replied, it's different, Bo Yancheng is not only his brother but also his boss, a bond of life and death. He Jincheng continued.
Moreover, brothers must settle accounts clearly. Isn't he mocking me for fearing women?
Let him understand the power of a woman.
Zhou Sheng sighed.
But Yancheng has a bad temper, and I worry about Miss Tang getting hurt.
Oh, do you think Miss Tang is an easy target? Besides,
Yancheng may have a bad temper, but he is reasonable. In this matter, he is clearly in the wrong, and he will be the one to suffer.
Zhou Sheng pursed his lips, realizing that ultimately, He Jincheng just wanted to see Yancheng make a fool of himself. Look at you, truly oblivious, stating the obvious.
Inside the private room, Bo Yancheng had managed to subdue Tang Nuanning, who was seething with rage.
Have you lost your mind? Who has lost their mind? How can you, as a grown man, behave this way? Are you not afraid of humiliation? Do you not fear retribution from heaven?
Today, when He Jinglian spoke of her hardships over the years, she genuinely thought of him. He had her husband by her side, while he was all alone, with no one to share his sorrows and struggles. For a fleeting moment, she felt a twinge of sympathy for him.
Now, however, that fleeting sympathy had evaporated.
To coerce her into disclosing what he deemed the truth, he had stooped to abducting a 5-year-old child.
To treat a woman, a mother, in such a manner was utterly inhumane. It was an affront to natural justice.
I warn you, do not push me. A cornered rabbit will bite, if you force me.
I will take you down with me. You, who is to blame for the numerous doubts surrounding you? Your suspicion is not unfounded.
Despite the fact that the individual had approached him today, claiming it was a misunderstanding and even offered 50 billion, he still felt the weight of suspicion. Perhaps that person had acted deliberately to divert his suspicion from Tang Nuanning? Thus, he had taken the child, confirming once more.
Ha! Tang Nuanning was so enraged that she laughed. So you think you have a leg to stand on? You bully others and yet blame them? You. Scoundrel! I will end you.
Tang Nuanning, filled with indignation, wished to strike him again, however, this time both of her hands were firmly grasped by him, rendering her incapable of doing so. Unable to hit him, she resorted to biting. Tang Nuanning bit down hard, causing Bo Yancheng's expression to shift dramatically. With a darkened visage, he flipped over and pinned Tang Nuanning onto the sofa. One hand secured her wrists above her head, while the other grasped her chin to prevent her from biting him. "Are you a dog? Always biting the wicked?" Bo Yancheng glared at her in fury. This woman was utterly audacious. After all these years, it was the first time he had been publicly subdued and struck by a woman. Yet today, he found himself at a loss on how to handle her. His frustration mounting. He understood that utilizing the child to intimidate and threaten her was morally reprehensible. However, without such measures, how could he completely clear her name of suspicion? Xin Bao's condition was deteriorating rapidly, and he desperately needed to use her, all the while fearing for Xin Bao's safety. There was no time to prove her innocence. He was left with no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics. Bo Yancheng glared at her with a grim countenance for a moment, then glanced at his wrist. "You've drawn blood." Tang Nuanning was taken aback by his audacity, her lips quivering with indignation. "How dare you bite me? I bestowed upon you the audacity. Had you severed it, consider yourself fortunate, for my teeth are the sharpest." As she spoke, she bared her small, pristine white teeth, perfectly aligned, with two sharp canines resembling those of a little tiger. Bo Yancheng retorted, "The more ferocious you become, the more I shall break your teeth. You. Today? You need not be angry, although startled, you have cleared your name, so you should be grateful." "Oh, should I express my gratitude to you then?" "No need. No need at all. I thank your entire family. I thank your ancestors. I have encountered shamelessness, but never to such an extent as yours. Do you even consider yourself a man? Let me go. Release me." Tang Nuanning struggled fiercely, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to free herself from his grasp, even kicking her legs in defiance. Bo Yancheng, feeling helpless, could only subdue her, pinning her legs down with his own to render her completely immobile. Their bodies, separated by 2 layers of fabric, pressed closely together. 2 hearts pulsated with fervent rhythm, their breaths mingling and warming each other's faces. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in indignation, filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Scoundrel! Get away! Rogue!" Bo Yancheng also realized that he had encroached a bit too closely, beneath him. It felt as if he were pressing against a bundle of cotton. His lips stirred slightly, and with a sudden motion, he rose, releasing her from his grasp. Tang Nuanning was infuriated, her little face flushed with rage. She lunged forward, ready to strike again, but Bo Yancheng coldly commanded, "Stay away from me." Tang Nuanning gasped for breath, suppressing her overwhelming fury. "You should keep your distance from me. Stay away from my child. If you dare to provoke me again, do not blame me for being truly ungracious. Scoundrel! Beast! Filth!" Tang Nuanning seized the throw pillow and hurled it fiercely at Bo Yancheng before storming out in a fit of anger. He should not provoke her. Should she be pushed to her limits, she could render him incapable of normalcy in an instant, leaving him bedridden and disabled. The years of acupuncture training were not in vain. He Jincheng and Zhou Shang lingered at the doorway, and upon seeing Tang Nuanning emerge, He Jincheng quickly donned a smile and greeted her, "Miss Tang, take care, farewell." Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows and glared at him, remaining silent. This man was certainly not of good character. Disliking one man inevitably led to a disdain for those around him, such is the nature of hatred. Zhou Shang had already entered the private room, while Bo Yancheng stood there, still holding the cushion that Tang Nuanning had thrown at him, his expression dark enough to frighten anyone. He Jincheng looked at him with a smirk, teasing, "Oh dear, what happened to your face? Aren't you supposed to be unafraid of women? Why didn't you retaliate? Is your face flushed because you were taken advantage of?" Chapter 57, a little pitiful. Yet not worthy of sympathy, Bo Yancheng seized the cushion in his hand and hurled it back. Not satisfied, he grabbed a coffee cup from the table and threw that as well. He Jincheng easily dodged, snapping a few photos with his phone. "Just remember, if you ever think of stabbing me in the back again, consider what I have in my possession."
This is evidence of your humiliation at the hands of a woman. If I share this in our group chat, how will you hold your head high again? The dignified president of the Bo Group, Asia's richest man. Reduced to being struck by a mere woman, how laughable. After He Jincheng's mocking words, he swiftly escaped before Bo Yancheng could retaliate.
Bo Yancheng's chest heaved with anger. He Jincheng.
If you have the guts, don't let me see you again.
Zhou Sheng observed in silence.
Though the scratches on his neck appeared pitiful, who could he blame? Knowing that the child was Tang Nuanning's lifeline, yet daring to use the child as a threat against her, wasn't that akin to seeking torment? Having been scratched by Tang Nuanning was somewhat tragic, yet not deserving of sympathy. After Tang Nuanning arrived at the 7th floor,
she did not immediately seek out Xia Tian and the 3 little ones. Instead, she sat alone in the cinema's lounge, her heart aching with a tempest of emotions.
That man, that dog of a man.
Fortunately, her composure held firm. Had her mother, lacking such steadiness, discovered her child had been abducted,
it could have been a matter of life and death. His conduct was utterly reprehensible.
She had repeatedly asserted her disinterest in approaching him, yet he remained unconvinced. One warning suffices, there shall be no second or third. This is the final admonition. Should he dare to utter another word of nonsense, she would show no mercy. Over the years spent in the mountains, her studies had primarily focused on child psychology, with traditional Chinese medicine being her principal discipline.
She possesses the power to heal. Yet she is equally capable of destruction. Do not provoke her. Tang Nuanning was lost in thought when Xia Tian suddenly appeared. Ning Ning, what are you doing sitting here? Why did you come out? What about the children? They are in the private room, don't worry, I booked a VIP suite. And there are only a few of us inside. The staff at the entrance will not allow outsiders to enter, and the children are safe. They are engrossed in watching cartoons. I was concerned about you seeking out that wild man and intended to call you. What has happened? Is there something wrong? Tang Nuanning let out a sigh.
Today, she neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out, truly experiencing a streak of misfortune. Not only did she encounter a group of unscrupulous women, but she also found herself confronted by him, seeking trouble.
A group of unscrupulous women? Him seeking trouble? What does it all mean? Tang Nuanning recounted the incident of Su Han bringing people to provoke her, and Xia Tiantian's eyes widened in astonishment. Do not worry. I have not suffered any loss. I am no longer the person I once was. Since becoming a mother, I have transformed. A mother's strength is formidable. I am indeed formidable now.
Yet, the crux lies in the current society where sheer strength alone is insufficient.
Alas, it is the era of capital. However, even in this capital-driven landscape, there remains a path for the common folk. The government has been increasingly supportive, and we, the common people, still possess a voice. Furthermore, today has proven fortunate for me, as I encountered Mrs. Fu, the mother of Fu Zixuan, who graciously aided me in navigating the situation. Otherwise, it would have certainly become troublesome. Fu Zixuan? The one with the bipolar disorder? Indeed. My heavens, you have entangled yourself with their family. The Fu family is genuinely a wealthy lineage, with a family enterprise that has flourished through generations, boasting formidable strength. Moreover, Mrs. Fu hails from the He family. Another illustrious clan. Fu Zixuan's maternal uncle is none other than He Jincheng. I only learned of this today. Xia Tian remarked. I have heard that the child is quite pitiable. 2 years ago, he was kidnapped, which left him with psychological scars, causing him to live in perpetual fear. Imagine such a small child, frightened by day and terrified by night. It is a wonder he has not fallen ill. In truth, the child is not the only one to be pitied, the adults share in this sorrow as well. Mrs. Fu was once renowned in Jincheng for her beauty. Yet after having a child, she ballooned to 200 pounds and struggled to shed the weight. However, once Fu Zixuan encountered his troubles, she lost over 100 pounds in merely 2 months. It is said she spends her days weeping. The child's suffering is not solitary. The adults endure their own anguish alongside him. Tang Nuanning, a certain figure flickered through her mind once more. In families where children suffer from psychological disorders, the adults are often pitiable. Xin Bao, that child, also struggles with mental health issues, and his mother is not by his side. Mrs. Fu feels a pang of sorrow.
Yet she has Mr. Fu to confide in, the couple can find solace in each other. As for that certain individual, all the burdens must be borne alone.
Playing both father and mother. But what of it? He deserves it.
As she recalls him, Tang Nuanning no longer feels pity, instead, she seethes with resentment. There is a saying that rings true, those who are pitiable often possess traits that incite disdain.
Xia Tian was taken aback. The missing person notice issued by the Fu family was actually seeking you?
Indeed, I have perused numerous books and case studies on child psychology over the years, rendering me somewhat of an amateur expert.
Lacking formal education and credentials, I can only claim to be a half-expert.
Xia Tian immediately gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive."
My sister. And what of that wild man? How has he stirred trouble now?
Upon mentioning this, Tang Nuanning erupted in fury,
recounting the incident to Xia Tian with palpable anger.
Xia Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. He is utterly despicable.
How dare he kidnap Xiao Sanbao to intimidate you?
Despite the fact that they did not harm Xiao Sanbao, her anger remained.
Of course, it's infuriating. People can frighten others to death. If it were me, I would have been terrified to the point of collapse. Ning, this cannot continue. I believe that wild man, much like your husband,
is not one to be trifled with. He is entangled with you. I suggest divulging their identities to me or Lindong. We can devise a plan to handle them.
Tang Nuanning quietly exhaled a breath, contemplating the situation.
Let us wait a little longer. If there is another occasion, I will seek your assistance. She chose not to disclose the identity of the wild man, partly due to her uncertainty regarding whether he was indeed the father of her child, and partly because she wished to avoid further entanglement that might expose her child.
As for her reluctance to mention Bo Yancheng,
it stemmed from her genuine desire to shield Xia Tian and Lindong from offending the Bo family due to him.
Sai, you see,
we won't pressure you to speak if you don't wish to, but you must understand that we are always by your side.
Whenever you need us,
we will undoubtedly stand by you without hesitation.
Tang Nuanning smiled gently, expressing her affection. Xia Tian caressed her cheek, reassuring her, "It's all right, don't be sad." Well, in any case, I haven't suffered any loss today.
Just now, I scratched that wild man a few times. He lost his composure and dared not retaliate. I should have scratched him a few more times to vent my frustration.
Tang Nuanning smiled again and said,
"You go ahead and keep an eye on the three of them. I will just step into the restroom to wash my face and join you shortly."
All right.
Tang Nuanning entered the restroom to wash her face and tidied her hair once again. Reflecting on the events that had just transpired, she couldn't help but sigh. It appeared that misfortune had not yet departed from her. Even a simple outing could lead to such a series of events. Suddenly, she overheard some chatter nearby.
Chapter 58, Has President Bo taken a young Bo?
One would not realize until witnessing it firsthand what a shock it is. It is rumored that Xiao Tian fears nothing but his sister. I thought it was a fabrication, but it turns out to be true. How I wish I could be Xiao Tian's sister. I do not wish to be a sister, I want to be his girlfriend, huh?
Stop laughing.
It is not our place. Xiao is the second young master of Jin City, a status we cannot aspire to.
Some of the less informed sisters inquired, why is he referred to as the second young master of Jin City? What about the eldest young master? Ah! The eldest young master is Bo Yancheng.
They are the pride of Jin City. It is said that President Bo is even more handsome than Xiao. Xiao is beautiful, while President Bo is strikingly handsome.
Upon hearing the name Bo Yancheng, Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat.
She had intended to leave but found herself lingering at a distance, feigning to wash her hands, eager to listen further.
One woman remarked, "What a pity they are both men.
Just imagine if one were a woman, how beautiful their child would be."
Ha! What are you thinking?
If Xiao were truly a woman, I doubt President Bo would associate with him. I've heard that despite his striking looks, President Bo is not fond of women.
Really? Is that true? I am not sure of the veracity. Have you not seen the online discussions?
It is widely claimed.
Previously,
Shen Zhaoyue often rode on President Bo's coattails, leading to ambiguous speculation about their relationship. At that time, some suggested that President Bo remained silent to use her to quell public gossip. Later, he personally clarified his relationship with Shen Zhaoyue. And some speculated it was due to a scandal brewing in his private life.
A scandal? A woman lowered her voice, saying,
I have heard that President Bo is keeping a young Bo, and he does not wish to see the rumors surrounding Shin Zhaoyue and himself, which compelled him to clarify.
What? A young Bo? A man? Indeed.
Another woman chimed in, I have also heard about this.
And there are paparazzi reports suggesting that President Bo and He Xiao are two men who treat women in completely opposite ways. The reason they appear to get along so well is that they actually have a secret affair. Tang Nuanning, what has she just heard? Is this something she could learn without spending a dime?
Regarding the rumor that Bo Yancheng has a penchant for men.
She had previously encountered this claim online and was certain it was mere gossip.
Yet now, her perspective has shifted. The notion that Bo Yancheng might indeed favor men is not without its clues. His persistent refusal to divorce her could very well be a strategy to silence the masses. Should the truth of his inclinations towards men come to light in the future, his marital status could serve as a shield against public scrutiny.
Tang Nuanning could not help but curl her lips in disdain. In this day and age, what was there to fear about being discovered?
Liking men was not a crime. Bo Yancheng and He Jingcheng, someone in He Jingcheng. Oh dear, it seemed she had stumbled upon a new revelation. Someone and Bo Yancheng actually shared mutual friends. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was,
if Bo Yancheng truly had an affair with He Jingcheng, could she perhaps leverage He Jingcheng to persuade Bo Yancheng to hastily divorce her?
Although she lacked the opportunity to interact directly with Bo Yancheng, she certainly could with He Jingcheng. After all, He Jingcheng was none other than Fu Zixuan's beloved uncle. Tang Nuanning appeared to have discovered a way out for herself, as if she had stumbled upon a hidden glade amidst the dense thickets. Her spirits soared instantaneously. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, silently encouraging herself. First, she would conquer He Jingcheng, utilizing his strength to vanquish Bo Yancheng, a flawless scheme. Believing she had devised an excellent plan, Tang Nuanning's demeanor transformed completely. She radiated joy and exuberance.
Was there a celebration in the air? Tang Nuanning simply remarked that she had overheard a joke in the restroom that she found amusing.
What sort of joke could elicit such mirth? You seem on the verge of blooming with laughter. Do share it with us to spread some joy. The three little ones gazed at her with curiosity. In front of the children, Tang Nuanning refrained from mentioning matters concerning Bo Yancheng and He Jingcheng, opting instead to fabricate a light-hearted jest to brush it off. After a day of play, the three little ones became overwhelmingly fatigued by around 5 in the afternoon.
If you have other commitments,
you may take them back to their residence and leave, they will not wander off.
Xia Tian promptly interjected, today is Sunday. I have no work obligations and no boyfriend to attend to, what could possibly occupy my time?
I shall remain at home to care for them while you attend to your affairs. The Fu family is known for their integrity and possesses a commendable reputation. Establishing a good rapport with them may prove beneficial should you encounter difficulties with any unscrupulous individuals in the future.
Tang Nuanning did not offer a rebuttal, instead,
she smiled and nodded. In the past, her medical assistance to Fu Zixuan had been purely out of goodwill. However, this time the circumstances were markedly different. She harbored a personal agenda, as she intended to leverage her connection with his uncle. Although she had yet to formulate a concrete plan for how to do so, she was resolute in her intention to utilize him. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance,
Tang Nuanning imparted a few words of advice before parting ways with Xia Tian and the three little ones. Tang Nuanning entered the hospital and, from a distance, spotted a familiar figure.
She paused momentarily, unable to resist taking a second glance.
Soon, Lin Dong also noticed her and appeared equally taken aback.
He exchanged a few words with the girl beside him before making his way over to greet Tang Nuanning.
Nuanning, what brings you to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell?
I'm fine, just here to visit a friend, she replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the young girl nearby. The girl had long hair, an oval face, and fair skin, exuding a striking beauty reminiscent of a university student.
However, the way she looked at Tang Nuanning was anything but friendly. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow slightly.
She did not approach. Instead, she found an empty seat and quietly awaited Lin Dong.
That girl is my cousin, who was originally attending university, but unexpectedly became pregnant and discreetly took a leave of absence with the assistance of my aunt.
Recently, she had a falling out with her boyfriend. The child faced complications and needed to be terminated, yet she dared not confide in my aunt and turned to me for support.
In my childhood,
my family faced financial struggles, and my aunt took care of me, even covering my living expenses throughout high school. Thus, I share a close bond with my aunt's family. Though she is my cousin, she feels akin to a sister. She is reluctant to inform her mother and, being unfamiliar with the city of Jean, has no choice but to rely on me for her care. Tang Nuanning cast another glance at the girl and pondered, given the gravity of the situation.
Do you not intend to inform her mother?
I wish to tell her, she replied, but what purpose would it serve other than to cause her distress? The events have already transpired, her anger will not alter the reality. My aunt's health is fragile, and if she were to find out, it could be detrimental to her. Indeed, what has occurred cannot be undone, and her mother would only experience sorrow and frustration upon learning the truth. I can see her belly has grown quite large.
She must be over 5 months along. What shall become of the child? Chapter 59, Lindong's cousin?
The doctor has indicated a deformity and has advised termination.
Tang Nuanning was taken aback. How could such a significant deformity be discovered only now, at this age? Indeed, I only learned of it today.
Tang Nuanning could not help but steal another glance at the girl, her expression a tapestry of emotions. The girl was watching her warily.
Their eyes met.
And the girl furrowed her brow, before once more lowering her head and averting her gaze.
Tang Nuanning felt a sense of suspicion. Where could her animosity towards her possibly originate?
They had never met before, nor did they know one another, so why was there such palpable resentment upon their first encounter?
Had she inadvertently provoked her in any way?
She had sensed that the young woman was in a foul mood, and Lindong seemed to read her thoughts, suggesting she simply ignore her. Having suffered from the disadvantages of lacking an academic qualification, she understood how challenging life could be after entering society without one.
Well then,
you should promptly take her to see a doctor. We can converse later.
All right, I will contact you by phone.
Good. After bidding farewell to Lindong, Tang Nuanning continued her way to the inpatient department, while Lindong escorted his cousin to the obstetrics and gynecology department.
As she entered the elevator, Tang Nuanning's mind wandered.
The peculiar look the girl had cast upon her was unsettling, as if she were perceiving a rival.
But was Lindong not her cousin? Besides,
she was unfamiliar with his girlfriend, so where did this hostility stem from?
Had she perhaps overthought the situation or misjudged the girl's expression?
Alternatively,
could it be that the young woman was simply having a dreadful day, which led to her overt animosity towards Tang Nuanning?
If there were indeed something between her and Lindong, he surely would not have remained so composed upon seeing her.
Furthermore, what could possibly exist between them? Given their familial bond as cousins? Tang Nuanning believed she was overthinking.
She cleared her mind of the clutter and sought out Fu Zixuan. Meanwhile, the girl,
with reddened eyes, gazed at Lindong and abruptly questioned, "Is it her?"
Lindong frowned and decided to consult the doctor first. The girl forcefully shook off his arm,
her emotions in turmoil. "I'm asking you a question. It is her, isn't it?"
Her voice rang out, drawing numerous curious glances from onlookers. The crowd observed them with varied expressions. Lindong scrutinized the girl, his demeanor inscrutable, revealing no trace of anger. His tone remained indifferent. "If you don't want me to accompany you, I shall call your mother over right now." This statement seemed to strike a nerve within the girl. She shuddered, rendered speechless, and even her sobs became subdued. Lindong handed her a tissue without offering any explanation, as if she had posed no questions at all. It was clear that the child could not be saved. He advised her to wipe her tears and wait for the doctor to call her name. The girl lowered her head, accepting the tissue without daring to meet his gaze, her tears flowing incessantly.
In Fu Zixuan's hospital room, he was elated to see Tang Nuanning. "Sister, sister." Tang Nuanning smiled and said, "I am much older than Xianxian. So Xianxian should call me auntie." "Auntie. How was your day today, Xianxian?" "Happy." "Oh, happy indeed. Was there something in particular that brought you joy?" "Please share it with auntie, so that I may also share in your happiness." "Auntie is here, feeling joyful." Tang Nuanning smiled, "And upon seeing you?" The aunt felt a surge of joy.
The little one, hearing this, became even more delighted, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Jialian was moved, her eyes reddening with emotion. Xian truly adores you, it is only in your presence that he finds happiness. This affirms the bond between Xian and me.
Does it not, Xian?
Yes, indeed, a fateful connection.
Tang Nuanning gently caressed his cheek and said to Jinglian, I need to spend a moment alone with Xian, would that be convenient for you?
Of course, you two chat. I shall wait outside. Just at the door, call me if you need anything.
All right. After Jinglian departed, Tang Nuanning waved her 5 fingers before Fu Zixian's eyes. Xian. Look at Auntie's hand and let's count together, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
She snapped her fingers, and Fu Zixian suddenly fainted.
20 minutes later, Tang Nuanning emerged from the ward. Jinglian hurriedly inquired, how is it? Has Xian shown any improvement?
Can he be discharged? Yes. I just hypnotized Xian and ventured into his inner world.
The transformation within him is significant, there is now sunshine and grass, as well as a cat. Did he not used to adore cats?
Jinglian felt a pang of sorrow.
Yes, he loved them. We once had one.
But he was kidnapped while searching for it, and the cat was lost as well.
No wonder.
If it is permissible at home, perhaps you could adopt another.
Cats are therapeutic and could aid Xian. I understand, I am immensely grateful that he has shown some improvement.
Before we met you, we were truly in despair. Nuanning, you are a benefactor to our Fu family. I am uncertain how to express my gratitude.
Should you ever encounter difficulties? Please do not hesitate to let me know.
There is no need for such formality. You assisted me today at the mall, and I am equally thankful. Jinglian sniffed, it is different.
Ah.
A great kindness does not require words of thanks. I shall not be so formal with you, in essence.
You are now my dear sister. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall be the first to stand against it. Tang Nuanning smiled and said, by the way, shall we dine together this evening? Tang Nuanning was about to decline when Jinglian interjected, I wish to invite you to dinner, not merely out of gratitude,
but also because ever since Xuan's incident, he has not ventured outside, he remains either at home or in the hospital. I would like to take advantage of your presence to bring him out for some fresh air, he must eventually summon the courage to take that first step.
Wouldn't you agree?
If you are not here, he will surely refuse to go out, and we dare not take him out without your consent.
With no way to refuse, Tang Nuanning acquiesced.
While Fu Zixian was still asleep, she called Xia Tian to discuss the dinner plans. Xia Tian informed her that the 3 little ones were still asleep and urged her not to worry about them. Once they awakened, she would prepare a meal for them. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning felt a warmth in her heart. In this journey of life, encountering such a wonderful friend is indeed a stroke of luck.
Xia Tian and Nanwan are her lucky goddesses.
Suddenly reminded of Nanwan, Tang Nuanning's thoughts drifted to Lin Dong and his cousin, as well as the look in his cousin's eyes when she had seen her. That gaze, reminiscent of a rival, unsettled her. After the call, almost as if compelled by fate, Tang Nuanning found herself at the obstetrics and gynecology department. As Lin Dong and his cousin had vanished without a trace, she approached the doctor for information.
However, the physicians here were notoriously tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge any patient information.
Aware that this was their professional obligation, she harbored no resentment. Just as she was about to leave, fate intervened, and she encountered Liu Bei, who was preparing to clock out.
Miss Tang? What brings you to the obstetrics department? Are you unwell?
He inquired, surprised. No, I came to see Fu Zixian. I happened to run into a friend earlier and didn't have the chance to greet them properly, so I thought I would check on them now, she replied.
A friend? Where are they?
I'm not sure where they went, I couldn't find them.
What is your friend's name? I can help you inquire about them. Lin Dong.
Liu Bei, taking the initiative, quickly gathered information, as he was a minor shareholder of the hospital. The attending physician informed him that Lin Dong had accompanied his cousin for an induced labor, as there were complications with the fetus that could jeopardize the mother's life if not addressed.
Tang Nuanning hurriedly inquired.
I observed that she is approximately 4 to 5 months pregnant.
Why has the fetal issue only been detected at this stage? Everything appeared to be fine until yesterday when complications arose.
The expectant mother is allergic to peanuts, yet she consumed a considerable amount yesterday, endangering the fetus.
Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow, uncertain if she was indeed allergic to peanuts.
She acknowledged that she was aware of her allergy. Yet she had not realized that the food she consumed yesterday contained peanut butter. It was a mere oversight.
Liu Bei reprimanded her, exclaiming that such carelessness was unacceptable. Indeed.
She had come alone yesterday, displaying an unwavering stance against undergoing surgery, adamantly insisting on carrying the child to term. Reluctantly, we had to reach out to her family. It was only today that her relatives brought her in, and she has since been admitted to the hospital, with surgery scheduled for tomorrow morning.
Tang Nuanning inquired again. Has that male family member been accompanying her since her pregnancy until today?
No, she used to come alone, but today she brought a family member, whom we contacted from our hospital.
Tang Nuanning. I understand, thank you. Upon exiting the consultation room, Liu Bei inquired. Are you well acquainted with someone named Lin Dong?
Yes, he is my senior and also my best friend's husband.
Liu Bei immediately comprehended. You suspect that he has done something to betray your best friend? Tang Nuan's lips twitched awkwardly.
No, my best friend and her husband share a wonderful relationship. I was merely inquiring casually.
Oh. After Tang Nuanning departed, Liu Bei immediately contacted Bo Yancheng, stating that he had just seen Miss Tang at the obstetrics and gynecology department.
Shen Bao had already been discharged from the hospital, and at that moment,
Bo Yancheng was at home.
He had initially intended to go to the office, but due to the scratches Tang Nuanning had inflicted on his face, he was reluctantly confined to working from home.
Upon hearing Tang Nuanning's name, Bo Yancheng gritted his teeth,
exclaiming that her life or death was of no concern to him, and requested that she not be mentioned in his presence.
After hanging up,
he tossed his phone onto the desk and tugged at his tie in frustration. The mere mention of her name ignited his anger. Losing focus on his work, he rose and headed towards Shen Bao's room. Shen Bao was still seated by the window. No need to ask, he was waiting for his mother.
Bo Yancheng felt a pang of pity and steadied himself as he approached, asking gently, Are you hungry? Daddy will make you something to eat.
Shen Bao remained silent. Bo Yancheng felt a knot in his heart and continued, When it comes to mommy, Shen Bao finally reacted, turning to Bo Yancheng and suddenly asking, Is mommy dead?
Who said that?
He couldn't bear to think of her as dead. He didn't want to say it, nor did he wish for her demise.
If he did, Shen Bao would surely be heartbroken. I understand now, Shen Bao suddenly declared. Bo Yancheng quickly inquired, What do you understand? Mommy is dead, what? Shen Bao stared blankly towards the door,
muttering, She must have gone to heaven.
I wonder if she feels lonely. Upon hearing this, Bo Yancheng's alarm bells rang loudly. Was he contemplating going to heaven to join his mother?
Sensing a dire situation, Bo Yancheng sternly admonished, Shen Bao, don't think nonsensically.
Your mommy is not dead. She is alive and well. How do you know? I found information about her, reluctantly.
Bo Yancheng lied before his son with a dark expression. Now is not the right time.
You need to wait a bit longer, Shen Bao frowned. Are you lying to me? Bo Yancheng, steeling himself, replied, When can I see her? Soon, tomorrow? No, the day after tomorrow? That one tea work either noticing Shen Bao's furrowed brow.
Bo Yancheng said, In the spring. Shen Bao looked at him and after a moment responded, Okay.
I will wait for spring to come. Seeing him believe it,
Bo Yancheng inwardly exhaled in relief. Then you must behave, take care of yourself, eat well, and sleep soundly, okay? That night, Shen Bao was very obedient,
eating and going to bed without fuss. Bo Yancheng sat by his bedside, suffering from a severe headache. Shen Bao's condition was indeed worsening. His words today clearly indicated suicidal thoughts.
If he were to conclude that his mother had passed, he would undoubtedly seek her out in heaven. Today, he had managed to lie his way through, but when spring arrived, if Shen Bao did not see his mother, the consequences were unthinkable.
Time was running out.
He needed to find a way to heal Shen Bao before spring, and even if he couldn't, he must stabilize his condition. Bo Yancheng gazed at Shen Bao for a long while, tucked him in, and exited the room. Yang Bo stood at the door, asking if the young master had fallen asleep. Yes, don't disturb him. When will the young master be well again?
I see the young master of the Fu family has recovered and can go out to eat him? Fu Zixian? Yes, it's all over the internet. Today, Mrs.
Fu and Mr. Fu took young Master Fu to Jinping restaurant for a meal. Young Master Fu was held by the family nanny, looking quite cheerful.
Mrs.
Fu and Mr. Fu were all smiles, clearly delighted. Even the Fu family patriarch made an appearance. Over the years, the Fu family had been troubled by young Master Fu's illness, and the patriarch had rarely been seen in public, always wearing a frown. Many had whispered about the Fu family behind their backs, but today they could finally hold their heads high. In this world, there were many envious souls.
The Fu family, being affluent, attracted a plethora of envy.
After Fu Zixian fell ill, those envious of the Fu family had begun to make snide remarks. What good was wealth if the child was just a sickly creature? The Fu family must have committed some grave sin in their past lives to deserve this in this one. It was all retribution.
Heaven is just. And who told them to earn so much money?
They deserved to weep daily. Some even claimed young Master Fu would never recover, that he wouldn't live past 10 years.
Chapter 61, You Owe Me Money. Yet today, the Fu family took Fu Zixian out to Jinping restaurant for a meal. What did this signify?
It indicated that Fu Zixian's condition had improved. He was no longer withdrawn and could go out like a normal child. This was a resounding slap in the face to those envious souls.
Bo Yancheng was taken aback and pulled out his phone to check the news. Indeed,
the story of Fu Zixian dining at Jinping restaurant had surged to the trending topics. Although the photos online were blurred to protect Tang Nuanning's identity,
Bo Yancheng recognized her immediately. It was evident that Fu Zixian's courageous first step was thanks to Tang Nuanning. Had she visited the hospital to see Fu Zixian today?
Yes, why?
Didn't you say not to mention her in your presence? Why are you asking about her now?
Bo Yancheng's face darkened as he changed the subject. Fu Zixian can go out to eat now, his recovery is so swift?
Indeed. It's all thanks to Miss Tang.
I told you she was remarkable, but you wouldn't believe me.
Bo Yancheng. Liu Bei added, just wait and see.
The Fu family will soon offer a generous salary to invite Miss Tang. Bo Yancheng frowned and hung up the phone. He brooded for a moment, then picked up his car keys and stepped out.
Before returning,
Xia Tian had already informed her that she had cancelled the homestay and moved all her belongings to her home. Xia Tian had found them accommodation and arranged for the 3 little ones to attend school.
As a kindergarten teacher,
she had made arrangements for the 3 little ones to temporarily attend her school. As Tang Nuanning walked towards the community, she silently expressed her gratitude towards Xia Tian. Little did she expect that after taking just a few steps, she would catch sight of a certain individual. He was seated in a car, smoking, the window rolled down, allowing her a clear view of his handsome visage and the hand casually resting outside the window, holding a cigarette.
Moreover, she noticed the mark on his chin, a remnant of her playful teasing. Tang Nuanning's heart skipped a beat. How could he be here? What was his purpose in this place?
Bao and Bao were situated within this community. No, if he had discovered Bao and Bao, he wouldn't be wandering alone. He would have surely taken them away. Even if he were uncertain about their identities, given an 80% resemblance, he would have sought a paternity test with the children.
Thus, he had not found Bao and Bao. But why had he come here? Was he searching for her? She had only moved in tonight. How could he possibly know she resided here? Perhaps he was unaware of her presence? Maybe he was merely seeking out other acquaintances, not her?
Tang Nuanning hurriedly retrieved a mask from her bag and donned it, lowering her head as she made her way through the community, pretending not to notice him. The closer she approached, the more anxious she became. As she neared him, she silently implored, "Do not see me, do not see me, do not see me. Stop." Tang Nuanning, with her neck drawn in, feigned ignorance and continued her forward pace.
Someone, visibly displeased, remarked, "Shall I request that you disembark?" Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. "What are you doing? Get in the car."
Bo Yan's brow furrowed,
his gaze piercing like a blade of ice. Tang Nuanning's heart fluttered once more, acutely aware of her vulnerable position before him. Reluctantly, she complied and entered his vehicle. Once inside, she promptly declared, "I have already warned you today, if you provoke me again, I will fight back. And take note, there are 2 security guards standing at the entrance of the community. The guards here are quite formidable. Should you act recklessly, I will scream for help." Bo Yancheng shot her a disdainful glance, getting straight to the point as he stated, "Tomorrow, come to my house." "What for?" she inquired. "To look after Shin Bao." Tang Nuanning blinked in confusion, unsure of what it meant. Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, the scent of smoke mingling in the air, causing Tang Nuanning to cough several times. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow in displeasure but extinguished the cigarette nonetheless. "Liu Bei mentioned that you possess an understanding of child psychology and some medical knowledge. You are already familiar with Shin Bao's condition. He suffers from bipolar disorder. Starting tomorrow, you will take on the role of his caregiver." His doubts about her had dissipated. And Shin Bao's condition had become increasingly severe, leaving no room for hesitation. Thus, he sought her out today. Tang Nuanning was taken aback by his words. Was he truly soliciting her assistance? My goodness, was this his attitude when seeking help? She had assumed he had come with the intent to eliminate her. Tang Nuanning understood the purpose of his visit and steeled herself. "I empathize with your feelings. Any parent faced with such a situation regarding their child would exhaust every means to seek a remedy. However, I must decline your request." Tang Nuanning had yet to finish her words when Bo Yancheng impatiently interrupted her. "I am not here to plead with you today, rather, I have come to command you." Tang Nuanning glared. "You, on what basis do you command me?" A certain individual replied nonchalantly, "Because you owe me money." Tang Nuanning felt as if she had been struck by frost, her vitality instantly diminished. The little confidence she had managed to muster dissipated once more. Her lips moved as she murmured, "That 50 million. Didn't I mention before? Your girlfriend struck my son first, prompting him to scratch your car, so shouldn't that amount be considered settled? We are even." A glimmer of derision flickered in the corners of Bo Yan's eyes. He did not elaborate on his relationship with Shin Zhaoyue, he merely stated, "Whoever harmed your son, you should seek them out. My car was damaged by your son. So I will hold you accountable. If you have any objections, we shall meet in court." Tang Nuanning pressed her lips tightly together, glaring at him, filled with a desire to strike. Bo Yancheng, with his handsome visage, regarded her with a sidelong glance and stated, "You can either repay me now or come to my house as a maid tomorrow. The choice is yours." Tang Nuanning, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "You are fully aware of my financial constraints, yet you still insist on giving me a choice. What options do I truly have? Very well. Tomorrow you shall come to my home as a maid. And what if I refuse? I will involve the authorities. I grant you 1 minute to make your decision. Should you fail to do so, I shall summon the police. I must say, your behavior is quite intolerable. Are you not aware that you are bullying me? I am oblivious to such matters. All I comprehend is that repaying one's debts is a fundamental principle. In my eyes, you shall not evade your obligations." Tang Nuanning. Bo Yan lowered his head to glance at the watch, signaling the commencement of the countdown. Tang Nuanning's heart beat in tandem with the ticking of the second hand. As the minute drew to a close, she hurriedly exclaimed, "I will. I shall visit your home tomorrow." Bo Yan's expression remained inscrutable, he was entirely unperturbed by her response. He started the car and issued an unequivocal dismissal, stating, "I will have someone come to pick you up tomorrow morning. Please exit the vehicle." Tang Nuanning's cheeks were puffed with indignation. She bit her lip to preserve her last vestige of pride. "I am rather irritable in the morning, so do not seek me out before 8:30. She declared. Bo Yan cast her a fleeting glance, yet chose to remain unresponsive. As soon as Tang Nuanning's feet touched the ground, the car surged forward with a swift whoosh, splattering snow all over her. Chapter 62, Tang Nuanning, My Husband Prefers Men. The moment Xia Tian laid eyes on her, she exclaimed. Tang Nuanning let out a gentle sigh, choosing not to elaborate for the moment, and instead posed a question, "What about the children?" "They are fast asleep." "Already asleep again?" That's quite good. The Fu family is very grateful to me. They must indeed be grateful. Fu Zixuan is the sole heir of the Fu family. After his illness, the family was deeply concerned, especially amidst the rumors circulating outside. Now that he is showing signs of recovery, the Fu family must be overjoyed. Today, your dinner together even made the trending topics. Really?
Xia Tiantian smiled reassuringly. Do not be anxious, I am aware of your preference for discretion.
You did not appear on camera, they pixelated your face. Tang Nuanning exhaled softly, feeling relieved.
You seem quite fatigued, you should hurry and freshen up.
We shall sleep together tonight. All right. Tang Nuanning first visited the three little ones and then freshened up.
As she lay down, she inquired, Tian.
Do you have to work tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow is Monday. Why do you ask? If you have something to attend to, I can take a leave. Our principal is quite accommodating.
I do have something to take care of. Could you take the three little ones to kindergarten tomorrow to help them adjust?
Of course, that's easy.
I'll take them with me.
What do you need to do? Sighing, Tang Nuanning felt overwhelmed. She recounted the incident that occurred at the entrance of their community. Xia Tiantian's eyes widened in disbelief. He actually threatened you to be his housekeeper? What does he mean by that? Could it be that he's taken a liking to you? Absolutely not.
You haven't seen how he treats me, it's quite dreadful.
So, he genuinely wants you to be his son's nanny? It seems so. His son suffers from manic-depressive disorder, and perhaps he was impressed by how I assisted Fu Zixuan.
Sighing again, she continued, in truth, I have no reluctance to help Shenbao, but I simply wish to avoid any contact with him. If he truly is the biological father of Dibao and Erbao, the more I interact with him, the easier it will be to expose their identities.
Xia Tiantian nodded in understanding. So what shall we do now? I truly don't know.
The best course of action would be to repay that 50 million.
Otherwise, I could discuss it with Lin Dong.
I might ask my parents for a portion, then borrow some from Lin Dong as well.
Trying to gather enough to return the 50 million to him. That way, he will stop pursuing you.
Tang Nuanning immediately shook her head. 50 million, such a substantial sum.
Although she was aware that Xia Tiantian's parents and Lin Dong were wealthy, this amount was still astronomical for them.
She did not wish to disrupt their peace upon her arrival.
I shall visit Shenbao tomorrow and then decide. By the way, are you aware that Lin Dong has a cousin? The one studying dance?
I heard Wan mention her before, but I have not met her.
What happened?
It is not proper to gossip about others, yet Tang Nuanning felt that Xia Tiantian was not a stranger, so she shared. I encountered Lin Dong while visiting Fu Zixuan at the hospital. He was accompanying his cousin for an abortion.
Ah! Xia Tiantian exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't his cousin currently in university? How did she become pregnant? And seek an abortion?
According to Lin Dong, she had been seeing a boyfriend at school, unexpectedly became pregnant.
And then dropped out.
Subsequently, the couple had a falling out, and problems arose with the pregnancy. The doctor advised that the child could not be saved and suggested termination.
Xia Tiantian was taken aback. Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment and inquired, Does Wan know that young lady?
I am not certain, came the reply. Wan seldom speaks of her, having mentioned her only once or twice.
Why do you ask?
Today, I encountered her at the hospital. And I couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze upon me was rather unusual. Tang Nuanning did not directly express her feelings as if she were facing a rival in love, she merely remarked on the presence of hostility.
Do you know her from before?
No, I am quite certain I have never encountered her.
Then why does she harbor such animosity towards you? I am at a loss as well. Have you inquired with Lin Dong?
I haven't, but Lin Dong has sensed it too. He mentioned that the young lady is in a sour mood and advised me to steer clear of her. That is certainly plausible, after all.
Experiencing a miscarriage is indeed a sorrowful affair. Yet, even in such distress, one should not exhibit hostility towards strangers, it's quite irrational. In truth,
if her disdain were solely directed at herself, it would be of little consequence. The crux of the matter lies in the way she gazes at me. Akin to a rival, stirring a tempest of anxiety within her. I have heard whispers that my husband shares an intimate connection with Yancheng. She refrained from uttering Bo Yancheng's name directly.
What? Is that true? Indeed. How could that be?
Yancheng is known to favor women. It is common knowledge that he changes girlfriends more frequently than one changes attire. He is indiscriminate in his affections, while my husband prefers men.
This revelation left Tian in disbelief.
Tang Nuanning remarked, I only discovered today that his refusal to divorce me is not an act of vengeance, but rather a means to employ our marriage as a shield against public scrutiny. After all, in our relatively conservative society, the notion of men loving men remains quite rare. And should it come to light, it would undoubtedly invite gossip and judgment.
Tian responded, moreover, shouldn't you find solace in this revelation?
If he genuinely sought to silence others by means of you, he would resolutely refuse to divorce.
Your desire to part ways would become even more challenging.
Tang Nuanning remarked, however, I can exert pressure on him through Yancheng.
Since they share a connection, Yancheng would undoubtedly prefer that he and I have no entanglements, wouldn't he?
After all, Yancheng and I are rivals in love.
Tian pondered for a moment and realized that there was some truth to this notion. Tang Nuanning was filled with excitement.
As I coincidentally found a connection with Yancheng's sister, which means I now have a chance to approach him.
What do you plan to do?
I haven't formulated a concrete plan yet, but at least there is a path forward. Today, he called me and attempted to block all my possible routes. But now it seems there's a glimmer of hope.
However, Yancheng is not one to be underestimated.
Whether as an adversary or a means to an end, he poses considerable danger.
I'm unafraid, for I have his sister backing me.
Oh, indeed, he fears his sister.
Tang Nuanning smiled, which is why I found joy today. Indeed, this brings genuine happiness. Well, tomorrow.
Please take care of the 3 little ones for me while I visit Shinbao, and then we shall devise our next course of action.
All right.
The 2 close friends exchanged words, engaging in conversation for quite some time before finally drifting off to sleep. The following day, before dawn had even broken,
Tang Nuanning's phone rang.
The incessant chime resounded like a thunderous roar, startling her awake and almost causing her spirit to flee.
Chapter 63, The Wild Man Comes Knocking.
She hastily grabbed her phone to check, only to find an unfamiliar number.
Annoyed, she promptly ended the call.
However, the caller immediately redialed.
Tang Nuanning answered the call with a frown. Who is it? Come downstairs. You have 10 minutes.
A cold voice emanated from the other end. And after the words were spoken, the line went dead. Tang Nuanning suddenly perked up. It was a call from that scoundrel.
Who is it? Tian,
roused from her slumber, inquired with her eyes still closed, stifling a yawn. Tang Nuanning forcibly suppressed her anger. No one, you continue to sleep, it is only 5 o'clock.
Oh. Tian, still in a daze, drifted back to sleep. Do you have a problem? Didn't I tell you not to come so early? Just look at what time it is now. Disturbing others' sleep will bring retribution, do you understand? You will be struck by thunder. There are still 8 minutes left. If you don't come down, I will come up to find you. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth, acknowledging his ruthlessness.
She hung up the phone in a huff and hurried to freshen up. Afterward, she checked on the children, bestowing a kiss upon each, before dashing out the door. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, she found no luxury vehicles in sight. As she looked around anxiously, a honk startled her. It emanated from a modest Volkswagen parked by the roadside. She glanced briefly before averting her gaze. A man of wealth would not drive such a common car.
Come here. Bo Yancheng called out, lowering the car window with an intimidating tone.
Tang Nuanning was taken aback. He truly arrived driving a Volkswagen.
Wasn't he quite affluent? Why did he choose to drive a Volkswagen today? Tang Nuanning approached the vehicle, opened the rear door, and climbed inside. Upon entering, she immediately began to voice her grievances. Are you deliberately tormenting me? At this hour, even the crowing roosters are fast asleep. Bo Yan, unperturbed, started the engine and drove away from the community. Tang Nuanning glanced at the back of his head, pouting slightly, and said, We did not clarify our conversation last night.
Let me be frank today, I am willing to take care of your son, but I cannot guarantee the duration of my commitment. I do not intend to remain in Jean City for an extended period and may leave at any moment. If I choose to stop, you cannot prevent me.
Furthermore,
I am not your family's full-time maid, I have my own children and personal matters to attend to.
it is impossible for me to be at your residence 24 hours a day. You must allow me to leave by 6 in the evening. Moreover, should I have urgent matters during the day, I must be able to depart at any time.
Bo Yan, lost in his thoughts, continued to focus on driving.
Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth and thought, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Moreover, I cannot labor without compensation, you must account for my wages. And the price cannot be too low.
At the very least, it should be 200 yuan per day, and should I perform well, a sum of 10,000 yuan per day.
Suddenly, Bo Yancheng spoke up. Tang Nuanning choked momentarily, blinking her eyes as she gazed at Bo Yancheng. How much? 10,000. 10,000? Is that per day? Bo Yancheng chose not to respond to her. Tang Nuanning swallowed hard in astonishment. Upon glancing at him once more,
she suddenly felt that he was not as deserving of a beating as she had initially thought. If it weren't for her suspicion that he was that wild man, she might have directly embraced his sturdy leg and never let go. After all, he was the god of wealth. Tang Nuanning cleared her throat delicately and reiterated. This is what you said, 10,000 a day. If you perform well, there are rewards.
Ha? There's a reward? Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in surprise.
Yes. If you can remain in front of Shenbao for 10 minutes today, there's an additional reward of 10,000, in cash, non-negotiable.
Staying for 10 minutes warrants such a reward? It feels almost like picking up money. Are you sure? Indeed.
A gentleman's word is his bond. If you dare to go back on it, you shall be deemed untrustworthy.
Bo Yan pressed his thin lips together, ignoring her. Tang Nuanning, feeling uneasy, inquired once more. A sum of 10,000 in cash, meaning you will hand me the money directly, without offsetting? Indeed. Ha! Tang Nuanning couldn't help but laugh aloud at that moment.
Bo Yan cast a disdainful glance her way. She had been like a powder keg when it came to the topic of money, yet her mood brightened instantly. It was evident that she was quite the money enthusiast.
Tang Nuanning also realized that her joy was a tad too ostentatious.
She lightly cleared her throat to soothe her voice and turned to look at Bo Yancheng, her gaze softening considerably. However, Bo Yancheng furrowed his brows, stating, "You are here to look after Shenbao, not to cultivate a closer rapport with me."
I find it rather vexing when women lack self-awareness. Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback.
Bo Yancheng glanced at her through the rearview mirror and remarked, "Don't think about seducing me, my heart belongs to another."
In an instant, Tang Nuanning's good mood evaporated, and she retorted, "What is wrong with you? Who's trying to seduce you? Do you think you're a 1 yuan bill that everyone loves? You're delusional. Don't forget, it was you who approached me, not the other way around. I was even wondering if you were using your son to entice me." Bo Yancheng let out a cold scoff, filled with derision. "Am I trying to seduce you? How audacious of you to say that."
The car entered a dilapidated neighborhood and halted in front of the last building.
Bo Yancheng turned off the engine and,
noticing her continued anger, said, "I'm merely reminding you." Tang Nuanning retorted with irritation, "I was just reminding you earlier, had you not mentioned it,
I would have forgotten.
Let us lay our cards on the table. Should you harbor any ill intentions towards me, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Rest assured, I have no designs on you for the entirety of my life. You would do well to uphold your word. My intention in allowing you to approach Shenbao was merely to have you accompany him. Should you dare to inflict harm upon him, I will ensure your demise is excruciating." His voice was neither warm nor cold, yet each word sliced through the air like a blade of ice. His gaze was even more unsettling, more terrifying than that of a ghost, dark and foreboding, as if something dreadful might emerge from his eyes at any moment.
Tang Nuanning,
startled, quickly averted her gaze from him. She made a swallowing motion, pondering, "I bear no grudge against him, why would I wish him harm?
Moreover, it was you who sought me out. If you are concerned, you could simply allow me to leave."
Bo Yancheng fixed her with a penetrating stare for a moment. then reigned in the hostility in his eyes.
For now, I shall place my trust in you. Should you perform well, there will be rewards in store for you.
With that, he opened the car door and stepped out.
Tang Nuanning gasped for breath, truly frightened by this man. His displeasure was undeniably intimidating. For a moment, she questioned whether he was human or a specter.
It would be wise to maintain a safe distance from such a person. She genuinely wished to escape from him,
yet found herself unable to do so. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly exited the car.
Upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt somewhat bewildered. She had assumed that Bo Yancheng was affluent and would reside in a grand villa, but to her astonishment, he lived in such a dilapidated place.
The neighborhood was inferior even to that of Xia Tian.
Scattered about were old tricycles, bicycles, and a few modest cars worth tens of thousands.
Bo Yancheng's common vehicle was considered quite expensive here. Is this your home?
Yes.
No, how could you possibly live here? Why shouldn't I live here? Bo Yancheng strode with long legs towards the entrance, ascending the stairs without a lift. Tang Nuanning was perplexed. Aren't you quite wealthy?
A single car must cost tens of millions, and your residence surely cannot be lacking in quality.
Yet, the conditions here are quite poor. What? Have you gone bankrupt? Tang Nuanning exclaimed in astonishment. Do you have any objections?
No, but how is it that you declare bankruptcy so casually?
When did this happen? Last night. Tang Nuanning, in order to conceal his identity, after Shang Bao was discharged from the hospital last night, he was brought here.
This is the old house of Bo Yancheng's mother, where she resided before going abroad.
How could I have missed the extent of your sorrow amidst such a significant event? Tang Nuanning inquired cautiously.
Typically, when one faces such circumstances, they would experience a period of despondency, with some never managing to recover throughout their lives.
Yet, looking at you, there is no trace of the grief one would expect following a bankruptcy. How do you know that I am not grieving? Bo Yancheng retorted. I fail to perceive it. You are not someone significant to me, why should I display my sorrow in front of you? Tang Nuanning, it seems to make a certain sense. For reasons unknown.
Tang Nuanning unexpectedly offered him a word of comfort, stating that life is rarely smooth sailing, the ups and downs are a common occurrence. And one must maintain a balanced mindset.
I speak out of concern for you. That is unnecessary. Tang Nuanning. The dog bites El Dongbin.
Failing to recognize the kindness of others.
Deservedly bankrupt. Bo Yancheng ascended to the 6th floor, pausing at the entrance of room 601. This quaint,
vintage residential complex comprises only 6 stories. The 6th floor serves as the penthouse, devoid of an elevator, with 2 households per staircase, their opposite neighbors residing in room 602. Tang Nuanning instinctively cast a glance towards room 602, where a bold red character for fortune was affixed to the door. The welcome mat at the entrance bore signs of wear, indicating that someone resided there regularly.
In stark contrast, the Bo family's abode had no couplets adorning the door.
And the mat was pristine, a clear indication of recent relocation.
By the way, what is your son's name? Tang Nuanning inquired. Bo Zhongshin. With the affectionate nickname Shin Bao. Bo? Your surname is Bo? Bo Yancheng turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he regarded her with an enigmatic gaze. Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting a sense of shock. Others referred to him as Aiken, and his surname was Bo. Bo Yancheng?
As Bo Yancheng observed her eyes growing increasingly round with surprise, he felt a tinge of disdain, eager to voice his thoughts.
However, upon encountering Shin Bao,
she found herself deprived of any opportunity to speak further.
Tang Nuanning made a swallowing gesture. What is your name? Bo Yancheng narrowed his handsome eyes.
Tang Nuanning awkwardly remarked, It isn't unreasonable for me to inquire about your name since you've asked me to care for your son.
Bo Yancheng let out a soft sigh, his demeanor calm as he replied, Bo Yancheng.
He deliberately omitted the character yin from his name,
wishing to conceal his true identity from Tang Nuanning.
It was now evident that her approach was not a calculated attempt to draw near to him, rather, she was intentionally masking her identity, likely to prevent any inappropriate intentions.
After all, the name Bo Yancheng carries an allure that is hard to resist.
While the public may be unaware of his appearance, the name itself is widely recognized.
Typically, women find it challenging to withstand the allure of the wealth and power associated with such a name. Should she become aware of it? She might very well seek to ensnare him. Tang Nuanning was still in a daze. Was it Bo Chen?
No, it couldn't be Bo Yancheng. He was a disabled person,
confined to a wheelchair for years.
Yet, this man possessed 2 long, healthy legs.
Perhaps she was overthinking it.
A mere stroke of a pen could alter one's identity entirely. If her parents had included the character yen in her name, she would share a name with the wealthiest individual. She remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Bo Yancheng cast a fleeting glance her way but chose not to respond.
Tang Nuanning inquired again, "You and Bo Yancheng wouldn't have any connection, would you?" I replied, "I am Bo Chen, and he is Bo Yancheng. That is the extent of our relationship." Tang Nuanning. Bo Yancheng produced an antique key to unlock the door.
Before entering, he reminded her, "I have brought you here to cheer him up, not to provoke him. If he becomes upset, you must endure it and refrain from uttering anything that might agitate him, particularly regarding the subject of his mother."
Why? Why must she endure his outbursts without retort? Never mind, for the moment she cannot contend with him, and their son is only 5 years old. What can she do?
Tang Nuanning composed herself and suppressed her displeasure as she inquired about her mother.
What kind of person was she? Why did she choose to leave home? Was there discord in their marital relationship? Bo Yancheng immediately frowned, admonishing her, "Do not inquire about matters that should remain unspoken." Tang Nuanning. Before attending to a patient, it is customary to inquire about their condition, is it not? Come in. Tang Nuanning entered the house, feeling utterly speechless.
She realized that she was utterly incapable of engaging in meaningful communication with him. He was not a person with whom one could interact normally.
Upon stepping inside,
she surveyed the surroundings. The residence was quite spacious, consisting of 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom, approximately 120 square meters in size. The overall aesthetic was one of natural wood, with wooden floors, a wooden shoe cabinet, a wooden dining table and chairs, and even a wooden coffee table. All these furnishings exuded a sense of nostalgia.
The only modern element was the large LCD television mounted on the wall.
The interior was meticulously arranged,
exuding a warm and inviting ambience.
The combination of wooden decor with white sheer curtains and large potted plants reaching 2 meters in height created a cozy atmosphere. She had not anticipated that such a cold-hearted man would choose to decorate his home in this manner. She had assumed that his perception was limited to shades of black, white, and gray, and that he would not embrace the healing tones of wood. Bo Yancheng had already changed into his slippers and walked directly towards one of the guest rooms, opening the door and standing at the threshold, peering inside. Tang Nuanning surmised that he was undoubtedly observing their son, so she lowered her head to change her shoes. The shoe rack displayed only a single pair of women's slippers, pristine and evidently set aside for her. Thus, she refrained from inquiring further and slipped them on. Just as she contemplated following him to take a look, Bo Yancheng had already shut the door to the room. Tang Nuanning felt a spark of curiosity. What about Shinbao? Still asleep. He hasn't woken up yet? No. Then why did you summon me so early? She presumed that Shinbao had already arisen, which was why he had driven to fetch her. With the child still in slumber, was she merely brought over to engage in a silent stare-off? There are ingredients in the refrigerator, go prepare breakfast. With that, Bing Yan spoke unceremoniously and shut the door. Unsure if it was merely a figment of her imagination, Tang Nuanning distinctly heard the sound of the inner lock being turned. Tang Nuanning glared, feeling that there was no politeness directed towards her. Without hesitation, he was already preparing breakfast. She owed him, indeed. She owed him a considerable sum of 50 million. Contemplating the money, Tang Nuanning swallowed her anger and turned to enter the kitchen. Since she was already here, she might as well make herself comfortable. She opened the refrigerator, which was tidily organized, revealing a plethora of fresh and vibrant ingredients. What should she prepare? Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment before turning and rapping gently on Bo Yancheng's door, wishing to inquire about Shinbao's preferences. Though she harbored a considerable disdain for this man, the child was innocent, and she sought to cater to Shinbao's tastes. She knocked once, but received no response. She knocked again, yet still, there was silence.
Tang Nuanning knocked repeatedly. Hey, open the door, I have something to discuss. In the next moment, Bo Yancheng opened the door.
His formal attire now replaced by loungewear.
Chapter 65, He is not Bao, but Shanbao. He frowned, his expression replete with impatience. What is it? Tang Nuanning was taken aback. You summoned me to cook early in the morning, yet you choose to sleep? Bo Yan furrowed his brow, remaining silent.
His thoughts drifted to his mother, to Shanbao's illness, and to the woman who occupied his heart. A sleepless night had weighed heavily on him. Thus, he sought out Tang Nuanning so early today.
Tang Nuanning was oblivious to the circumstances.
Feeling a profound sense of imbalance as he denied her the comfort of sleep while he succumbed to slumber himself.
How could one operate in such a manner?
If weariness beset him, he ought to have awakened before seeking her out. Instead, he summoned her only to drift into dreams.
What was she to him? A mere indentured servant? Very well. You possess the audacity. You wield power. You are formidable. Is that what it means to be the master? Bo Yancheng replied. If you are dissatisfied, repay the debt. Tang Nuanning is furious. Who claims that I am discontented?
Which of your eyes has perceived my discontent?
I am entirely convinced. My heart and mouth are in accord. To be convinced demands an awareness of demeanor. You.
I truly wish to slap him away.
What on earth do you want from me? He inquired. Tang Nuanning suppressed her anger and inquired about breakfast.
What shall we have? What should I prepare?
It's your task. Not mine, you ought to consider it yourself. How could I possibly know your preferences?
There's no need to go out of your way to please me.
It's futile and only serves to irritate me. Who is trying to curry favor with you?
I simply wish to know what Shanbao enjoys eating.
Bo Yan frowned deeply.
Shanbao has no particular favorites, except for his mother. He shows little interest in anything else.
You should figure it out yourself. With a loud bang, Bo Yan shut the door. As Tang Nuanning was about to retort, the door swung open once more. He issued a warning.
I can still sleep for another hour, do not disturb me again. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth in frustration, contemplating how to deal with the situation. The desire to eliminate him surged within her.
Who could offer a solution? How could she enact her vengeance without facing the consequences?
She awaited an urgent response. Tang Nuanning stood at the door, pondering for quite some time, yet she could not conjure a solution. With a sense of helplessness, she resorted to comforting herself internally. Do not be angry, if I fall ill, no one will care for me. I shall not be angry, for a princess does not succumb to such emotions. As she prepared breakfast, she recited these affirmations in her mind. Uncertain of Shanbao's preferences, she decided to make an egg pancake.
At that moment,
she was vigorously whisking the egg mixture, her strength seeming to channel not just the eggs, but someone else entirely.
An hour later, Tang Nuanning had just prepared breakfast when two adjacent doors swung open simultaneously.
A father and son, one tall and one small, appeared at their respective doorways. Shanbao resembled an emotionless machine. Had it not been for the unforeseen incident, he would awaken punctually at 6:30 every morning.
Over time,
Bo Yancheng had also grown accustomed to waking naturally at this hour. He gazed at Shanbao with a soft expression.
Good morning, Shin.
Shanbao remained silent. His demeanor indifferent, wooden, and cold. The little one took a step towards the bathroom but suddenly halted, drawn to the sounds emanating from the kitchen. His brow furrowed. And his expression shifted dramatically. Casting a glance at Tang Nuanning's back, he then turned furiously to Bo Yancheng.
Bo Yancheng explained, Shanbao. This is the aunt your uncle Lu helped us find. Daddy is busy with work and cannot always be by your side. We need someone to assist with cooking and chores. Let her go. Let her go.
Shanbao erupted with fury, trembling violently.
Bo Yancheng quickly crouched down, grasping his shoulders.
Shanbao, please listen to Daddy.
Go. Go. Go.
Shanbao insisted. Before Bo Yancheng could respond, a sudden scream pierced the air within the room.
Both father and son turned their heads in unison.
Tang Nuanning was gazing intently in this direction, her eyes wide open in astonishment, resembling symbols in their roundness.
Bo Yancheng, concerned that she might agitate Shen Bao, expressed his displeasure and reprimanded her in a cold tone, exclaiming, "What is all this fuss about?"
Tang Nuanning stared at Shen Bao in astonishment, her heart racing with fear.
She swiftly closed the door and locked it in one fluid motion. Without waiting for Shen Bao to respond, she lowered her voice and inquired, "HEIR Bao, what brings you here?" Shen Bao was taken aback. "Speak. Why are you here? Did you come with Mummy?" Shen Bao replied, "Didn't Mummy tell you last night that she would be taking godmother to the kindergarten today? Who permitted you to follow along,
Shen Bao frowned, his expression a mixture of confusion and discontent.
Tang Nuanning was beside herself with anxiety. "Are you trying to drive me to the brink of despair?"
Her heart raced, feeling as though it was lodged in her throat. The revelation of the second child was a dire predicament. That man would undoubtedly seek to claim the child for himself.
Even in his bankruptcy?
He possessed more wealth than she did, at the very least, he had a car and a house, while she had nothing.
Moreover, she was still married.
If the eldest and the second child were to stay with her, it would imply the presence of a stepfather. And the court would surely lean towards him in custody matters.
What should she do? What leverage did she possess to contest him? Tang Nuanning anxiously tugged at her hair.
Pacing back and forth, nearly overwhelmed with panic.
"Tang Nuanning, open the door." Bo Yan called from outside. Tang Nuan felt a surge of anxiety as she rose and approached the window.
She pushed it open, and the biting cold wind rushed in, causing her to shiver violently, bringing her a moment of clarity.
Peering outside, she shivered once more.
Initially, she had contemplated escaping through the window with her child, but the height was daunting. A leap from such a distance could lead to disaster.
What to do? What to do? What to do? Go out.
Suddenly, Shen Bao spoke up.
Go out.
Shen Bao reiterated, his expression darkening. Though he was merely a child, his gaze was as chilling as ice, instilling fear reminiscent of when Bo Yan was enraged.
Tang-HEIR. No, that's not right.
Tang Nuanning exchanged glances with Shen Bao, and only then did she realize something was amiss. Although HEIR Bao was mischievous, he had never looked at her with such an expression before. HEIR Bao was always adept at cheering her up, his face often adorned with a cheerful smile.
However,
observing the attire he wore, and the absence of HEIR Bao in the room, it struck her that this was not HEIR Bao at all.
He was Shen Bao. How could Shen Bao resemble HEIR Bao so closely?
Tang Nuanning remained in a state of shock as Shen Bao had already flung open the door, casting a fierce glare at Bo Yancheng, who stood at the threshold,
before storming into the dining room.
With a resounding crash, he seized the bowls and plates from the table and hurled them to the floor. Bo Yancheng's brow furrowed in concern, he rushed forward, calling out, "Shen Bao." Upon witnessing Shen Bao's destructive rampage, her breath caught in her throat, and her pupils dilated.
"Shen Bao, stop."
But Shen Bao, in a fit of rage, picked up a dish and smashed it down at her feet.
Tang Nuanning held her breath,
taking slow steps towards Shen Bao.
"Shen Bao, remain composed, please calm down." Chapter 66, Shen Bao, making her heart ache.
Suddenly, Shen Bao seized a steel fork.
Threatening her own neck, "Are you leaving or not? Will you go or not?" Tang Nuanning gasped in fright, rooted to the spot, unable to move. Upon witnessing her distress, Bo Yancheng barked at her to leave.
She leaned against the door, breathing heavily. The resemblance between Shen Bao and HEIR Bao was striking. And when Shen Bao suddenly erupted in anger, she was momentarily taken aback, lost in confusion and devoid of a plan. She instinctively slipped into the role of a worried mother, overwhelmed with anxiety, completely forgetting her identity as a physician.
Consequently,
she was unable to comfort Shen Bao from a medical perspective, as she had done with Fu Zixuan.
The winter in Jin City was chillingly brisk.
Tang Nuanning stood at the doorway, trembling uncontrollably, uncertain whether it was from the cold or fear.
She dared not venture far.
For if Shen Bao continued in such a state, he might very well succumb to an episode. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the commotion within the room subsided. She understood that Shen Bao's emotions had temporarily stabilized, with stability came the absence of danger. A sigh of relief escaped her lips.
However,
the mere thought of Shen Bao's visage caused her previously relaxed nerves to tighten once more. Thankfully, her phone lay nestled in her pocket.
And she quickly sent a message to Xia Tian, are de Bao and Air Bao with you? Before long, Xia Tian responded with a photograph, yes.
They're still asleep. The three little ones remained in a deep slumber, blissfully unaware. With the assurance that neither de Bao nor Air Bao had been discovered by him,
Tang Nuanning felt a flicker of relief.
After all, it was hardly surprising that Xin Bao bore a resemblance to de Bao and Air Bao.
For he was indeed the offspring of that scoundrel. After quite some time, the door creaked open, revealing Bo Yancheng.
Noticing her lips had turned a shade of purple from the cold, he furrowed his brow. He retrieved her coat from the hook by the door and tossed it to her, gesturing for her to change her shoes. Tang Nuanning swiftly donned her down jacket and cautiously stepped into the house, standing at the entrance as she sought the figure of Xin Bao. The floor was in disarray, still awaiting tidying. There was no sign of Xin Bao in the living room either. The sound of water could be heard from the bathroom. Tang Nuanning glanced at Bo Yancheng, just about to speak, when Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, casting her a warning glance to silence her. Tang Nuanning understood the situation and could only swallow her words, hurriedly changing her shoes before leaving the room.
Bo Yancheng closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. Tang Nuanning hurriedly caught up. Are you really going to leave Xin Bao alone locked in the room? Bo Yancheng replied. Tang Nuanning continued to inquire,
concerned that he had just lost his temper. If he were to experience another episode with no one around, it would be perilous.
Why did he become so agitated upon seeing me? Did you not inform him of my arrival beforehand? Is he unaware that I am coming?
His suicidal tendencies have become increasingly apparent. His condition is far more severe than that of Fu Zixuan. At such a critical juncture, he cannot remain at home.
How could you permit him to be discharged?
Tang Nuanning bombarded with a flurry of question marks, while Bo Yancheng remained resolutely silent, emphasizing a deliberate disregard.
Tang Nuanning, feeling anxious, immediately grasped his hand as soon as they exited the unit door.
Speak, she urged. Bo Yan glanced at the small hand that held onto him, furrowing his brows before shaking it off. This time, rather than sitting in the back, he took the passenger seat, facilitating their communication.
Tang Nuanning, in a state of urgent distress, was about to speak when he interjected, aren't you well versed in child psychology? Shouldn't you be able to soothe Fu Zixuan? Why is it that you cannot do so in front of Xin Bao? Are you intentionally neglecting him?
Tang Nuanning found herself at a loss for words,
as Xin Bao bore an uncanny resemblance to his siblings, Daba and Bao.
In that moment of confusion, her concern for them became overwhelming, leading her to lose her composure.
Are you harboring grievances against me, thus displacing your anger onto the child? Do you wish to ignore him, merely to witness his misfortune? Tang Nuanning was rendered speechless. Are you out of your mind? This is not how one approaches suspicion. If I had no intention of dealing with him, I would have simply left after he drove me away. Why on earth would I endure the cold outside? Yet, you managed to soothe Fu Zixuan, but cannot extend the same courtesy to him?
When I unexpectedly encountered Fu Zixuan, he was in distress, resembling a patient while I assumed the role of a doctor.
However,
your precious Xin Bao is not unwell today, he is merely furious.
Anger is a natural human emotion that can indeed provoke illness.
But it is not an illness in itself.
It cannot be treated by a physician, for doctors are not omnipotent, and besides, I am not even a doctor.
Bo Yancheng glared at her, his gaze lingering for quite some time before he finally averted his eyes. He retrieved a cigarette from the armrest compartment, lit it,
and began to smoke quietly.
Tang Nuanning coughed slightly, choked by the smoke. She despised the scent of cigarettes. Yet, she understood that she had no power to control him and could only endure it. If you truly wish for my assistance with Xin Bao,
it would be prudent to disclose all pertinent information regarding him. Should you choose to remain silent, I regret to inform you that I lack the capability to care for your son.
Bo Yancheng cast another glance at Tang Nuanning, who met his gaze unwaveringly. As an adult, you must comprehend the profound impact of a familial environment on a child. When parental relationships are strained, marked by frequent quarrels or instances of domestic violence, it invariably affects the emotional and psychological development of the child.
Bo Yancheng remained silent.
The two exchanged glances for a few moments, and this time, it was Bo Yancheng who relented. He averted his gaze and took another drag from his cigarette before speaking.
Shen Bao has never known his mother.
She vanished shortly after giving birth to him. Thus, he has not experienced the familial conflicts you describe.
What he lacks is maternal love.
And he harbors an obsession with her.
However, there are many children raised in single-parent households. Why does his obsession run so deep? Tang Nuanning struggled to comprehend.
In this world, not every child has the privilege of growing up enveloped in the warmth of paternal and maternal love.
Some children are deprived of a father.
Others of a mother, and there are even those who enter this world as orphans. Nevertheless, the majority of children manage to thrive and find joy in their lives.
The environment in which they develop postnatally is of paramount importance.
Observing Shen Bao, he seemed to embody the qualities of a devoted father,
leading one to believe that Shen Bao should not have turned out this way.
Much like her eldest, second, and third treasures, who have never known the taste of paternal affection yet continue to flourish in happiness.
Are you truly convinced that his psychological affliction stems solely from an obsession with his mother?
Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette. He was not one for conversation,
save for discussions concerning his mother.
Even in his dreams at night, he sought her presence. He had consulted numerous psychologists, all of whom concurred that Shen Bao's psychological struggles were a result of an overwhelming fixation on his mother. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows, lost in thought.
She always sensed that something was amiss. Has a comprehensive examination been conducted on him?
Such examinations are performed biannually.
May I see the report?
Chapter 67, She has 3 magnificent sons, and she takes pride in them.
Bo Yancheng suddenly lifted his eyelashes to gaze at her.
I heard that you previously studied design at Jin University, which is unrelated to medicine. How did you suddenly become proficient in the medical field?
Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Have you investigated me? Bo Yancheng stared at her unwaveringly, his demeanor candid and unrepentant, showing no signs of guilt whatsoever. Tang Nuanning's heart leapt into her throat.
What have you discovered?
Is there something you fear others might learn?
Indeed, there is. She fears that he might uncover the existence of Bao and HEIR Bao.
Tang Nuanning inquired, Have you investigated my child?
Bo Yancheng, aware of her anxiety regarding her offspring, refrained from using her child as a means of provocation this time and replied honestly, no.
Really? She pressed. Bo Yancheng responded, Would you like me to look into it? Absolutely not. They are still children. What would you investigate them for? I fear for their safety, considering your past.
She deliberately brought up the incident that transpired at the mall yesterday to divert his attention.
Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow. That was an accident. My focus was on you.
Not your son. I did not harm him. He spoke with such candor, even when addressing her directly.
Tang Nuanning shot him a glare,
secretly exhaling in relief that no information about the child was uncovered.
The next moment, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Are you out of your mind? Why are you investigating me? Do you not realize you are invading someone else's privacy? Bo Yan's displeasure was evident.
If your actions were above reproach, you would not fear scrutiny.
How am I not above reproach?
I have committed no crime,
she retorted. You are utterly foolish, abandoning your studies to marry. Moreover,
you fail to adhere to the principles of fidelity, engaging in extramarital affairs. Tang Nuanning's breath caught in her throat, her cheeks flushed with color.
In the next moment,
her eyes brimmed with tears. She fixed her gaze on Bo Yancheng, unwavering, as tears swirled in her eyes, and her breathing grew increasingly labored.
Was she foolish? Did she willingly abandon her studies to enter into matrimony? Was it her choice to disregard the sanctity of marriage?
While forced marriage was not his fault,
whose transgression was it when it came to infidelity within the bonds of matrimony?
Tang Nuanning clenched her fists, biting her lip, and fixed her gaze intensely on Bo Yancheng.
A surge of anger welled up within her. Bo Yancheng, sensing the shift in her emotions, wore a dark expression. Tang Nuanning gazed at him,
feeling a deep sense of injustice consuming her. Anyone could speak ill of her, but he alone had no right. It was he who shattered her virtuous path,
he who obliterated her life.
Yet, he had the audacity to warn her to uphold her integrity.
You are nothing but a monster. Tang Nuanning,
filled with sorrow and indignation, exited the vehicle and forcefully slammed the door shut, striding towards the entrance of the community against the biting wind. Within the confines of the car, Bo Yan sat in silence, his expression dark as thunder.
Did she dare to scold him? Had he truly erred? She, with a tarnished past, sought to silence all criticism? If she wished to evade censure, why engage in such shameless acts?
Securing admission to Tsinghua University signified achieving half of life's success. Upon graduation, finding a respectable job promised not merely a decent income but a life free from want.
Yet, one need only observe her current predicament to witness how she had squandered a promising hand.
Before him stood a woman of undeniable beauty, yet upon closer inspection, she was marred by numerous blemishes.
The one deserving of reproach was herself, not others. He had not taken her to heart. Tang Nuanning trudged through the icy wilderness,
tears cascading down her cheeks, each gust of frigid wind slicing against her skin like a knife, inflicting a sharp, relentless pain. If these words had been uttered by someone else, perhaps she could have borne them with greater ease.
Yet, it was he. As she seethed with resentment within,
questioning his audacity to speak of her, she grappled with the notion of his legitimacy to do so.
Was he not the architect of all her miseries? Simultaneously,
her uncertainty about whether he truly embodied that wild man made her reproaches feel less resolute. If she misjudged him, then her scorn would only serve to highlight her own fault.
This internal struggle, fraught with contradictions, rendered her utterly wretched.
It seemed that, regardless of the outcome,
she was perpetually in the wrong. Her marriage to Bo Yancheng had not culminated in divorce.
And now she found herself entangled with a man who might very well be the father of her child.
Lacking evidence yet plagued by suspicion, their paths had nonetheless intertwined,
leaving her indebted to him for 50 million. Years later, upon their reunion, she should have been the one to unleash her fury upon him with a few resounding slaps.
Yet, the reality was that she found herself firmly ensnared by his grasp. To be ensnared was one indignity.
He further compounded her humiliation by deriding her for her perceived infidelity, questioning her propriety. Her life, so thoroughly marred, seemed impervious to change. 6 years had passed, and she had failed to reclaim her narrative.
Tang Nuanning, amidst her tears, suddenly burst into laughter.
Seated in a deserted corner, she oscillated between weeping and chuckling,
resembling a fool. Ding ding ding. Her phone rang.
It was a video call from Erbao. Tang Nuanning quickly wiped away her tears and composed herself before answering the call.
Mummy, mummy.
3 plump, fair little faces crowded in front of the camera,
eager to ensure that Tang Nuanning could see them. Tang Nuanning's heart instantly softened. What are you all doing?
We just had breakfast.
Godmother said she would take us to kindergarten.
Yes, we must listen to Godmother.
Mommy, where are you? Are you sitting outside alone?
Tang de Beos was very perceptive.
Tang Nuanning quickly replied, yes, I am waiting for the bus outside. Is it very cold?
My face feels flushed, and my eyes have turned red.
Tang Nuanning endeavored to muster a faint smile.
Mommy is quite the sentimental soul, her eyes well up with tears at the slightest provocation. But there's no need for concern, she reassured. The car is approaching quickly, so I mustn't linger.
Listen to your godmother and head to kindergarten. Once I've finished my tasks, I shall come to find you. Be good, all right? Indeed, Mommy needn't worry about us.
I will keep an eye on the second and third treasures, the eldest child affirmed.
I am good too, Tang Erbao interjected eagerly. The youngest, unable to compete for attention,
puffed up his cheeks in frustration, stammering, I, and me. Tang Nuanning lifted the corners of her lips into a smile, exclaiming, You are all so good, my precious treasures, my dear eldest, my sweet second, and my lovely little third. The 3 little ones beamed with radiant smiles, akin to 3 miniature suns, enveloping Tang Nuanning's heart in warmth. After hanging up the phone, she found herself free of any lingering frustration.
What of a tumultuous fate? What of the tragedies of life? What if she lacked the grand narrative of a leading lady?
She took pride in having 3 wonderful sons.
Chapter 68, Utilizing Men.
Compelling men a video call from her sons was a balm for Tang Nuanning's spirit, revitalizing her completely.
Once rejuvenated, her thoughts turned to Bo Yancheng. Although he had requested she refrain from troubling him, surely a simple phone call to inquire would not be considered harassment? After all, she wasn't confronting him. Tang Nuanning composed herself and once again contacted Yu Jinjuan. Adopting a humble demeanor, she timidly inquired, "May I ask if Mr. Bo is available to finalize the divorce today?" The response she received was relatively courteous, "No, if Mr. Bo were available, he would reach out to you. Simply await his call. There is no need for you to call him." With that, the line went dead. Tang Nuanning pouted, waiting for the phone call. How long would she have to wait? It seemed that leveraging He Jincheng to pressure Bo Yancheng was the most suitable approach. However, He Jincheng was neither a pushover nor a fool. The question remained how to utilize him effectively. Ding ding ding. As Tang Nuanning pondered, her phone rang. It was Lin Dong calling. "Nuanning, are you free today?" Lin Dong's voice bore a hint of despondency. "What's wrong? If you have time, could you come to the hospital and talk to Xiana for me?" "Xiana? Your cousin?" "Yes." "What happened?" "She wanted to end her life and attempted to commit suicide by cutting her wrists. Fortunately, the nurse discovered her in time, otherwise she would have lost her life." Tang Nuanning was taken aback, perhaps due to the child. "Although I am his cousin, I am still a man. And there are certain matters that are uncomfortable for me to address. My thoughts are not as delicate. And I find myself at a loss for how to offer her counsel. Wan is also not in the city, leaving me unsure of whom to turn to for assistance." "Have you not yet reached out to her family?" "She forbids it, insisting that if I dare to contact her aunt, she would immediately leap from the building." Tang Nuanning. "I am free today, I will come over shortly." Lin Dong seemed to have found a glimmer of hope, exhaling a sigh of relief. "All right, do you need me to pick you up?" "No. You stay with her at the hospital, I'll take a taxi." After hanging up the phone, Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow, lost in thought. She had harbored some suspicions about her cousin Lin Dong, and today presented a perfect opportunity to meet her again. Half an hour later, Tang Nuanning arrived at HEIR Hospital. Lin Dong was waiting for her at the entrance. Upon seeing her, he hurried forward. "Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold?" This morning, in her haste to leave, she had only donned a thin down jacket, which indeed seemed a bit insufficient for the chill. As he spoke, Lin Dong had already removed his mid-length coat, intending to drape it over her shoulders. Tang Nuanning's eyes flickered with an unusual glint as she promptly declined, "I'm fine." "You wear it. How is your cousin now?" At this moment, Lin Dong realized that his enthusiasm had perhaps been excessive. Even the closest of friendships ought to maintain a certain distance. After all, there exists a distinction between the genders. As he donned his clothing, his brow furrowed deeply. Since the surgery, she had not consumed anything, and had attempted self-harm twice. Currently, a caregiver vigilantly watched over her, ensuring she was never left alone. Was she suffering from depression? Tang Nuanning pondered. Nowadays, many women experience postpartum depression. Although she had not carried the child to term, the situation was even more dire. If a woman undergoes an abortion early in her pregnancy, her emotional response tends to be less intense, as the fetus is merely a small embryo, devoid of any maternal bond. However, undergoing an abortion after 5 months is a significant blow, both physically and psychologically. Lin Dong shook his head. "I am not quite certain yet. I will have the doctor come by later." The two proceeded to the hospital room, which was clean and bright. Xiaona lay in her hospital gown on the bed, gazing out the window, while the caregiver sat quietly beside her. Upon noticing their entrance, the caregiver quickly stood to greet them. "Mr. Lin." Lin Dong nodded and replied, "You may take a rest, we will keep an eye on her." "All right." The caregiver exited the room. Xiaona turned her head, and upon seeing Tang Nuanning, her expression immediately shifted, akin to encountering a foe. Her lips pressed tightly together. Brows knitted, her breathing became increasingly rapid. "Xiaona." Lin Dong, noticing her unfriendly demeanor, admonished her. Xiaona glanced at Lin Dong, biting her lip with a hint of grievance. Lin Dong explained, "I invited Nuanning to come and keep you company." Xiaona looked at Tang Nuanning once more. Her previous hostility diminished, yet she remained far from cordial. This time, she merely cast a fleeting glance at Tang Nuanning before quickly averting her gaze. Tang Nuanning grew increasingly suspicious.
Women are inherently sensitive, and this hostility emanating from Xiao Na seemed to be ingrained in her very being, irrespective of Tang's own mood. Yet, having never encountered her before, where could such animosity possibly stem from?
Tang Nuanning intended to clarify matters.
Lin Dong, please step outside for a moment.
I would like to speak with her privately.
Lin Dong immediately nodded in agreement.
All right, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll go out and get you something. All right.
Before leaving, Lin Dong cast one last glance at Xiao Na, his expression laden with intrigue. Tang Nuanning pulled out a chair and sat beside the hospital bed, directly inquiring.
Did you know me before? I do not know you. Have I ever provoked you?
Xiao Na bit her lip, gazing at her with reddened eyes. Your expression alone attests to the fact that I have indeed stirred something within you. However, I must apologize, as I am unaware of the specifics. I do not recognize you, nor have I encountered you before.
Have you mistaken me for someone else, or is there a misunderstanding between us?
Xiao Na bit her lip once more and suddenly declared, even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still be able to recognize you.
Tang Nuanning. Then it cannot be a case of mistaken identity. However, I truly cannot recall what transpired between us.
Please elaborate, so I may ponder it further.
Yet. Xiao Na remained silent once more. Tang Nuanning, unperturbed, gazed at her and said, I am your cousin Nanwan's close friend and also a classmate of your cousin.
They are well aware of my character. I would never unjustly bully anyone.
Are you implying that I have slandered you?
Xiao Na interrupted her, visibly angered.
Tang Nuanning shook her head and said, what I intend to convey is that you should express your concerns openly and honestly.
If I am indeed at fault,
I will certainly offer my apologies. Apologies? Ha! Who cares for your apologies? Are your words of contrition truly of any worth? Do you believe that a mere apology could mend the wounds you've inflicted upon me? I loathe you. I despise you. Why don't you just die? Aren't you supposed to be Nanwan's closest friend? Don't you share a profound bond with her?
Why don't you follow her to the grave?
Just perish, all of you.
Xiao Na suddenly erupted in a frenzied outburst, pounding the bedsheets with fervor. The commotion was so intense that it alerted the doctors and nurses. A flurry of medical personnel rushed in, and before Tang Nuanning could utter a single word, they administered a sedative to Xiao Na.
Hello? Are you a family member of the patient? The doctor inquired.
Tang Nuanning sat before the hospital bed, her eyes wide with shock, her expression one of disbelief.
Xiao Na's earlier words had utterly terrified her. Hello, you.
The doctor attempted to speak further, but Tang Nuanning abruptly stood, grasping Xiao Na's arm tightly.
Clarify your words. What do you mean by why didn't I accompany Nanwan to her death? What has happened to Wan? Speak. Get up. Speak. Chapter 69, Shock, is Nanwan dead? Now it was Tang Nuanning's turn to lose her composure.
Xiao Na's words had drained the color from her face, her heart racing uncontrollably.
The doctor and nurses were momentarily bewildered, witnessing the chaos unfolding in the early hours. Two young nurses firmly held on to Tang Nuanning,
urging her to calm down.
Miss, please remain composed.
She has just been administered a sedative and will not awaken at this moment.
You cannot rouse her. Make her wake up. She must awaken. I have questions for her.
I have crucial matters to discuss with her.
She will not awaken for some time. You will have to wait to ask your questions.
Please, calm yourself.
If you continue this way, we will have no choice but to administer a sedative to you as well. Tang Nuanning finally fell silent. She collapsed onto the chair, staring blankly at Xiao Na, her complexion ashen. Observing Tang Nuanning's expression and the medical staff within the ward, he was taken aback. What has happened? The attending physician promptly interjected, Mr. Lin. Is this young lady a friend of yours?
Yes, she is my junior and also a friend.
She came to visit my cousin. What is wrong? What has happened? We're not entirely certain. We arrived after hearing a commotion.
When we entered, your cousin was exhibiting extreme agitation, shouting incessantly. We were concerned she might harm herself in her distressed state, so we administered a sedative. Just as your cousin began to calm down, this young lady started again. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Tang Nuanning.
I understand.
Thank you for your efforts. I will inquire about the situation.
Please handle it as you see fit.
Once you're done, come to my office. I suspect your cousin may be suffering from depression and will require further examination.
Understood.
After seeing off the medical staff, Lin Dong placed the breakfast on the bedside table, not sparing a glance at Xiao Na, and hurried to Tang Nuanning's side. He crouched down, bypassing inquiries about the situation, and instead reassured her, Nuanning, do not be afraid.
I am here. What is wrong with Wan? What has happened to Wan? He responded, bewildered.
Tang Nuanning's eyes were tinged with red as she pointed at Xiao Na, exclaiming, I am Wan's closest confidant.
How could I not accompany her in death?
Lin Dong's brows furrowed in an instant, casting a glance of anger and disdain at Xiao Na before reassuring Tang Nuanning. Do not heed her nonsensical ramblings, you heard the doctor's words just now. It is highly likely that she is suffering from depression.
Even if that is the case,
such words should never be uttered. Speak to me honestly, has Wan gone abroad to film, or has something happened to her?
I demand the truth. Do not deceive me. I must hear the truth.
Tang Nuanning bit her lip as she spoke, her body trembling, tears streaming down her face unceasingly.
Lin Dong,
in a flurry of concern, raised his hand, intending to wipe away her tears. Tang Nuanning abruptly grasped his hand, stamping her feet in frustration.
Speak. Just say something.
Lin Dong gasped, she really went to shoot a film, she is unharmed. If you doubt it, you may inquire with her parents. She is the only daughter of the Nan family. If anything were to happen to her, her parents would undoubtedly be aware.
Tang Nuanning gasped, gazing at him.
Lin Dong reiterated, Nuanning, I swear to the heavens, if I am lying, may I meet a tragic end.
May I be struck by a vehicle the moment I step outside. Wan, truly, nothing has happened?
Lin Dong nodded vigorously, his voice resonant and resolute.
No. She merely went to shoot a film.
But why would Xiao Na say such a thing? Lin Dong furrowed his brows and sighed.
Before Wan went abroad, she had an unpleasant altercation with Xiao Na.
Wan disdained Xiao Na's boyfriend, believing him to be a rogue, and advised Xiao Na to break up with him. Xiao Na, being infatuated, became angry with Wan. Later, in an effort to help her recognize the true nature of the scoundrel, Wan arranged for someone to feign interest in him. Unexpectedly, once the scoundrel's true colors were revealed, Xiao Na not only did not blame him but instead confronted Wan with a furious outburst. She accused Wan of meddling, berated her for being narrow-minded and unable to tolerate others' happiness, and called her a disgraceful performer.
Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows. Isn't it your responsibility to manage her when she behaves so thoughtlessly?
I did intervene, he replied, and I nearly raised my hand against her. Had it not been for Wan's intervention, my palm would have met her cheek. I chastised her for her lack of discernment, but she wept and exclaimed, what can I do? I just love him. It's not that he can't live without me, it's that I can't live without him, Tang Nuanning. Lin Dong remarked, she is a quintessential example of someone consumed by love. My aunt's family is not well off, they are still relying on social assistance. Xiao Na has a younger brother who dropped out of school early, approaching the age of marriage, while my aunt's family still resides in their old, dilapidated house. Both Wan and I are aware of the significant financial strain on their family, which is why we have been covering Xiao Na's university tuition and living expenses. However, due to this situation, I decided to suspend her living allowance. She became angry but was too fearful to confront me, thus redirecting her frustrations toward Wan. Despite my explanations, she refused to listen and insisted on blaming Wan.
This is why she cursed Wan to death and exhibited such hostility toward you. She understands that you are Wan's close friend and thus extends her disdain. Tang Nuanning. Lin Dong remarked, Wan is a prominent star, a public figure. If something were to truly happen to her, just imagine, would the public opinion online be contained?
Tang Nuanning let out a quiet sigh, temporarily convinced by Lin Dong's words. She found merit in his reasoning, if something were to happen to Wan, it would be impossible to keep it under wraps. With her anxious heart finally at ease, Tang Nuanning steadied her mind and turned her gaze back to Xiao Na, furrowing her brow as she spoke, if what you say is indeed true,
then she is nothing more than an ungrateful wretch.
To put it more delicately, she is a white-eyed wolf, to be less kind. She is akin to a dog that cannot be raised. Lin Dong did not contest her statement. Noticing that her complexion had finally regained some color, he felt a slight sense of relief.
I am quite angry with her as well.
My current care for her is solely out of respect for my aunt. I have mentioned before that my high school tuition and living expenses were all covered by my aunt. I am grateful to her.
Which is why I tend to Shao Na.
Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows and said, your aunt has taken care of you, and you ought to express gratitude towards her. However, she has never cared for Wan, thus, Wan owes nothing to their family and should not be subjected to their curses.
Tang Nuanning stood up for her friend. What kind of situation is this?
Lin Dong nodded and said, when Shao Na wakes up, I will have a thorough conversation with her.
Tang Nuanning remarked.
You are fully aware of her relationship with Wan yet you still insist on bringing me to see her.
From her perspective, isn't this merely exacerbating her distress? What are your true intentions?
Chapter 70, Lin Dong, your prejudice is somewhat pronounced. Lin Dong's lips moved repeatedly, taken aback by the intensity of her hostility towards Wan.
It seemed she even harbored disdain for those close to Wan.
If you genuinely wish to console her, it would be more prudent to call upon her close friends. Since she is studying in Jin City, she must have female classmates and friends who can offer her comfort far more effectively than I could.
I proposed this, but she declined.
She fears becoming the subject of ridicule and does not wish for her classmates to learn of her pregnancy and subsequent miscarriage. Then let her family come.
Maintaining this secrecy is unsustainable. She is currently exhibiting suicidal tendencies, and should anything unfortunate occur, how will you justify it to her family?
Lin Dong nodded.
I will find an opportunity to discuss this with my aunt later.
With that, he turned to Tang Nuanning, a look of earnest apology gracing his features.
I truly apologize.
Nuanning, for involving you in this. I had no intention of adding to your burdens.
It is indeed burdensome, especially with Shao Na's disparaging comments about Nan Wan. She is currently incensed. If Shao Na were not physically incapacitated, she would undoubtedly confront her.
Even without resorting to violence, a heated argument would suffice to vent her frustration.
I'm fine.
I am unable to assist you with this matter, so please take good care of her.
I must take my leave now. Tang Nuanning rose to leave.
But Lin Dong promptly stood up and said, no need, you stay and keep her company, I am not hungry either.
Then allow me to escort you downstairs.
The doctor has administered a sedative, and she will not awaken for some time.
Tang Nuanning, seeing his persistence, did not decline.
The two descended the stairs together, during which Lin Dong expressed numerous apologies.
Tang Nuanning felt a sense of discontent, but it was not directed at him, rather. It was aimed at Shao Na.
Thus, she refrained from voicing any complaints about him. Not wishing to dwell on Shao Na, she shifted the conversation and inquired.
Lin Dong, with a resigned shrug, replied, I am uncertain as well. She left with the instruction for me to prepare myself psychologically,
mentioning that her absence could last about a year at the shortest, or 2 to 3 years at the longest.
Alas, such a lengthy period.
You are well aware that Wan is a strong woman, deeply committed to her career, and she has always been dedicated to her acting.
Can't you find a way to contact her agent and inquire?
Even if a confidentiality agreement is in place, as her husband,
you should be able to show concern for Wan's private life, shouldn't you?
Lin Dong pondered for a moment, saying, I have tried to reach her agent before, but to no avail. I will think of another way, and as soon as I receive any news about Wan, I will inform you immediately.
Lin Dong then gazed at Tang Nuanning with a gentle expression and asked, have you finalized your divorce?
Tang Nuanning shook her head helplessly, unable to see anyone.
Lin Dong frowned, deliberately avoiding you? Tang Nuanning's lips quivered, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Bo Yancheng's reluctance to divorce stemmed from his affection for men.
He was merely utilizing her to silence the whispers of society. However, conveying this to Lin Dong was a delicate matter.
Instead,
she remarked that he was too occupied with work to find the time. Lin Dong shook his head, asserting that it was implausible, no matter how busy one might be.
There would always be time for a divorce. Or perhaps he still harbored feelings for you and was unwilling to part ways? That was even less likely.
as his demeanor towards her was well known to all of them. Lin Dong, indeed, they were all too aware, years ago. His words about her lack of virtue had left Tang Nuanning in a dire situation. Why not reveal his identity to me? I could perhaps have a word with him. Since leaving the guest house that day, he had dispatched someone to investigate Tang Nuanning's husband, but no information had surfaced. Tang Nuanning shook her head gently, insisting that she would handle it herself. A flicker of something unusual crossed Lin Dong's eyes, yet he refrained from probing further and shifted the conversation. What are your plans moving forward? I haven't quite figured it out yet. I suppose I shall take it one step at a time. I certainly will not leave Jean City before the divorce. Moreover, if the marriage cannot be dissolved, the children's household registrations cannot be processed. Where could I possibly go? Without household registrations, the children would face numerous inconveniences. Enrolling in school and accessing health insurance are all contingent upon having a household registration. Tang Nuanning cast a polite smile at him. Just then, this smile was noticed by Bo Yancheng. After calming Shen Bao, he summoned Yang Bo and prepared to head to the office. At that moment, they happened to pass by the hospital entrance, with a red light ahead. There were still over 40 seconds to wait. Bo Yancheng gazed through the car window at the two people chatting animatedly at the door, letting out a cold snort. Zhou Shang, seated in the driver's seat, followed Bo Yancheng's line of sight and saw Lin Dong and Tang Nuanning. Why is Miss Tang at the hospital again? Bo Yancheng mocked, isn't she just here to meet someone? He recalled that it was said she and Lin Dong were merely friends. The investigation revealed that Lin Dong was Tang Nuanning's senior, as well as the son-in-law of the Nan family. His wife was Nan Wan, the only daughter of the Nan family, who happened to be a close friend of Tang Nuanning. Thus, their relationship was quite amicable. Ah, what a good friend! He remarked sarcastically, suggesting that Tang Nuanning was secretly pursuing Lin Dong behind Nan Wan's back. Zhou Shang, however, failed to perceive any hint of ambiguity. They are just friends, meeting privately isn't a big deal, is it? After all, Miss Nan isn't in Jean City. If she were, it would probably be the three of them together. Bo Yancheng retorted, at her core, she is utterly shameless, and that will never change. Zhou Shang was taken aback, wondering where this remark originated. Brother Chen, do you harbor some bias against Miss Tang? I can't help but feel that your attitude towards her is filled with hostility. Is it because she kissed you? Just mentioning it incensed Bo Yancheng, who felt as if he had been violated. Zhou Sheng continued, if Miss Tang kissed you, it wouldn't be a loss for you, considering you're a man and she is a woman. Bo Yancheng picked up the newspaper in his hand and struck Zhou Sheng on the back of the head with it. Have you been enjoying life too much lately and want to take a trip to the border city? Feeling a chill down his spine, Zhou Sheng quickly replied. Just consider what I said earlier is nonsense. I didn't say anything. Who would want to go to the border city, facing a pile of broken stones every day? Just look at Xiao Wu. After spending half a year there, he turned into a sunburned mess, resembling an African refugee. It will be hard for him to find a wife when he gets back. Bo Yancheng cast Zhou Sheng a disdainful glance before turning to look for Tang Nuanning, only to find that she had already disappeared from the hospital entrance. Keep an eye on her. He suddenly remembered, by the way, I heard that yesterday Miss Tang suggested buying a cat for Fu Zixuan, and Mrs. Fu followed through. Fu Zixuan was thrilled. Should we also get a cat for Shen Bao to cheer him up? Shen Bao doesn't like cats. Zhou Shang replied. It seems that Shen Bao isn't particularly fond of Miss Tang either. Bo Yancheng frowned, given how much Fu Zixuan liked Tang Nuanning. He had assumed Shen Bao would as well. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shang awkwardly remarked, you made Miss Tang cry today. Will she still be willing to care for Shen Bao? Bo Yancheng was displeased. Whether she is willing or not is irrelevant, her words do not hold weight. Zhou Shang quickly changed his tone, so should we still have Miss Tang come over tomorrow? Bo Yancheng did not respond immediately, he had yet to contemplate this question. Chapter 71, Running Away After Giving Birth? Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Tang Nuanning sought out Xia Tian. The first reason was to visit the kindergarten and check on the children. She felt uneasy about their first day at school. The second reason was her lingering unease regarding Xiao Na. Xia Tian listened to her, feeling both surprised and furious. Wan treated Lin Dong's cousin so well. Yet she secretly wished for Wan's demise.
What a thankless wretch! She exclaimed. Moreover, she even harbors disdain towards you, how utterly ungrateful.
Thus, I must say, there is a saying that rings true: those who are pitiful often possess traits that are detestable.
Xia Tian continued.
It's indeed unfortunate that she lost her child. However, considering her attitude towards one could say she brought this upon herself.
Tang Nuanning let out a breath, pondering the peculiar nature of a certain individual. Was it truly strange, or rather, a sign of a lack of conscience? Is Tian really off to film a movie?
She inquired, her brow furrowed, voicing her inner concerns. Although Lin Dong had provided a thorough explanation, she remained unsettled. Indeed, she sought me out for a private conversation before her departure, and Lin Dong is correct. As a public figure, if anything were amiss, it would have surfaced by now. There is no way to keep it hidden.
With Tian's unwavering assurance, Nuanning finally felt a sense of relief. Xia Tian continued to grumble. Lin Dong is truly vexing. Knowing full well that you are not acquainted with Shao Na.
He still insisted on bringing you over to console her, causing you unnecessary frustration.
Changing the subject, she asked, what about the children? They are in the classroom. Look how joyfully they are playing. Xia Tian pulled up the classroom surveillance footage for Tang Nuanning to see. Tang Nuanning gazed at the joyful trio,
her spirits lifting as she observed the children's delight in one another's company.
Indeed, children are naturally drawn to their peers, reveling in their playful antics. Xia Tian concurred, noting that at the age suitable for preschool, it is essential for them to embark on their educational journey. Although they may not acquire extensive academic knowledge in kindergarten, the experience is undeniably beneficial for their development. Tang Nuanning, noticing that there was no one else in the office at the moment, quietly inquired. Have the household registrations for the three of them been resolved? Can they enroll now? Indeed, enrollment is quite accommodating in private kindergartens. Phew, that's a relief.
Oh, you needn't worry about the boys' schooling, I am here for that.
As long as you wish, they can accompany me every day henceforth.
Tang Nuanning smiled with a sense of nostalgia, remarking how fortunate she was to have a close friend who worked as a kindergarten teacher.
However, Xia Tian scoffed,
expressing her disdain. Only you would take pride in that. My parents are nearly at their wits' end.
They are esteemed intellectuals of considerable repute.
And they had hoped to raise a postdoctoral scholar, yet instead, they ended up with a kindergarten teacher.
Tang Nuanning smiled once more.
This was the most captivating aspect of Xia Tian's family.
The two scholarly parents had given birth to a daughter who struggled academically.
When Xia Tian gained admission to Jin University, it was through a special recruitment process, otherwise, given her scores, entry would have been unattainable. Her lackluster academic aptitude was such that merely obtaining a kindergarten teacher's qualification was considered a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, she wholeheartedly acknowledged the educational achievements of her parents, believing that they had succeeded in nurturing their children. The worth of a child, whether deemed good or bad, successful or not, cannot solely be defined by a diploma. Instead, values, character, and disposition hold far greater significance. Xia Tian exuded a carefree spirit, embodying both charm and resilience. She never looked down upon others because of her parents' prowess. Nor did she feel inferior due to her own academic struggles throughout her education. With a sound moral compass, a kind heart, and unwavering clarity in her affections and aversions, she was free from mental strife. She was simply herself, leading a life marked by simplicity and joy. Only upon becoming a parent does one truly comprehend the sentiments involved. A child's myriad talents pale in comparison to the importance of good health and character. Should the three little ones grow up to embrace life with an attitude akin to Xia Tian's, she would find great happiness in that. Optimistic, straightforward, and fulfilling. Should you go find them soon?
It will be time for a midday rest, Xia Tian inquired. Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment and decided against going,
allowing them to acclimatize to the kindergarten life without her interference.
Well, wait for me, let us go out for a meal, as it's time to eat, she suggested. Can you go out to eat? Came the response.
Yes, she affirmed.
The two exited the kindergarten and, not venturing far, found themselves at a nearby food street indulging in their favorite skewered delicacies. As they savored their meal, Xia Tian inquired, Did you leave so early today to visit that wild man? Indeed, Tang Nuanning replied.
You have yet to meet Shin Bao. If you did, you would be astonished.
He bears an uncanny resemblance to Billionaire Bao. Had I not been away in Jean City during my childbirth?
My child would not have ended up in his hands. I find myself questioning whether Shin Bao is truly my offspring.
To be honest,
I harbor a distaste for that wild man, but seeing Shin Bao evokes a sense of pity in me, particularly when he suddenly loses his temper and throws things.
He seems so unfortunate, she continued. Xia Tian remarked.
Perhaps it is merely due to his resemblance that you unconsciously think of Billionaire Bao when you see him.
Yes, I share that sentiment. Tang Nuanning concurred. Tang Nuanning shook her head, uncertain. The unpleasantness of today leaves me wondering if he will still reach out to me. What happened? Did he put you in a difficult position? Tang Nuanning pondered for a moment and remarked that Shin Bao's condition was more severe than Fu Zixuan's.
I mentioned this to you last night. Although both suffer from bipolar disorder, the underlying causes differ.
Fu Zixuan's affliction stems from a childhood trauma of being kidnapped,
leaving him with psychological scars. In contrast, Shin Bao's ailment arises from an excessive yearning for his mother.
Consequently, Fu Zixuan's situation is more manageable, as similar cases occur annually.
And the medical field has developed a relatively refined treatment protocol for such children. However, Shin Bao's case is distinct, as his obsession with his mother has led to a psychological disorder, something I had never encountered before.
Xia Tian responded, when you mentioned this last night, I found it hard to comprehend.
There are numerous children raised in single-parent households, and some are even orphans.
Yet I have never heard of anyone falling ill from excessive longing.
However, the idiom longing to the point of sickness must have some basis. Perhaps there are cases akin to this,
though we are unaware of them.
Yes, it is rare, but that does not imply it does not exist.
Xia Tian then inquired, what about the child's mother? Who harbors such an obsession with her? I do not know, came the reply.
The wild man claims she disappeared after giving birth to Shin Bao,
and her whereabouts remain unknown. Did she run away after giving birth? Why? Could it be that she was mistreated by this wild man? Who can say? Regardless,
his cold demeanor makes it difficult for anyone to stay with him for long. He perpetually wears a stern expression, as if everyone owes him a fortune. Shin Bao's mother must be quite a formidable woman to have had the audacity to engage with him and bear a child, truly admirable.
Xia Tian remarked. You mentioned he is handsome and wealthy. Why would a woman choose to leave? The issue must lie with him. I share your sentiment. It is indeed unfortunate for Shin Bao.
I have yet to find an opportunity to communicate with him and am uncertain whether his illness truly stems from an overwhelming obsession with his mother.
Chapter 72, still unable to let go of him. Xia Tian expressed surprise. Did you not just meet that child this morning? How is it that you have not had the chance to converse?
Tang Nuanning sighed deeply, recounting the incident where Shin Bao had lost his temper. Xia Tian expressed her astonishment, questioning whether he exhibited violent tendencies.
Indeed, those suffering from bipolar disorder may display impulsive behavior, and during episodes, they can manifest violence,
not only damaging objects but also inflicting harm upon themselves. Xia Tian remarked, although I frequently interact with children, they are all healthy.
And I have yet to encounter such a situation.
Of course, you have not, replied Tang Nuanning.
Children with psychological disorders typically do not attend kindergarten.
They often exhibit signs of autism and are reluctant to engage with others.
Alas, I sincerely wish for the well-being of all children. Tang Nuanning let out a gentle sigh. The situation with Shin Bao was rather dire. And what does that wild man say now? His son won't even allow you to approach. Surely, he will not seek you out any longer? I believe that to be true.
Ever since I left, he has not reached out to me again. Perhaps he has deemed me inadequate, unable to assist Shin Bao, and has thus relinquished all hope in me.
Xia Tian replied.
It is perhaps for the best that he has given up on you, for you are not particularly eager to maintain close ties with him anyway.
Tang Nuanning nodded in agreement, though an unsettling feeling lingered within her.
Despite her desire to minimize contact with him, his persistent absence had left her feeling somewhat agitated.
Reflecting on Shin Bao, a sense of unease enveloped her. Xia Tian remarked, the competition in the architectural design industry is exceedingly fierce. There are too many individuals vying for too few opportunities.
Designers abound on every street corner, making employment increasingly challenging.
Many design firms have collapsed, leaving employees unpaid. It is a testament to the industry's integrity that salaries have not plummeted further. If you ask me, pursuing a career in children's education, particularly in special education, would be far more rewarding than the design sector.
Indeed, I have been looking into the examinations for special education, she replied.
Obtaining the necessary certifications is paramount.
We live in an age where credentials are essential. Without them, educational institutions and parents alike are reluctant to engage your services.
If we consider your career trajectory,
it would be unwise to leave Jin City. Fu Zixuan could serve as a valuable connection, potentially providing you with numerous resources.
Tang Nuanning understood the implications of Xia Tiantian's words.
Every community harbors numerous children like Fu Zixuan and Xin Bao, who grapple with psychological afflictions. They possess their own social circles where parents frequently engage in dialogue and exchange experiences. Presently, Fu Zixuan's condition has markedly improved, consequently enhancing her recognition within the community. At this juncture, Xin Bao has sought her assistance based on Fu Zixuan's progress. And it is anticipated that more parents of affected children will reach out to her in the future. While she yearns for every child in the world to thrive in good health, the harsh reality is that many require support. She is capable of aiding these children and can also rely on their cases to sustain her livelihood, akin to a physician treating patients.
Should she manage to remain in Jincheng, theoretically, her career would flourish. However, the absence of certification remains a significant impediment. Furthermore, she is reluctant to raise the children in this city.
Tang Nuanning shook her head, contemplating her desire to leave Jin City and seek a life in another city. Xia Tiantian understood her sentiments, assuring her, "Whatever you choose to do, I will support you wholeheartedly. After all, with the current advancements in transportation, it matters not where you settle, I can visit you anytime."
Tang Nuanning smiled softly. Upon arriving home, she promptly opened Xia Tiantian's computer, requested the password, and logged in.
She began an extensive search online for cases related to Xin Bao. She found it difficult to let go of him.
The mere thought of his current predicament filled her with anxiety.
His impulsiveness and willingness to threaten himself with a fork indicated a growing inclination toward self-harm.
If he did not receive prompt treatment, it could lead to dire consequences.
She hoped to assist him before her departure, not necessarily to cure him,
but to stabilize his condition and prevent further deterioration.
Unfortunately, despite her efforts from dawn until dusk, she could not uncover any useful information. Rising from her seat, she proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. By the time the three little ones returned home, Tang Nuanning had already finished cooking. The children excitedly shared amusing stories from kindergarten, each one more joyful than the last.
Their happiness brought her joy in return. "Do you enjoy kindergarten?" she asked.
"Yes.
The only regret is that we can't see Mommy all day. If only Mommy could be at kindergarten too." Tang Nuanning chuckled as she playfully pinched the small nose of Tang Erbao. "You are off to kindergarten, but what will Mommy do? The teachers certainly do not wish to instruct Mommy. Mommy could become a teacher, just like Godmother. Not everyone can be like your godmother and teach at kindergarten." "Why not?"
"Because being a teacher requires qualifications and certifications, which Mommy does not possess."
"Does Godmother have them?"
"Of course.
Otherwise, how could she possibly work in a kindergarten?"
Tang Erbao and Tang Sanbao gazed up at Xia Tiantian with admiration, exclaiming in unison, "Godmother is so impressive."
Xia Tiantian beamed with delight.
For it was the first time someone had praised her, a self-proclaimed underachiever, as remarkable.
Calm down, it's no big deal.
Your godmother has many impressive tales to share.
Would you like to hear about her heroic exploits and legendary life?"
Yes.
The attention of Erbao and Sanbao was instantly captivated by Xia Tiantian, their wide eyes filled with anticipation.
Seizing the opportunity, Xia Tiantian began to enthusiastically boast of her feats. Meanwhile, Dao Bao, being rather mature for his age, showed little interest in Xia Tiantian's legendary life. He turned to Tang Nuanning and inquired, "Mommy,
do you have something on your mind?"
I can see that you seem troubled, as if you are harboring something within."
Tang Nuanning wore a loving expression, acknowledging that Bao was indeed the most attentive. Mommy has something on her mind.
Today, Mommy encountered a little boy who bears a striking resemblance to you and Bao.
He is around the same age as you both. Yet he is utterly devoid of joy.
Why is that? It is because he lacks a mother, and he yearns for her deeply. This longing has turned into a debilitating affliction. He has developed psychological issues, displaying irritability, anger, and even tendencies towards self-harm.
Tang Daba furrowed his brow slightly. But what about his mother? I do not know.
When I saw him today, his mother initially intended to assist him. She hopes he can be as joyful as you all are. However, he is averse to strangers and has shown resistance towards her, thus she was unable to help him.
Is she pondering how to aid him?
Yes, but she has yet to conceive a suitable solution.
I have a way. Chapter 73, Tang Nuanning, Have I Fallen Out of Favor? Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Do you have a solution? What kind of solution?
Tang Dabo remarked, given his irritable and withdrawn nature, coupled with a strong aversion to strangers.
It would be prudent for you to refrain from making a grand entrance before him. Instead, allow him to first perceive you as a benevolent individual. One who poses no threat, thereby fostering a sense of goodwill towards you before you attempt to draw near. Tang Nuanning pondered thoughtfully for a moment. Bao's words held merit. However, she mused, how might I convey my good intentions to him if we do not meet?
Perhaps I could offer my assistance discreetly or extend a friendly gesture by preparing some of his favorite dishes or engaging in activities he enjoys, entrusting them to his family for delivery.
Yet, I am unaware of his culinary preferences or hobbies. According to his family,
he shows little interest in anything apart from matters concerning his mother.
Nevertheless,
the essence of a friendly gesture lies in demonstrating that I harbor no animosity towards him and pose no threat, thus allowing me to gradually draw closer to him. I find your suggestion plausible. I shall contemplate the specifics of its execution. However, I recognize that approaching someone requires not only thoughtfulness but also time. Is mother intending to reside here long-term? Are we not leaving? Tang Nuanning said, I will definitely leave, but for now, I cannot. Why? Is it because Mother's matters are not yet resolved? Yes. Tang Debao understands that the matter remains unresolved due to the marriage not being finalized. So, is Mother still in a hurry to leave? If Mother is indeed anxious, he will take action. Tang Nuanning neither nodded nor shook her head, she was rather anxious. However, Mother had other matters to attend to, and since the issue of the three of you going to school had been resolved, she wasn't particularly worried.
Tang Dabo.
It's best not to rush, therefore, he need not take action for the time being.
Is Dabo eager to leave? Tang Nuanning suddenly countered.
Tang Debao shook his head, expressing that he could be anywhere, as long as he could be with his mother.
Tang Nuanning smiled,
her eyes brimming with happiness as she affectionately patted the little head of Debao.
Mummy feels the same, as long as I can be with you.
It matters not where we are. Meanwhile, Xiatian was engaged in a lively exchange with Bao and San Bao, the two little ones occasionally bursting into exclamations.
Utterly transformed into adoring fans, Tang Nuanning gazed at the trio, a smile curving her lips.
They were truly a delightful bunch, one bold enough to speak, two willing to believe,
and all wholeheartedly supportive. Tang Daba looked at the three individuals, then turned to Tang Nuanning and inquired, does Mommy envy Godmother's occupation? Not at all.
Mommy does not possess a preschool teacher's certificate and is therefore unqualified to be a preschool teacher.
Moreover, Mommy is not particularly interested in that profession. So, Mommy does not feel envious.
However, I do envy Godmother for having a job.
Does Mommy long to work? Indeed. Having a job enables one to earn money and support you all.
Tang Debao's expression was earnest, we are capable of sustaining ourselves.
Tang Nuanning smiled again.
You are still young and cannot venture out to earn a living. How will you sustain yourselves?
We can make money,
they exclaimed with laughter.
How so?
Through stock trading,
investments, or business ventures, one can certainly earn.
However, Tang Daba did not dare to voice this, fearing it might alarm their mother.
After a moment's contemplation, Tang Daba remarked, becoming a child star could bring an income.
I have seen some children online who are not even a year old yet managing to earn. Others often remarked that he resembled a little star, and he believed he too could ascend to such stardom.
Tang Nuanning inquired. Do you aspire to be a little star? Not at all.
Tang Debo is solely interested in business, however, he still remarked. I can become a minor celebrity to earn money to support my mother and younger brother.
Tang Nuanning's smile radiated even brighter.
Her son was so understanding that he couldn't help but smile. She affectionately pinched Tang Debeo's cheek, saying, Our Debeo may not be in the limelight, but if he were, he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling child in the world, destined to become a sensational star in no time.
However, she reminded him, caring for you is both my responsibility and my duty. Having brought you into this world, I will certainly ensure that I raise you well. Rest assured. Although our current living conditions may not be ideal, I will strive diligently to work and earn. And I will undoubtedly provide you with a life of comfort in the future. Her noble ambition was to lead her three little ones towards a better life. Tang Debeo silently sighed within, wishing he could take the money from his pocket to support his mother, but it was a challenge. Silly mother never gave him the chance. He thought, with a puzzled expression, Do you not trust me, mother? Quickly shaking his head, he reassured her, No, mother, in our eyes, you are a superwoman. You are incredible and will certainly guide us to a life of comfort. Tang Nuanning brimmed with confidence, assuring herself that she would never disappoint them. She firmly believed that with hard work, success was inevitable. Despite lacking formal education, she was far from foolish. She held great hope for a modest but comfortable life while raising her three children. Tang Dabo looked at her thoughtfully for a moment, and then his eyes sparkled. By the way, Mommy, my godmother mentioned that you excel in the field of special education for children and even unexpectedly saved a child. Not really. I merely have some knowledge in that area. What's the matter? Today, I heard a little friend from kindergarten say that her mommy is quite remarkable. She can earn a lot of money by writing articles at home. Can't you also write some articles about special education for children to earn some money, Mommy? Tang Nuanning blinked in surprise upon hearing this. She had never considered it before. If it were possible, it would be simply splendid. Working from home while having the freedom to write, alongside caring for her three little ones, would undoubtedly be an ideal arrangement for her. Indeed. Tang Debeos provided Tang Nuanning with a clear path, then proceeded to the restroom. Once seated upon the toilet, he activated his children's smartwatch and began posting calls for submissions online, offering handsome rewards for contributions. After much effort, he had finally discovered an excellent way to earn money for his mother, and he was determined to offer her a generous amount. That evening, as Xia reclined, she exclaimed, Today was truly exhilarating, it felt as though I were a superstar. Tang Nuanning smiled helplessly and said, Congratulations on acquiring two little fans. They are devoted admirers. Did you not notice the adoring gazes of the second and third treasures directed at me? Their eyes are filled with admiration. If it weren't for the eldest's overly composed demeanor, I might have truly doubted my own prowess as a queen. Tang Nuanning smiled and said, Debeo is quite precocious. He admires you greatly. Xia feeling delightful, inquired of Tang Nuanning, Has the wild man been in touch with you? Tang Nuanning shrugged and shook her head, No. Is he truly intent on casting you aside? Yes. I never imagined you would become his pawn so swiftly. Congratulations. You no longer need to devise ways to placate him, at last, you can draw a clear line. Tang Nuanning feigned agreement, yet her heart was far from joyous. In fact, she found herself lamenting the actions of a certain individual. What is this? Has she truly been discarded after just one day? She harbored no desire to engage with this person, yet her thoughts were consumed by Shen Bao, the child who bore a striking resemblance to Bao and Bao, making it impossible for her to let go. Chapter 74, President Bo, is showing goodwill merely a form of seduction? Meanwhile, in the Sunshine City community, Bo Yancheng sat beside Shen Bao's bed, conversing with him. The aunt you met this morning, do you not like her? Not at all. But she was sent by your Uncle Lu, who invested considerable effort to find her. You know your Uncle Lu cares for you deeply. For his sake, could you allow her to take care of you for a few more days? Absolutely not. You are dismissing her so easily, and it will sadden Uncle Lu. Shenbao furrowed his little brow, questioning, is it Uncle Lu who will be saddened, or you? Was she sent by Uncle Lu, or was it your choice? Bo Yancheng fell silent. Shenbao suddenly inquired, do you like her? Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, not at all. Then why are you so kind to her? Am I kind to her?
This morning, you even went to see her off. Anshin is my savior, yet she always leaves on her own. You never see her off.
Bo Yancheng remained quiet.
After he had calmed Shenbao that morning, the child went to wash up. And he seized the opportunity to bring Tang Nuanning downstairs to discuss Shenbao's situation, realizing that Shenbao had misunderstood.
Bo Yancheng clarified, I am not sending her away. I am discussing matters concerning you. What matters do I have?
Bo Yancheng frowned, refraining from directly mentioning his illness. Shenbao would never admit to being unwell. And to do so would surely provoke his ire. Bo Yancheng could only say, you frightened her when you threw away the breakfast she prepared. I merely wanted to speak to her briefly.
About what? To convey that you did not do it on purpose. You are lying, I did it deliberately. Bo Yancheng fell silent. Shenbao continued, you said you only like my mommy. Indeed. Then you should maintain your integrity and keep your distance from other women. You misunderstand.
Inviting her to our home is not because I like her, but because I worry about you being alone. I need someone to accompany you and handle household chores. Yang Bo has other matters to attend to and cannot come, hence my arrangement for her presence.
Shenbao asked, was she chosen by you or Uncle Lu? Your Uncle Lu.
Call him, I can explain that I do not like that woman and do not require her care.
Bo Yancheng, irritated, responded. No need.
I can speak to him directly.
Shenbao then asked, how is my mommy doing now? Have you communicated well? When can I see her? Bo Yancheng's lips moved. We are still in communication.
Shenbao frowned and chose to ignore him.
Bo Yancheng sighed internally as he left the bedroom.
The first encounter between Tang Nuanning and Shenbao left him profoundly disappointed, however, he was unwilling to concede defeat. While it is true that Shenbao's condition differs from Fu Zixian's, it is not entirely dissimilar, as there remain certain parallels.
Tang Nuanning's ability to assist Fu Zixuan undoubtedly extends to Shenbao as well.
Perhaps granting her a bit more time would lead to a favorable outcome.
However, Shenbao is reluctant to encounter her again.
He once even suspected that Tang Nuanning might be Shenbao's biological mother, a truly ludicrous notion.
If that were the case, their reunion should not have unfolded in such a manner.
Bo Yancheng scrutinized Tang Nuanning's phone number repeatedly, grappling with the urge to call her and command her to come over the following morning. Yet, contemplating the resolute determination reflected in Shenbao's eyes, he hesitated.
Ultimately,
the call remained unmade. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, Bo Yancheng's phone abruptly rang, rousing him from slumber.
Furrowing his brow,
he reached for the device on his bedside table, initially assuming it was an urgent work matter. To his surprise, the screen displayed Tang Nuanning's name. Instantly, his drowsiness evaporated. He propped himself up against the headboard, eyeing the screen with suspicion.
His mind raced, was she sleepwalking, or had she dialed incorrectly?
Amidst his doubts, the ringing ceased, only to resume a moment later.
The persistent calls could not be attributed to sleepwalking, nor could they be a mistake. With a furrowed brow, Bo Yancheng answered the call. He remained silent, but Tang Nuanning spoke first, instructing him to come downstairs. Excuse me? I said to come downstairs. I'm waiting outside your building. What brings you to my building?
Just come down, don't let Shenbao see you.
Bo Yancheng.
He threw off the covers, got out of bed, and stood by the window to gaze down below. By chance, he could see the scene unfolding outside.
Tang Nuanning,
bundled in a thick down coat, stood in the snow, stamping her feet and occasionally glancing up at the building. Her small face was flushed from the cold.
Sure Yancheng,
unsure of her intentions, hesitated for a few moments before finally stepping outside. Tang Nuanning noticed him stepping out of the apartment door and quickly approached him. Seeing him clad in pajamas, she couldn't help but exclaim, in such frigid weather, you ventured out dressed like that.
Aren't you cold? Her unexpected concern rendered Bo Yancheng somewhat uneasy. With a sullen expression, he inquired, what do you want from me? Tang Nuanning retrieved a thermos from her bosom. Please deliver this to Shen Bao. Bo Yan, perplexed, inquired, what is it?
It is breakfast that I prepared for Shen Bao. Just give it to him without revealing that I made it, otherwise, he is likely to refuse it, she replied.
Bo Yan remained silent.
Tang Nuanning explained that the deeper his obsession with his mother, the more he rejected other women. My sudden appearance likely stirred his thoughts. He might have assumed that I intended to find him a stepmother. Therefore, I cannot recklessly meet him again. If I were to show up today, his reaction would undoubtedly be even more intense than yesterday, so it would be better if you presented him with the meal.
Please first assess whether he enjoys it. Bo Yancheng responded, what are you doing? Trying to ingratiate yourself?
Well, it's a gesture of goodwill, she replied.
Bo Yancheng's expression shifted, prompting Tang Nuanning to quickly clarify. Don't overthink it.
I meant a gesture of goodwill, not seduction. Moreover, this gesture is not directed at you, it is intended for Shen Bao. This meal is prepared for Shen Bao.
Yesterday he was quite reluctant, why is he now seeking him out so proactively?
Tang Nuanning's lips quivered slightly as she spoke candidly, I truly pity him.
Bo Yan's expression darkened, he has no connection to you.
Why do you feel pity for him?
Are you a saint, feeling compassion for every child? It's not that.
Sai, please don't inquire further.
In any case,
I genuinely wish to assist him, without any ulterior motives.
If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Should you suspect my intentions or otherwise?
Feel free to discard this meal.
However, I must remind you that your son's condition is quite grave. If we do not promptly seek treatment,
it could lead to dire consequences. Tang Nuanning tilted her delicate face upwards, gazing at him as she offered a gentle reminder before turning to leave. Bo Yancheng observed her slender figure with a mixture of emotions, and only after she disappeared from sight did he lower his gaze to the thermos in his hand. After a moment of silence, he carried the thermos into the apartment building.
Chapter 75 Thoughts of Tang Nuanning filled his mind. What did her overtures imply? Was there a distinction between showing goodwill and seducing him? What intentions did this woman harbor?
She had prepared 2 dishes of appetizers, along with an egg pancake, 6 small buns, and a bowl of 8 treasure porridge. The appetizers were vibrant and fresh, the egg pancake golden, the buns soft and tender, and the porridge rich and creamy, visually appetizing. After a moment's hesitation, Bo Yancheng sampled each dish, metaphorically testing for poison. While he found no poison, he inadvertently stirred his appetite. Before he realized it, he had consumed more than half of the meal. Had he not restrained himself in time? He might have devoured Shen Bao's portion as well. Sleep eluded him, so he lay on his back in bed, hands clasped behind his head, staring blankly at the ceiling. His thoughts were consumed by Tang Nuanning, unable to quell his curiosity about her intentions.
At 6:30 in the morning, Shen Bao rose punctually and went to wash up.
Bo Yancheng had already set the remaining breakfast on the dining table, eagerly beckoning Shen Bao to join him as soon as he finished. Shen Bao looked at the spread before him and then at Bo Yancheng, his eyes questioning. Previously, his breakfasts had consisted of exquisite ingredients in a plethora of varieties.
In contrast, today's offerings appeared somewhat meager.
Particularly, the stir-fried potato strips had never graced Shen Bao's table before.
Even when prepared by the household chef, they were transformed into elaborate presentations, rendering them unrecognizable as mere potato strips.
Now, however, it was unmistakably a plate of potato strips.
Bo Yancheng understood Shen Bao's confusion and explained, I made this. Shen Bao regarded him skeptically, you've never made these before.
Bo Yancheng replied. Precisely because I've never made them, I thought to try and prepare something for you. It's a new endeavor, so I wanted to see how it turned out. As he spoke, he placed a small bun filled with mushroom and meat, along with a hint of carrot, onto Shen Bao's plate, encouraging him to taste it.
Shen Bao,
without much thought, glanced at the bun, took a bite, and chewed gently. Bo Yancheng sat across from him, his gaze fixed intently.
After a moment,
Shen Bao uttered 2 words, delicious. Bo Yancheng's eyes involuntarily sparkled with joy, the weight on his heart lifted.
He smiled, if you find it delicious, then eat more.
These 2 are also yours, and do try the egg pancake.
Shen Bao remained silent, quietly enjoying his breakfast.
Bo Yancheng watched as he cleaned his plate.
Feeling a surge of emotion, His son was finally eating well. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected query arose. Is there more? Shen Bao looked up at him, eyes brimming with anticipation. Bo Yancheng was taken aback. Shen Bao replied, I'm still hungry and want more. Bo Yancheng's lips twitched, there isn't any left. Shen Bao inquired, can you make some more?
If it were truly Bo Yancheng who had cooked, he would have rushed to the kitchen without hesitation. For his son's enjoyment, he would be willing to rise in the middle of the night to prepare food.
However, he had not made it.
He simply could not replicate it. Even if he managed to whip something up, it would undoubtedly differ from Tang Nuanning's culinary skills. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shen Bao's eyes.
Bo Yancheng's heart was a tumult of emotions, both joy and regret.
The joy stemmed from Shen Bao finally expressing interest in something beyond his mother. His request for food indicated his fondness. The regret was that he could have seized the opportunity to delve deeper into Shen Bao's interests and provide him with a delightful breakfast. But because he had not prepared the meal himself, he was unable to satisfy Shen Bao. Nonetheless, it was a positive development that Shen Bao enjoyed Tang Nuanning's cooking. So he promptly summoned Yang Bo to care for Shen Bao before stepping out. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had just seen off the three little ones. The trio did not require breakfast at home. They were heading to kindergarten, thus they left early with Xia Tian Tian.
Tang Nuanning tidied up her home, occasionally glancing at her phone.
She contemplated calling Bo Yancheng to inquire whether Shen Bao enjoyed the meal she had prepared, and whether he had eaten yet.
However,
she was apprehensive that Bo Yancheng might be with Shen Bao at that moment, and a single call could potentially expose her concerns. Thus, she could only fidget restlessly.
Ding ding ding, the phone rang. Tang Nuanning suddenly thought of Bo Yancheng.
She swiftly rushed over and picked up the phone on the coffee table. To her surprise, it was indeed him, and she felt a surge of excitement. Her heart raced uncontrollably. When you have the time, make some small buns, Shen Bao loves them.
Bo Yancheng stated his request, almost as if issuing a command. Despite his indifferent tone, it could not conceal his underlying excitement. At that moment, he was in a good mood, feeling a sense of happiness.
Upon hearing this, Tang Nuanning felt quite elated.
Is that so? Did he say anything? I am not full. Oh? Not full? Does Shen Bao have such a large appetite?
Bo Yan, feeling a bit embarrassed for having consumed a substantial portion, merely hummed in response, suggesting they prepare more later.
Tang Nuanning did not ponder much on it. All right, when would he like to eat? Perhaps in the evening, or maybe tomorrow morning. Very well.
I shall prepare it for him in the afternoon and serve it on his dining table before dinner.
I will contact you once I have completed the preparation.
Tang Nuanning was about to hang up the phone when she suddenly heard Bo Yancheng say, let's talk.
Excuse me?
I'll be downstairs in 10 minutes.
I want to find you. What do you need me for? Just to chat about Shen Bao.
Upon hearing this, Tang Nuanning relaxed her guard.
All right. See you downstairs in a bit. Okay. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning felt a surge of joy.
She couldn't quite fathom why. But the thought that Shen Bao enjoyed her cooking filled her with delight. It felt as if she had taken the first step of a long journey.
Once she set things in motion, how could success remain out of reach?
She was uncertain of when she would depart from Jin City, but before she left, she sincerely hoped for Shen Bao's well-being. Tang Nuanning set aside her phone and proceeded to her bedroom to change into her outdoor attire.
Just as she had finished changing, the doorbell rang. Assuming it to be Bo Yancheng, she opened the door without hesitation.
However, standing outside were not him, but rather two unfamiliar men.
Tang Nuanning felt a surge of suspicion. Who are you?
Before she could finish her thought, the man abruptly dashed forward, covering her mouth, and without uttering a word, he forcibly pulled her into the elevator.
Tang Nuanning struggled desperately, yet she was no match for the two men.
She was forcibly taken to the garage and shoved into a car. She attempted to scream, but her mouth was silenced, and her hands and legs were bound. They swiftly drove away from the community.
The vehicle traversed the roads for an indeterminate length of time before finally halting at an abandoned building on the outskirts of the city. Tang Nuanning felt a surge of panic as soon as she stepped out of the car. Was she brought to such a desolate place to meet her demise? Chapter 76, Oh, the Temptation of Being Soaked. Tang Nuanning was shoved into an unfinished building by two men.
Inside, several other men awaited her.
Upon her entrance, they immediately broke into lewd grins, their eyes filled with lascivious intent and their tongues unrestrained.
Well, today's work is quite fortunate, this girl is truly stunning. I'd willingly pay to be with her. With a chest like a bun and hips like a pomelo, it's perfection.
Mao, untie her. Having her bound and motionless is dull. It's far more thrilling to see her lively and screaming.
Tang Nuanning's heart raced to her throat. Although she did not recognize them, it was evident that these individuals bore ill intentions. The moment she regained her freedom, she swiftly kicked Mao and took off running.
However,
she had scarcely covered any distance when someone seized her by the hair from behind, dragging her and forcing her entire being into a water vat.
How dare they lay hands on her?
They would soon learn who held the power.
Gasp! The water in the vat was chilling to the bone. Tang Nuanning felt her blood nearly freeze.
She struggled desperately against her captors, but her efforts proved futile. Each time she managed to surface, she was forcefully submerged once more. It was only when she was on the brink of drowning that she was yanked from the vat.
Tang Nuanning gasped for breath. Her entire body drenched and trembling from the cold.
The group of onlookers was elated, exclaiming with delight over the enticing sight. I told you she has a great figure. The way her clothes cling to her only makes her more alluring. I can hardly contain myself.
Come on, my pants are about to burst. Tang Nuanning trembled.
Her gaze fixed on them with the ferocity of an agitated little beast, panting, You had better not provoke me.
Ha! Who are you warning? What will you do if we pressure you? Do you truly believe that today you will be as fortunate as last time, when HEIR came to your rescue? Dream on. Upon hearing a somewhat familiar voice, Tang Nuanning abruptly turned in its direction. She beheld Su Han. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. It's you? Indeed. It is I.
You have shattered my blissful existence, and do not expect to fare any better. Su Han declared through gritted teeth, her expression filled with malice.
Tang Nuanning was both infuriated and speechless. Had she truly ruined her idyllic life? How adept she was at casting unfounded accusations upon others.
Tang Nuanning chose not to engage in a debate, her brows furrowing as she remarked, Have you forgotten how Yi Xiao and Madame Fu cautioned you?
Of course.
I remember, but I am unafraid, she retorted. The trouble she sought with Tang Nuanning was not entirely her own design, rather. It was instigated by someone who approached her. Were it not for the support from behind the scenes, she would not dare to act so brazenly. Though her animosity towards Tang Nuanning ran deep, she was, after all, merely known as HEIR's ex-girlfriend, and nothing more.
The Su family,
despite their wealth in Jin City, could hardly be considered part of the elite circles. At the mere mention of HEIR's warning, she would not dare to overstep her bounds. However, the individual who had sought her out was of an entirely different caliber.
Hailing from the upper echelons of Jin City's elite, even HEIR was regarded with indifference by this person.
He had declared his own disdain for Tang Nuanning and offered her backing to exact revenge, assuring her that no matter the scale of the commotion,
he could smooth things over.
Thus, this very scene had come to fruition. She intended to orchestrate a downfall for Tang Nuanning, aiming to ruin her reputation entirely.
Tang Nuanning furrowed her delicate brows. If you are not afraid of the Yi family, do you not realize that you are currently destroying yourself? Kidnapping someone and committing sexual assault will lead to severe penalties. Are you ignorant of the law? Of course, I am not ignorant of the law. But I am not afraid. Tang Nuanning was taken aback, exclaiming, Is this madness? Or is she truly ignorant of the law? Su Han, with an air of arrogance and a proud expression, declared, Let me tell you, my backing is formidable. Even if I were to eliminate you, I could escape unscathed. No matter how strong your backing may be, it cannot surpass the law. Oh really? Then allow me to assert that my backing is none other than the president of the Bo Group, Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning was astonished. Who? Chapter 77, Did Bo Yancheng instruct you to harm me?
Seeing her shocked expression, Su Han mistakenly thought she was frightened and, with a proud demeanor, reiterated, Bo Yancheng.
Tang Nuanning stared at her for quite some time before finally asking, What is your relationship with Bo Yancheng? It has nothing to do with you, but I assure you, it is certainly closer than your connection with him. Tang Nuanning did not contest her words. So, Bo Yancheng sent you to find me, to humiliate me? Su Han frowned, hesitant to concede the truth.
For it was not Bo Yancheng himself who sought her out.
There is no need for you to know so much. All you must understand is that today marks your utter defeat. This is the consequence of crossing me.
After speaking, she turned her gaze toward the group of men.
Enjoy yourselves, indulge as you wish, as long as no lives are lost, I can ensure your safety.
The men chuckled, assuring her, Miss Su, rest assured.
We will ensure your satisfaction. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth, Su Han. You are truly malicious and utterly foolish. If you do not cease your actions,
I shall ensure you live to regret it. Having spent 5 years in the mountains, she had devoted herself to the study of traditional medicine and silver needles. She possessed the ability to heal, yet she could also cause harm. She could concoct potions, as well as brew toxins.
Su Han scoffed.
You should quickly contemplate how to cater to them, so that they might treat you with a semblance of gentleness.
These rough men know nothing of cherishing fragile beauty.
With that, Su Han departed, and a group of men immediately swaggered over.
Do not fear, little sister, your brothers are here to care for you, they leered.
Tang Nuanning clenched her fists, biting down hard on her molars as she glared at the group of men.
Stay away from me. Don't push me.
Although she possessed the ability to defend herself, she had no desire to inflict harm.
She had studied medicine to heal, not to hurt.
The silver needles in her possession remained pristine, untouched by malevolence. Don't be stubborn, if you cooperate, it will soften the hearts of the brothers.
Once their hearts soften, you will no longer feel pain, and you can find relief, can't you? They uttered lewd remarks, chuckling as they extended their sinister claws. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth. You have forced my hand. When Bo Yancheng arrived, Tang Nuanning was lying on the ground, a man unconscious on top of her.
Surrounding her was a group of men, all wearing expressions of shock, fear, and disbelief as they gazed at her.
Bo Yancheng shouted, Tang Nuanning. Who the hell are you? Ah! Ah! Ah!
Before he could finish his sentence, a scream pierced the air.
After dealing with the group, Bo Yancheng rushed to Tang Nuanning's side,
confirming that the man atop her was merely unconscious. He forcefully pushed the man away.
Although Tang Nuanning's clothing remained relatively intact, it was soaked through,
and a piece of her collar had been torn, exposing her collarbone. Her body was alluring.
Furrowing his brow,
Bo Yancheng removed his own jacket and draped it over her, stating, It's all right now, I will take you to the hospital. Just as he was about to lift her, Tang Nuanning suddenly seized his wrist with a fierce grip.
Tang Nuanning was initially engulfed in anger, but upon witnessing Bo Yancheng's demeanor, her emotions underwent a profound transformation.
That fateful day, she was forcefully claimed by him, losing her innocence in the process. From that moment onward, she bore the stigma of infidelity, becoming synonymous with disgrace, promiscuity, and contempt.
Driven away from her home,
she was compelled to bear the weight of her pregnancy alone, tirelessly seeking employment amidst disdain and hostility.
Even in her 8th or 9th month of gestation,
she endured the scornful gazes of others while washing dishes and scrubbing pots. All of this misery and hardship stemmed from him.
Suddenly,
a resounding slap echoed through the air, akin to a thunderclap that shattered the silence.
Bo Yancheng looked at her in disbelief, momentarily dumbfounded by her action. What are you doing? Chapter 78, Bo Yancheng, you owe me.
Tang Nuanning trembled all over, her emotions in a state of turmoil. You will face retribution.
Sooner or later, you will face retribution. Bo Yancheng glared, his expression dark and foreboding.
It was evident that he had saved her, yet instead of gratitude, she struck him, cursed him, and wished him ill.
Moreover, this was the second time she had slapped his face. Was his visage so easily struck, allowing her to hit him at will? Who granted her such audacity?
Bo Yancheng assumed that she had been rendered senseless by that group of men. Suppressing his anger, he stated, You ought to recognize kindness when it is bestowed. I am currently rescuing you.
Rescue me? Ha! You rescue me? Tang Nuanning wept and then abruptly laughed,
only to find herself crying once more.
Who do you expect to save you?
I do not require your salvation.
my life, my existence, has unraveled into chaos because of you. You think you can save me? Do you consider yourself my great benefactor, deserving of my heartfelt gratitude? You owe me a debt that can never be repaid in this lifetime. Owe you? What do I owe you? You owe me an apology. You owe me a past that can never be rectified.
Bo Yan stared at her in disbelief. In his eyes, the hat she had carelessly donned was utterly nonsensical.
He grasped Tang Nuanning's wrist tightly. If you desire my apology and recompense, you must first clarify what I owe you.
I don't need your apology or compensation.
Leave. Just leave. I do not wish to see you, go away.
Tang Nuanning averted her gaze, no longer looking at him. Reason triumphed over emotion as thoughts of the child flooded her mind, and she chose to remain silent about the events of the past.
Bo Yancheng, however, was relentless, compelling her to speak. It must be clarified today. I have nothing to say to you. Tang Nuanning. Bo Yancheng.
Their voices rose, each louder than the last, as they locked eyes. One was filled with rage, while the other, filled with resentment, bit her lip stubbornly, tears streaming down her face.
Zhou Shang looked on in astonishment.
Utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why Bo Yancheng had saved someone yet still had to endure this.
Tang Nuanning is not the type of person to act without reason. Is she? Has he missed something?
This feeling, it seems as though it was Bo Yancheng who bullied her today. Fortunately, he arrived with Bo Yancheng, otherwise, he might have truly misunderstood him.
The ambulance has arrived, and Zhou Shang, steadying his mind, rushed over. Brother Chen, let us take Miss Tang to the hospital first?
Bo Yancheng glanced at the doctors and nurses hurrying over, clenched his jaw tightly, released Tang Nuanning's wrist, and coldly uttered, unappreciative.
Tang Nuanning bit her lip tightly, staring at him in silence.
After Tang Nuanning was taken away by the doctors and nurses, Zhou Shang turned to Bo Yancheng and said, "The matter has been clarified. It was Su Han who kidnapped Miss Tang. We have already apprehended her, and I have contacted He Xiao, who is expected to arrive shortly." No sooner had Zhou Shang finished speaking than He Jingcheng hurriedly arrived.
At that moment, Su Han was kneeling at the entrance of a dilapidated building.
Upon seeing He Jingcheng, she appeared as though she had spotted a savior, exclaiming, "Jingcheng, save me, please.
Help me."
He Jingcheng cast a glance at her before turning to Bo Yancheng, inquiring,
"What exactly happened? What is going on?"
Bo Yancheng, visibly irritated, shot him a cold glare and retorted, "It's your woman, manage her.
I don't want to see her again."
His voice was not loud, yet the fury behind it was enough to render one deaf. Those who understood him recognized that he was genuinely enraged.
He Jingcheng, bewildered by Bo Yancheng's reaction, turned to Zhou Shang for clarification. Zhou Shang, with a resigned expression, explained,
"Your ex-girlfriend has kidnapped Miss Tang and colluded with several men to intimidate her. Coincidentally, today, Brother Chen sought out Miss Tang for something. But when he arrived at her doorstep, he couldn't reach her. Upon investigation, it turned out something had gone awry. Sai, your ex-girlfriend is truly..."
Zhou Shang glanced at Su Han, shook his head, and departed.
Although half of Bo Yancheng's fury stemmed from Tang Nuanning's earlier slap and the inexplicable accusations hurled at him, the situation had indeed originated from Su Han's actions. Were it not for her sudden interference, it was unlikely that Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning would have quarreled. He Jingcheng turned to Su Han, his expression neutral yet his enchanting peach blossom eyes grew frigid.
"I underestimated you. I never expected you would dare to act in such a manner. Is this your retaliation over the incident in the business world?" Su Han lamented.
"You broke up with me because of her."
"I couldn't bear it."
He Jingcheng countered, "Did I break up with you because of her?
Wasn't it due to your own actions?"
He continued, "I'm giving you a chance to explain, be concise."
Su Han quickly replied, "Yes. It was Shun Jiaoyue.
She approached me and urged me to do this. She said Tang Nuanning harmed her uncle, and she was furious and wanted to settle the score with Tang Nuanning. She even claimed that even if the sky were to fall, I need not worry, as President Bo would support me, which is why I dared to."
"Shun Jiaoyue?"
He Jingcheng interjected. "I'm not lying, you can investigate, I speak only the truth. Please, help me." He responded coldly, "Your pleas are futile.
Do you not realize whom you have offended? Even the mightiest cannot assist you this time. The weather has turned, the Su family is destined for ruin. And it shall happen today.
Su Han, in sheer terror, felt her pupils tremble and fainted on the spot.
After Tang Nuanning was taken to the hospital,
she underwent a comprehensive examination. Fortunately, she was unharmed, with only minor external injuries. However, she harbored a profound aversion towards Bo Yancheng,
to the extent that she could not bear to cast a single glance in his direction, vehemently insisting that he leave the vicinity.
She incessantly referred to him as a scoundrel. In chapter 79, Bo Yancheng lamented, "I am but a great source of grievances." Both Liu Bei and Zhou Sheng found the situation perplexing, bordering on the bizarre. Typically, after a hero rescues a damsel in distress, she is filled with gratitude. Yet, in this case, after saving her, the girl berated him as a rogue.
Unable to restrain his curiosity, Liu Bei inquired, "Yancheng, what on earth did you do to Miss Tang that elicits such a fierce reaction from her upon seeing you?" Bo Yancheng felt both wronged and indignant.
Perceiving himself as a victim of her misplaced wrath, he believed that all her animosity towards those who sought to bully her was unjustly directed at him.
"I did nothing."
"No, I foolishly saved her." "Yes, I was incredibly foolish." Rumors would surely spread. The esteemed President Bo had been driven to expletives by his wife. Liu Bei, bewildered, pondered why she would harbor such animosity after being rescued.
"How should I know?" Bo Yancheng shouted in frustration. Liu Bei suggested, "Calm down. Perhaps Miss Tang perceives you as the scoundrel who violated her."
"She was clearly awake when I saved her,"
Bo Yancheng retorted. "Is that so?"
"Then it is indeed strange. Under such circumstances, one would expect her to be overwhelmed with gratitude. I do not seek her overwhelming gratitude. I merely hope she can appreciate my efforts and care for Shen Bao wholeheartedly in the future."
Bo Yancheng's irritation grew as he lamented, "Alas! She is like a dog biting El Dongbin, utterly unable to recognize a benefactor."
Fuming with anger, he stormed out of the hospital.
Tang Nuanning felt utterly helpless.
The day 6 years ago was a nightmare, a descent into the abyss. When the nightmare resurfaced, her emotions spiraled out of control. Fear, frustration, and anger overwhelmed her, rendering her unable to bear the sight of his face. Seeing him ignited her fury, provoked her annoyance, and filled her with a sense of injustice, leading her to the brink of collapse.
Ning Ning. Summer Tian suddenly arrived. Tang Nuanning quickly wiped away her tears. Tian, what brings you here?"
"I received a call out of the blue, informing me that something had happened to you."
"I was terrified." "What on earth happened?"
Tang Nuanning took a deep breath, steadying her mind, and succinctly recounted the events to her. Xia Tian was taken aback, a mixture of anger and sorrow washing over her, causing her eyes to redden.
"That despicable wretch."
Ning, we must take legal action against her, ensuring she serves time behind bars. I will call my parents immediately to enlist their help in finding a lawyer. We cannot let her escape unscathed."
"I have already reported the incident."
"Su Han will undoubtedly face the consequences of her actions. All I desire now is to expedite the divorce and swiftly take the children away."
This morning,
she had cheerfully prepared breakfast for Shen Bao and braved the biting wind and snow to deliver it to Sunshine City community. She had previously been in no rush to leave. Yet at this moment, she could not bear to remain here for even a second longer. She yearned to depart,
to leave immediately. Rather than exacting revenge on Su Han, her greater desire was to flee from Jin City.
This city had instilled a deep-seated fear within her.
However, how could you divorce when your husband is unwilling to even see you? Will you remain if you do not divorce? Tang Nuanning shook her head, resolutely stating, "No.
I must finalize the divorce before I leave." "But do you possess any effective means to facilitate his divorce?" Tang Nuanning pondered thoughtfully, furrowing her brow before speaking.
He Dingcheng.
Su Han was his ex-girlfriend. Although they had parted ways, the circumstances were rooted in him, and I could leverage this situation to engage him in conversation. Moreover, he shares a clandestine connection with my husband. He would undoubtedly desire our divorce. Xia Tian contemplated for a moment, sensing a glimmer of feasibility,
though uncertain of its potential success.
Whether it is possible or not, one must first attempt to ascertain.
This marriage must be dissolved expeditiously. Chapter 80, This marriage must end. Tang Nuanning was still contemplating divorce, while Bo Yancheng had already arrived at the Shin residence. He had learned of Shin Jiaoyue's instigation of Su Han to harm Tang Nuanning.
It turned out that when Shin Hai encountered trouble, someone had threatened him to stay away from Tang Nuanning, warning that if he dared to bother her again, it would cost him his life.
Shin Jiaoyue, upon discovering this, was furious.
Coupled with her long-standing suspicion that Tang Nuanning was trying to seduce Bo Yancheng, she sought to teach Tang Nuanning a lesson through Su Han.
At this moment, although Bo Yancheng was angry with Tang Nuanning, his ire was primarily directed at Shin Jiaoyue.
Su Han's actions against Tang Nuanning were fueled by He Jingchang, while Shin Jiaoyue's actions stemmed from her feelings for him.
Shin Jiaoyue was the mastermind, and thus, when Tang Nuanning fell into trouble, Bo Yancheng could not absolve himself of responsibility.
In this light, Tang Nuanning's anger towards him seemed justifiable.
Moreover, Bo Yancheng was infuriated by Shin Jiaoyue's lack of remembrance.
Despite his prior warning to avoid provoking Tang Nuanning, she clearly disregarded his words. Upon seeing Bo Yancheng, who appeared more familiar than her own father, Shin Jiaoyue exclaimed, "Yancheng,
why didn't you give me a heads up before coming over? I could have been waiting at home for you, instead of making you wait for me."
Bo Yancheng maintained a frosty demeanor, replying, "No need. I came to see Shin Jiaoyue and to check on Shin Hai." Shin Jiang, an old fox,
sensed Bo Yancheng's displeasure and grew anxious. He forced a smile, saying, "Looking for Ye yet? Has she upset you again?" Bo Yancheng remained silent. Shin Zhang's eyelids twitched nervously,
quickly adding, "This girl has truly been spoiled by me, she's become uncontrollable, even daring to provoke you." Although Shin Zhang's words seemed to chastise Shin Jiaoyue, they were actually a veiled warning to Bo Yancheng, for Shin Jiaoyue was a savior to Shin Bao. Bo Yancheng understood the underlying message but said nothing, maintaining a stern expression as he awaited Shin Jiaoyue. Shin Jiang discreetly swallowed hard and picked up his phone to call Shin Jiaoyue.
"Yancheng, what brings you here today? Are you free?"
Shin Jiaoyue, currently shopping with a group of affluent young ladies, was waiting for news from Su Han. She had heard that Su Han had successfully kidnapped Tang Nuanning, which brought her immense joy. With a wave of her hand, she treated her friends to tea and meals. Just then, she received word that Bo Yancheng was visiting her.
Her friends were envious. "Oh, yeah, you are so fortunate. We can't even meet Mr. Bo. Yet he comes looking for you." "Exactly. Yeah, be honest with us. Last time Mr. Bo clarified that you are not in a romantic relationship. Does that mean you two had a quarrel?"
The conversation hinted at the playful antics of couples arguing and then reconciling, perhaps leading to a public declaration of Yaya as his fiancée.
"Oh, yeah, you're so lucky.
If you become Mrs. Bo, don't forget about us, your sisters." Shin Jiaoyue was elated by their flattery, feeling as if Bo Yancheng truly sought reconciliation and that she was destined to be Mrs. Bo. Without waiting for Bo Yancheng to speak, she chimed, "Yancheng, I'm in such a good mood today.
If you have time, would you accompany me shopping?" Bo Yancheng frowned, looking at her coldly.
Shin Jiaoyue, oblivious to his displeasure, remained lost in her own delight.
"Yancheng, stop staring at me, it makes me shy. If you have something to say, just say it." Bo Yancheng's voice turned icy. "Did you take the initiative to contact Su Han?" Shin Jiaoyue's heart sank, her expression shifting as she stuttered, "Yancheng, what are you talking about?
I told you, I dislike deceit and manipulation.
I only sought you out because you once saved Shin Bao."
Panic surged through Shin Jiaoyue as Bo Yancheng pressed on.
"I will ask you one last time, did you reach out to Su Han?" I.
Shin Jiang, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, urged his daughter, "Speak clearly. Tell the truth."
Shin Jiaoyue, feeling wronged, confessed, I contacted Su Han.
I heard that Tang Nuanning's actions caused Su Han and Mr. He to break up, and as a sister, I wanted to comfort her."
"And then?" Bo Yancheng inquired, his gaze unyielding. "Then I
told her not to be afraid of Tang Nuanning."
"So you suggested she kidnap Tang Nuanning and have her assaulted?" It was only then that Shin Jiaoyue realized Bo Yancheng was there to hold her accountable.
She quickly defended herself, "I didn't instruct Su Han to have her assaulted.
That was entirely Su Han's idea.
I was just furious that Tang Nuanning, that vile woman, seduced my uncle and caused him such distress.
Vile? Is she more vile than you? Bo Yancheng interrupted abruptly. Shin Jiuyue froze, as did Shin Jiang.
Although Bo Yancheng held a position of power, he had always maintained a gentlemanly demeanor in their presence, never resorting to foul language.
Thus, Shin Jiuyue doubted her own hearing. Yancheng, what did you just say? Bo Yancheng furrowed his brows, enunciating each word. I said, if Tang Nuanning is vile, what are you? Tears welled in Shin Jiuyue's eyes. Yancheng, you.
If she is vile, you don't even qualify as vile.
You are unworthy.
Bo Yancheng's words struck her deeply, and she broke down in tears. Shin Jiang stood in shock, unsure of how to intervene. Only Bo Yancheng dared to confront them in their own home. Anyone else would have been met with violence by now.
Bo Yancheng continued. You are well aware of your uncle's character. Does he possess the charm to entice others?
Given his disposition, any woman who doesn't find him repulsive has a strong constitution.
Moreover, do you truly believe that saving Shin Bao grants you the license to act recklessly before me?
I might repay kindness, but I am no fool. Nor will I condone your misdeeds.
Su Han has already been apprehended. Observe closely how this unfolds in the news. If she had any direct evidence against you, you would already be in police custody.
Should you find yourself arrested, do not expect my assistance. I can provide financial support to the Shin family,
but I will not aid in wrongdoing. You are an adult. If you err, you must face the consequences. The world is unforgiving,
and no one will indulge your whims simply for the sake of kindness.
Today, I make it clear, I will protect Tang Nuanning. If you dare to harm her again,
just try it. With those frigid words, Bo Yancheng stood up and departed. Shin Jiuyue collapsed onto the floor, weeping uncontrollably.
Shin Jiang, witnessing the scene,
snapped out of his stupor and hurried after him. Yancheng, calm down.
It's Ye's fault, she. If you know she is foolish,
then confine her at home and manage her properly until she learns, he retorted, to prevent her from causing further harm.
Shin Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment.
And Yancheng continued, the fault lies with the father when the son is not taught properly. I believe that General Shin has failed in his parental duties and does not meet the qualifications for collaboration with the Bo family. I will immediately notify that all recent collaborations between the Bo group and the Shin group are to be suspended.
General Shin should put work aside and focus on educating his child at home.
Shin Jiang's breath caught in his throat, his eyes wide with shock.
All collaborations suspended? This could spell disaster for the Shin family.
He hurried after him, calling out, Yancheng, listen to me.
I will certainly discipline Ye properly. But we cannot halt the collaboration.
If this cooperation stops, the Shin family will.
Bo Yancheng had already entered his car, not even sparing him a glance.
Zhou Sheng intercepted Shin Jiang, maintaining a polite demeanor, but his eyes were distant. General Shin, please stop pursuing him.
Brother Chen is not in the mood to talk. No matter how loud you shout, he will not respond.
Instead of wasting your breath, perhaps you should have a proper conversation with your daughter.
Miss Shin's actions are truly difficult to articulate.
If you do not address this properly, it could lead to significant trouble in the future. Zhou Sheng sighed as he got into the car. Shin Jiang watched in frustration as Bo Yancheng's car drove away from the Shin residence, stomping his feet in anger.
Shin Jiuyue. Chapter 82, Protect the Wife. Dare to touch her again.
As Zhou Sheng drove, he caught a glimpse of Bo Yancheng rubbing his temples in the rearview mirror.
You shouldn't dwell on this too much.
At least Miss Tang is safe.
Am I frustrated because of her? What does her situation have to do with me? Bo Yancheng retorted sharply.
Don't let Miss Shin bother you too much, she is merely a charming disaster, Zhou Sheng suggested.
Are you blind? Can such a person truly be called charming? Zhou Sheng's lips twitched. If not charming, then she can only be deemed a disaster.
With such a malicious heart, she is unworthy of even that title.
Yes. Yes. What do you mean by yes? Do you simply agree with everything I say, without a shred of your own opinion? Zhou Sheng sighed inwardly, wishing to vanish into thin air. Why must I be wrong about everything? I might as well be invisible.
Zhou Sheng decided to fall silent.
but Bo Yancheng's voice broke the tension. Am I really so overbearing that you dare not utter a word? Not at all, you have a wonderful temperament. Zhou Sheng quickly amended, sensing the sarcasm.
As Zhou Sheng struggled to find the right words, he finally managed to say, Brother Chen, please take a moment to calm down. Regarding today's incident, Miss Shin is undoubtedly the one with the most significant issues. Of course, Miss Tang, as the victim, also has her faults. You saved her life. And instead of showing gratitude, she not only struck you but also cursed you. Such behavior is quite ungrateful.
Bo Yancheng scoffed, a dog biting Eldongbin. Unable to recognize a benefactor.
However, I can somewhat understand Miss Tang's actions.
She was bullied today and almost faced a serious incident.
Naturally, she was frightened and desperate. Her emotions were understandably heightened. Upon seeing you, her first thought was not of your kindness, but rather her memories of your previous attitude towards her.
My previous attitude towards her? Was it really that bad? Not entirely favorable, as there were misunderstandings in the past. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened.
It was her fault.
Yes. Indeed.
It must be her fault, you are certainly blameless.
Bo Yancheng remained silent.
Zhou Sheng chuckled nervously and continued. What I mean is that regardless of whose fault it was in the past, your image in Miss Tang's eyes is likely not very positive. Therefore, when she found herself in trouble today, she directed all her dissatisfaction and anger towards you.
Bo Yancheng's expression soured. So she thinks I am easy to bully? Not exactly. It's simply a matter of circumstance. Bo Yancheng chose not to respond, lighting a cigarette with a frown. Although he found Zhou Sheng's explanation somewhat flawed, it was still somewhat acceptable. After all, his past attitude towards her had indeed been poor, and she had harbored grievances against him. Today's incident provided her the opportunity to vent all her frustrations. Bo Yancheng had not even considered the possibility of linking Tang Nuanning to the girl from 6 years ago. After smoking for a while, he said, have someone investigate who harmed Shanhai. Upon mentioning this topic, Zhou Sheng's expression turned serious. I'll make the call. After visiting the Shan residence today,
Bo Yancheng specifically sought out Shanhai to inquire about the situation. Shanhai himself had said that the assailant explicitly mentioned it was because he had bullied Tang Nuanning that he was targeted. He even pleaded with the assailant, offering 10 times the amount they were paid, begging for mercy.
I do not care about money. It is not just anyone who can hire me.
Remember this, stay away from Tang Nuanning in the future. This meant that Shanhai's punishment was a direct consequence of his actions towards Tang Nuanning.
Someone was seeking retribution on her behalf.
Either the assailant had a deep connection with Tang Nuanning and knew of her troubles with Shanhai, or the hired killer was familiar with her. There might even be a close relationship between the assailant and the one who hired them, which would explain why they were so keen to avenge her.
However, after so much interaction, they had almost concluded that Tang Nuanning was merely an ordinary woman.
The most powerful individuals she knew were Nan Wan and Xia Tiantian. Yet, given Xia Tiantian's background and character, she could not possibly orchestrate such a brutal act against Shanhai. So who was behind this? It remained a mystery. This person must have profound feelings for her. After all, Shanhai's sensitive identity had always publicly claimed to be related to Bo Yancheng.
If his feelings for Tang Nuanning were not deep,
he would not have dared to take such action. Furthermore, considering the previous incident where the security system of the Bo Group was breached and a letter of invitation was sent, along with the theft of his business worth billions overnight, Bo Yancheng now suspected that someone was backing Tang Nuanning. And it was very likely that this person was a presence she was unaware of. Alternatively, she might know of their existence but remain oblivious to their actions. In any case, amidst this tangled web of events, Bo Yancheng was determined to unravel the truth.
Chapter 83, Not a Wife, but could be a moonlight focus on investigating Lin Dong. Ha! You suspect Lin Dong?
But he knows very well that Shanhai is connected to us.
Does he dare to touch Shanhai? Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette.
There is nothing he wouldn't dare if Shanhai crossed his line.
He could just as easily be killed as be castrated. Are you suggesting that Miss Tang is Lin Dong's bottom line?
Bo Yancheng frowned slightly, choosing not to respond.
Zhou Sheng was taken aback.
But Lin Dong and Miss Tang don't share such a deep relationship. She is not his wife.
Not a wife, but could be a moonlight. Ah.
That's unlikely. Rumors suggest Lin Dong is very much in love with Miss Nan. They have been together since school days, and she is his moonlight.
Only the unattainable can be a moonlight. Once it is obtained, it ceases to be. That may be true. But how did you come to the conclusion that Lin Dong has feelings for Miss Tang? Intuition. Intuition? Our encounters with them together have been quite similar. Why have I not sensed it? You are blind and foolish. Zhou Shang. We were just chatting. Why have we resorted to personal attacks? Can we not have a civil conversation? Suddenly, Bo Yancheng's phone rang. It was Butler Yang calling.
Typically, when Yang calls, it signifies something concerning Shin Bao.
What is it? Bo Yancheng's expression turned anxious. Yang sounded overjoyed, on the verge of tears from happiness. Bo Yancheng's lips twitched uncontrollably.
His son suddenly craved food. Which should bring joy, indeed.
However, the buns and side dishes were prepared by Tang Nuanning. Reflecting on Tang Nuanning's current attitude towards him, Bo Yancheng felt a headache coming on. Not only could she not bear to see him, but could she also care for the child? After hanging up,
Bo Yancheng immediately called He Jingcheng, expressing that Shin Bao desired food made by Tang Nuanning, and if he could not find a way for her to cook, he should brace himself for the consequences.
He Jingcheng was taken aback. What? Beep, beep, beep. Bo Yancheng hung up the phone, transferring the pressure onto him.
When he tried to call back, Bo Yancheng had blocked him. He Jingcheng was left bewildered, and with no other option, he called Zhou Shang.
What is going on? What does it mean?
Zhou Shang awkwardly explained, this morning, Miss Tang prepared breakfast for Shin Bao, and he enjoyed it immensely.
Just now.
Yan called to say Shin Bao actively requested food again, longing for the breakfast dishes.
What? Shin Bao is actively asking for food? He has made progress. This is a sign of improvement. This signifies affection. Yes, indeed. Wait, why isn't Bo Yancheng happy about this? Why is he furious? Zhou Shang.
It seems He Jingcheng only heard that Shin Bao was actively requesting food, missing out on everything else.
Zhou Shang reiterated, however.
The dishes Shin Bao wishes to eat were prepared by Miss Tang, and since she cannot see Brother Chen right now, you need to devise a solution.
Only then did He Jingcheng grasp the situation, his eyes widening. What solution can I come up with? I have no idea. Who caused your ex-girlfriend to upset Miss Tang, leading to Brother Chen suffering the consequences?
If it weren't for today's incident, Brother Chen would have approached Miss Tang himself.
He Jingcheng.
After hanging up, he scratched his head again. He had scratched his head countless times today, nearly bald from it all.
Tang Nuanning could not bear to look at Bo Yancheng, let alone confront him directly. If he were to seek her out, would she not be inclined to strike him down? After all, Su-Han is not merely Bo Yancheng's ex-girlfriend, she is his. Alas, here I lie in bed, burdened by fate. Am I not a pitiful wretch? I have been ensnared by a woman. Truly, I have capsized in the murky waters.
He Jingcheng muttered to himself. He needed to contemplate how to apologize to Tang Nuanning properly. He also needed to devise a way to persuade her to prepare a meal for Shin Bao. If he failed to convince her, regardless of whether Bo Yancheng would exact revenge, he would be too embarrassed to face Shin Bao.
After all, it was not easy for his godson to take the initiative in asking for food, only for it to be thwarted because of him. How could he ever show his face again? What dignity would remain for Shin Bao to call him godfather? If he mishandled this situation, his conscience would be troubled. But what course of action should he take?
He Jingcheng pondered and racked his brain, exhausting his mental faculties, yet could not conjure a viable solution.
Therefore,
he could only steel himself and head to find Tang Nuanning bearing gifts.
At this moment, a hospital room housed only Tang Nuanning. When school let out,
she had sent Xia Tian to pick up the child from kindergarten.
The police had just left after taking her statement. Upon seeing He Jingcheng, Tang Nuanning instinctively furrowed her brow.
He Jingcheng offered an awkward smile and greeted her.
Tang Nuanning regarded him warily, refraining from responding. He Ji Chang, feeling awkward.
cleared his throat, placed the valuable gift down, and settled beside the hospital bed. Like a child who had erred, he began, "I apologize for today. I truly did not anticipate that Su-han would behave in such a manner. I acknowledge my fault and sincerely apologize." Observing his earnest demeanor, Tang Nuanning's expression softened slightly. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face. The one at fault was Su-han, not him. And there was no need for her to escalate the matter. Moreover, Su-han was merely He Ji-cheng's former girlfriend. If He Ji-cheng believed that this issue did not concern him, she felt no obligation to argue further. Legally speaking, this matter was indeed not his affair. Furthermore, she had her own reasons for needing to speak with him. Perhaps her marriage to Bo Yancheng would rely entirely on his assistance in obtaining a divorce. Thus, in light of He Ji-cheng's sincere apology, Tang Nuanning declared, "This situation is not your fault, the one at fault is Su-han." Chapter 84, Does President Bo aspire to be a son-in-law? Upon hearing this, He Ji-cheng immediately began to flatter her excessively. "Miss Tang, candidly speaking, you are undoubtedly the most perfect woman I have ever encountered. Not only are you stunningly beautiful, but you are also incredibly understanding. I am quite fond of individuals like you." Noticing Tang Nuanning's watchful and disdainful expression left him speechless. Who could fathom how many girls were infatuated with him? Nevertheless, he recognized that Tang Nuanning was out of his reach, firstly, due to his sister's disapproval, and secondly, because she was Bo Yancheng's. A brother's wife is not to be trifled with. He Ji-cheng clarified, "I appreciate you, truly. What I mean is admiration. I admire someone of your caliber. Rest assured. Even with my sister standing there, I would not dare entertain any thoughts towards you." Tang Nuanning's lips quivered slightly as she spoke. "I reported this incident to the police today. They just arrived to take my statement. I hope you won't cover for her." Her concern lay in the possibility that He Ji-cheng might shield Su-han. If he did, it was likely that Su-han would evade justice. He Ji-cheng immediately assured her, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter, but I will not offer any protection." A profound silence enveloped the room thereafter. Tang Nuanning pondered how to broach the subject of Bo Yancheng with him. Meanwhile, He Ji-cheng contemplated how to convey to her that Shin Bao had a craving for dumplings. The two spoke in unison. He Ji-cheng promptly replied, "You go first, ladies first." Tang Nuanning was rather direct. "Having heard that you are acquainted with Bo Yancheng." Whom? This statement left He Ji-cheng bewildered. He was already familiar with Bo Yancheng, after all. She had not been unaware of their previous encounters. What did she mean by having heard? "I would like to meet him. Could you see if you could arrange an appointment?" Tang Nuanning made her request. He Ji-cheng was even more perplexed. Hadn't they just met? Zhou Sheng had just mentioned that she could not see Bo Yancheng at present, implying that it was her own reluctance to meet him. How could it be that now? He Ji-cheng looked at her, a myriad of questions reflected in his gaze, utterly confounded. Tang Nuanning believed that He Ji-cheng had overthought the situation due to her mention of Bo Yancheng. She promptly clarified, "Please do not misunderstand. I do not harbor any feelings for him. I will not compete with you for his affections. I need to discuss an important matter with him. But given his esteemed position, I have been unable to reach him. I heard that you are acquainted, and your relationship is quite close. I would like to trouble you to help me arrange a meeting with him." He Ji-cheng, intrigued, inquired, "Are you truly unaware of Bo Yancheng's identity? Do you know the handsome gentleman who brought you to the hospital? Is he Deep Treasure's father?" "Yes." Tang Nuanning furrowed her brow. Having only recently become acquainted with him, his name was Bo Chen. However, the person she sought was not him, but rather Bo Yancheng. He Ji-cheng responded with a hint of amusement, "Bo Chen, indeed. One dares to speak, another dares to believe." It was evident that Bo Yancheng was concealing his true identity. Yet He Ji-cheng refrained from confronting him directly and inquired, "What is your purpose in seeking Bo Yancheng?" "It's a personal matter, not convenient to disclose," she replied. Initially, she had contemplated confiding in He Ji-cheng, hoping he would assist her in finding Bo Yancheng for a divorce. However, upon further reflection, she deemed that approach inappropriate. The existence of a hidden marriage and a confidentiality agreement compelled her to maintain discretion and refrain from public discussion. She believed that if He Jincheng could arrange a meeting with Bo Yancheng, she would possess the confidence to persuade him towards divorce. He Jincheng pondered for a few moments before affirming, "All right, I will keep this matter in mind.
I will inform you immediately upon receiving any news. Thank you in advance." She responded.
"Don't mention it. Coincidentally, I also have a favor to ask of you." Shin Bao expressed a desire to enjoy the buns you make.
"Would it be possible for you to prepare an additional batch?" Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback. "Shen Bao?"
He Jincheng felt awkward.
"Originally,
it was supposed to be a Chun who spoke to you, but since you were unwilling to meet him, I took it upon myself to come.
For now,
let us set aside thoughts of a Chan and focus solely on Shin Bao. Although the child's father is a scoundrel, the child himself is quite wonderful. Shin Bao is rather pitiable. Aside from his birth mother, he receives little care. It is indeed surprising that he has taken the initiative to ask for food this time. After all these years, this is the first time he has spoken up. Therefore, I ask if you could extend a helping hand. I understand that discussing money may seem base, yet if you truly feel aggrieved, do not hesitate to demand financial support from a Chen. Be bold in your request. And consider it a means of venting your frustrations.
Tang Nuanning, I am not so avaricious as to take advantage of a bankrupt individual." "Bankrupt?"
"Yes.
I am aware that he is currently in such a state.
My assistance to Shin Bao is not motivated by financial gain.
It is solely for the sake of Shin Bao."
Upon finishing her words, Tang Nuanning's phone rang. It was a call from Xia Tian.
Tang Nuanning glanced at He Jincheng and replied, "All right, you can rest assured. I will keep the matter regarding Yuanchen Chen in mind. Thank you for your efforts."
He Jincheng smiled with his almond-shaped eyes and departed. As He Jincheng descended the stairs, he spotted Bo Yancheng, who was seated in the car, smoking a cigarette. He opened the car door and entered without granting him an opportunity to retort, stating, "The task has been successfully completed." Xiao Tang mentioned that she would attend to Shin Bao later.
"Xiao Tang?" Bo Yancheng shot him a cryptic glance as he took a drag from his cigarette. Subsequently, he discreetly exhaled, genuinely concerned that Tang Nuanning might neglect Shin Bao out of anger. He Jincheng, in high spirits, remarked, "I heard you've changed your name and gone bankrupt?" Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, asking, "Did you inform her of my identity?"
"I didn't tell her."
"So doesn't that mean you owe me a meal?"
Bo Yancheng pursed his lips and rolled his eyes at him, ignoring the comment. He Jincheng chuckled.
"I'm not asking you to treat me.
As long as the issue with Su Han is resolved, that suffices. She caused the trouble. And I helped conceal your identity while shamelessly asking her to prepare food for Shin Bao, so we're even." Bo Yancheng maintained his aloof demeanor, not engaging further.
He Jincheng inquired, "What are you truly thinking? Concealing your identity is one thing, but why inform her about your bankruptcy? Are you seeking sympathy to become a son-in-law?"
"Yet I've heard Xiao Tang's circumstances aren't particularly favorable. She holds no power, has 3 sons to support, and lacks the financial means to pity you."
Bo Yancheng retorted, "A dog cannot spit out ivory."
Chapter 85, Success. Arranging to meet Bo Yancheng. He Jincheng remained unfazed, laughing, "Then enlighten me about your true intentions." Bo Yancheng remained silent, prompting He Jincheng to speculate, "You wouldn't be worried about exposing your identity and having her develop feelings for you, would you?" "Don't flatter yourself, she told me today that she doesn't like you." Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. "Why would she tell you that?" "She asked me to arrange a meeting with you." "Did you hear that correctly? She requested I help schedule a meeting with Bo Yancheng, not Bo Chen." "What does she want to meet me for?" "I don't know. When I inquired, she merely stated she had something important to discuss with you." Bo Yancheng, deep in thought while smoking, could not fathom what Tang Nuanning could possibly want from him. "Did you have any prior interactions?" Bo Yancheng shook his head without hesitation. "I've investigated, there's no connection." "How peculiar, she doesn't know you, so why seek you out?" Bo Yancheng remained contemplative. "If you agree to the meeting, you will expose yourself." He silently continued smoking, pondering for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Arrange the meeting." You'll attend?" "Indeed. Have you thought it through? Aren't you concerned about revealing yourself?" "Enough with the nonsense." Just as He Jincheng was about to continue his teasing, a call from He Jinglian interrupted him. His expression shifted. Oh no, this must be about Su-han and Tang Nuanning.
Bo Yancheng, eyes glinting with irony, remarked, "Karma has arrived." Soon after, Tang Nuanning received news that Bo Yancheng had requested to meet her the following noon. "Really?" Tang Nuanning exclaimed with excitement.
He Jingqing affirmed, "Yes, truly."
"Do you prefer to choose the location or shall he?"
"I'm fine either way, I'll defer to him."
"All right. I'll ask him and send you the details once confirmed." "Thank you, he shall."
He Jingcheng, taken aback by her gratitude, replied, "No need for thanks. Just if my sister calls you, kindly say a few flattering words on my behalf. I truly didn't anticipate this situation with Su-han."
"Okay." After hanging up, Tang Nuanning was filled with exhilaration.
She would finally meet Bo Yancheng the next noon, and she felt confident that she could persuade him to agree to a divorce. Once divorced, she could register the children and escape from this tumultuous place forever.
Tang Nuanning joyfully completed her discharge procedures.
She was not physically injured, rather, she had experienced some psychological distress. Now, having regained her composure, she feels that this chapter of her life has come to a close.
Tang Nuanning stood at the entrance of the hospital, hailing a taxi with the intention of visiting the supermarket.
Since Shen Bao relished her culinary creations,
she resolved to prepare an abundance of dishes for dinner.
Coincidentally, she had successfully arranged a meeting with Bo Yancheng today, a moment worthy of celebration. She called Xia Tiantian to inform her of her discharge from the hospital and her plans to shop for ingredients, inquiring about what she and the children desired to eat.
Xia Tiantian asked, "How did you get discharged? You were fine all along, right? You haven't told the kids, have you?"
"Rest assured, I haven't mentioned it. They are in the living room while I'm in the bedroom taking this call. That's for the best, sometimes misfortune can lead to fortune. I've resolved my husband's matter."
"Really?
Has he Jingqing agreed to assist?"
"Yes, we've arranged everything. I will meet my husband tomorrow at noon."
He Jingqing is quite efficient in his dealings. This is splendid news, worthy of a celebration.
Shall I bring the 3 little ones to join you?
That sounds perfect.
Let us meet at Jiafu supermarket. Shall I pick you up?
No need, you can proceed directly with the children. I will take a taxi from the hospital.
All right, boys.
Get ready.
We're off to the supermarket to find Mommy.
Uncertain of Tang Nuanning's discharge, Xia Tiantian had previously prepared the children for the news. Your mommy has taken care of everything, and she is in high spirits. She plans to buy delicious treats for you and prepare a grand dinner tonight.
Wow!
The 3 little ones exclaimed in excitement. Tang Nuanning held her phone, listening to the laughter of the children, unable to resist the upward curve of her lips. The voices of the children are the sweetest sounds in the world. This smile was witnessed by He Jingqing and Bo Yancheng. After Tang Nuanning completed her discharge procedures,
Bo Yancheng followed her out.
Perhaps it was due to the deep-seated desire of Shen Bao for her home-cooked meals, for he lingered closely by her side, his smile radiant, akin to blooming flowers. He Jingqing sat in the car, reflecting with heartfelt admiration. Just as he finished his thought, Bo Yancheng suddenly shot him a glare.
He Jingqing raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Why are you glaring at me? You don't even fancy her. She has no husband, so am I not allowed to appreciate her?"
Bo Yancheng glanced at him dismissively, pulling out a cigarette. With a mischievous grin, He Jingqing asked, "If you're a man, just admit it openly.
Do you have feelings for her?"
"Not at all," Bo Yancheng retorted without a moment's hesitation.
"Is that so?"
"How dull," He Jingqing chuckled.
"In truth,
you two are quite a match, at least in terms of looks, there's nothing to critique there. Both of you are single, each with a child.
If you could form a family, it would be rather perfect."
He Jingqing's thoughts mirrored those of Zhou Shang. Rather than waiting in vain for a woman who might never appear, it would be wiser to create a new family with Tang Nuanning. She was beautiful and had a commendable figure, she deserved someone like him. True, she may lack wealth and status, but what did that matter? Bo Yancheng had no need for a woman's power to support him. Over the years, Tang Nuanning was the only woman whose relationship with Bo Yancheng evoked intrigue. His feelings for her were distinctly different from those he held for other women.
Hence, both He Jingqing and Zhou Shang were subtly playing matchmakers. However, Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. And he barked, "Get lost."
He Jincheng, speechless, pressed his lips together.
"See, you've made this uninteresting. You won't let anyone speak. What's wrong? Do you think Tang is unworthy of you? I believe if she were with you, it would be you who was reaching above your station. Look at your age. A middle-aged bachelor. Don't be so picky."
"Honestly, I think you have feelings for Miss Tang. You must like her,"
Bo Yancheng countered. "Should I contact Sister Lian and inform her of your thoughts about Tang Nuanning?" "Damn. You're spreading rumors. If you can spread them, why can't I?" He Jincheng.
"You're using my sister to threaten me. That's not fair."
"I am your elder." He Jincheng.
He stepped out of the car, intent on distancing himself from Bo Yancheng and, likewise, from Tang Nuanning to avoid provoking his sister. Earlier, during their phone call, she had nearly scolded him to death. If they had been face to face, she might have struck him. After He Jincheng left, Bo Yancheng lit another cigarette, quietly observing Tang Nuanning. Zhou Shang, seated in the driver's seat, listened intently to their exchange. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Miss Tang is indeed beautiful, her smile is delightful. And her character seems quite amiable. If it were any other woman who had experienced today's events, she would likely feel heartbroken or fearful for a long time. Yet look at her, just a few hours have passed, and she appears perfectly fine. Perhaps she has weathered storms in the past, rendering today's incident trivial in her eyes.
Or she possesses a remarkably optimistic outlook on life. Or maybe she is simply naive, carefree, and a bit foolish." Zhou Shang. "Can't we at least acknowledge her merits?" Chapter 86, President Bo hits the streets. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning had just hung up on Xia Tian when she received a call from He Jinglian.
He Jinglian mentioned that she had just finished shopping and was on her way to the hospital, only to learn from He Jincheng that Tang had been discharged.
Tang Nuanning chuckled softly. "Yes, I have just been discharged from the hospital.
Please don't come over, I'm perfectly fine, merely startled, but I am now recovered."
"Oh. I never realized until now. What about Su Han? She truly has the audacity of a lion. Not only is she bold, but she also lacks any sense of remorse."
Regarding that incident at the mall, it was only because Jincheng considered her his girlfriend that he chose not to hold her accountable. He treated it as a parting gift. "I never expected her to be so ungrateful. Had I known, I should have confronted her that very day."
"Thank goodness you're unharmed. What would we have done if something had happened to you?" "I am fine, it's all in the past now."
"I just finished a scathing phone call with Jing Chang, berating him for his choice of women.
Now look what has transpired. I have yet to see him. Just wait until I do, he will face my wrath."
Even He Xiao did not foresee this. Considering she was his ex-girlfriend, He Xiao is not entirely to blame.
Not to blame? He is the one who instigated this.
Had he not pursued a relationship with Su Han, the mall incident would never have occurred. And we wouldn't be dealing with this situation today.
One can easily discern from He Jinglian's voice that her anger is profound. Tang Nuanning reassured her.
He Xiao has already come to apologize to me today, and he even rendered me a significant favor. I truly appreciate his assistance.
He ought to extend his apologies. Furthermore,
if you have any issues, do not hesitate to approach him. Should he refuse to assist you, I shall take matters into my own hands.
Tang Nuanning smiled again, feeling a warmth in her heart.
She had chatted with He Jinglian for a while and arranged to meet her again on another day before ending the call. He Jinglian had treated her with kindness, serving as a benefactor in her life.
Had it not been for He Jinglian,
He Jincheng might not have so readily agreed to her request. Today, He Jincheng's humble visit to the hospital to apologize was, in her opinion, largely influenced by He Jinglian. He Jincheng was evidently afraid of incurring He Jinglian's displeasure, prompting him to hastily express his apologies.
Tang Nuanning held a different perspective. In truth,
it was not entirely so.
He Jincheng's visit today was largely motivated by the presence of Bo Yancheng.
The thunderous roar of Bo Yancheng at the abandoned construction site nearly frightened someone to death. If He Jincheng did not manage to placate her,
Bo Yancheng would undoubtedly take it out on him.
Putting away her phone, Tang Nuanning glanced around. More than 20 minutes had passed.
Yet she still could not hail a taxi.
During the rush hour, with the hospital bustling with people, it was quite challenging to catch a cab.
Tang Nuanning glanced at the navigation and noted that the distance to the supermarket was not too far. It would only take a little over 20 minutes by bicycle. Without hesitation, she took a few steps forward and scanned a small yellow bike. She mounted the bike and set off on her journey. Zhou Sheng was left dumbfounded. "Brother Chen, should we follow her?" "Yes," replied Chen. Zhou Sheng continued. "How do we follow her? If she were driving a sports car, I wouldn't be afraid. But she's on a bicycle, how do we keep up? How should I manage the throttle? If I pedal too hard, I'll overtake her. If I pedal too lightly, the bike may not even move. And even if it does, it would be too easy to be noticed." After contemplating for a while, Zhou Sheng turned to Chen and suggested, "Brother Chen, why don't you also scan a small yellow bike? It would be the safest option. With a mask on.
She wouldn't recognize you, and you could ride slowly behind her.
Otherwise, if I drive behind her like this, we will definitely be discovered." With a dark expression, Bo Yancheng retorted, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up."
Zhou Sheng lamented internally but had no choice but to start the car. Tang Nuanning leisurely rode her yellow bicycle along the bike lane, while Zhou Sheng drove his luxury car at a reduced speed on the designated lane, trailing behind her. Soon, the vehicles behind him began to honk. At this pace, they might as well be walking. The sound of honking caught Tang Nuanning's attention. And as she paused at a red light, she turned her head to glance back. Zhou Sheng quickly lowered his gaze. And even Bo Yancheng instinctively turned his face away, fearing that Tang Nuanning might catch sight of them. Fortunately, she merely glanced before the light turned green,
allowing her to ride away. Zhou Sheng remarked, "Brother Chen, this won't do. Miss Tang is no fool, she'll undoubtedly notice us. If we get exposed,
not only will it reveal that you're still driving a luxury car and haven't gone bankrupt, but it will also infuriate Miss Tang.
She's already angry just seeing you.
And if she discovers that you're tailing her, she'll be even more upset.
What if, in a fit of anger, she decides not to cook for us anymore?
You either follow my suggestion and ride a bicycle to chase after her, or we simply stop following her altogether. I can send Joey instead."
Bo Yancheng,
with a darkened expression, fell silent for a moment before opening the car door and stepping out. By this time, a traffic jam had already formed behind them. Clad in an exquisite high-end suit, wearing sunglasses and a mask, he walked to the roadside and scanned for a yellow bicycle. The crowd watched as he strode forward with his long legs and mounted the bike.
Onlookers were left astounded. Who is this celebrity that has just emerged to cause a stir? Are we witnessing a film shoot?
They soon realized that it was not a film but rather a wealthy second-generation individual experiencing life.
He doesn't radiate the typical aura of a rich kid. He resembles a domineering CEO. Am I dreaming? Have I been transported into a novel where the CEO is out on the streets? His legs, physique, and demeanor are simply captivating. No, I must follow our CEO and experience life. I want to ride a yellow bicycle too. Others chimed in, "What do you mean? We're almost home." "I don't care, I want to ride alongside the CEO." A frenzy ensued as a group of young women scrambled to claim yellow bicycles in pursuit of Bo Yancheng.
Zhou Sheng observed the throng following Bo Yancheng, face-palming.
Is it necessary to follow her today? Even if we must he personally take the lead? He has always disliked being in the limelight. Yet today,
he not only made an appearance but also rode a yellow bicycle.
This is utterly mind-blowing. Why is he so intent on following her? Even now,
I remain unaware of Bo Yancheng's true intentions in tailing Tang Nuanning.
He discreetly pulled out his phone, captured a photograph, and sent it to their group chat.
The chatter erupted as both loquacious and reticent members reacted. Meanwhile, Tang Nuanning remained blissfully unaware that her actions had sparked a bicycle frenzy.
She arrived at the entrance of Jiafu's supermarket, parked her bicycle in the designated area, and dismounted. As she headed inside, she called Xia Tian, "Have you all arrived? We're still stuck in traffic. Have you made it?" "Yes, I rode my bike here."
"I told you that during peak hours, 2 wheels are faster than 4.
We'll probably need another 10 minutes.
It's cold outside, so please go in first. I'll call you when I arrive."
Okay. After hanging up, Tang Nuanning pushed a shopping cart inside the supermarket. Bo Yancheng, having evaded the throngs of admirers, followed her into the store. Wherever he went, eyes were drawn to him. Even the cleaning lady at the supermarket entrance couldn't help but steal a few glances, smiling as she remarked, "This young man is quite handsome." Bo Yancheng's expression darkened at the compliment, feeling as if he had been teased. He wore a frown, and the cleaning lady, sensing his displeasure, hurriedly moved to another area with her broom. Entering the supermarket, he realized it had been many years since he had last visited one. Observing the bustling atmosphere, he couldn't suppress a frown. He preferred tranquility over noise. Nevertheless, for the sake of following Tang Nuanning, he tolerated the chaos. Mimicking her, he took a shopping cart, purchasing whatever she chose. Tang Nuanning ventured into the fruit section to purchase bananas and durians. Although he found the odor of the durian somewhat repulsive, he persevered and placed a large one into his shopping cart. Tang Nuanning proceeded to the vegetables section, and he followed suit, accompanying her to that area. Tang Nuanning selected cabbage, and he did as well. Tang Nuanning purchased broccoli, and he also made a purchase. Tang Nuanning once again ventured into the seasoning aisle, and he followed suit. After browsing for a while, Tang Nuanning sensed something amiss, an unsettling feeling of being watched. The other patrons in the supermarket seemed to glance at her, both intentionally and unintentionally, leading her to question if there was something unsightly upon her. In truth, they were not fixated on her, but rather on Bo Yancheng. His striking good looks, exceptional physique, and remarkable presence made it nearly impossible to ignore him. Moreover, his behavior was peculiar. He trailed closely behind a beautiful young woman, mirroring her purchases. It was the first time she had witnessed someone shop in such an odd manner. If one were to suggest he knew the woman ahead, he merely followed her without striking up a conversation. Conversely, if he were unfamiliar with her, why would he imitate her purchases? Even when she ventured into the personal care aisle for sanitary pads, he followed suit. The female attendant selling sanitary products could not help but quietly inquire of Tang Nuanning, "Miss, is that your husband? Did you two have a quarrel?" Upon seeing Tang's slight embarrassment, she continued, "Do not be shy, it is quite normal for couples to argue. What matters is reconciliation afterward. Especially with a husband as handsome as yours. Did you notice how a group of young ladies has been eyeing him since he entered? If you were to provoke a rift today, someone might confess their feelings for him right on the spot. Although you are also quite beautiful. Finding a man of such striking appearance is rare. In my 30-plus years, I have yet to encounter anyone so exceptionally handsome. You truly are fortunate, Mississippi." Tang Nuanning was bewildered. What husband? What argument? No one is following me, are you mistaken? There is no misunderstanding, everyone is watching. He has been following you, purchasing whatever you buy. At this moment, he is presumably hiding behind the shelf, likely wishing to apologize but feeling too embarrassed to do so. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows, bid farewell to her elder sister, and pushed the shopping cart to the other end of the aisle. It was at this moment that Bo Yancheng emerged. Not seeing Tang Nuanning, he too frowned in contemplation. Approaching the spot where she had just stood, he casually grabbed a few packages without paying heed to their contents and placed them into his cart. The aforementioned elder sister, unable to contain herself, initiated a conversation. "Handsome. Buying these for your wife, are you? Trying to appease her after a quarrel? I can tell you're a good man, let me assist you. Listen. Don't purchase this one, opt for this instead. This brand is currently the best seller in the supermarket. Though it may be a bit pricier, the quality is exceptional. Your wife is so beautiful, this is the only one worthy of her. Trust me, go with this one." The elder sister aimed to sell more. Yet Bo Yancheng was resolute in seeking the identical brand favored by Tang Nuanning. Realizing she could not sway him, the elder sister impulsively added a few more packages to his cart. Bo Yancheng refrained from clarifying his relationship with Tang Nuanning. After procuring the sanitary pads, he set out to find her. As he lifted his gaze, he spotted her at the end of the aisle. No need for him to search. She had appeared of her own accord. Observing her fierce demeanor, Bo Yancheng felt as though he had been caught in the act of stalking. His brows knitting together as he stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Nuanning gritted her teeth in frustration. Despite his mask and sunglasses, she recognized him at once. How dare he?
to have the audacity to stalk her. Tang Nuanning strode towards him, her shopping cart rolling with an air of fierce determination.
Upon witnessing this, Bo Yancheng felt an inexplicable urge to flee.
Yet, the weight of his masculinity anchored him firmly in place, rendering him utterly motionless. Tang Nuanning approached and noticed that the items in his cart were identical to those in hers, which ignited her frustration. She forcefully collided her shopping cart with his, exclaiming,
"What are you doing?" Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow in response. "What are you doing? Why are you following me?" "I am not following you," she retorted. "If I weren't following you, how could our purchases be exactly the same?
The supermarket isn't your private domain, I can buy whatever I wish.
And I haven't complained about you buying the same items as me. Are you a pervert?" Bo Yancheng's expression darkened. "Mind your language. Given your behavior today, you expect me to mind my words? Do you dare assert that the items in your cart weren't influenced by my purchases?"
The esteemed Mr. Bo maintained his obstinate silence,
seemingly unbothered by her accusations. "Is that so? Then let me ask you this, why did you buy the exact same sanitary pads as I did? Is there a manufacturer's decree that permits only you to purchase them?"
"I mean, I buy them for my own use. What purpose do they serve for you?"
"I use them." Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless.
Bo Yancheng, observing her silence, mistakenly believed he had gained the upper hand.
He retorted, "So you can use it, but I cannot? You truly are meddlesome."
As he spoke, he casually grabbed several packages from the shelf and placed them into his shopping cart. "I have always used this brand," he declared, casting a smirk toward Tang Nuanning.
Tang Nuanning was left dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting her anger, staring at him in disbelief. How can a grown man possibly need this? Who decreed that it is only for women? This is a feminine product. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened as he quickly glanced at the items, having been too preoccupied with following Tang Nuanning to notice what they truly were.
He had assumed they were tissues, hence.
"Are you some kind of pervert?" Tang Nuanning shot back. "I grabbed the wrong thing.
I have always used this brand of tissues," he lied. "That brand exclusively produces sanitary napkins, not tissues."
"Do you dare claim you weren't following me?
If you were a man, you would admit it boldly."
"Don't make me lose respect for you." Bo Yancheng felt as though his face was being ground into the dirt.
With a crowd of onlookers witnessing their exchange, he abandoned the shopping cart and pulled Tang Nuanning behind another shelf. This shelf, stocked with bedding items such as down comforters and quilts, was currently unoccupied.
Tang Nuanning struggled. "Let go of me. Let go of me."
Bo Yancheng forcefully pulled her in, pinning her against the shelf to prevent her escape.
Chapter 88, Tang Nuanning, clarify your words.
Both of their breaths became slightly hurried, fueled by anger.
"You, get away from me." Tang Nuanning's face flushed as she attempted to push him away. Bo Yancheng remained steadfast, unyielding, as if a cat's claws were scratching against his chest.
"Behave yourself. If you don't move aside, I shall call for help."
"You scoundrel! Get away!"
She attempted to strike him, but Bo Yancheng seized her wrist and raised it above her head. When she kicked, he leaned in closer, rendering her immobile.
Tang Nuanning, filled with indignation and embarrassment, cried out for help.
However, Bo Yancheng swiftly covered her mouth with one hand, silencing her protests.
"Be quiet.
I confess that I followed you here today, but my intentions are not for you, they are for Shenbao. Shenbao relishes the dishes you prepare.
And I merely wish to discern the ingredients and seasonings you employ."
His persistent pursuit of Tang Nuanning throughout the day was driven solely by this curiosity. Tang Nuanning shook her head, attempting to rid herself of him. Bo Yancheng warned, "I can let you go, but dare you call out, and I shall silence you." He released his grip, yet Tang Nuanning refrained from calling out, her anger flaring as she retorted, "Are you out of your mind? If you wish to know what ingredients and seasonings I used, just ask me.
Do you lack the capacity for speech? If you do not wish to converse, you could at least send me a message." Bo Yancheng was even more incensed than she. "If I inquire, will you respond? The moment you saw me today, you told me to leave."
Why would I tell you to leave?
Don't you have any self-awareness?"
What self-awareness? I merely acted impulsively to save you.
Are you accusing me of being ungrateful? What right do you have to say that?
I assure you, given the circumstances at the dilapidated building today, it was a mercy I did not end your life on the spot. I refrained solely because I thought if you perished, Shinbao would become an orphan.
Are you still wishing to kill me? Is this not the very definition of ingratitude? What do you think I went to that crumbling structure for today? If not to rescue you, why else would I have gone there?
I do not require your salvation.
Bo Yancheng was so exasperated he could hardly breathe.
He had encountered unreasonable women before, but never one so utterly ungrateful. Had he known, he would have let her perish at their hands.
You.
I was not destroyed by them, I was destroyed by you. I have already faced death once, how much more do you want?
Destroyed by me?
Clarify your words.
Tang Nuanning's eyes reddened with indignation.
Were it not for the child, she would have relished the opportunity to bring past grievances to light. She wished to confront him directly, to engage in a proper discourse.
Stop feigning ignorance.
If you do not clarify matters today, you shall go nowhere.
Bo Yancheng glared at her, resembling a parent reprimanding a wayward child.
He believed he had committed no unforgivable transgressions against Tang Nuanning.
Initially,
he had indeed doubted her motives for approaching him, but it was not as severe as she claimed.
Destroyed? Should this word reach others?
They might misconstrue his actions towards her. Tang Nuanning bit her lip, glaring at him in a fit of rage. Torn between the desire to speak and the fear of doing so, resorting only to puffing her cheeks and glaring in frustration. Just as she was at a loss for how to resolve the situation, her phone suddenly rang. She knew it must be Xia Tian arriving with the 3 little ones. The thought of Billionaire Bao made Tang Nuanning's eyes widen, her heart racing to her throat.
Observing her reaction, Bo Yancheng squinted slightly and answered the call. Tang Nuanning shook her head vigorously.
The more she did so, the more Bo Yancheng felt that there was something amiss with the phone call. He directly reached into her pocket.
Tang Nuanning was infuriated. You rogue, what are you doing? Don't touch me. At the same time, she pulled out her phone. The screen displayed 3 prominent characters, beloved.
Beloved, darling.
Let go of me, you scoundrel. How dare you access my phone without my permission? You are utterly uncouth. Return my phone to me.
He chuckled. Why the panic? To conceal something, one must not engage in it in the first place.
Since you dare to seek a lover,
why fear that others will find out?
Beloved, do you perhaps have a secret paramour as well? That is none of your concern. Return my phone. Indeed. You display a complete lack of shame.
My sense of shame has nothing to do with you, you insufferable man.
Dare to answer my call and see what happens. I will not hold back. It is a video call.
Once he pressed the answer button, the face of Darling, who bore an uncanny resemblance to him,
would appear on the screen.
Then, they would discover each other's existence. The thought was too daunting to entertain, too terrifying to fathom what might ensue.
Fortunately, just as Tang Nuanning was growing anxious, the phone automatically disconnected. Tang Nuanning felt her body weaken, gasping for breath. However, in the next moment, her phone rang again. The screen displayed, lover number 2. The sarcasm in Bo Yancheng's eyes was evident to even the blind. Yet, before Tang Nuanning could speak,
he suddenly released her and tossed the phone into her hands. You are not wrong, he stated, but your sense of shame has nothing to do with me. My request is quite simple, I merely wish for you to take care of Shinbao. I do not concern myself with your private life. As long as you do not impart your vices to Shinbao. If you manage well, you shall reap the benefits, should you fail.
Do not blame me for being impolite.
As he uttered the last few words, Bo Yancheng's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes brimming with threats and warnings.
Yet,
Tang Nuanning was too preoccupied to heed this. She quickly cradled the phone to her chest, protecting it fiercely, fearful that Bo Yancheng would snatch it away.
Lover no.
2 was HEIR Bao, and she could not answer this video call just yet.
After delivering his warning, Bo Yancheng turned and departed. Tang Nuanning finally let out a sigh of relief.
However, misfortune seldom comes alone. A quick glance revealed the appearance of Tang Bao at the end of the shelf. It was evident that the little fellow had spotted her as well. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly ran in her direction.
Tang Nuanning was utterly terrified.
She seized Bo Yancheng, who was about to turn away, and disregarded her phone that had fallen to the ground. With a sharp clap, her small hands struck Bo Yancheng's face in unison.
This time, it was Bo Yancheng who was incensed. "What on earth are you doing?"
Tang Nuan glanced at the rushing Tangerbao, his tongue tangled in confusion.
Why you should go this way." "How do I go this way? The shelves are against the wall, it's a dead end." Why you?" Tang Nuanning was at a loss, trembling all over. Bo Yancheng noticed something amiss.
He sensed a small creature rushing towards him. He turned his head to look, but Tang Nuanning forcefully grasped his face, preventing him from seeing. The more she resisted, the more Bo Yancheng's curiosity grew. He pried her hands away and was about to turn when, unexpectedly, Tang Nuanning lunged at him. She stood on her toes,
intending to kiss him.
Lacking a better way to divert his attention, this was her only option.
Bo Yancheng was taken aback.
In the ensuing chaos, he stumbled and fell against the shelf behind him, toppling it over. Instinctively, Tang Nuanning followed suit and fell as well.
"Mummy!" Tangerbao cried out in alarm,
rushing towards them.
Chapter 89, Mummy, are you in love? Just at that critical moment, Tian appeared.
She noticed Tang Nuanning's wildly flailing hands and realized what was happening.
Promptly pulling Tangerbao away, Tangerbao protested, "Godmother, Mommy has fallen. It's all right.
We'll go see her later.
Look at that shelf. It's filled with soft quilts that won't hurt anyone."
But I saw Mommy with a man.
They seem to be kissing." Tian's eyes sparkled. "Really?" "Yes. Mommy initiated the kiss." Tian exclaimed, "Oh dear, such juicy gossip. I really want to indulge, but what should I do?" No. Taking care of the children is far more important than indulging in gossip. Nuanning must have her reasons for not allowing the children to approach. She cannot hinder Nuanning.
Tian suppressed her wildly racing heart, driven by the desire to know more.
"Bao, put on your mask first. Let's find Daba and Sanbao." "But." "No more buts. Mommy is certainly fine, trust your godmother." With that, Tian scooped up Tangerbao and departed, leaving no chance for the little one to turn back.
Meanwhile, upon seeing Tian take her bow away, Tang Nuanning finally felt at ease. Her body softened as she leaned against Bo Yancheng's chest. Bo Yancheng lay on his back, cushioned by soft quilts, with a certain someone resting heavily upon him.
Though he was unhurt, he was infuriated. What is this woman doing? Why does she keep taking advantage of him? How romantic. It feels like a scene from a movie.
Being handsome certainly has its perks. Knocking over a shelf seemed like a dramatic moment from an idol drama, quite eye-catching.
Ha ha. Isn't that the couple who were arguing before? Clearly, they've made up. What couple holds a grudge overnight?
After a quarrel, they simply kiss and embrace.
Everyone watched them, chuckling and whispering.
Bo Yancheng, who inherently despised being the center of attention, was now under scrutiny.
Not only was he being watched, but rumors were also swirling around him.
Moreover, Tang Nuanning had kissed him yet again. Though separated by a mask, Bo Yancheng was still furious.
He lay on the quilts, glaring at Tang Nuanning with a dark expression. Anger coursed through him, veins bulging in his neck. He couldn't even articulate his thoughts.
Tightly pressing his exquisite lips together, fixating a piercing gaze on Tang Nuanning, his chest heaving with emotion. Tang Nuanning realized her predicament only after overhearing the discussions of those around her, discovering that she was inadvertently leaning against someone. She quickly rose to her feet. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him, murmuring an apology. Bo Yan, without uttering a single word, shot her 1,000 venomous glares. Then stood up and stormed out in a fit of rage. Tang Nuanning, although it was awkward, watching him leave allowed her heart to finally rest. However, recalling the scene of her taking the initiative to kiss him still made her ears flush with embarrassment. Even through the mask, the intensity of the moment lingered. Yet, she had no other means to divert his attention. Had there been any, she would not have resorted to such a desperate measure.
A young saleswoman approached, not immediately tending to the shelves, and inquired, "Miss, is that your boyfriend or husband?" He must be a big star, right? Tang Nuanning's lips twitched uncontrollably. No, no. Oh, do not be bashful, you two are truly a perfect match. It is such a pity that he is wearing sunglasses and a mask, obscuring his face. Judging by his demeanor, he must be exceptionally handsome.
Tang Nuanning apologized to the sales clerk and promptly tidied up the shelves before hurrying to find Xia Tian and the three little ones.
Upon their meeting, the trio inquired. Mommy, why is your face so flushed? And your ears too?
Tang Nuanning felt a sense of embarrassment. She had just assisted the sales clerk in organizing the merchandise. And it made her slightly warm. Sanbao, the little one, believed it to be true. It turned out that she was indeed feeling the heat.
Tang Nuanning chuckled softly.
Just as she was about to say something else, her son, Tang Erbao, the little straight shooter, suddenly inquired, Mummy, who was that uncle you just kissed?
Ah. Tang Nuanning was left speechless. Tang Erbao remarked, I witnessed it all. Mummy willingly leaped into that gentleman's embrace and even tiptoed to kiss him. When that uncle fell,
he held Mummy's waist just like the couples we see on television, engaging in tender kisses and affectionate embraces. Tang Nuanning felt a deep embarrassment as the innocent words left her childless lips, wishing fervently for a crevice to hide herself in. Not only had her cheeks and ears flushed crimson, but even her neck had taken on a rosy hue.
Is Mommy in love? Inquired Tang Erbao once more.
Not in love, she replied, hesitant to weave such a falsehood. Just as she grappled with her predicament, De Bao interjected to her rescue, Erbao.
Mommy is still a young girl.
If you ask her so plainly, she will feel shy.
Oh? Then how should I ask? Tang Erbao questioned. His expression one of innocent curiosity.
Tang Daba glanced at his mother, choosing not to inquire further, for it was her little secret.
After speaking, he took Erbao and Sanbao by the hand and led them toward the toy section, diverting their attention by letting them choose toys. Daba truly was a little warm-hearted boy. Xia Tian praised Daba, then nudged Tang Nuanning, her eyes glinting mischievously, and asked, Hey, what on earth is going on with you? Tang Nuan exhaled deeply,
finding herself at a loss for words.
What does it mean to be at a loss for words? Who on earth have you been involved with?
The man who elicits a kiss from you must undoubtedly be someone you hold dear. Do share the details with me, I am eager to listen.
Like someone? Nonsense.
Tang Nuan retorted, her frustration palpable.
It's Shin Bao's father.
He has been tailing me relentlessly, everything I purchase, he also acquires. I confronted him about it. Yet he refused to acknowledge it, leading to a heated argument between us.
To my surprise, Bao appeared suddenly. If he had spotted Bao, it would have been disastrous.
In a moment of desperation, I cupped his face, I merely kissed him to divert his attention. And he was wearing a mask, after all.
Xia Tian gasped in horror, it was him?
What did you expect? Thank heavens I managed to react swiftly and whisked Bao away.
Indeed. You performed admirably, I shall treat you to extra chicken legs tonight. Yet, Xia Tian remained apprehensive. But why is he following you and purchasing the same items as you?
He claims it is because Bao enjoys the meals I prepare and wishes to discern the ingredients and seasonings I use.
Wouldn't he inquire with you directly? No, wait. You cannot see him at present. Yet, that reasoning is somewhat plausible.
Tang Nuanning pressed her lips together, feeling that it was not a good thing for her second child to witness her affection today. She harbored a sense of failing to set a proper example for her child. She resolved to be more cautious in the future. For the likelihood of an unexpected encounter in the same city was exceedingly high, as Xia Tian remarked. Tang Nuanning nodded emphatically, acknowledging the importance of caution. Given the compact nature of Jincheng, the likelihood of chance encounters was significantly heightened. She should expedite her plans to divorce Bo Yancheng and swiftly relocate with her children. Tomorrow, she would resolutely confront Bo Yancheng, compelling him to accompany her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize their divorce proceedings. Chapter 90, Is he interested in her? That evening, Tang Nuanning prepared an array of delectable dishes. She even set aside a special portion for Shinbao and arranged for He Jingqing to pick it up at the entrance of the community. He Jingqing was deeply touched. Expressing his gratitude, Thank you so much, Xiao Tang. I truly appreciate your efforts. Tang Nuanning despised being addressed as Little Tang,
as if they were intimately acquainted. Yet,
She refrained from contradicting him, preferring to avoid any unnecessary conversation. Jincheng presented her with an exquisite handbag adorned with the illustrious Hermes logo.
an unmistakable symbol of luxury.
This is a small gift for you, in gratitude for the delightful meals you prepared for Bao.
Tang Nuanning did not answer. No need.
You can help me arrange for Bo Yancheng to meet tomorrow. Rest assured, it has all been agreed upon, he will certainly keep the appointment on time.
Tang Nuanning's heart settled, and Jincheng raised an eyebrow. Has he been following you? Tang Nuanning offered no explanation as Jincheng got into the limited edition Maybach. Holding a lunchbox, Bo Yancheng was seated inside, smoking. As soon as Jincheng entered the car, he teasingly inquired, "Have you been following someone?" Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow and asked, "What did she say?" "She claimed you want to pursue her." Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, becoming chillingly cold. In the next moment, he abruptly flung open the car door, seemingly intent on confronting Tang Nuanning for clarification. Jincheng quickly stopped him, saying, "Why can't you take a joke? Just sit still." "She didn't say that."
However, she did mention that for any future matters regarding Bao, you can contact her by phone and stop following her.
Bo Yancheng replied, "So? You've started following her, which means you must really like her, right? Get lost."
Upon returning to the Sunshine City community, Jincheng accompanied Bo Yancheng upstairs. Bao was still sitting by the window, with Yang Bo beside him. After Yang Bo left, Jincheng took the initiative to greet Bao, saying, "Hi. Little Bao, your godfather has come to see you." Bao ignored him entirely, treating him as if he were invisible. Jincheng attempted to ruffle Bao's little head, but Bao deftly evaded him, shooting him a glare. Jincheng felt a mix of helplessness and heartache. Bo Yancheng called out, "I've made your favorite steamed buns, come and have some." At this, Bao finally got up, washed his hands in the bathroom, and sat at the dining table. Bo Yancheng methodically arranged the dishes on the table, which included not only the morning steamed buns and egg pancakes but also a serving of rice, 4 small dishes, and a soup. There was a variety, albeit in modest portions. Jincheng opened his mouth to speak, admiring the presentation, yet lamented, "But where's mine?" It was evident that Tang Nuanning had only prepared food for Bao, neglecting him entirely. Bo Yancheng shot Jincheng a glare, urging him to be quiet. Under the watchful eyes of the two men, Bao picked up a bun and began to eat, followed by the rice and small dishes. The two men exchanged glances of satisfaction as Bao appeared particularly fond of the dish known as San, continuously helping himself to it. Jincheng asked, "Do you like this, Bao?" His eyes widened in surprise, he was astonished. No matter how he had previously acted in front of Bao, the child had always ignored him, treating him as heir. As Jincheng was leaving, the two stood outside smoking. It was undeniable that Tang Nuanning had some skills. Despite employing numerous chefs, none had managed to win over Bao's palate, yet she had succeeded. Why not directly invite her to care for Bao at home? Bo Yancheng frowned, flicking the ash from his cigarette. She came once, but Bao didn't like her and sent her away. Oh? He only enjoys her cooking but not her presence? Indeed. The child likely felt threatened by Tang Nuanning's beauty, fearing that Bo Yancheng might become involved with her. Bo Yancheng continued to smoke quietly, pondering this notion. Bao had always been averse to his interactions with other women, seemingly guarding him on behalf of his mother. Jincheng suggested, "Perhaps you should try to facilitate more contact between them. Tang Nuanning could be an opportunity, if Bao enjoys her cooking. He might also come to accept her as well. Once that happens, things will likely progress positively." "Right. By the way," she asked again about meeting tomorrow afternoon. "Are you truly planning to see her? Have you decided to reveal your identity?" Bo Yancheng flicked the ash from his cigarette, deep in thought. Jincheng pressed, "Please don't be vague, I've assured her you'll be there. If you don't show up tomorrow, how will I explain that? Where would I put my face?" Bo Yancheng frowned slightly. "Fine, I'll meet her tomorrow." "Great." After Jincheng departed, Bo Yancheng ascended the stairs. Bao had finished all the food on the table, leaving not a single grain of rice. Bo Yancheng was astonished. "You finished it all?" "Yes."
Did you overeat? He scrutinized the plates,
which looked as if they had been licked clean by a dog, for quite some time. He then called the nutritionist to inquire how much a child of Shen Bao's age could eat.
Previously, Shen Bao had eaten like a kitten, now he devoured food like a little tiger. How could he clear his plate so thoroughly?
Upon learning that it was fine for Shen Bao to eat so much, Bo Yancheng fell into a profound sense of guilt. It turned out that Shen Bao hadn't overeaten today, he had simply been underfed in the past. Shen Bao's previous eating habits resembled those of a 3-year-old, yet he was already 5.
Bo Yancheng chastised himself for being an inadequate father,
not even knowing how much his child should eat, while simultaneously feeling a pang of sympathy.
However, gazing at the empty plates on the table,
he felt a flicker of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a good thing that Shen Bao could eat now. Rolling up his sleeves, Bo Yancheng gathered the plates and utensils to wash them in the kitchen, intending to make himself a bowl of noodles. He had assumed Tang Nuanning would bring him a portion as well, but it appeared he was mistaken.
Just after finishing his noodles, his phone rang. It was Liu Bei calling. Yancheng, that bald man has become a vegetable.
Who? The bald man who fainted on Miss Tang today at the unfinished building. The police took him to the People's Hospital, and my junior just informed me.
What caused it?
The crux is, his subordinates claim he was knocked out by Miss Tang.
Bo Yancheng was taken aback. Tang Nuanning? Chapter 91, Bo Yancheng, are you avoiding me?
Yes. It was reported that the bald man was pressuring Miss Tang, and suddenly she exploded, shouting that they were forcing her.
After that, no one saw what she did.
And the bald man just fainted. Some of the underlings speculated that the bald man had never encountered such a beautiful woman before and fainted from excitement.
This reasoning was untenable. Bo Yancheng inquired, was there any toxin in his system?
None. Have your junior keep an eye on him and inform me of any new developments?
Understood. After hanging up, Bo Yancheng lit a cigarette. When he arrived today, that man had been leaning over Tang Nuanning. How could a person without any pre-existing conditions suddenly become a vegetable? What has Tang Nuanning done to him? No. How could Tang Nuanning, under the watchful gaze of everyone, manage to transform a robust man into a mere vegetative state in mere moments? She must be remarkable.
Bo Yancheng appeared rather skeptical. In his eyes, while Tang Nuanning was not entirely devoid of merit, her intelligence was undeniably lacking. She was a foolish woman,
her tears far outnumbering her cunning.
Meanwhile, the foolish woman Tang Nuanning had just finished dinner and was tidying up the kitchen. Xia Tian, having rushed back from the restroom,
anxiously brandished her phone. Ning, look. The Su family is in turmoil. The Su family has suddenly gone bankrupt, drowning in debt.
And they've put all their villas and other properties in Jin City up for sale.
Even several cars from their household, along with Mrs. Su's jewelry and handbags, have been liquidated. Su Han has already gone abroad, reportedly driven to madness, and has been sent overseas for treatment.
Tang Nuanning was taken aback, it was all too sudden. Indeed, it was rather unexpected, yet upon a moment's reflection, it seemed rather trivial. Today, Su Han had caused quite a significant uproar, thoroughly inciting the wrath of Mr. He. When Mr. He was angered, anything could transpire.
Tang Nuanning did not refute, she too believed that the affair concerning the Su family was orchestrated by He Jingchang.
She felt no sympathy for Su Han, she was no saint, incapable of wishing well for those who wronged her.
Instead, she was astounded by the prowess of the capitalists. The Su family, despite their wealth, faced such repercussions from offending the powerful. If it were ordinary folk like themselves, their very lives might be at stake.
Thus, it was wiser to maintain a distance from them. By avoiding contact, one would not incur their wrath. Regardless, she was resolute in her decision to finalize the divorce the following day, and immediately afterward, she would depart from this city, distancing herself from certain individuals.
The next day,
Tang Nuanning had initially resolved not to prepare breakfast, yet the image of the small figure of Shen Bao lingered persistently in her mind.
Consequently,
she decided to make breakfast and deliver it to the Sunshine City community. She did not reach out to Bo Yancheng, carrying the meal towards the entrance of the building. Her intention was to leave the breakfast at the doorstep and send a message to inform him, allowing him to retrieve it without any direct encounter. She had no desire to meet him at all. However, contrary to her wishes, as she approached the entrance, she unexpectedly spotted him.
Tang Nuanning stood frozen.
Her surroundings still quiet at 6 o'clock, with hardly a soul in sight.
Clad in a black turtleneck sweater and a mid-length trench coat, he lingered by the flower bed. A cigarette delicately poised between his fingers, occasionally drawing a puff. Against the backdrop of the white snow blanketing the ground, he resembled a black rose. Yet, to liken him to a rose seemed somewhat incongruous. His features were chiseled, and when his brow furrowed, he exuded an air of icy detachment. Lacking any floral delicacy, he instead radiated a frigid indifference. However, cold as he may be, none could dispute his striking handsomeness. He was undeniably attractive.
Standing at 6 feet 3 inches. With broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, he maintained an upright posture whether standing or seated. His physique was impressive, and his striking features spoke for themselves. Otherwise, he would not have garnered attention even while merely shopping at the supermarket.
It was evident that Bo Yancheng had also taken notice of her.
He had endured another sleepless night, wrestling with his thoughts. He had hoped she would prepare breakfast for Shin Bao that morning. But upon recalling her earlier affectionate gesture at the supermarket, he felt a surge of frustration. He did not wish to engage with her. This matter had tormented him throughout the night, caught in a perpetual tug-of-war between reaching out and withholding himself.
Ultimately, he chose silence, suffering through the sleepless hours. This morning,
he was uncertain of his own motivations as he dressed meticulously and descended the stairs.
He was unaware of his purpose in coming down.
Thus he lit a cigarette to occupy himself. Just as he was finishing his smoke, Tang Nuanning appeared.
In that moment,
it seemed as though he had descended specifically to await her arrival. They locked eyes, neither uttering a word nor taking a step forward. Maintaining a distance of 7 to 8 meters between them, engaged in a silent standoff. Time stretched indefinitely until a gust of chilly wind swept through,
prompting Tang Nuanning to sneeze. Reluctant to take a taxi, she had ridden over on Xia Tiantian's electric bike, now parked at the entrance of the community.
The invigorating chill of riding an electric bike on a winter morning was a sensation understood only by those who had experienced it. Though she was adorned with a mask and a hat, the biting cold wind penetrated deeply, leaving her feeling utterly chilled.
Tang Nuanning sneezed once more, seemingly catching a slight chill.
Observing this, Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. He then took the initiative to step forward and approached her. Tang Nuanning observed him approaching and inexplicably felt a sense of unease, even a desire to retreat. His frigid demeanor exuded an aura that suggested he was coming to confront her.
Tang Nuanning tightened her grip on the insulated box, standing tall with a straightened spine,
forcing herself not to waver.
She had committed no wrongdoing, so why should she feel intimidated? When one shows fear, the enemy grows stronger. When one stands firm, the enemy appears weaker.
Tang Nuanning contemplated, letting out a gentle cough, furrowing her brows as she glared at him.
As if to imply, I am utterly unafraid of you.
Bo Yan cast a cold glance her way and halted before her. Upon catching sight of the thermos in her hand, he understood her intentions, and his tone inadvertently softened somewhat. Of course, this was merely a relative gentleness. In reality, he remained more aloof than the average person. Bringing breakfast to Shin Bao? Why didn't you contact me beforehand? I have matters to attend to and plan to drop off the breakfast at the door before leaving.
Are you avoiding me, wishing not to meet?
Tang Nuanning blinked her eyes as she gazed at him.
Was it truly necessary to pose such a direct question? Bo Yancheng replied, I am not a monster.
As long as you harbor no improper intentions, I shall not act against you.
I harbor no improper intentions, she retorted. Regarding the incident at the bar,
as well as what transpired yesterday at the supermarket, I sincerely hope such occurrences will not repeat themselves in the future.
I shall not meddle in your personal affairs.
But do not entertain any notions about me. I shall not wade into your waters.
Tang Nuanning glared, questioning the implication of intruding upon her fish pond. Was he insinuating that she was akin to a female sea king, tending to a horde of handsome fish?
Just as she was ready to retort, she heard him add, I will not shortchange you for delivering meals to Shin Bao. As we agreed previously, it will be 10,000 a day. The mention of money caused her words to promptly retreat into silence.
What did it mean?
Although you have not met Shin Bao, Your provision of food delights him, which constitutes your merit. As per our prior agreement, each day's service will offset 10,000 in debt, and once Shinbao accepts you,
the commission will be calculated separately.
Tang Nuanning's eyes sparkled with delight, and in an instant, she perceived a certain individual's stature to be remarkably elevated indeed.
He appeared even more handsome. Chapter 92, Desiring to be a wife rather than a maid?
Her intention in delivering food to Shinbao was certainly not motivated by monetary gain, however, to forego money would be sheer folly.
Earning 10,000 a day,
even as a form of repayment, rendered life significantly more promising.
Did he finish the meal from last night? Tang Nuanning inquired.
Yes, he devoured everything. He particularly relished that plate of de-san-sien.
Ah, de-san-sien.
Very well, I shall prepare another serving for him at noon.
Under the influence of her newfound financial prowess, Tang Nuanning exhibited a tender demeanor.
A gust of cold wind swept through, prompting her to instinctively pinch her nose, which had turned a rosy hue from the chill. He turned to walk towards the entrance of the apartment building, and Tang Nuanning hastily added, I shall not enter. I'd rather not provoke Shinbao into another fit upon seeing me. He would not awaken until 6:30, and at present, it was merely a few minutes past 6.
Tang Nuanning hesitated to enter, for Shinbao had yet to awaken.
The room now contained only the two of them, alone man and woman.
An arrangement deemed inappropriate.
Bo Yancheng had already reached the entrance of the unit. Observing her still lingering in place, he furrowed his brow.
Go inside and fetch something,
he urged.
What should I retrieve?
Without responding to her inquiry, Bo Yancheng ascended the stairs with his long strides. Tang Nuanning experienced a fleeting episode of hysteria and, clutching a thermos, hurried to catch up. The two ascended the stairs, one following the other. When they encountered the elderly couple from across the hall descending for their evening stroll. Upon spotting them, the couple greeted warmly, exclaiming, Ah!
Is this the lovely wife of Xiao Bo?
She is truly beautiful.
Tang Nuanning, ah? No, then who is she?
She is the housekeeper. The two elderly individuals exchanged awkward smiles before descending the stairs.
Tang Nuanning could still hear the murmurs of the elderly couple, speculating, how could they not be a couple?
Just look at them, they share such a harmonious resemblance, a perfect match of talent and beauty, clearly destined for one another.
There are plenty of couples with talent and beauty, yet not all are fated to be together. What do you know? If you don't believe it,
bring forth their birth dates. Their fates are undoubtedly intertwined, destined by the heavens, inseparable.
Tang Nuanning, come in.
Bo Yancheng had already reached the doorstep.
Opening the door,
Tang Nuanning ascended the stairs, unable to suppress a murmur, I am not your maid.
Do you wish for a maid? Or do you long for me to be your wife?
Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment.
Don't spout nonsense, she retorted. Bo Yancheng,
with an expression of indifference, replied coolly, I have no interest in you. After uttering these words, he turned and entered the house. Tang Nuanning pursed her lips, her eyes wide with disbelief.
He looks down on her? He dares to think that he is worthy of her attention? Ha! Tang Nuanning, feeling quite exasperated,
contemplated the idea of striking the lid of her thermos against his head. Yet, thinking of the expense, she restrained herself.
Upon entering the house,
she swapped her shoes for slippers and placed the thermos on the dining table. She did not even bother to remove her coat, clearly indicating her intention to remain briefly. Originally, she had come to retrieve something, but once inside, she found herself irresistibly drawn to glance toward Shinbao's room.
May I enter to see Shinbao?
I haven't seen him lately and I miss him quite a bit. Bo Yancheng replied readily, granting her request.
He should be awake soon, right?
She was primarily concerned about startling him. If she frightened him, he might refuse to eat the meal she prepared, thus diminishing her chances of getting close to him in the future. Bo Yancheng glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that he would awaken in 15 minutes. Tang Nuanning hurriedly pushed open the door and entered the room. The lights were off, and she tiptoed across the floor. Upon catching sight of Shinbao's face, her heart skipped a beat.
He bore an uncanny resemblance to Dynasty Bao. The moment she laid eyes on him, memories of the two children flooded her mind.
The little one lay flat on his back, the blanket pulled up to his chest, sleeping soundly.
Tang Nuanning carefully took a seat, unable to resist caressing his delicate face. Such a beautiful and endearing child, how could his mother bear to abandon him? What could have been her thoughts? If she were in that position, she would never dream of forsaking him, even if it meant enduring the presence of that indifferent father. If she had to leave, she would surely find a way to take her child with her. Tang Nuanning withdrew her hand from his cheek, intending to check his pulse. Suddenly, her wrist was seized by Shen Bao. "Mommy!" Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback, while Bo Yancheng at the entrance furrowed his brows slightly.
Both of them remained frozen in place, neither daring to move nor to utter a sound, their breaths becoming cautious and measured. In the next moment, Shen Bao suddenly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze intently on Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning was utterly terrified. She held her breath, not daring to make a sound, fearing that Deep Treasure might erupt at any moment. Deep Treasure gazed at her for a moment, then suddenly sat up, eyes brimming with delight. "Mommy? Tang Nuanning?" Tang Nuanning's eyes widened in bewilderment as she glanced at Shen Bao, then quickly turned to Bo Yancheng, seeking his assistance and inquiring what she should do. Bo Yancheng was clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He stepped closer to the bedside, and Shen Bao, brimming with excitement, looked at his son's joyful expression, leaving Bo Yancheng momentarily entranced. How long had it been since Shen Bao had smiled so brightly? How long since Shen Bao had experienced such happiness? Observing this state, Bo Yancheng felt a pang of anxiety. After all, the last time he had encountered Tang Nuanning, he had unleashed a torrent of anger. Why, upon this meeting, did he suddenly mistake her for his mother? Had his fixation on her deepened? Had his condition worsened? With furrowed brows and a countenance filled with concern, Bo Yancheng pondered whether Shen Bao was merely dreaming. "Ha? Am I not dreaming? Daddy, can't you see Mommy? Look, Mommy is right here." Bo Yancheng turned to gaze at Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning wore a somewhat heavy expression, having regained her composure. She gazed at Shen Bao for a moment before softly saying, "Shen Bao, look at me. And let us count together, shall we?" I will listen to Mommy." Shen Bao replied eagerly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As Tang Nuanning snapped her fingers, Shen Bao suddenly collapsed onto the bed. "Shen Bao!" Bo Yancheng instinctively moved forward but halted upon observing Tang Nuanning's demeanor. He restrained himself. He understood that Tang Nuanning was hypnotizing Shen Bao. Like other pediatric psychologists, she had long sought an opportunity to delve into Shen Bao's psychological world. However, she had been thwarted time and again by Shen Bao's heightened vigilance, sensitivity, and tendency to withdraw from others. This time, it presented a rare opportunity. Bo Yancheng dared not intervene, nor did he depart, choosing instead to stay beside them. He had heard that the scenes within the minds of children with psychological conditions often reflect their inner voices in physical states. He was curious to discover what Shen Bao's psychological world truly resembled. Chapter 93, Could Yancheng's temperament allow you to threaten him? After a while, Tang Nuanning's breathing suddenly became rapid, and a fine sheen of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Bo Yancheng furrowed his brow. Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning's eyes brimmed with tears. His current state was dire, indeed. He. Bo Yancheng held his breath, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotion within him. What was wrong? His heart harbored no light, no water, no semblance of life, nor any uplifting, sunlit essence, only a boundless fog and swirling sand. He lay battered in the desolate desert, on the brink of collapse. He was nearing his end. Bo Yancheng's mind buzzed with a sudden realization. What did it mean to be nearing the end? Clarify it. In his mental realm, he was on the verge of succumbing. When he could no longer endure, what would happen in reality? What would happen? He would perish. Tang Nuanning lamented. When the essence of his spirit diminishes and faith falters, the reality of his existence becomes devoid of the will to live. He may resort to every conceivable means to end his life, a grim fate that befalls many children afflicted with severe psychological disorders. It should not be so. I deceived him into believing that he had found his biological mother. He ought to be filled with excitement and anticipation. Why then does he remain so wounded? You misled him into thinking he had found his mother? Indeed. The atmosphere within the room fell into a profound silence, enduring for what felt like an eternity. until the jarring sound of an alarm clock shattered the stillness. It was 6:30, the designated hour for Shen Bao to awaken, yet he remained in slumber. Tang Nuanning explained that she had just hypnotized him, and he needed to sleep a little longer.
Bo Yancheng remained silent.
Tang Nuanning found herself at a loss for words. Shen Bao had consistently denied her the opportunity to approach him, rendering her unable to provide the psychological support he so desperately needed.
Mental health issues cannot be wholly remedied through medication alone.
After a considerable passage of time, as Shen Bao appeared on the verge of awakening, Tang Nuanning rose to leave. Bo Yancheng cast a glance at Shen Bao before following Tang Nuanning out of the room.
You need not see me off, Tang Nuanning remarked upon noticing his intention to exit as well.
Bo Yancheng did not respond but instead retrieved a scarf from the rack by the door and tossed it to her. It was evidently a child's scarf, soft and fluffy, adorned with a playful monster design, presumably belonging to Shen Bao. Tang Nuanning was taken aback. You summoned me here merely to hand me this? Bo Yan, with a silence that spoke volumes, closed the door and descended the stairs.
Tang Nuanning experienced a fleeting moment of hysteria before descending the stairs.
Bo Yancheng remained in his previous position, lighting a cigarette and smoking in silence. Tang Nuanning gazed at him, a flicker of sympathy stirring within her. Perhaps it was the shared experience of parenthood that allowed her to empathize with the anguish of a parent faced with a child's misfortune. Yet, she found herself powerless to assist him, and could only offer, if Shen Bao exhibits any unusual behavior upon waking, do not hesitate to call me. Should he become excessively agitated, administer the medication I previously provided. It is preferable to avoid sedatives for children.
Bo Yan, his expression heavy and sullen, remained silent as he inhaled his cigarette in the biting cold, standing alone amidst the pristine, white snow.
The sight of him, brow furrowed, exuding an aura of desolation and sorrow, evoked a profound sense of melancholy. Were his demeanor less austere, softened even slightly, it would convey an overwhelming sense of fragility. Tang Nuanning furrowed her brows, pouting her lips, unable to articulate her feelings. Deep down, she harbored a wish for him to suffer, thus she could not feel sympathy. Yet, she found it difficult to feel any joy at this moment. She had once encountered a case online where a child, afflicted with bipolar disorder, was cruelly locked away by his father, who, in a heartless act, confined him with iron chains, treating him like a dog in a cage. When the truth emerged, the poor child was discovered curled up in the corner of the cage, filthy and icy, devoid of breath. Some individuals embody the roles of father and mother, while others are akin to demons. She did not truly understand Bo Chen, for he might be the same man who had tormented her years ago, instilling in her a profound animosity towards him. He may not be a virtuous man, but he undoubtedly appeared to be a devoted father, as evidenced by his genuine concern for Shen Bao. Tang Nuanning approached the electric scooter, gently brushing the snow off its surface. After a moment of hesitation, she wrapped the scarf he had given her around her neck and departed from the community. The scarf was soft and warm against her skin. Tang Nuanning had just departed, and the photo of her secretly observing Bo Yancheng was already transmitted to Shen Jiaoyu's phone.
That wretched woman! How dare she entice Yancheng? Father claims I am merely seeking trouble, insisting I am being unreasonable. Mother, do you see any injustice in my accusations? Zhao Mei Wan.
Shen Jiaoyu's mother narrowed her eyes at the photograph with a fierce gaze. Approaching 50, she was exceptionally well maintained, appearing no older than 40, a quintessential affluent beauty. As the second wife of Shen Jiang, she epitomized the success of a mistress. The year after she became Shen Jiang's lover, his first wife passed away. The year she married Shen Jiang and bore Shen Jiaoyu, Shen Jiang's son also died. The complexities of this drama cannot be succinctly articulated. Zhao Meiwan could be aptly described as a formidable woman of intellect. Speak, mother. Do you believe her gaze toward Yancheng is innocent? No. I must devise a plan to eliminate her, Shen Jiaoyu exclaimed, reaching for her phone. Zhao Meiwan snatched it away. How many times must I remind you to remain calm and not act impulsively? Do you truly know this woman? Have you investigated her connection with Yancheng? Shen Jiaoyu, fuming, retorted, Is there any need for investigation? It is evident she is seducing Yancheng. Zhao Meiwan pursed her lips, stating, To know both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory. You cannot confront her without understanding her, or you will only find yourself at a disadvantage.
Do you still dare to take action against her? Have you forgotten the fate of the Su family? Did Yanchen's warning fall on deaf ears?
If you continue this recklessness, the Shen family may meet a similar demise.
Shen Jiaoyu blared defiantly. Impossible.
I saved Shen Bao's life, I am his savior. Yanchen would never treat me poorly.
Besides, it was He Jingcheng who brought ruin to the Su family, not Yanchen.
Foolish.
Without Yanchen's pressure,
He Jingcheng would never have acted so ruthlessly. Furthermore, cease your incessant boasting about your benevolence toward Shen Bao. Some favors are best left unspoken.
Vocalizing them transforms gratitude into a threat. Do you think Yanchen would tolerate your attempts at coercion?
What?
What should I do then?
That shameless woman Tang Nuanning clearly came prepared. She has only been here a few days, and already Yanchen is protecting her.
If we do not deal with her soon, they may very well end up together.
That shall not happen. Yanchen is yours.
And I shall not allow him to be with another.
Just as Zhao Meiwan finished speaking, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, her eyes narrowing.
Chapter 94, Nuanning, am I a female seducer?
Uncertain of what was said on the other end, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhao Meiwan's features.
I understand.
After ending the call, she informed Shen Jiaoyu, I have confirmed that Yanchen does not harbor feelings for her. His association with her is solely for Shen Bao's sake. She specializes in child psychology, and Yanchen seeks her assistance for Shen Bao's treatment.
What does this mean? Can she truly cure Shen Bao?
If that is the case, Yanchen would give her anything she desires.
Shen Jiaoyu panicked.
Zhao Meiwan remained composed.
She cannot cure him.
She lacks even a certification, she is merely a quack. By sheer luck, she aided Fu Zixian twice,
leading Yanchen to see a glimmer of hope. A quack? Are you suggesting she is using Shen Bao to approach Yanchen? Indeed.
Let us not confront her directly. She may exploit Shen Bao, but we can do the same.
Mother, what do you intend to do?
Zhao Meiwan's eyes gleamed with calculation.
Do not forget. We are not the only ones wishing for that little pest's demise. Some in the Bo family are eagerly anticipating it. If we inform them that Tang Nuanning possesses the ability to save Shen Bao, how do you think they will respond? Shen Jiaoyu blinked in realization. They would undoubtedly kill Tang Nuanning. They would never allow Shen Bao to survive. Mother, are you suggesting we use them to eliminate her? Tang Nuanning was unaware that someone was scheming against her, wishing for her demise.
She sat before her computer, diligently searching for relevant cases concerning Shen Bao. Perhaps it was because Shen Bao bore an uncanny resemblance to de Bao and Air Bao. Or perhaps it was due to Shen Bao's momentary utterance of mummy that stirred her compassion. She felt an overwhelming desire to assist him. She fervently hoped for his recovery, wishing for him to lead a joyous life like any other normal child. Tang Nuanning sat in front of her computer for over 3 hours, only rising when it was time to prepare lunch. She felt a tinge of disappointment as she had not uncovered any particularly useful information to alleviate Shen Bao's condition. The most effective approach would be to immerse herself in his life, observing him, understanding him, and ultimately helping him to overcome his psychological shadows. However, he became irritable at the mere sight of her, leaving her to ponder how she might truly integrate into his world. Suddenly, the sound of her phone chimed. Tang Nuanning glanced at her phone and realized it was a call from He Jingcheng. Only then did she remember her meeting with Bo Yancheng scheduled for noon today. Tang Nuanning was flustered, preoccupied with thoughts of Shen Bao, nearly jeopardizing a significant matter. She hurriedly answered the call. Hello.
Xiao Tang.
Let us meet at Blue Days CAF at noon today.
Is that all right on your end? Absolutely, I will be there on time.
Great, I just wanted to confirm. Everything is fine on Yanchen's side as well, so you both can have a good chat at noon.
After hanging up,
Tang Nuanning glanced at the time, quickly splashed some water on her face in the bathroom to freshen up, then dashed into the kitchen. She prepared lunch but didn't have a chance to take a bite before hastily packing it up and riding her electric bike out the door.
Upon arriving at Sunshine Community, she texted Bo Yancheng, I'm at the entrance of your community, please come down.
She promptly steadied her bike and ran towards him. However, in her haste, she slipped and fell, sending the lunchbox rolling away. The fall stung a bit, and as she attempted to rise, she lost her balance and sank back down onto the ground. The area was covered in a thick layer of ice, making it quite slippery. After falling forward and then backward, she found herself seated on the ground, feeling both pained and anxious, her face flushed with frustration. Dressed in a light-colored long-down jacket, adorned with a cute bear hat gifted by Xia Tian, and a monster scarf from Shinbo around her neck, she appeared both comically bulky and endearingly charming.
Bo Yancheng observed her, akin to gazing at a light-furred bear. He approached, bent down, and picked up the lunchbox from the ground, silently looking down at Tang Nuanning without uttering a word.
Tang Nuanning sat on the ground, gazing up at him with her small face,
astonished by his apparent reluctance to assist her. "You should help me up." After all, she had fallen while delivering a meal for his son. Bo Yan furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before extending his hand.
With his palm facing downward, it was clear he was unwilling to allow her to grasp his hand,
merely offering an arm for her to use. What was the meaning of this guardedness? Was she truly perceived as a predatory femme fatale? Tang Nuanning was infuriated.
She did not touch the outstretched arm before her. With a swift motion, she grasped his trousers, attempting to rise.
Bo Yancheng glared at her.
But before he could express his irritation, Tang Nuanning lost her footing and tumbled directly towards him.
Her large eyes widened in panic as she instinctively reached for his tie.
Just as she secured her grip, her heel slipped, sending her toppling backward.
In a reflexive response, Bo Yancheng followed her descent, just as it seemed they would both fall.
His keen eyes and quick hands prevented disaster as he swiftly encircled her waist, drawing her into his embrace.
Tang Nuanning gasped, narrowly escaping a predicament. Bo Yancheng's breath was also somewhat disordered.
Suddenly, laughter erupted nearby. It was the elderly couple from across the hall.
Both Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning felt a wave of embarrassment and hastily distanced themselves from one another.
Bo Yancheng discreetly gestured a swallowing motion in greeting.
"Good day, Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu." The two elders chuckled warmly, inquiring, "What is the young lady's surname?"
Tang Nuanning, with her rosy cheeks, proclaimed, "My surname is Tang." Tang Nuanning widened her eyes and hurried to explain, "No, you misunderstand, I." However, before she could finish, the two elderly individuals made their way towards the unit's door. As they walked, they chatted, "I was just saying, little Tang isn't just a maid for little Bo, right? It's unusual for a maid to be so close to her employer, just look at their rapport."
But why are they reluctant to admit it? It's so obvious shyness.
"I suspect they are just starting to date. They aren't a married couple yet, but rather a young couple."
"How delightful. I always thought they were a match made in heaven." Tang Nuanning. Bo Yancheng.
As one ages and their vision fades, it becomes difficult to discern what constitutes a natural pairing. "Do not overthink it," Bo Yancheng remarked.
Tang Nuanning, filled with indignation, retorted, "I did not overthink it. It is you who should refrain from overthinking." Bo Yan furrowed his brows deeply, declaring, "This shall not happen again." "What?" he questioned.
"I have made it clear that I hold you in disdain. Do not perform such petty tricks before me in the future." Tang Nuanning blinked her eyes, carefully savoring his words.
What a joke! Was he implying that her earlier fall was a deliberate attempt to entice him? Absurd!
She had encountered narcissism before, yet never had she witnessed such an extreme form of it.
"You, shameless! Unreasonable!"
Before he could respond, Tang Nuanning spoke up first, articulating her thoughts to leave him speechless. Indeed, Bo Yancheng found himself at a loss for words, stammering for a moment before retorting, "As a woman, you ought to understand self-respect and self-love."
What does that mean? Does being a man exempt one from knowing self-respect and self-love? Scoundrel! Bo Yancheng remained silent.
Having faced such misunderstandings before, Tang Nuanning chose not to dwell on it.
Cutting to the chase, she inquired, "How is Shinbao? Did he have any reactions upon waking this morning?"
With the topic shifting to Shinbao, Bo Yancheng regained some composure and responded coldly. He exhibited no particular reactions upon waking. He seemed in good spirits, mentioning a dream about his mother. "He also finished the meals you sent this morning." "I see, this is somewhat reassuring news. At least he displayed no unusual emotions." "You should give him this, it contains his favorite dish, the 3 delicacies."
Tang Nuanning finished speaking and hurriedly mounted her little electric scooter, eager to make her way to the Blue Days CAF for her appointment with Bo Yancheng. The ground was slick, and she wobbled precariously on the scooter, barely managing to advance. Just then, she chanced upon an elderly gentleman who was taking out the trash. Having lived in the area for many years, he was quite familiar with Bo Yancheng's mother and, consequently, not a stranger to Bo Yancheng himself. The old man was quite talkative. Upon seeing Bo Yancheng, he inquired, "She left early?" "Left? Haven't you two moved in together yet?" Bo Yancheng's lips twitched slightly as he clarified, "Grandpa Lu, there seems to be a misunderstanding. We are not in a romantic relationship." "Enough of that. At your age, one should not be shy about dating. Let me tell you, I have a keen eye for faces. Little Tang has a favorable countenance. She is a person of fortune. Any man who marries her will be blessed. You are fortunate to have crossed paths with her. Be sure to keep her safe from others who might whisk her away. This is a tremendous blessing you must hold on to." Bo Yancheng could only respond with silence. Upon entering his home, he received a call from Yi Jingchang. "Yancheng, it's nearly midnight. Are you ready? Don't forget your date with little Tang at 12. I'll head over shortly." After hanging up, he turned to Shinbao, who quietly went to the dining room and sat on a children's chair, waiting. Bo Yancheng cast a deep, furrowed look at Shinbao and instructed Uncle Liang, "Call me if anything comes up." In the absence of traffic, a four-wheeled vehicle is indeed swifter than a two-wheeled one, allowing Bo Yancheng to reach the CAF ahead of Tang Nuanning. He settled in a private room on the second floor, where He Jingchang was already present. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, they spotted Tang Nuanning struggling to maneuver her scooter toward them. He Jingchang remarked, "Isn't little Tang foolish for not taking a taxi on such a cold day? Riding that electric scooter must be freezing. She is impoverished, but also somewhat silly. You should have offered to buy her a car. What if she gets frostbitten?" Bo Yancheng shot him a disapproving glance, took a drag of his cigarette, and continued to watch Tang Nuanning as she shook off the snow from her coat. Afterward, she carefully removed Shinbao's scarf, folded it neatly, and tucked it into her pocket. He Jingchang added, "I wonder what urgent matter has her so eager to see you. She didn't even bother to put on any makeup. Clearly, she isn't trying to seduce you." Bo Yancheng, intrigued, pondered the matter. He hardly knew her. She had relied on He Jingchang to arrange this meeting. What could her intentions possibly be? Tang Nuanning was unaware that the two were watching her intently. The thought of meeting Bo Yancheng filled her with anxiety. Standing at the entrance of the shop, she took several deep breaths before finally stepping inside. A man was seated at the reserved booth. From her vantage point, she could only see the back of his head. Though his face remained obscured, she sensed an aura of success about him. It must undoubtedly be Bo Yancheng. Tang Nuanning forcibly suppressed her anxious emotions, clutching her small hands as she approached. "Hello, I." "Whom? Tang Nuanning?" Li Yuanting exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. Tang Nuanning was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter an old acquaintance in this place. She hastily retrieved her phone to glance at the table number sent by He Jingcheng, then cast her eyes over the table. Once she confirmed the details, she was bewildered. What brings you here?" Li Yuanting responded with a smile. "I have a meeting." "Have you arranged a meeting as well?" Tang Nuanning nodded in a daze. Li Yuanting inquired, "Has the person not arrived yet?" "Well, they should not have arrived. Since the individuals we are expecting have yet to show up, let us take a seat and converse for a while, shall we?" Waiter, Li Yuanting cheerfully ordered a cup of coffee for Tang Nuanning. Tang Nuanning, with a sense of trepidation, took a seat, feeling quite bewildered. Li Yuanting remarked, "It has been many years since we last met. How have you been?" "I'm doing well," Tang Nuanning replied, taking a sip of coffee to steady her nerves. Li Yuanting was also her senior, being in the same class as Lin Dong. He had harbored affections for Nan Wan and, during their school days, frequently brought delicious treats to their dormitory in an effort to win her heart. In his pursuit of Nan Wan, he had often endeared himself to both her and Xia Tian, thus they were not strangers to one another. Tang Nuanning steadied her mind. "Have you been in contact with her recently?" "No, since she got together with Lin Dong, we have lost touch." "You know I pursued her." So I wanted to avoid any misunderstandings and unnecessary trouble for her. I recall you studied directing. Are you now a director? Yes, what about it? You must know Wanwan's manager, right?
I know him, but we are not close and have never been in contact, as I prefer to avoid misunderstandings. I heard from Lin Dong and Tian Tian that Wanwan went to film and signed a confidentiality agreement, stating she couldn't contact anyone outside the crew. It's been more than a year without a word.
Do you have any news about her? Li Yuanting was taken aback. More than a year without contact? That shouldn't be the case.
In our industry, confidentiality agreements do come into play, but I've never heard of an actor being unable to contact their family. Even if the project requires secrecy, they shouldn't go missing. Actors just need to refrain from disclosing the script.
Upon hearing this, Tang Nuanning became even more anxious. Can you find a way to inquire about her?
It's been too long without any news, and I'm quite worried.
All right. The two exchanged contact information. And Tang Nuanning couldn't help but ask, did you make a reservation for this table in advance for your meeting? Yes. But that doesn't add up.
I also made a reservation for this table.
Li Yuanting paused, suddenly understanding. Your meeting? Bo Yancheng? Yes. Li Yuanting instinctively glanced towards the second floor. His lips twitching. Great, I've blown my cover. I told him to meet someone on his behalf.
That person has something to discuss with him. And he just needs to listen. Who would have thought that Bo Yancheng's appointment was actually with Tang Nuanning?
Tang Nuanning also realized something. She gazed at Li Yuanting for a moment, gritting her teeth. Did Bo Yancheng make you impersonate him to meet me? Li Yuanting replied, well.
Tang Nuanning instantaneously became a sensation. She swiftly seized her phone to call Cheng. The sudden eruption of his phone startled him, causing an involuntary shiver to course through his body. It was over, he was exposed. How could you betray me like this?
If you were to find someone to impersonate, at least choose someone she does not recognize. Now, how am I to explain this? Bo Yancheng wore a dark expression, remaining silent.
He had not anticipated that Tang Nuanning would be acquainted with Li Yuanting.
With a background in directing, Li Yuanting had established himself as a formidable director.
Bo Yancheng pondered that if one were to cast someone in a role, it would indeed be prudent to select a professional. Little did he know. Cheng's phone continued to ring incessantly, and steeling himself, he finally answered, "Hello."
What on earth does Bo Yancheng mean? Adhering to the philosophy of misery loves company, Cheng feigned ignorance. What happened? Did Yancheng not show up for the appointment? Chapter 96, Trouble Brews. Deep Treasure faces a crisis. He did not come. He sent someone else in his place. Such audacity. Please, do inquire with him, does he even consider himself a man?
I have never encountered such blatant bullying.
He promised to meet yet sent a substitute. What is he truly implying?
To act in bad faith is unworthy of a gentleman and can only be deemed shameless.
To be too cowardly to meet even a woman. He is as timid as a mouse, unworthy of the title of man. I truly disdain him. Tang Nuanning unleashed a torrent of fervent words, leaving Cheng utterly bewildered.
The sentiments she expressed were so bold that even he would not dare to utter them. Tang Nuanning truly was fierce. Not only did Cheng allow the external sounds to resonate, but he also thrust his phone before Bo Yancheng,
ensuring he heard every scathing remark directed at him, thus saving time and effort.
Bo Yancheng pressed his thin lips together, his countenance darkened. He seized Cheng's phone, ended the call, and flung it onto the table, rising to leave the room. Hey! That's the latest model I just purchased, please don't damage it. Cheng lamented over his phone. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. She truly believed she could divorce Bo Yancheng today, yet the outcome was utterly surreal. It was absurd that she had harbored guilt towards him all this time and had never cursed or resented him.
Even arranging to see her had become a fiasco.
If he wished to avoid her, he could have simply declined. Instead, he agreed to meet yet failed to appear. Her current feelings mirrored those of fans who bought tickets to watch Messi play, only to find he was absent from the field.
She felt deceived and thoroughly dissatisfied. While fans could express their discontent by shouting for refunds, what about her?
Aside from contacting Cheng to vent her frustration,
She couldn't even catch a glimpse of Bo Yancheng. At that moment, Li Yuanting was utterly astonished. He began to question whether Tang Nuanning even knew who Bo Yancheng was. If she knew, would she dare to speak so boldly? Before Li Yuanting could finish his thought, Bo Yancheng suddenly appeared, his expression dark and clearly enraged. Just as Li Yuanting was about to speak, Bo Yancheng interjected, "Step aside." He Jingcheng hurriedly rushed over to pull Li Yuanting away, offering him no opportunity to utter a single word. Tang Nuanning was taken aback to see Bo Yancheng, her displeasure evident as she inquired, "What are you doing? Do you need something from me? Wasn't it you who summoned me?" He would rather reveal his identity than endure her accusations of being untrustworthy and lacking manliness. However, Tang Nuanning, having left her wits behind that day, failed to grasp the situation, furrowing her brow as she retorted, "Who sent you to find me? Wait. Is something wrong with Shen Bao?" Just as Bo Yancheng was about to respond, a call from Yang Bo interrupted him. It was from the eldest branch of the family. Specifically Bo Yancheng's aunt, the formidable Bo Lauda, who had been eagerly anticipating Shen Bao's demise. Bo Yancheng's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he rose and rushed out of the CAF in haste. Tang Nuanning was utterly bewildered. "Hey, you!" By the time she chased after him, the shadow of Bo Yancheng had vanished outside the CAF. She was uncertain whether something had indeed happened to Shen Bao, as she had faintly heard his name mentioned on the phone just moments ago. She temporarily set aside the matter of Bo Yancheng's abrupt cancellation and mounted her electric scooter, hastening towards Sunshine City Community. This winter had proven to be particularly harsh, with snowflakes swirling down once more. Tang Nuanning stumbled several times on the road, arriving breathlessly at Sunshine City Community. Just as she reached the entrance of the building, she heard a woman's anguished screams, echoing, "Ah, ah, ah." Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a flamboyantly dressed woman tumbled down the staircase, landing directly at her feet. Tang Nuanning. Suddenly, a man rushed over, forcefully pushing Tang Nuanning aside to assist the woman who had fallen to the ground. The man's strength was considerable, propelling Tang Nuanning a considerable distance away. Just as she seemed poised to lose her balance, a powerful hand grasped her arm, firmly pulling her back into an upright position. Tang Nuanning cast a wary glance at the man before her, still shaken by the events of the day. The woman on the ground, her ankle twisted, was being helped to her feet, her tears flowing as she reproached Bo Yancheng. "What a sin this is! How dare you push me down the stairs? Are you attempting to end my life? I am your father's own sister, and you dare to treat me this way. Do you still consider yourself a human being? You ungrateful wretch!" Bo Yancheng held tightly onto Tang Nuanning's arm, refusing to release his grip. Tang Nuanning could sense that his grip tightened considerably upon hearing the woman's words, as if he intended to crush her very bones. She winced in pain, momentarily refraining from uttering a sound. Bo Yan cast a chilling glare at Bo Lauda, an aura of frost emanating from him. "You would be wise not to test my limits. Should you dare to provoke Shen Bao again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." His words seemed to be forced through clenched teeth, reminiscent of an utterance from the depths of the underworld. Tang Nuanning cautiously raised her head to glance at him. He was gazing at the woman before him, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Tang Nuanning's heart jolted abruptly. Previously, she had thought that his gaze towards her was already frigid enough, only to now realize that, in her presence, he had been comparatively gentle. The elderly woman seethed with anger. If you intend to commit murder against your elders, you will inevitably face retribution. No! You have already begun to suffer. Look at Shen Bao in his current state, he is your punishment. The severity of Shen Bao's illness is a testament to the depth of heaven's chastisement upon you. Just wait, for heaven, in delivering you the most severe punishment, will surely take Shen Bao away from you, sending him to the depths of hell. Silence. Tang Nuanning could no longer restrain herself from rebuking. She could not fathom why she felt so irked by the woman's words regarding Shen Bao. Boss Bo turned his attention to her. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? My identity is of little importance. What truly matters is that the grievances between you adults should not ensnare the innocent child. It is utterly vile to curse a child to hell. Impudence! Who is this wretched creature that dares to speak to me so? Have you lost your mind?" "I have not lost my mind.
but you cannot curse Shin Bao.
You, wretched woman.
Boss Bo reached out to strike Tang Nuanning, but Bo Yancheng seized her and flung her behind him. Standing protectively before her as he glared at Boss Bo tried to lay a finger on her.
She is the one who can save Shin Bao?
She has come here specifically after receiving news from Shin Jiaoyu and her daughter. She does not wish for Shin Bao to survive. Lacking education and credentials. What do you expect from her? She is clearly a lowly woman who believes she can use her meager beauty to seduce you through Shin Bao. How foolish you must be to trust her. Boss Bo regarded Tang Nuanning with derision. Before she could retaliate, Bo Yancheng interjected.
If you dare to speak ill of her again, I shall cut out your tongue.
A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. You. I have made myself abundantly clear, this is your final warning, leave.
Boss Bo, trembling with both fear and fury, relented, fine. I will go. Instead of threatening me.
You should hurry and check on Shin Bao, I just saw him getting agitated, and he may not have much time left. With those words, the woman stormed off, limping slightly from a previous fall. As soon as she departed, Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning dashed upstairs.
Upon reaching the 5th floor,
they heard the sound of Yang Bo's weeping. Young master, please do not scare me.
Wake up, you cannot leave us like this. If you go, how can the young master live?
Young master, open your eyes, please.
Bo Yancheng's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed into the room. Shin Bao. Chapter 97, Shin Bao. I implore you to awaken. Tang Nuanning's heart raced uncontrollably, pounding fiercely in her chest.
She trembled all over. Had she not been bracing herself against the wall, she would have collapsed. Her legs felt as if they had a will of their own, refusing to obey her commands, unable to lift even slightly. Upon rushing into the room, she found Bo Yancheng performing CPR on Shin Bao. Shin Bao lay silently on the bed, eyes tightly shut, his complexion ghostly pale, and his lips as white as wax, devoid of any vitality.
Tang Nuanning felt a sharp pang in her nose, and tears streamed down her cheeks.
She collapsed beside the bed, kneeling on the floor as she reached for Shin Bao's small hand to take his pulse.
Shin Bao's heartbeat had ceased.
Tang Nuanning felt a sharp buzz in her mind, as if a piece of her heart had been mercilessly extracted,
causing an unbearable pain that made it difficult to breathe.
Needle, she murmured to herself, intending to administer an injection to Shin Bao.
However,
her overwhelming emotions and anxiety rendered her body tremulous, making it impossible for her to steady her hand to grasp the needle.
Tang Nuanning was in a state of desperation, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming in frustration, useless.
Worthless. She attempted to steady herself and quickly administer the injection to Shin Bao, yet her emotions remained uncontrollable, leading her to berate herself. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the room as Tang Nuanning struck her own face with great force. The vivid crimson imprint of her palm instantly appeared on her fair complexion, a sight that was agonizing to behold. She was compelling herself to regain composure. This self-inflicted slap not only calmed her but also brought a significant sense of tranquility to both Bo Yancheng and Yang Bo. The two men observed her for several moments before Bo Yancheng abruptly leaped off the bed, bending down to lift Shin Bao in order to rush to the hospital.
Tang Nuanning blocked his path, exclaiming, "There is no time. Set him down and allow me to attempt." Bo Yancheng replied, "In his current condition, if you do not get him to the hospital swiftly, he will perish." Tang Nuanning let out a fierce cry, forcefully pushing him aside and stripping him of his garments, removing every article of clothing from his body. Tang Nuanning, while attending to Yang Bo, diligently administered an injection to Shin Bao. "I have medicine in my pocket. Quickly take a pill, crush it, and dissolve it in water to feed him." Yang Bo was in the process of undressing Shin Bao when Bo Yan frowned deeply. In an instant, Tang Nuanning cast a cold glare, her expression fierce. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry! What kind of medicine is this? It's a life-saving remedy. It's..." "Enough with the chatter. If you don't wish to forsake Shin Bao, do as I instruct." Tang Nuanning did not spare him a glance. Her brows furrowed as she administered the acupuncture to Shin Bao. Bo Yan, sensing the urgency of the moment, did not dare to delay any further. He swiftly made his way to the kitchen and soon returned with a small bowl in hand. Tang Nuanning took the medicine, grasped Shin Bao's chin,
and forcefully administered the medication into his stomach. With a gentle touch, she used a tissue to wipe his mouth. Liu Bei arrived with the doctor and nurses. And Tang Nuanning exclaimed, "You arrived just in time, quickly take him to the hospital." A flurry of activity ensued as the group hurriedly placed Shen Bao onto the ambulance and raced towards the hospital.
Before they even reached their destination, Shen Bao suddenly coughed violently.
The others in the vehicle reacted with shock. As he coughed, the little one's complexion finally regained some color.
Tang Nuanning's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she hurriedly touched Shen Bao's breath and checked his pulse. Her elation rendered her speechless. He has come back to life. He has revived. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Tang Nuanning buried her face in Bo Yancheng's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. He is all right. He has awakened. He is the strongest baby in the world, sobbing. Bo Yancheng's eyes were red, and for the first time, he did not push her away. Instead, he held her tightly, allowing her to weep in his arms. Her excitement mirrored his own. If Shen Bao had perished today, he would have followed suit. Without Shen Bao in this world, there would be no Bo Yancheng. Yang Bo and Liu Bei also shed tears. Today had truly terrified them. After a flurry of activity at the hospital, once they confirmed that Shen Bao had emerged from the danger zone, Tang Nuanning quietly slipped away, leaving the hospital. The snow fell heavily, and the temperature was low, yet due to her earlier anxiety, she was drenched in sweat. She did not inquire about Bo Yancheng's matters. Regarding his family affairs, she wished to refrain from prying. Her sole concern was for Shen Bao. Now that Shen Bao was safe, her heart was at ease. As soon as Tang Nuanning left, Bo Changshan arrived at the hospital with a throng of people. Members from the first, second, and third households of the Bo family, along with some from the side courtyard, gathered in numbers, blocking the corridor completely. "How is Yanchen and Shen Bao now?" Bo Changshan inquired, his face etched with urgency and concern. Bo Yancheng stood at the railing, smoking, his gaze fixed ahead, offering neither a glance nor a response to them. His complexion was dark, and the atmosphere around him was palpably tense. Bo Changshan furrowed his brow and shot a fierce glare at Bo Dala. His men forcefully threw Bo Dala before Bo Yancheng. The clear imprint of a slap was visible on Bo Dala's face, and her clothes were stained with blood, making it evident that Bo Changshan had resorted to violence. Bo Changshan addressed Bo Yancheng, "I understand your anger, I am equally enraged. Had I known she was so malicious, I would never have allowed her to be born. To even attempt to poison the only heir of the Bo family, such a heinous act deserves death. Today, I have brought her here, I will take charge. In front of the entire Bo family, punish her as you see fit, even to the point of execution." Bo Dala, terrified, cried out, "Father, please don't. I know I was wrong. I never intended to harm Shen Bao, I didn't realize the child would be so sensitive. I never wished for him to die." Her cries were desperate, clearly shaken by Bo Changshan's demeanor. After receiving the news, Bo Changshan had stormed to her home and nearly beaten her to death. Seeing Bo Changshan unmoved, she turned to the other family members, "Please help me. Plead for my mercy." However, the rest of the Bo family, aware that both Bo Changshan and Bo Yancheng were genuinely furious, kept silent, shrinking back in fear, unwilling to advocate for Bo Dala. Bo Changshan summoned them to demonstrate that anyone daring to harm the only heir of the Bo family would face a similar fate. At that moment, everyone wished they could hide away, fearing to be the one to step forward. Bo Changshan roared, "Shut your mouth. How dare you weep? As a member of the Bo family, you actually had the audacity to harm our only bloodline. You must truly wish for your own demise. Today, you poisoned Shen Bao, tomorrow you could poison me, and the day after, the entire Bo clan." Raising his cane, Bo Changshan struck Bo Dala again, causing her head to bleed. Bo Dala, terrified, disregarded her pain, pleading with Bo Yancheng, "Yancheng, I was wrong. Consider me old and confused, I will never provoke Shen Bao again. Spare me this once, please. Your grandfather is going to kill me." Bo Yancheng remained expressionless. Since the arrival of the Bo family members, his demeanor had not shifted even slightly. The more silent he became, the heavier the atmosphere grew. Just as everyone was about to suffocate under the pressure, Bo Yancheng suddenly declared, "Shen Bao, mommy is back. Whoever is here should leave at once, do not linger under my gaze." It was unclear whom he was addressing, but he extinguished his cigarette and strode towards Shen Bao's hospital room. Yancheng.
Bo Changshan attempted to call out, but Zhou Sheng timely intervened,
blocking him with a neutral demeanor. Bo Changshan frowned. How is Shinbao now?
There is no longer any danger to her life, Zhou Sheng replied.
Upon hearing this,
Bo Changshan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, as did Bo Dala. The expressions of the other Bo family members varied widely.
Among them,
only Bo Changshan wished for Shinbao's survival, as he still hoped to use her to suppress others. The rest, however, secretly wished for the only heir to perish as soon as possible. The Bo family had a tradition of a single heir. Bo Yancheng could only have one son,
and thus, only one heir existed.
If Shinbao were to die, the position of heir would be vacated, allowing others' offspring to compete fairly for power. Each member of the Bo family possessed countless ulterior motives, each with their own schemes.
Bo Changshan shot Bo Dala another fierce glare. Upon seeing this, Bo Dala's eyes nearly bulged out.
Kneeling at the ancestral hall is acceptable, but taking away our projects from the first household is tantamount to ending our lives.
Father, you cannot.
I can kneel, but you must not take away our projects. The family still has Yan and his son, they can handle business.
Those projects are our lifeline. If you take them away, how will we survive? Had I known this would happen, I would not have allowed it.
Bo Changshan snorted coldly,
leaning on his cane as he departed. The others, too, did not dare to speak, lowering their heads and hastily exiting the hospital. Bo Dala wept inconsolably.
After everyone had left, Zhou Sheng cast a cold glare at them. He was shocked by the news he had received. Bo Dala was indeed audacious.
According to Yang Bo, Bo Dala had barged in unexpectedly, entering the room while Shinbao was eating. Shinbao was frightened and had a fit, instinctively breaking things.
Instead of comforting her or leaving promptly,
Bo Dala scolded Shinbao for lacking respect and manners.
She even told Shinbao that her mother had died tragically. Believing her words, Shinbao fainted on the spot.
Fortunately,
Tang Nuanning was present, otherwise, who knows what might have happened to Shinbao.
Although Shinbao was currently fine, if anything were to happen to her, not only Bo Yancheng but all of them would hold the Bo family accountable. Shinbao had grown up under their watch, to put it bluntly.
She was as dear to them as their own children. Zhou Sheng entered the hospital room, his heart aching as he glanced at the still sleeping Shinbao.
He spoke softly to Bo Yancheng. The Bo family has all left.
I have made arrangements. Henceforth, no one from the Bo family will be allowed into Sunshine City.
Bo Yancheng tightly held Shinbao's small hand and casually asked, what has Yan Gao been up to lately?
Yan Gao was the biological son of the first household,
sharing Bo Dala's surname, making him a half-member of the Bo family. Investigate thoroughly.
If it is confirmed that he has taken drugs, inform Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying does not take minor matters lightly. Zhou Sheng understood immediately and nodded with indignation. Understood.
As evening approached, Shinbao awakened, and Liu Bei promptly called Tang Nuanning. Upon hearing this, Tang Nuanning felt a surge of joy.
Coincidentally, she had just prepared dinner for Shinbao, neatly packed it, and hurriedly stepped out the door.
This time,
she opted for a taxi instead of riding her electric bike. Today's fall had left her shaken, and the thick snow on the road rendered cycling impossible. Upon arriving at the hospital, Tang Nuanning hesitated to rush into Shinbao's ward. Instead, she stood outside the door, peering in discreetly. Observing the little one clad in a patient-esque gown, quietly seated by the window, gazing outside, her heart swelled with both warmth and sorrow. She recalled Liu Bei mentioning that Shinbao cherished sitting by the window, waiting for his mother.
Tang Nuanning could vividly envision that scene in her mind.
Shinbao, filled with immense excitement, rushed out of the room, stumbling as he flung himself into his mother's embrace. What a beautiful moment, at that time. Shinbao surely felt like the happiest child in the world.
Alas, why did that woman abandon such a lovely son? Does she even know that her son has fallen ill from missing her so dearly?
If she is unaware, then it is forgivable, but if she knows,
that would be exceedingly cruel.
Moments later, she peeked out again, stealthily.
Recognizing her,
a flicker of something unusual crossed through the corners of Bo Yancheng's eyes as he rose and walked towards the hospital corridor.
Tang Nuanning remarked upon seeing him.
I heard from Dr. Liu that Shinbao has awakened without tears or fuss, as if he has forgotten all that transpired before.
Bo
Yancheng accepted this, hesitating for a moment before uttering a quiet thank you.
Tang Nuanning was taken aback. Would he really express gratitude? Before she could fully process this, Bo Yancheng added, "Wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you."
Oh. Bo Yancheng entered the room with the thermos, while Tang Nuanning remained outside, peeking in furtively. Upon opening the food container, an enticing aroma wafted towards him, and his stomach audibly betrayed his hunger. He had not eaten throughout the day, and the worry over Shin Bao had drained much of his energy, leaving him quite famished. However, it was evident that Tang Nuanning had made no preparations for him. There was barely enough for Shin Bao alone. He ladled out a bowl of congee, stirred it gently, and once it had cooled sufficiently, placed it on the small round table before Shin Bao.
"Shin Bao, it's time for your congee."
Shin Bao glanced at the bowl, seemingly sensing something, and turned his head in Tang Nuanning's direction. Tang Nuanning quickly dodged, but inadvertently bumped her head, causing her to wince in pain while rubbing the spot, careful not to utter a sound. Bo Yancheng vaguely noticed her small gesture, and his expression subtly shifted.
Yet he remained silent. This wasn't tea prepared by Daddy, Bo Yancheng thought. This time, there was no way to fabricate a lie. Since Shin Bao awoke, he had remained by his side, having no time to cook. Indeed, it wasn't tea prepared by Daddy, but the flavor was delightful. You should try it. Shin Bao stared at the bowl of porridge, hesitating. Both Bo Yancheng and Tang Nuanning, waiting outside, felt their hearts race. Fortunately, Shin Bao's hesitation lasted only a moment. He did not outright refuse. Ultimately, he picked up the spoon, scooped a mouthful, and took a bite. After tasting it, he said nothing, lowering his head to continue eating. Bo Yancheng's anxiety lifted.
Tang Nuanning outside took several deep breaths, fearing that if Shin Bao refused to eat her cooking, she would lose the chance to get closer to him. After a while, Bo Yancheng exited the ward, while Liu Bei remained inside with Shin Bao.
"Let's soft talk on the terrace," he suggested. Can't we speak here?" Bo Yancheng did not respond, turning away and striding directly towards the terrace. Tang Nuanning gazed at his upright silhouette with suspicion and followed him. Chapter 99, Tang Nuanning, do you wish for me to offer my body in devotion?
Bo Yancheng lit a cigarette, and a gust of wind carried the smoke, causing Tang Nuanning to cough. Bo Yancheng observed her, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then willingly extinguished the cigarette. Tang Nuanning instinctively cast another glance at him. His demeanor towards her today was somewhat amiable. A thought crossed her mind, and she immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Bo Yancheng took the initiative to speak, expressing his gratitude for her saving Shin Bao today. "You're welcome. What do you desire?" "Nothing at all. You have rendered a great favor to Shin Bao. You may ask for anything, and I shall fulfill your wishes. There's really no need. You look down upon me, and I feel the same way about you. I cannot accept the notion of repaying a great kindness with my body. Let's put that aside." Before coming to the hospital, Jingchang had suddenly called her. He first expressed his gratitude for her saving Shin Bao, then mentioned that Bo Yancheng was willing to make a significant commitment but was too shy to voice it. He suggested that if she harbored feelings for him, she might consider bringing it up. She was resolute in her decision not to be with him, so she felt it necessary to clarify her stance to avoid any future awkwardness. However, Bo Yancheng had not entertained such thoughts at all. He was unaware that Jingchang had contacted Tang Nuanning. Thus, upon hearing her words, he narrowed his eyes, gazing at her with an inscrutable expression. "Are you suggesting that I should make such a commitment?" "I am not. I am merely reminding you." Bo Yancheng scrutinized her for a moment before candidly stating, "No need for reminders. My heart belongs solely to Shin Bao's mother. Regardless of the circumstances, I will not be with any other woman. I have never considered making such a commitment, nor should you dwell on it." Tang Nuanning observed his earnest demeanor, which brought her a sense of relief. This was, perhaps, for the best. Bo Yancheng then declared, "However, you saved Shin Bao, and aside from offering yourself in return, I can fulfill any other conditions you may have." Tang Nuanning pouted slightly. At this moment, her sole desire was to divorce Bo Yancheng, but he had previously claimed not to know him, thus leaving her with no hope. She was also in dire need of funds, yet he had fallen into bankruptcy, rendered destitute, and still had to provide for Shin Bao's medical expenses. Her heart lacked the cruelty to voice her needs. Furthermore, her decision to save Shin Bao had been entirely voluntary.
without any expectation of recompense.
My act of saving Shinbao was entirely my choice. I do not seek your gratitude.
Then I owe you a favor. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to seek me out.
I do not desire your favor, yet I hope that if a conflict arises between us,
you would grant me a concession. Tang Nuanning thought of the three little ones. If there ever came a time when children were to be taken away,
she hoped he would yield to her and grant her custody. Bo Yancheng, filled with suspicion, wondered what conflict could arise.
Tang Nuanning murmured softly, I mean if.
Yes. I promise you, if that time truly comes, I will certainly grant you that. A gentleman's word is his bond. When spoken, it must be fulfilled.
Indeed. Tang Nuanning felt considerably at ease, as this could be regarded as a means of securing a path for the future. Naturally,
it would be preferable for that moment never to arrive, and for the identities of the three little ones to remain perpetually concealed.
Suddenly,
Bo Yancheng transferred her a sum of 100,000 yuan.
Tang Nuanning was astonished. You saved Shinbao.
It's impossible for you to receive nothing in return, my conscience cannot bear it. Bo Yancheng initially intended to offer her a more substantial sum. But recalling her reaction when the Fu family had given her money, he discreetly reduced the amount by several zeros. She was both avaricious and timid. If he offered too much, she would certainly hesitate to accept it. After all, she was merely an ordinary woman, and for her, 100,000 yuan could represent an entire year's earnings, a significant sum indeed.
This money. Bo Yancheng understood her inner conflict and reassured her.
Please accept it without worry. Shinbao delights in your cooking, and consider this as compensation for your meals.
Tang Nuanning hesitated for a moment before nodding.
I still have mine, Bo Yancheng suddenly interjected.
Tang Nuanning was taken aback by his unexpected request, momentarily stunned. Bo Yancheng, undeterred,
seized the opportunity to add, in the future, prepare more meals. Shinbao enjoys my company during meals. His reasoning was quite sound. It wasn't that he craved her cooking, but rather that he wished to share mealtime with his son.
Tang Nuanning readily agreed, no problem.
Furthermore,